Chapter 5172 No More Starry River of the Sky Art. You're really not coming with me. I admit you're strong, but you aren't ready to fight the top experts yet. Take a trip with me. If we find a usable Emperor corpse, I will make a puppet for you. With your power, raising a human Emperor puppet shouldn't be a problem, and having one would guarantee your safety. Worst case, it could buy you time to escape. I'd feel a lot better knowing you had that kind of protection, said Mo Nian. Mo Nian knew that Long Chen had more enemies than he did, and they were all extremely terrifying. Moreover, Long Chen had a home and family, which made them easy targets. On the other hand, Mo Nian was alone, free to come and go wherever he wanted. Even if he offended the Brahma Pill Valley, they wouldn't be able to track him that easily. That was why he was particularly worried about Long Chen's safety. Mo Nian had advanced to the Eternal Realm and awakened the Limitless Palace's secret arts, mastering a heaven-defying puppet technique. With it, he wanted to make one formidable puppet for Long Chen to ensure his safety. Hearing Mo Nian's concern, Long Chen felt a warm current in his heart. Despite being in a difficult situation himself, Mo Nian was still thinking about him. Having such a brother was truly a blessing of a lifetime. Our paths are different. I still have more potential to dig up, so there's no need for me to waste my time on other things. I have to study my own cultivation technique right now. Once that's done, my power will definitely shock you. By then, saying that I am unrivaled beneath human emperors won't be bragging, said Long Chen. Alright then, I won't push it anymore. I'll see if I can get a few more puppets, and if I manage to get some extras, I'll send them your way, Mo Nian said, respecting Long Chen's decision. Then let's part ways here. Long Chen and Mo Nian exchanged a pat on the shoulder before nodding and setting off in separate directions. Long Chen then took out a compass that Sha Chen had made for him, which indicated the direction of the High Firmament Academy. However, he was so far from the academy that the needle couldn't pinpoint a precise direction. After activating it 10 times, with it pointing in one general direction 7 times, Long Chen decided to head off in that direction. Even though Long Chen was in a weakened state, he wasn't worried at all. After all, he still had Huo Linger and Lei Linger. If Mo Nian hadn't summoned his puppet back then, Long Chen would have called them out to battle. However, it was good that he didn't have to do that. Unable to absorb all the energy they had consumed, Huo Linger and Lei Linger had turned the excess energy into runes and sealed it within their bodies for gradual digestion. The amount of sealed energy was almost beyond their limits, resulting in them being able to only unleash 1/10 of their full power. Anything bigger than that might break down the seal, which was very dangerous. This was why they had only unleashed one attack in the Battle of the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain. In truth, they would have preferred not to use such a large amount of energy. The devastation they unleashed was meant to be sealed and digested over time, and once released, only a small portion could be retracted. The rest was gone for good. Thus, it was best for them to not fight for now. It was like they had eaten too much, and once they started fighting, they would vomit it all out. However, they could still handle an average 6-vein Heaven Saint without significantly affecting their seals. Thus, Long Chen felt confident and set off without healing properly. Just where does the problem lay? Long Chen murmured to himself. He had activated the 8-star battle armor according to his old experience, but something was clearly wrong. This issue had never occurred before. What had gone wrong? At first, the 8-star battle armor was activating properly, but just as the power of the 8 stars was about to fully connect, they went out of balance. It was as if a spinning top, which started smoothly, suddenly collapsed from the inside at its highest speed. Fortunately, Long Chen had Evilmoon at the time. Evilmoon was the only thing capable of enduring all his power, otherwise, his body would have exploded. Any other weapon would have failed catastrophically. Just thinking about how close he had come to disaster made him sweat. The problem is that you can no longer use the Starry River of the Sky Art to cover up the energy fluctuations of the 9-star Hegemon Body Art, remarked the Earth Cauldron suddenly. Senior, didn't you need to go into seclusion? Asked Long Chen, startled but delighted. I've sealed the energy I absorbed. Now, it's a matter of slowly refining it, replied the Earth Cauldron. Let's talk about the 8-star battle armor. Did you have a clear premonition that, with it, your power would be comparable to a human emperor's? Even if you were a bit weaker than a true human emperor, it would only be the slightest bit, and with your combat experience and techniques, you'd be able to fight them to the death, right? Yes, exactly, that's what I felt. It was a very clear feeling. Long Chen nodded. If not for this feeling, he wouldn't have made such an arrogant claim. It wasn't bragging but confidence drawn from the depths of his soul. Your premonition was correct. However, you were lacking domineeringness. Afraid of others recognizing your status, you used the starry river of the sky art to cover up your aura. That's what resulted in the failure. I will tell you clearly, from now on, you can no longer use the starry river of the sky art to cover up the 9-star hegemon body art because the 8-star battle armor's power far surpasses the limits of the starry river of the sky art, explained the Earth Cauldron. In other words, I can no longer conceal my status. Asked Long Chen, his heart shaking. The Earth Cauldron responded, correct. The 8-star battle armor embodies a supreme yang force. It is wild and domineering. You must have the courage to advance without hesitation, to face 100 deaths without regret. You were fortunate to have Evilmoon's help, but there may not be a next time. The aura of the 8-star battle armor is established and will not permit you to mask it with any other force. Now, try using the starry river of the sky. Long Chen immediately attempted to summon the starry river manifestation, but there was no response. It felt as if his body had lost the pathway for the starry river of the sky art's circulation. Even his memories of it became hazy. This is, Long Chen's jaw dropped in shock. The starry river of the sky art has been absorbed by the 8-star battle armor. You can now only use the true 9-star hegemon body art, said the Earth Cauldron. I see, so that's the case. Long Chen understood. As he focused, the starry sea in his dantian began to circulate rapidly, and a powerful aura swelled within him. Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted, 8-star battle armor. At his command, 8 stars illuminated behind Long Chen simultaneously, and a supreme yang force radiated throughout the air. Chapter 5173 Unsatisfied. The 8 stars behind Long Chen surged with power. The Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, Nethergate, Violet Tower, and Nirvanic Charge stars ignited one after another. Long Chen was startled. He had not tried to summon the 8-star battle armor, but it had manifested on its own. In this state, condensing it was extremely dangerous. Worse yet, the process seemed to be spiraling out of his control. As the Nirvanic Charge star flared to life, Long Chen's heart clenched in fear. This was the critical moment. The Nirvanic Charge star released a ray of divine light that shot into the Feng Fu star. Seeing this, Long Chen was so nervous that he forgot to breathe. This was the moment when his astral energy had been thrown into chaos last time. Heaven and earth trembled as the Feng Fu star and Nirvanic Charge star connected, forming a seamless loop. The 8 stars were now linked tail to head, and divine light surged through them, creating a perfect 8-sided astral diagram. One ray of divine light after another shot out of the 8-star diagram, shattering mountains and crushing rocks to dust. In the distance, a life form roared as a powerful Heaven Saint's presence emerged. Long Chen quickly sensed it, a 3-vein Heaven Saint demonic beast. He was about to call on Huo Linger to warn it when the aura suddenly vanished. It seemed that the creature had sensed a mortal danger and fled from its territory without hesitation. The 8-color divine ring spun, and the 8 stars trembled. A wild, overpowering aura clashed against heaven and earth. Long Chen felt the boundless astral energy coursing through his body and was stunned by the sheer magnitude of it. Heavens, my astral energy was nearly depleted, yet I still managed to condense the 8-star battle armor, and its aura is this terrifying. If I could have done this in the glacial heaven domain, Han Chenyi would have been crushed with a single punch, Long Chen murmured, his voice trembling with excitement. The 8-star battle armor was already so solid despite his nearly exhausted state. Long Chen couldn't even imagine how overwhelming its power would be if he were at his peak. As the 8 stars continued to quiver, Long Chen realized something startling. The 8-star battle armor seemed to be evolving on its own. A starry sea manifested behind him, taking him by surprise. He recalled that it was only after he started cultivating the starry river of the sky art that he could summon the starry sea manifestation. Yet here it was, appearing effortlessly. Violet chi swirled out of the starry sea, and the 8 stars quivered, revolving on their own. As they did, the stars were drawn to them. This is, even the Earth Cauldron cried out in shock upon seeing this. Long Chen was similarly stunned, not even daring to move. He just watched as the 8 stars moved, forming whirlpools that drew in the starry sea. His heart almost burst out of his chest from how hard it was pounding. He thought of a possibility that he didn't dare to believe. Suddenly, the stars dissipated, and the divine ring along with the star loop vanished. Long Chen felt his body drained of all energy, and he collapsed, gasping for breath. This time, his astral energy was truly exhausted. Despite that, an excited expression spread across his face. So that's the case. The 8th star still hasn't reached full power yet. Senior, I'll need you to work hard on refining some more nirvanic charge pills. The Earth Cauldron responded, for now, I can't. Huo Linger is on the brink of bursting. We can't refine pills under these conditions. My core energy is also in the process of awakening, thanks to devouring the Grandmist primal elixir of the Golden Faith Light. As for you, you've just advanced to the Eternal Realm, and your aura is too unstable to refine pills. We'll have to hold off for now. Long Chen nodded. He now knew that the 8-star battle armor still had room to grow until it reached perfection. Though he was eager to see the power of the fully condensed 8th star, he knew that some things couldn't be rushed. The 8-star battle armor already possessed such terrifying power. If it reached full power, wouldn't Long Chen simply crush human emperors in his hand? Thinking of that, he was incredibly excited. As expected, the 9-star hegemon body art had never disappointed him. The Earth Cauldron said, however, don't get too complacent. A true human emperor is nothing like Han Chenny. Although he forcibly broke through the limits of a human emperor by relying on faith energy and sacrificing the ability to ever truly become one, that was only in terms of aura. A true human emperor undergoes the human emperor tribulation to unlock their true power. Han Chenny was merely a fake human emperor, nothing compared to the true thing. You must also be cautious against those in your own realm. Remember, Lu Fan, Li Tianfen, Qin Keqing, Luo Yujiao, Netherdragon Wusheng, and the others had incredible potential. They were simply unlucky. They had just broken through to the Eternal Realm and were on the verge of awakening their heavenly fate manifestations when you killed them. Are you saying that their true power will only manifest once they awaken their heavenly fate manifestations? Only then can they be considered true heavenly chosen. So, don't underestimate them. Their heavenly fate discs only fully activate after reaching the Eternal Realm, transforming into blank canvases that will display their unique totems based on their talents and attributes. Their power can multiply by tens, or even 100 times. If their manifestation is unique enough to be named, they could rival half-step human emperors and might even have the qualifications to challenge true human emperors, the Earth Cauldron warned solemnly. That strong? Asked Long Chen in disbelief. Yes, they were simply unlucky. Even after they met the requirements, you didn't give them a chance. I even feel pity for them. They probably are weeping in the Yellow Springs, sighed the Earth Cauldron. With their talent, condensing totems would have been a sure thing, but forming a manifestation with its own name would have been nearly impossible. Still, I must warn you of something. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are in flux. The flower of karmic luck is restless, and the threads of fate are in disarray. Heavenly chosens are emerging like bamboo shoots after spring rain, and ancient sealed monsters will soon awaken. You cannot afford to be careless, warned the Earth Cauldron. Don't worry, I'm not Mo Nian. When have I ever been so pleased with myself that I lost my sense of urgency? Replied Long Chen with a smile. The Earth Cauldron chuckled at that. That fellow always tries to show off, only to end up with a strong start but a weak finish, biting off more than he can chew. Well then, I should return to the High Firmament Academy before anything else, Long Chen muttered, clenching his fists. It had been a long time, and he had no idea how the academy was faring. With a determined look, lightning wings spread from his back, and in the next instant, he vanished. Chapter 5174 Movement. Long Chen, Mo Nian, and the White Dragon race experts had already left the Glacial Heaven domain, but many disciples remained in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Lacking the strength to enter the core region, they had kept their distance. When the devil creatures tore through the spatial barrier and charged into the core, the disciples fled in terror, not daring to venture inside. It was only after the chaos subsided that they cautiously peeked inside, only to be greeted by a scene of carnage. The space within had collapsed, and blood was everywhere. By that time, Long Chen and the others had long been transported to the Glacial Heaven Plaza by Lu Fan. At that moment, they were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened, but the terrifying aura of the battlefield told them that an immense battle had just taken place here. These survivors, numbering in the millions, gathered together. Unable to find the commanders of their sects and races, they patiently waited to be transported out. According to the laws governing the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, Once everyone had completed their tribulations, a powerful spatial energy should have condensed to transport them out. However, despite waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Unbeknownst to them, the laws of the world had been thrown into chaos and were in the process of repairing themselves. It was only after several hours that their tablets lit up, and spatial energy wrapped around them, transporting them out. Once they were out, they cheered with relief, finally free from the fear of being devoured by devil creatures. The past few days had felt like an eternity, and now they were safe. However, their joy quickly turned to shock as they took in their surroundings. The entire glacial heaven domain had been flattened. The once grand glacial heaven plaza was reduced to rubble, with only 2 ruined statue bases remaining. If it weren't for those bases, they wouldn't have even recognized where they were. The immense glacial heaven city was gone. Up in the sky, there was a giant hole that looked like a fiend's mouth pointing right at them. Those disciples were terrified and immediately scattered, fleeing for their lives. In truth, by the time they arrived, Pill Valley's experts had set off in pursuit of Long Chen and the others. Thus, there was no one here waiting for them. Not long after they ran away, the second batch of Pill Valley experts arrived. They locked down the entire glacial heaven domain, but those disciples had already fled. The Brahma Pill Valley was furious after the battle. One of their 8 Brahma domains had been completely destroyed, the domain lord killed along with all the experts inside. Even the sacred statues of Lord Brahma and fallen Danite were reduced to rubble. This was a deep humiliation for them. In response, the Brahma Pill Valley mobilized pursuers from the other 7 domains. Although they knew that their odds of catching up to Long Chen and the others were slim, they still made the attempt. At the same time, they ordered these pursuers to keep the matter strictly confidential. The situation was too embarrassing, and though they knew it couldn't be hidden forever, buying some time to control the narrative was crucial. If they could kill Long Chen and the others before the news spread, they could at least salvage some of their dignity. By the time the Brahma Pill Valley started searching the nearby domains, Long Chen and the others had long since fled. Long Chen traveled for 3 days before finally reaching a city. During that time, he had recovered to about 80% of his strength. With his recovery nearly complete, he no longer feared any potential threats. This city wasn't particularly large. Upon entering, Long Chen noticed that it was a hub for various experts, a convenient stop for travelers passing through. The city seemed to serve as a transportation node, with many experts passing by, on their way to other destinations. As soon as he walked in, Long Chen sensed a stream of divine sense scanning him. Glancing in that direction, he saw a 3-vein heaven saint observing him. The heaven saint didn't say anything, but Long Chen knew what this meant. Pill Valley had likely already issued arrest warrants for him in the surrounding cities. This was well within Long Chen's expectations. After all, the Brahma Pill Valley's area of influence was huge, and this place wasn't too far from the glacial heaven domain. It was, in fact, right under Pill Valley's nose, so surveillance here was expected. Long Chen walked over to the transportation formation. He was about to hand over the fee and line up when a voice rang out. "Young friend, please wait." A tall elder in gray robes walked over. Seeing him, countless experts cried out in shock, recognizing him to be the ancestral lord of this city, a 3-vein heaven saint. He was normally in seclusion and left the matters of the city to his descendants. For him to suddenly appear here startled everyone. While the native experts were shocked by his appearance, the outsiders were also frightened by his heaven-vein aura and quickly retreated. First, I am not your friend, I am your bane. Second, if I stay here, someone will lose their life. Long Chen shook his head, not even looking at him. The elder smiled slightly. May I ask if you are the High Firmament Academy's Dean Long Chen? Why ask if you already know? Asked Long Chen indifferently. The elder's smile abruptly turned into a sinister grin. So you're the Long Chen that the Brahma Pill Valley is after. What a stroke of luck for me. A prize like you just walks into my city. As the elder laughed maniacally, Long Chen regarded him with a look of pity. It was clear that the Brahma Pill Valley had not informed their underlings of the recent events in the glacial heaven domain. If they had, the elder's reaction would have been one of despair, not glee. The elder said, "Young friend, sorry, but your head is worth a human emperor divine weapon. I'll need to borrow it." As the elder attacked, a 3-vein heaven saint's aura fully erupted, and his claw reached for Long Chen's throat. This fellow actually wanted to capture him alive. Seeing this, Long Chen snorted and raised his hand. Long Chen's strike shattered the elder's claw, obliterating his arm and half his body. With a swift movement, he pointed a finger, and his spiritual strength erupted, piercing the elder's head. The elder slowly collapsed, a look of horror frozen on his face. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how Long Chen could be so powerful. How foolish. They're so concerned with their reputation that they didn't even tell people about this, remarked Long Chen after he had done a forceful soul search. He discovered that the arrest warrant from the Brahma Pill Valley had just come down. The warrant instructed that Long Chen should be reported immediately upon discovery, with the promise of a human emperor divine weapon as a reward for his capture. They didn't ask people to attack him. However, seeing that Long Chen had just advanced to the eternal realm, the elder thought that it was unnecessary to report it. He could just capture Long Chen. And then nothing. Long Chen snorted, and in front of countless terrified gazes, he stepped onto the transportation formation and vanished from their sight. Chapter 5175 Unexpected. Long Chen arrived in a giant city controlled by the demonic beast race. However, experts from other races could also pass through if they paid the fee. Each city was governed by its own laws, reflecting the power and status of its rulers. Many races established their own cities not just as strongholds but also to showcase their dominance. This city was enormous. Although it couldn't match the scale of Glacial Heaven City, it was still impressively large. As Long Chen stepped out, he saw hundreds of transportation formations lined up around him, with countless people waiting in line. Most of these transportation formations were one way, so Long Chen needed to queue at a different formation. As he walked off the formation, a smirk curled on his lips. Again, Long Chen sensed over 10 streams of divine sense scanning him. Initially, sweeping widely, these divine senses became noticeably more intense when they passed over him. It was clear that he was the target they were looking for. "You are forcing my hand. Come, let me see how many people are tired of living," sneered Long Chen. Previously, he might have considered disguising himself to avoid trouble, but things had changed. With the 8-star battle armor fully manifested, concealing himself was no longer an option, and he couldn't run. The 8-star battle armor seemed to carry a will of its own. Besides, Long Chen had declared that he was unrivaled beneath the human emperor realm. If he concealed his aura and his face, even he would look down on himself. Long Chen had once refrained from causing trouble, not out of fear, but to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. He didn't want people to die at his hands simply because they were reckless. However, his stance had changed. If others sought their end, he felt no obligation to show them mercy. At that moment, over 10 figures appeared in the sky, their powerful heaven vein auras sending a wave of terror through the crowd. Among them were 2 6-vein heaven saints and the rest were 3-vein heaven saints. The sheer presence of these figures caused those around to flee in panic. These heaven saints surrounded Long Chen, who eyed them without saying anything. In any case, there was no need for him to say anything. The moment they attacked, he would send them on their way. "Are you Long Chen?" shouted one of the 6-vein heaven saints, his voice shaking with excitement. "Why ask if you already know? If you want a human emperor divine weapon, come at me. It would be best if you were quick about it. After all, we're all busy people," replied Long Chen indifferently. The moment Long Chen admitted his status, these heaven saints took out their weapons. The surrounding experts were stunned, staring at Long Chen in disbelief. A youngster who had just advanced to the eternal realm was surrounded by over 10 heaven saints, and they even took out their weapons like they were facing some powerful enemy. The spectators' hearts shook. Just who was this person? Long Chen waited for them to attack, but then, an elderly voice rang out. "Stop." Long Chen's heart shook. Although this person was meticulously concealing his aura, Long Chen could sense a trace of emperor might from him. Another half-step emperor. Long Chen hadn't expected this place to be concealing such a powerful existence. Nonetheless, even if a half-step human emperor were among them, he wasn't intimidated. He still waited for them to attack. "Are you the High Firmament Academy's Long Chen? Please, go up ahead." That voice rang out once more. "Patriarch," one of the 6-vein heaven saints exclaimed in disbelief. "He is." "Shut your mouth." The elderly voice cut him off sharply, then continued warmly, "Dean Long Chen, please proceed as you wish." The revelation that Long Chen was associated with the High Firmament Academy and was its dean stunned those around him. The High Firmament Academy was renowned as the oldest academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hence, The fact that this young man was its dean left the crowd in stunned silence. Long Chen himself was baffled by the elder's actions but decided not to dwell on it. He calmly stepped onto the transportation formation, selected his destination, and disappeared from sight. As Long Chen departed, the elders vanished as well, reappearing in the highest tower of the city. There, a wizened elder sat cross-legged on a bamboo mat. Patriarch, that was Long Chen, and his head is worth a human emperor divine weapon. Why let him go? Exclaimed one of the 6 Vein Heaven Saints, his voice shaking. He couldn't comprehend the elder's logic at all. Fool, do you know why Long Chen's life is worth a human emperor divine weapon when he's just advanced to the eternal realm? Scolded the wizened elder. I don't know, but what? A human emperor divine weapon is incredibly valuable. Do you think the Brahma Pill Valley would offer one up for fun? They are definitely hiding something from us. You really are foolish. You were about to rashly attack Long Chen without understanding the full story. You'd have ended up dead without even knowing why, the elder said coldly. I sensed an aura from that young man that even made me feel uneasy. It was an extremely dangerous feeling. Impossible. He's just a. Shut your mouth. Keep cutting me off and I'll cut off your legs, roared the half-step human emperor. The reason I've survived to this day is my sharp sense of danger. Are you questioning my judgment? I don't dare. First of all, even if you could kill Long Chen, do you really think you'd receive a human emperor divine weapon? What if the Brahma Pill Valley simply decides not to give it to you? Do you dare to take it from them? The elder continued, his voice full of disdain. Even if you do obtain a human emperor divine weapon, so what? If you provoke an existence that even the Brahma Pill Valley fears, who will protect you when they come for your head? Do you really think Pill Valley will stand in your defense? The half-step human emperor demanded. You are speaking of the High Firmament Academy's palace master. Who else? Although he is a 6 Vein Heaven Saint, each of his Heaven Vein Dragon Chi can manifest heaven and earth. Even if I were to become a human emperor, I wouldn't dare challenge him. Furthermore, the first academy of the High Firmament Academy has been fully awakened, and they have countless experts now. Even the Brahma Pill Valley is afraid of them. You were about to attack their dean for a human emperor divine weapon that you might never even receive. You would have ended up dead for nothing. Tell me, are you stupid? The elder's gaze was stern, and the others lowered their heads in silence. Pass news of Long Chen's appearance to Pill Valley. That's all we need to do for now. Before the situation is clear, don't rashly do anything. Those people immediately left to carry out their orders, leaving the elder alone. Once no one else was around, the elder sighed and looked down at a piece of jade in his hand. Black chi was slowly dissipating from the jade, revealing its white, glossy state with the character for life inscribed in the center. Looking at this jade tablet, the elder murmured to himself, fortunately this ancient jade can predict fortune and disaster. Otherwise, they'd have all died today. This Long Chen is too terrifying. Chapter 5176 Tens of millions of disciples. When Long Chen left the city controlled by the demonic beast race, he no longer encountered any further monitoring. He had moved beyond the Brahma Pill Valley's sphere of influence. Following another 2 days of travel via transportation formations, Long Chen finally arrived at the nearest city to the High Firmament Academy, Falling Light City in the Falling Light Prefecture. Falling Light City was an ancient city situated near a wasteland. Despite its size, it was not populous, mostly inhabited by adventurers or mercenaries scraping out a living. However, upon Long Chen's arrival, he was astonished to find the city transformed. It was now bustling with prosperity, filled with new buildings and throngs of people. The streets were crowded, and the city was alive with activity. Hey, don't block the way, a voice shouted from behind Long Chen as he stood motionless at the exit of the transportation formation. Oh, sorry, Long Chen hastily apologized and went to the side. After confirming that he wasn't in the wrong place, he was baffled. When did this city become so bustling? Long Chen noticed that the city now had 8 one-way transportation formations, a significant upgrade from the single 2-directional one he remembered. A good dog doesn't block the way. Scram! An impatient shout rang out from behind, enraging Long Chen. He had gotten to the side and left enough room for an elephant to get by. Clearly, this person was looking for trouble. When Long Chen looked back, he was even more baffled. The speaker was clad in white robes, the attire of a disciple from the High Firmament Academy. He was in a group of 15 eternal experts, all of whom seemed to have recently made their breakthroughs. They had yet to reach the first heaven stage and looked incredibly arrogant. Their leader was a short fatty who was looking at Long Chen ferociously. Seeing Long Chen looking back at him, he demanded, "Brat, what kind of look is that? Do you want to die?" Long Chen's anger flared as he looked at the short fatty's circular face, feeling a strong urge to slap him. Just as Long Chen was about to teach this fellow a lesson, an elder walked off the transportation formation and whispered a few words into the fatty's ear. The fatty then snorted, "Little fellow, count yourself lucky that my mood is good. Otherwise, I'd cripple your eyes." With that, the High Firmament Academy disciples walked past Long Chen with haughty disdain, ignoring him completely. Their arrogance grated on him, and Long Chen ground his teeth in frustration. No matter what, he was still a dean of the High Firmament Academy. These little brats wanted to dig out his eyes. They really were blind. Once those disciples were out of earshot, the elder kindly said, "Young fellow, you seem like a good person, so I didn't want you to die early. But you must not be from these parts. You don't even recognize disciples of the High Firmament Academy. In the future, you should stay away from them. Next time, there might not be someone to save you." "Senior, are those fellows really from the High Firmament Academy?" asked Long Chen. It was hard to believe that someone from the High Firmament Academy wouldn't recognize him, especially not disciples from the junior generation. Even if they didn't know Bai Lishan, they should have recognized him, Long Chen. "Hehe, it's even more obvious that you're not from around here. They're indeed from the High Firmament Academy. Let me tell you, the High Firmament Academy has tens of millions of disciples and countless experts. You should avoid them as best as you can, or you might end up in serious trouble," the elder advised. "Hold on, what did you just say? Tens of millions of disciples?" Long Chen was stunned to hear that. When they left the head academy, the disciples from the Battle God Palace, the Starry River sect, and the temporary students from the head academy only numbered a few million. Where did these tens of millions come from? Don't doubt it, the High Firmament Academy is no longer the institution it once was. Their numbers and power are indeed formidable. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave. But remember, do not provoke them," implored the elder before taking his leave. The elder was quite kind. Seeing that Long Chen was alone and had just advanced to the eternal realm, the elder was worried about him. As the elder was a one-vein heaven saint, his words made those disciples leave Long Chen be. "What's going on? Am I dreaming?" Long Chen wondered, feeling overwhelmed by the revelations. Just then, a shout came from a nearby transportation formation. "If you're heading to the High Firmament Academy, hurry up. The next transportation is about to start. If you want to apprentice yourself to a master and test your luck, now's the time." The transportation formation goes directly to the High Firmament Academy. Long Chen was even more baffled. In the past, traveling from this area to the High Firmament Academy would have been a lengthy journey. Now, however, a direct transportation formation was available, leaving Long Chen astounded by the changes during his absence. Long Chen hurried over, paid the fee, and stepped onto the transportation formation. However, the formation didn't activate immediately. It appeared that it would only commence once it was fully occupied. With many empty spots still available and the person in charge continuing to call out, Long Chen realized that it might take a while before the formation was activated. Long Chen looked around. The transportation formation was filled with hundreds of people, predominantly young men and women with cultivation bases at the Divine Venerate realm or below. Long Chen saw excitement and nervousness in their eyes. They were most likely preparing to undergo the trials to join the High Firmament Academy. A girl, seemingly about 15 or 16 years old, looked up at Long Chen with wide eyes and said shyly, "Big brother, you're so strong. You're already an eternal expert." Another man beside the girl gently pulled her back, worried about her accidentally angering Long Chen. After all, many cultivators had bad tempers, and a single word could lead to a deadly confrontation. Long Chen smiled warmly. "I was lucky. I've just recently advanced to the eternal realm." Seeing him smile, the girl was no longer so nervous and asked, "Big brother, may I ask if you're here to attend the trials?" Long Chen chuckled, "I suppose I am. Trials," he thought to himself with amusement. Does the dean of the academy really need to go through trials? At that moment, the transportation formation was finally filled with people and activated. In an instant, Long Chen and the others found themselves on a massive platform. Long Chen looked into the distance, where a giant gate towered into the clouds. The name, High Firmament Academy, was emblazoned across it in a grand script. The sheer scale and majesty of the gate took him by surprise. It was even more imposing than the head academy's gate. Don't just stare blankly. Hand over your money for the trials. Fast. Chapter 5177. A foul atmosphere. Money. Long Chen was bewildered. When did the High Firmament Academy start charging for trials? It made no sense. A powerful faction like the High Firmament Academy didn't need to resort to such practices, and even some small sects wouldn't bother with such a thing. Although holding the trials might exhaust some materials, those particular trials only took place after several rounds of selection. Typically, by the time a candidate reached this stage, their acceptance was almost guaranteed as long as nothing unexpected happened. Yet, these people seemed accustomed to this process. They casually fished out their money, and Long Chen noticed each person handing over 30 top-grade primal chaos stones. It was a truly vicious demand. In front of them stood over 10 disciples of the academy, with a tan fatty leading them. He was the one collecting the money. As Long Chen watched, one man subtly slipped an extra spatial ring to the fatty, along with the required 30 primal chaos stones. The fatty's eyes widened in surprise. He discreetly checked the contents of the spatial ring, and his expression brightened. He then gave the man an approving nod, his gaze lingering on him with newfound respect. Not bad, not bad. You seem quite talented. I feel like you'll be able to pass the outer gate, the fatty said, nodding approvingly. The man beamed with delight and hastily answered, Thank you, senior apprentice brother, for your kind words. If I have the fortune of entering the outer academy, I hope to receive your pointers. Junior will listen to whatever you say. Long Chen curled his lips in disdain. This fellow really knew how to suck up. In other words, as long as the fatty let him join the outer academy, there would be more presents for the fatty. That will depend on your luck, chuckled the fatty. After that, the others paid up their registration fee. When it was that girl's turn, she stared at the primal chaos stones in her hand painfully and shyly said, Big brother, this is everything my brother and I have. If we fail, will it be returned to us? Returned? A penniless beggar like you shouldn't even bother participating. The fatty spat, his face contorting with anger. He swung his hand, knocking the pouch from her grasp. The primal chaos stones scattered across the ground. The girl let out a small cry of pain as one of the stones nicked her cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Ignoring the pain, she hurriedly scrambled to gather the stones, tears welling up in her eyes. She frantically collected them, fearful that someone might steal the few stones she had left. How can you be so violent? Demanded her big brother. Cultivation is a path paved through money. Poor people can only be left behind and die. The High Firmament Academy doesn't raise useless people. Scram. The fatty's expression was dark as he spat out those words. Big brother, let's leave. We'll test our luck somewhere else, the girl urgently whispered to her brother, tugging at his sleeve when she saw him trembling with rage. She and her brother were only at the third heaven stage of the divine venerate realm, while the fatty had already reached the eternal realm. She feared that a confrontation would only lead to disaster. If you don't want to leave, you can stay, the fatty said suddenly, his tone shifting. Really? The girl looked up in delight. The fatty chuckled, Girl, your looks aren't bad. If you want to be my concubine, I can consider keeping you, ha ha ha. He reached out, his hand lecherously rubbing her cheek. She recoiled in horror, and her brother, seething with fury, stepped forward and shoved the fatty's hand away. The force of the shove was met with a shocking backlash. The brother's hand tore open, blood spurting from the wound, and he was sent stumbling backward several steps. Who do you think you are? He roared, his fury igniting. The aura of a 2-star heavenly doyen flared around him as he charged at the fatty like a madman. Since you want to die so badly, I'll help you achieve your goal, the fatty sneered, reaching out with cruel intent. No, the girl screamed. She knew that her brother wasn't a match for the fatty, but she couldn't do anything about it. That fatty's hand was stopped midair. Long Chen appeared beside the fatty, grabbing the latter's wrist. As for that girl's big brother, he was knocked back by Long Chen's aura. He managed to stabilize himself after several steps, staring in shock. Only now did he realize that the black-robed man who had entered the High Firmament Academy with them was actually a powerful expert. Big brother, cried the little girl. She then grabbed her brother and looked at Long Chen. Who are you? The fatty shouted, panic creeping into his voice. With his wrist trapped in Long Chen's iron grip, his entire body felt numb. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't unleash any of his power. It was as if he had been sealed. Long Chen didn't bother responding with words. Instead, he twisted his hand sharply, and with a sickening tear, the fatty's arm was ripped clean off. The fatty's scream of agony echoed through the air. The other disciples of the academy furiously drew their weapons, but Long Chen paid them no heed. Instead, he looked back at the girl and spoke calmly, "Don't worry. Your talent isn't bad. You will become a disciple of the academy, and not just any disciple. The inner academy will be your home." "Me, really?" replied the girl, starting at Long Chen in disbelief. With a smile, Long Chen explained, "You possessed wood spirit fire. It's a very rare kind of talent. Come with me, and I'll bring you into the academy." The girl's eyes lit up with hope, but she was still hesitant, finding it hard to believe. She looked at her brother, who was just as confused. Long Chen had just torn off the arm of a disciple. That was a disaster. In the minds of the two siblings, they should flee while they could, or they would definitely die when the academy's experts arrived. Long Chen had sensed the girl's talent the moment he laid eyes on her. As an alchemist himself, Long Chen was highly attuned to the presence of rare flames. Although her talent was still latent, Long Chen knew that once activated, her pill flame would make her a formidable alchemist as long as she remained diligent. Alchemists were valuable assets in any sect, but as for the others around him, their talents were too lacking. Even Long Chen couldn't help them. "Who are you?" shouted the fatty, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Blood dyed his white robes red, and his voice shuddered from anger and fear. "Come with me," Long Chen said to the girl and her brother. The brother hesitated, unsure what to do, but the girl, trusting in Long Chen's words, immediately walked alongside him. Seeing his sister go, the brother gritted his teeth and followed. After all, his little sister was more important to him than his own life. Wherever she went, he would follow, even in death. As the girl walked beside him, Long Chen smiled slightly and softly reassured her, "Don't worry. With me here, no one in the High Firmament Academy would dare to trouble you." Seeing Long Chen turn his back toward him, the fatty suddenly thrust a sword at Long Chen's back. Chapter 5178 Barging Through the Academy Gates. Blood splattered, and a head shot into the sky. The fatty's sword was now in Long Chen's hand. It was the very weapon that had just severed its master's head. Murderer. Killer. The disciples of the academy were terrified out of their minds and hastily ran back into the academy. The hopeful experts who had gathered for the trials were equally horrified, their faces drained of color. None of them dared to move a muscle. The girl was also stunned, not having expected Long Chen to kill people in front of the High Firmament Academy's gates. "Come with me," said Long Chen. Just like that, Long Chen walked toward the gate. The girl exchanged glances with her brother, their minds blank. Seeing Long Chen getting further away, the girl gritted her teeth and ran over. Her brother could only follow. When Long Chen reached the gates, a half-step heavenly chosen appeared and attacked Long Chen with his sword. "Who dares to run rampant in the High Firmament Academy? You've grown tired of living, is that it? Today, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces," shouted the half-step heavenly chosen. In response, Long Chen swung his sword, and the half-step heavenly chosen was obliterated into 1,000 pieces, his blood splattering across the gates of the academy. Long Chen's expression was grim as he continued forward, still holding the sword. "If the High Firmament Academy that I worked so hard to reclaim has turned into this, I'm willing to destroy it," Long Chen muttered, his voice like a devil's whisper sweeping over the land. Everyone who heard him felt their souls tremble. His voice carried such overwhelming killing intent that it felt as though a mere thought could turn them to dust. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed through the air, followed by an ear-piercing alarm that shook the entire academy. Countless powerful auras surged in response. However, Long Chen ignored them all and continued walking into the academy. Beyond the gates, he saw countless figures rushing about, laying the foundations for new buildings. The craftsmen were frozen in shock at the sight of him. Without sparing them a glance, Long Chen pressed on. Soon, a group of academy disciples in inner academy robes appeared before him, led by a heavenly chosen. "Who are you? Why are you barging into the High Firmament Academy?" shouted that heavenly chosen. "Not bad, at least you're asking what's going on before attacking," said Long Chen casually. "However, you aren't qualified to question me. Move." How brazen. The heavenly chosen's face twisted in anger as he reached for the sword at his waist. But before he could fully unsheath it, Long Chen's swift kick sent it flying from his grip. The disciple was stunned as Long Chen's kick not only disarmed him but also sent both the sword and its sheath soaring through the air. The sword pierced through the bases of 3 large buildings in its path, continuing without losing momentum until it vanished beyond the horizon. The group of disciples stood frozen in shock, their jaws dropping. After all, the foundation of the 3 buildings had been completed, and the formations carved on top of them were already in effect. As the most important part of the building, the foundation was the most solid part. Even a Heaven Saint's full-power attack might not necessarily be able to damage it. Yet, this seemingly impenetrable foundation was effortlessly torn through. What made it even more terrifying was that the disciple's sword was just an ordinary Heaven Saint divine weapon. Even if the Heavenly Chosen had used the sword's tip, piercing those tough walls would have been nearly impossible. Yet, sheathed as it was, it had sliced through the buildings like paper. The straight line through the 3 buildings was a testament to the overwhelming force behind Long Chen's kick. The onlookers were visibly shaken, their bodies quivering with fear. Meanwhile, Long Chen walked right past them, his presence like a cold wind. "Don't draw your sword so lightly." Long Chen's icy voice cut through the silence. "The moment you draw your sword, it means you become my enemy, and I never have mercy on my enemies." They had never seen someone so terrifying before. Long Chen had not released any aura at all, but his movements, gaze, and voice had triggered a deep, primal fear within them. Those disciples hastily opened a path for him, obediently letting him through. The girl and her brother followed closely behind, their faces pale with fear from the overwhelming auras of the disciples. But with no other option, they pressed on. Long Chen continued onward. As they went on, more experts appeared. Those who had witnessed how easily Long Chen had kicked the previous expert's sword away were too terrified to act. However, the newcomers were unaware of it. Seeing an initial eternal disciple bringing along 2 people with pitifully weak auras, someone decided to pounce on him. "Brat," the Heavenly Chosen began, but the words never fully escaped his lips. Before he could finish, Long Chen casually slapped him aside. The force of the blow sent the Heavenly Chosen flying into a distant wall with a deafening crash. The unfinished building he was slammed into crumbled instantly. The impact embedded him deep into a stone wall, causing large cracks to spiderweb across the solid surface. The Heavenly Chosen was left stuck in the wall, his body motionless. Hence, no one knew whether he was alive or dead. "How arrogant! Are you challenging the High Firmament Academy?" shouted a figure that had just appeared in the air. It was a handsome man with a rainbow spear on his back. When he released his aura, his Doyan power raged, shaking the void. Rank 10 of the Heaven rankings, Yi Ziwen. Heavens, even he's appeared. "Ha ha ha, now there'll be a show." Countless people cried out, recognizing this famous figure in the academy. "Senior apprentice Brother Ziwen, this person is incredibly arrogant. He has killed 2 of the academy's disciples. Hurry and kill him." Before the words were fully out of this expert's mouth, Long Chen reached out through space. The crowd gasped as the speaker was abruptly yanked from his position and flew straight into Long Chen's grasp, his cry of shock echoing through the air. After that, Long Chen clenched his hand and crushed that person into pieces. "What a hateful person, he should have kept his mouth shut," remarked Long Chen coldly. Without hesitation, Long Chen killed a disciple of the academy in front of so many people, his action enraging Yi Ziwen. "You go too far," Yi Ziwen roared, insulted that Long Chen dared to act so brazenly in front of him. His rainbow spear materialized in his hand, and a radiant surge of divine energy exploded from his heavenly fate disc. The spear emitted a powerful force as 7 kinds of energy swirled together, forming a powerful attack that thrust at Long Chen. Following that, a scene that horrified everyone played out. Yi Ziwen's heaven-shaking strike was stopped cold. Long Chen caught the spear's tip with his bare hands, effortlessly halting it. With a swift motion, Long Chen shoved the spear back toward its owner. The spear's pole slammed into Yi Ziwen's chest, creating a fist-sized hole. Yi Ziwen was sent flying backward, blood spraying as he tumbled through the air. "What?" gasped the onlookers, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Chapter 5179. He's not the dean. "How can this be? Am I dreaming?" shouted one expert. The onlookers were frozen in terror, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Yi Ziwen, the rank 10 genius of the academy, was revered among tens of millions of disciples, but this mysterious black-robed young man had gravely injured him in one blow. Yi Ziwen crashed into a wall, blood spurting from his mouth. His spear followed, embedding itself into the wall beside his cheek. In an instant, Yi Ziwen turned pale with fright. Long Chen's attack had been swift and merciless, leaving Yi Zuan with no way to react. If Long Chen had aimed the spear at his head, Yi Zuan would have been dead. The realization that his life and death were separated by this little distance sent sweat dripping down Yi Zuan's face. "You wanted to kill me, so I could have killed you," Long Chen said casually as he walked past. "But you held back to not injure the two beside me. That tiny bit of mercy saved your life. Otherwise, this world would no longer have someone called Yi Zuan." Yi Zuan was paralyzed with fear. He hadn't imagined that his small act of mercy would be the thing dragging him back from the abyss of death. "Who are you? Why are you targeting the Academy's disciples?" asked Yi Zuan, his voice trembling. "I'm not targeting them," Long Chen replied calmly. "They simply deserve to die. I'm just carrying out my duty and authority." "Who are you?" asked Yi Zuan once more. "Who is the dean of this academy?" Long Chen asked, his voice calm yet commanding. "Of course it's Dean Lu Chengkong," replied Yi Zuan without hesitation. "Wrong. The dean of the First Branch Academy of the High Firmament Academy isn't him," Long Chen corrected before continuing on his way. He quickly passed by them, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. The High Firmament Academy's dean was Lu Chengkong. Even children knew that. Why would Long Chen claim otherwise? Could it be? Someone suddenly exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. Yi Zuan's jaw dropped, and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Long Chen was a name he had only heard of, a name often mentioned with a mix of reverence and disbelief. When Long Chen had left back then, Bai Lishan and the others had only managed to gain a foothold in the First Academy. It was only when the Palace Master returned that they managed to reclaim the First Branch Academy in the most violent, bloody way. They slaughtered all the invaders who had taken their land, shocking everyone. After reclaiming the First Branch Academy, Bai Lishan activated the Foundation Stone, awakening the Academy's karmic luck. With this, the entire Academy began to revive. Recognizing that they couldn't stop the resurgence, Pill Valley ceased the meaningless battles and withdrew. With no further interference from the outside world, Bai Lishan activated the High Firmament Academy's formations. Through these formations, they connected the Academy to many minor worlds. These minor worlds had been created before the First Branch Academy was overrun. Although many of them had been destroyed, some remained accessible. Within these minor worlds were the Academy's resources, ancient tomes, and other treasures that had been safeguarded. When Bai Lishan opened one particular minor world, he discovered an unexpected surprise: people were living there. During the attack that led to the downfall of the First Branch Academy, some individuals had hidden within these minor worlds. At the time, 7 of these worlds contained people. Unfortunately, the devil creatures that took over the Academy caused significant destruction, resulting in 6 of those minor worlds crumbling. The inhabitants of those worlds perished as a result. Only the inhabitants of this one minor world had survived. Relying on the resources left behind by the Academy, they had thrived within the minor world for generations. Since the First Branch Academy had been the wealthiest of all the branches, the resources were abundant enough to sustain them up to the present day. When the minor world was finally reopened, Bai Lishan and the others were overjoyed to discover tens of millions of disciples and countless experts still alive and well. These disciples were the descendants of the experts who had hidden within this minor world back then. As they had never seen the outside world before, their understanding of it was based entirely on stories and records. When they emerged, they were like birds freed from a cage, filled with excitement at the prospect of limitless cultivation opportunities in the wider world. When Qin Feng first went looking for Long Chen in the Long clan, Bai Lishan had not discovered this minor world, so Long Chen had no knowledge of these developments. Unfortunately, Bai Lishan's joy was short-lived as he soon encountered a thorny problem. The minor world already had a dean, and he was an exceptionally powerful figure. Strength alone wouldn't have been an issue, but this dean, possibly due to being sealed away for so long, immediately acted as if he were a criminal recently released from prison. He quickly started behaving as though he were above everyone else, showing little respect for Bai Lishan and the others. The only person this dean feared was the Palace Master. However, the latter never bothered with politics, so after reclaiming the Academy, he directly went into seclusion. With no one to challenge him, this dean started to rebuild the High Firmament Academy according to his own wishes, treating Bai Lishan and the others with veiled disdain. To him, they were merely outsiders. This sense of superiority wasn't limited to the dean alone. All those who had been freed from the minor world seemed to share the innate sense of entitlement, as if they were born to lead. Despite being rescued by Bai Lishan and the others, they showed little gratitude. The Academy's reconstruction proceeded entirely according to this dean's will, with no consideration for Bai Lishan's opinion. Even more troubling, the new rules he implemented created a division between the Academy's native disciples and those considered outsiders. Bai Lishan was known for his good temper, but even he couldn't tolerate this. One day, when all of the Academy's experts were gathered, Bai Lishan decided to address the issue head-on. He reminded everyone that this was the High Firmament Academy's first branch academy, overseen by the head sect. He emphasized that it was Long Chen who had led the charge in reclaiming the academy, breaking the deadlock and paving the way for their eventual freedom. The head academy had officially declared Long Chen as the dean of the first branch academy. When the experts learned that Long Chen was merely a disciple at the time, they nearly died of laughter. To them, the idea was absurd. Bai Lishan, however, didn't argue with them. After making his declaration, he returned to his residence and ceased all dealings with them. The Dragonblood Legion and the original disciples of the academy followed suit, distancing themselves from the others. What was once considered a joke, with Long Chen as the punchline, no longer seemed funny. As they watched Long Chen's back, Yi Zuan and the others felt an ominous sense of foreboding. "Something big's going to happen today," Yi Zuan muttered, exchanging worried glances with the others. Without hesitation, they quickly followed Long Chen, venturing deeper into the academy. Chapter 5180. Try laughing. Countless experts charged out, their powerful auras radiating outward, but Long Chen ignored them all. Eventually, he reached a platform that seemed to be the future main plaza. The plaza was under construction but already had its general form. It was crowded with people. As Long Chen stepped onto it, an enormous figure emerged and, without a word, swung a battle axe straight at Long Chen's head. This giant was several meters tall and clearly wasn't from the human race. Despite that, he was also a disciple of the High Firmament Academy. Yi Zuan let out a startled cry from behind Long Chen. Yongtu was known for his viciousness within the academy. Not only was he powerful, but he was also notoriously violent and explosive. He was ranked 5th on the heaven rankings, but no one had ever challenged him because he was too vicious. The number of experts who had fallen to his hands was unknown, as he was always the one issuing challenges. Despite facing numerous punishments for his actions, Yongtu remained unrepentant. He was known as a bloodthirsty maniac within the academy, his brutality leaving a trail of fear and destruction. Yongtu launched his attack, summoning his manifestation right and unleashing his strongest attack. The sheer force of his attack made it seem like it would obliterate the plaza and cause widespread destruction. However, the expected explosion never appeared as a hand covered in starlight caught the battle axe. The battle axe's destructive power vanished without a trace, not even causing a ripple. Yi Zuan's pupils widened. As an expert who got into the top 10 of the heaven rankings, he realized that Long Chen had absorbed Yongtu's power into his own body, neutralizing it with ease. To do such a thing, Long Chen's body had to be at least 10 times stronger than his opponent's. Furthermore, the effortless manner in which Long Chen did this left Yi Zuan stunned. Long Chen clenched his hand, crushing the battle axe. Amidst the gasps of shock from the crowd, he delivered a single punch. Specks of starlight danced on his fist as Yongtu vanished, along with a palace behind him. With that punch, a massive gulf appeared on the plaza, stretching through the mountains and beyond the horizon. Sweat dripped down Yi Zuan's forehead, soaking the bricks beneath him. He felt a wave of terror, realizing that he was only alive thanks to the blessing of the heavens. Yongtu was an existence that could crush him in less than 10 moves, but Long Chen had dispatched him in a single blow. 5th on the heaven rankings. Just died. Just like that, the spectators were stunned into silence. When they looked at the expressionless Long Chen, their breaths caught in their throats. This one attack confirmed Long Chen's status to Yi Zuan. Back when the joke was first made, it was said that Long Chen was unrivaled in the same realm. He could fight across realms as easily as eating meals, his combat power was awe-inspiring, and he killed decisively. No one could block his footsteps. Of course, at that time, people had burst into laughter at this description. But now, they couldn't laugh at all. Suddenly, a delighted cry pierced the silence. 2 exquisitely beautiful fairies appeared on the plaza with tear-stained smiles. Xianxia, Shishi. Long Chen's icy expression vanished. After experiencing the brutal slaughter of the heavenly flame devil domain, Long Chen cherished the warmth of their love even more. Seeing the emotions in their eyes, Long Chen almost melted, his eyes reddening slightly. Yu Qingshan and Bai Shishi were also moved. The dean told us that you came back, and he wanted us to bring you to him. He doesn't want you to kill too many people right now, said Yu Qingshan. Seeing how travel-weary Long Chen looked, she immediately helped him tidy his robes. The dean really understands you, Bai Shishi said, glancing at the devastation around them with a faint smile. Long Chen smiled bitterly. The dean is truly wise. Fortunately, he sent you too. If he had sent Guo Ran and Ji Yuyang, who knows if the High Firmament Academy would still be standing. Clearly, every single one of Long Chen's movements was monitored by Dean Bai Lishan. Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan held Long Chen's arms, ignoring everyone else's odd gazes. With them holding his arms, Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Now that the two of them had come, he felt no need to resist. Just then, a group of experts appeared, their leader being a six-vein heaven saint elder. He shouted at them, "Do you think you can just leave?" Long Chen glanced at him indifferently. "Should I kill you before going? It won't take any time anyway. This is Dean Long Chen. We've told you about him," Bai Shishi said coldly. "You can discuss things afterward. Are you afraid he might escape?" When they heard Long Chen's name, startled cries rang out throughout the crowd. They had not expected the figure they had mocked to be the very person they were dealing with. That elder's expression changed a bit, but he still scoffed, "What dean? What a huge joke. The High Firmament Academy has 3 deans, and none of them is named Long Chen. A little brat that still smells of his mother's milk dares to call himself a dean. What a huge joke." Before he could finish, space quivered, and Long Chen appeared before him in an instant. A hand streaked through the air and slapped him solidly in the face. Half the elder's face exploded as he was sent crashing into the ground, leaving a deep crater. The surrounding onlookers scrambled to retreat, their hearts pounding as they sensed the elder's fading aura. "Why don't you try laughing now?" Long Chen asked, standing in the air and looking down coldly at the hole. Chapter 5181 Bullying. With one slap, Long Chen had shattered the 6 heaven vein dragon chi around the elder. If Long Chen had increased his power the slightest bit, the elder would have been dead. As it was, the elder was on the brink of death, his soul's flame flickering weakly. How could he possibly laugh? Long Chen's slap left the other elders in shock. They stared at him in horror, not daring to make a sound. "Long Chen, they don't matter. Let's go. The dean is waiting for you," Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan urged, pulling him along. This time, no one dared to argue. Only after Long Chen had left did the elders dare to check on the injured elder's condition. "Good, he still has 1 breath left. Quick, get the vice deans to help consolidate his core," one of them ordered urgently before vanishing with the wounded elder. The disciples exchanged bewildered looks. The fact that a monster like Yongtu had been killed in 1 punch, and that a 6-vein heaven saint had been crippled with a single slap, left them in disbelief. Yongtu had been renowned for his viciousness, yet he was nothing compared to Long Chen. Just as the academy's disciples started to discuss it amongst themselves, Long Chen was brought away by Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan. Coming alongside them were that young sister and brother. Yu Qingshan observed the girl's potential as an alchemist, noting that with proper training, her future would be limitless. Bai Shishi handed the two of them a jade tablet, which allowed them to teleport directly to the Dragonblood Legion, while she, Yu Qingshan, and Long Chen continued on foot. Long Chen found that Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan were exuding vast Doyan fluctuations. Both had become heavenly chosens, with Bai Shishi particularly radiating an intense aura despite her attempts to conceal it. The 3 walked in silence, content in each other's company. "Long Chen, when do you think we'll be able to stay together forever?" asked Yu Qingshan suddenly. Seeing her expectant gaze, Long Chen felt a pang of guilt. Countless people feared him as a peerless heavenly genius and praised him as the youngest dean in the High Firmament Academy's history. However, he was inferior even to a mortal, unable to stay beside his beloved. The pressures he faced daily were overwhelming, regardless of his strength. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." Yu Qingshan immediately regretted her question, realizing it only caused Long Chen pain. Long Chen hastily reassured, "No, when we stand at the peak of this world and are in control of our fates, we will no longer be separated. I believe this day is not far off." "Okay, I believe you." Yu Qingshan obediently nodded. "Boss." Suddenly, Bai Shala appeared, startling the 3 of them. Bai Shala had used some unknown divine ability to appear without warning, making Long Chen almost attack him instinctively. Bai Shaola laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, were you scared? This is a new divine ability I just awakened. Iya. Before he could finish, Bai Shishi grabbed his arm and smacked him, making him cry out in surprise. What are you hitting me for? Demanded Bai Shaola, aggrieved. You scared me. Bai Shishi clenched her teeth. Bai Shaola still had his childlike nature, so he didn't know what he had done wrong. Bai Shishi chased him, and he used his spatial divine ability to escape. When Bai Shishi returned, the mood had shifted. She was so annoyed that she wanted to chase Bai Shaola down and beat him some more. Looking at her furious expression, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a bit bad for Bai Shaola. His big sister was really violent. As the three of them continued onward, Long Chen started to frown. The further they went, the more desolate their surroundings grew. Instead of new constructions, there were only ruins. Isn't this bullying? Said Long Chen. A bit. Yu Qingshan smiled bitterly. Long Chen's anger flared. Yu Qingshan was someone who never held grudges and disliked fighting. For her to acknowledge the bullying meant that it was severe. Do you want to greet Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and the others first? Asked Yu Qingshan suddenly. No need. Shaola will definitely inform them about me. Seeing the dean and palace master first is more important, said Bai Shishi. Long Chen agreed. They were his brothers, and courtesy wasn't that important among brothers. However, when Long Chen arrived at Bai Lishan's residence, he almost exploded and charged back to the plaza. The residence was a dilapidated temple with crumbling walls and a hole in the roof. Seated within the temple, Bai Lishan greeted Long Chen with a smile. Dean Long Chen, I trust you've been well since we last met. Welcome to my humble abode. This abode really is humble. It's breezy, Long Chen replied, admiring Bai Lishan's calm demeanor despite the surroundings. To hear the mountains whisper, the water babble, and the birds sing is a natural music that cleanses the heart. Such an opportunity is to be cherished. Bai Lishan said serenely. That's because your realm is high. We couldn't accept their arrangements and set up our own tents, said Bai Shishi irritably. From their explanation, Long Chen learned that the academy had provided residences for the Dragonblood warriors and the head academy's disciples, but those places were even worse than Bai Lishan's place. At the very least, he had a roof, even though there was a hole in it. The place they arranged for the Dragonblood warriors was merely ruins. They were clearly humiliating them. Bai Shishi was furious and would have attacked those arrogant people if Bai Lishan hadn't intervened. Dean, just what is going on? Asked Long Chen. It's a long story. Please, sit, Bai Lishan began, preparing to explain. As Long Chen listened, his rage grew. The First Branch Academy's dean had been ungrateful and had tried to exclude them after their release. Long Chen was particularly infuriated by their refusal to acknowledge their roots. They felt that the head academy had declined after so many years and wanted to become independent. During their tribulation to the Eternal Realm, the First Academy's arrangements were also unfair. If the Palace Master had not appeared, they wouldn't have let the Dragonblood Legion enter the minor world to make their breakthroughs. How shameless. There's no need for me to spare them any courtesy, Long Chen said through clenched teeth. The Dragonblood Legion had been mistreated in their own home, and Long Chen's anger could no longer be contained. Bai Lishan, the dean has ordered you to arrest the criminal Long Chen and bring him to the palace. Just then, a cold shout rang out, intensifying Long Chen's killing intent. Chapter 5182 Uncontrollable Wrath. The voice that rang out made even Yu Qingshan's expression darken with rage. They all felt great respect for Bai Lishan, but this person had actually called him by name instead of his title. This was intolerable. However, what puzzled Bai Shishi and the others was how quickly Long Chen seemed to calm down. He remarked indifferently, it looks like they plan to use this opportunity to settle things with us once and for all. It was clear that they had been looking for an excuse to drive Bai Lishan and his group away. Now that Long Chen had made his move and started killing, they had the pretext they needed. Dean Long Chen, let's go. You are the main character of this play, and how you perform is entirely up to you, Bai Lishan said with a smile as he slowly stood up. Are you saying I can handle this however I wish? Long Chen asked, his tone filled with subtle meaning. But of course, the First Academy was reclaimed by you. Even if you personally destroyed it, it would be up to you. In the worst case, I would simply return to the head academy and become a long-distance dean again. Hee, that would be much more relaxing for me, chuckled Bai Lishan. Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan jumped in fright upon hearing that. If they let things go according to Long Chen's character, he could really flatten the entire High Firmament Academy. Fine, then, leave it to me. We'll let nature take its course and let fortune decide who lives and dies, Long Chen declared, his anger burning fiercely. Thinking of how the new dean had repaid kindness with enmity, treating Bai Lishan and the others like this, Long Chen was seething with rage. The Brahma Pill Valley was eyeing them, but they actually had an internal war going on. If they let the First Branch Academy keep acting like this, it wouldn't be long before they completely fractured. Long Chen still had many things to do. He had to go to the Dragon Domain and then enter the Endless Desolation in search of the Violet Blood race and his mother. Things were coming one after another, giving him no time to breathe. Most importantly, he didn't have time to perfect the 9-star hegemon body art. His patience was wearing thin, and he had no time for further nonsense. Those idiots always caused the deaths of innocent people, so Long Chen would bring down his butcher blade to settle this trouble. He really didn't have enough time to waste on this. Is the Dragonblood Legion present? Shouted Long Chen suddenly. In response to him, powerful pillars of blood chi soared into the sky. After that, everyone from the Dragonblood Legion appeared before him. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, and the others all looked at Long Chen with fiery eyes. Their bond was clear, no words were necessary between them. At this moment, the disciples that had come with him to the Sovereign Emperor Heaven also appeared. The Starry River sect's disciples were now wearing robes of the High Firmament Academy, but with an additional Starry River mark emblazoned on their chests. All of them felt their blood heating up into a fiery inferno. They knew that they were about to witness history. Brothers, I'm sorry for coming back late. Today, let us reclaim our dignity. We will repay the humiliation that we've suffered by 10 times. Shouted Long Chen. Repay the humiliation by 10 times. Thinking of how they had been treated, they roared with killing intent, their roars shaking the land. Long Chen waved his hand, and just like that, he led everyone back to the heart of the High Firmament Academy. Boss, should we inform the palace master? The old fellow called Lu Chenkong is a human emperor, and his 2 vice deans are half-step emperors, whispered Guo Ran. Lu Chenkong was only afraid of the palace master, and that was why Guo Ran felt that they needed the palace master with them. There's no need. Boss can handle it, Yu Zifeng said with confidence. His gaze towards Long Chen was filled with unwavering faith. Boss can handle it. Guo Ran was shocked. Long Chen looked at Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng's aura was always growing sharper, and his gaze was just as sharp as a sword. He felt like Yu Zifeng could see through him. Yu Zifeng had truly grown stronger. Amongst everyone, only he could see Long Chen's true power. He knew what would happen once Lu Chenkong and Long Chen fought. Long Chen and Bai Lishan walked at the front. Behind them was the Dragonblood Legion, and then the rest of the disciples, emitting powerful auras like unsheathed swords. As they approached the core area, they encountered a gate marked with a stone stele that read, "Non-native disciples are forbidden entry." The sight of this inscription infuriated everyone. They hadn't expected such blatant discrimination. Ji Yuyong furiously kicked the stone stele, smashing it into the gate, causing debris to scatter. Bai Lishan, what do you think you're doing? This is a revolt. A furious roar rang out from the other side of the gate. Without hesitation, Long Chen extended his hand. The void quivered, and a 3-vein heaven saint appeared in his grip. Long Chen directly slapped him 18 times. After Long Chen was done, the heaven saint's face was as fat as a pig's, his red skin shining. Seeing his appearance, everyone hastily backed up, afraid that they would get splattered when his face suddenly exploded. Do you think you can just call out the name of our great dean without consequence? Long Chen barked, kicking the man aside. Long Chen walked through the gate and saw an enormous palace up ahead. It was a new construction, with divine light flowing on top of it. An army of tens of millions stood in front of the palace, staring at them coldly. Some of them were holding weapons, looking like they would attack at any moment. The elder Long Chen had slapped was being supported by a group of disciples. Everyone was silent. These experts stared at Long Chen and the others. The amassed force included 4 9-vein heaven saints, 16 8-vein heaven saints, and hundreds of 3-vein to 7-vein heaven saints, alongside millions of lesser-ranked heaven saints. As for heavenly chosens and half-step heavenly chosens, their number was incalculable. Their gazes were filled with malice, as if they wanted to kill Long Chen and the others with just their eyes. A narrow path led up to the palace, lined up with these formidable figures. Seeing this scene, Long Chen sneered. This was a clear show of might. Anyone still holding a weapon after I count to 3 will be killed. Long Chen declared. His voice echoed with an authority that made many of the onlookers' expressions change in fear. Chapter 5183 Slaying Half-Step Human Emperors. How arrogant! Why can't my disciples hold weapons in their own homes? If you don't dare to walk into the palace, then just scram! Roared the leading 9-vein heaven saint. 2. Long Chen continued his count. Everyone, put away your weapons. A panicked shout came from the crowd. It was Yi Zuan, who had nearly been slain by Long Chen earlier and was ranked 10th on the heaven rankings. Yi Zuan, have you gone mad? Shouted an elder. They had set up this lineup just to intimidate Long Chen and the others. If Long Chen dared to cross them, they were prepared to retaliate, claiming it as justice for their fallen disciples. However, their trap was simply child's play in Long Chen's eyes. As Yi Zuan shouted in a practically pleading tone, many people put away their weapons. At this moment, Long Chen finished counting. Following that, a bizarre sight unfolded. Numerous heads started to explode, splashing their comrades with blood. The survivors were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. At this moment, on top of Bai Shaola's shoulder, the violet pupil nine-tail fox slowly put down its little claws. A demonic diagram in its eyes slowly faded. With everyone's attention on Long Chen, these people didn't even realize that the violet pupil nine-tail fox had used a bloodline divine ability to kill those people. How? The branch academy's experts were stunned. Even the 9-vein heaven saints didn't understand how those people had perished. Those who had obeyed Yi Zuan's order felt a shiver of terror. Had they not complied, they too might have been among the headless corpses. This bizarre attack terrified all of them. In contrast, Long Chen's expression remained icily calm. Those people's deaths didn't cause him to feel even a ripple in his heart. Long Chen had given them a chance to live, but they hadn't grasped it. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame anyone else. How ruthless! A vicious person like you can't be dealt with kindly. For someone like you to want to be Dean, it's a fantasy. Today, you will repay your blood debt with blood. A roar rang out from within the palace. The void trembled as a blood-colored palm emerged before Long Chen, emanating emperor-level might that froze the surrounding space. Under this pressure, Guo Ran and the others could barely move. It was their first time facing a half-step human emperor. In response, Long Chen's 8-color divine ring appeared. The moment it did, the pressure vanished, and the Dragonblood warriors instinctively backed away. With his divine ring shining, Long Chen's hand swung out, enveloped in starlight. An explosive sound rocked the high firmament academy, and astral winds tore at the world. At this moment, a barrier of divine light rose out of the palace, protecting the disciples. Seeing this scene, Long Chen narrowed his eyes, his killing intent instantly erupting. He and the elder engaged in a fierce clash. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine ring started to spin rapidly. When the outer black ring passed through the other 7 divine rings to become the innermost ring, the energy in Long Chen's body compressed and then exploded, shattering the elder's hand. What? The branch academy's experts were horrified. Guo Ran and the others were startled by Long Chen's raw power as well. Despite believing in Long Chen's power, they hadn't expected him to be able to destroy the elder's hand with brute force. Seeing their boss fighting on par with a half-step human emperor was already astonishing, but overwhelming one. This display of power was enough to establish Long Chen as unrivaled beneath the human emperor realm. At first, Long Chen hadn't been planning on killing this elder. However, when this elder unleashed his full power without regard for their lives, it enraged Long Chen. While the elder's disciples were shielded by the palace, Long Chen's divine ring was the only thing preventing the emperor's pressure from crushing everyone else. Although the Dragonblood warriors could withstand it, the other disciples would have been killed by the shockwaves. This incident made Long Chen abandon any restraint. Under the full force of Long Chen's divine ring, the elder's arm collapsed. The shocked elder hastily shot back, yet Long Chen was faster. He seized the elder by the beard and dragged him back, delivering a devastating punch that blasted through the elder's chest. Just then, a sharp sword appeared behind Long Chen, accompanied by a burst of a human emperor's divine might, a sign that it was a human emperor divine weapon. The other vice dean of the first academy appeared to rescue his comrade. Against this sneak attack, Long Chen snorted, stars swirling around his feet as he dodged with blinding speed. He then used the elder in his hand to block the sword. The sneak attacker had not expected Long Chen to move so bizarrely. As it was too late for him to pull his sword back, his life-saving sword became the butcher's blade that cut his comrade's head in half, instantly wiping out his comrade's Yuan spirit. As a result, the attacking elder was shocked silly. Just then, a startled cry rang out from inside the palace. Before the elder could react, Long Chen's foot slammed into his abdomen, crushing his lower body. The elder let out a miserable shriek. A pair of wings then sprouted from his back as he fled. In response, Long Chen slowly raised his finger. A lightning arrow shot out of his finger, reaching the elder in an instant and killing him. In a few blinks of an eye, the two vice deans were dead, a fact that stunned friends and foes. Long Chen's strength was absolutely terrifying. Sigh, a group of trash that has never experienced the baptism of blood and fire. Sheep are sheep, no matter how big they grow. For you to be so arrogant with such meager power, it's laughable compared to Han Chenny, said Long Chen coldly. After fighting them, Long Chen realized that while these two were half-step emperors, their power was trash. Han Chenny alone could defeat 8 of them. Long Chen realized these so-called elites were frogs at the bottom of a well. Trapped in a minor world, they had become nothing more than powerful but weak-willed existences. Come out, I'll give you a chance at a fair fight, Long Chen called out to the palace, his voice reverberating through the heavens. All eyes turned toward the palace, as everyone awaited what would happen next. Chapter 5184 Lu Chenkong. Long Chen had just killed the 2 vice deans, who were half-step human emperors. Using the shockwaves from their deaths to his advantage, he shouted at the palace. The experts of the First Academy, both the elders and the disciples, involuntarily quivered. Long Chen resembled a death god, standing in the air with his 8-color divine ring spinning behind him. It was as if this divine ring symbolized the revolution of the heavens, and Long Chen himself was a god in command of reincarnation, able to kill anyone with just a thought. The hearts of the Branch Academy's disciples clenched as Long Chen seemed to want to kill them all. In that case, their dean, Lu Chenkong, was their final hope. The Dragonblood Legion felt their blood boiling with excitement. Truly, their boss had never let them down. His return this time shattered their previous understanding of strength. Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, and the others clenched their fists. Their boss truly was the boss forever unrivaled. Seeing Long Chen challenge a human emperor, the entire Dragonblood Legion was affected. They had the urge to charge into the palace right now. However, after Long Chen spoke, no response came from the palace. The outer divine light barrier continued to hold. Seeing this scene, Long Chen raised his hand and summoned Evilmoon. Its domineering and sinister appearance threatened to split the souls of the Branch Academy's experts. All of them turned cold, feeling as if they had been dropped in an ice house. Back in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, the Grand Mist Primal Elixir that Long Chen absorbed was mostly divided between the Earth Cauldron and Evilmoon, with only a small portion being absorbed by the Demon Moon Cauldron. Although Evilmoon was still in seclusion, that didn't prevent Long Chen from using it. In any case, he didn't need its power, its powerful blade and appearance were enough. Evilmoon was the only weapon that could contain Long Chen's full power. If you're not going to come out, then I won't stand on courtesy, shouted Long Chen. The next moment, a giant saber image tore into the sky, splitting the dome of the heavens. It then fell with a slicing sound, as if the world was being sliced apart. All the experts behind the barrier felt their souls ache, their bodies quivering. Even with the barrier's protection, they felt as though their souls would be extinguished even before the saber fell. At this moment, heaven saints, heavenly geniuses, those from heaven rankings and earth rankings all were equalized in front of this saber. In the face of death, everyone was on the same level. A dense sensation of death filled everyone from the First Academy. But even at this moment, the dean did not appear. Just as Evilmoon was about to strike the palace, a hand covered in black dragon scales blocked it. Though the saber was blocked, the shockwaves spread, instantly obliterating all the buildings around the palace. Amidst the flying sand and rubble, the spectators saw the owner of that hand, and they were shocked. Long Chen had not expected that the person to stop him would be the palace master. That was a powerful attack, praised the palace master as he started at Long Chen with admiration. Although he had blocked Long Chen's saber chi with his bare hand, the scales on his palm were sliced apart, and his palm was bleeding. Within the crowd, Bai Lishan smiled slightly. It seemed that everything was within his expectations. Greetings, Palace Master, greeted Long Chen. Though Long Chen didn't understand why the palace master had intervened, he held immense respect for him. Moreover, everyone in the Dragonblood Legion owed the palace master a debt of gratitude for his blood. No matter how powerful Long Chen was, he wouldn't act recklessly in front of the palace master. After the palace master blocked Long Chen's attack, everyone from the First Academy collapsed from nervousness. Moments ago, they had thought they were about to die. The palace master observed Long Chen and then patted his shoulder hard, shaking his body. He smiled. Excellent. Your power exceeds my expectations. With you here, how could the High Firmament Academy not rise to glory? Given how taciturn the palace master usually was, this praise was exceptionally precious for Long Chen. Palace master, you are? Asked Long Chen slowly. The palace master smiled slightly and turned toward the palace, saying, Dean Lu, open the barrier. Let's talk. Dean Long Chen, Dean Lishan, palace master, please come inside. Let's chat. A voice rang out from within the palace. It sounded tense, almost trembling. At this moment, the barrier retracted. Let's go. The palace master smiled, and the three of them walked toward the palace. The experts standing before it quickly pulled back, creating a wide open path. By now, the experts had shed all their former arrogance. When they looked at Long Chen, their eyes held only fear and a hint of reverence. The rank 1 and 2 of the heaven rankings felt like ants in front of Long Chen. Thinking of how arrogant they had acted, they had the urge to find a hole to bury themselves in. They had been frogs at the bottom of a well, and today, they were witnessing the true might of a peerless heavenly genius. The gates slowly opened. When Long Chen, the palace master, and Bai Lishan walked in, they saw a fair-faced, middle-aged man waiting for them. This man looked scholarly, exuding an emperor's aura, with an indistinct dragon figure coiling above his head. He was a true human emperor, one who had succeeded in merging 9 dragon chi into one. However, when Long Chen looked at him, he felt no pressure at all. In fact, this dean seemed even weaker than the 2 half-step human emperors that Long Chen had crushed. This person was the First Academy's dean, Lu Chenkong. He held the highest cultivation base in the academy. Nervously, he cupped his fists toward the 3 of them. Greetings, Palace Master, Dean Long Chen, Dean Lishan. Everyone else, leave. Other than the 4 of us, no one else is permitted in this palace. Anyone else will be executed. The Palace Master suddenly swept his gaze over the surroundings. These people didn't dare to hesitate and immediately left. After that, the gates slowly closed behind them. Outside, the Branch Academy's experts felt their hearts clench once more. When those gates opened again, their fates would be decided. Chapter 5185 Pitiful Dean. The gates closed, leaving only 4 people in the massive palace: Long Chen, the Palace Master, Bai Lishan, and Lu Chenkong. Despite being a human emperor, Lu Chenkong was more nervous than anyone else. He stood there, completely at a loss, making it hard for Long Chen to believe that this man was such a powerful expert. Palace Master, please sit. Lu Chenkong gestured toward the central throne of the palace, but the Palace Master shook his head. Lu Chenkong hastily turned to Bai Lishan. Dean Lishan, perhaps you. Bai Lishan also declined, taking out 4 bamboo mats instead. The 4 of them sat down as equals. Despite this, Lu Chenkong continued to cower in fear. If it weren't for his human emperor aura, Long Chen would have suspected that he was a fraud. As Lu Chenkong nervously twisted his sleeves, Long Chen couldn't help but glance at Bai Lishan, silently questioning the situation. Bai Lishan smiled. Dean Chenkong, you don't need to be nervous. We came to resolve our issues. The previous roadblocks are out of the way, so I feel like we can have a frank and open discussion now. Don't you think so? In truth, I don't care about this position, but my 2 masters made me do this. Lu Chenkong stammered, his fear rendering him almost incoherent. The 3 quickly realized that the 2 vice deans were his masters. Bai Lishan then began to probe deeper with his questions. Through Bai Lishan's questioning, the 3 of them learned that Lu Chenkong was nothing more than a puppet dean, and the 2 vice deans had controlled everything. Originally, Lu Chenkong had been an ordinary elder in the academy. Living a simple life, he was not interested in status or power. His passion lay in studying and teaching various cultivation techniques and magical arts to the academy's disciples. Every day, other than holding lessons for the disciples, he would study various techniques. He was practically a fanatic in this regard. Afterward, he was promoted to be the manager of various repositories. He thrived like a fish in water. Due to lacking any desire for fame or profit, he largely went unnoticed in the academy. But there was a time when his cultivation base suddenly soared, instantly drawing the entire academy's attention. At the time, he was extremely unremarkable, simply spending all day cultivating and studying. He didn't consume medicinal pills or rely on any other resources to advance. Hence, the sudden leap in his power shocked everyone. Two elders with significant authority quickly took him under their wing, providing him with resources to help him advance further. With their aid, Lu Chengkong became a half-step human emperor before he was 100 years old. At that moment, the first academy was split into multiple factions vying over the position of dean. Seeing Lu Chengkong's unparalleled talent, the aging dean abdicated and gave the position to him. After becoming a human emperor, Lu Chengkong's two masters convinced him to allow them to extract his core blood, which they used to advance to the half-step emperor realm. However, their limited talent didn't allow them to reach the human emperor realm ever. As for Lu Chengkong, losing his core blood left him in a state of perpetual energy deficit. Thus, he only had the aura of a human emperor but was actually very weak. What kind of damn masters are those? They're brutes. Long Chen was speechless. Lu Chengkong was quiet and indifferent to fame or fortune. He had only ever cared about cultivation and teaching his disciples. Moreover, he took immense satisfaction in witnessing their moments of comprehension and growth. But after his talent was stolen, he became nothing more than a tool for the vice deans. He hated and feared his masters but was too cowardly to resist. When Long Chen killed the two vice deans outside the palace, Lu Chengkong was too stunned to react. The sight of Evilmoon terrified him so much that he nearly broke down in tears, wanting to come out but too scared to do so. "I'm truly sorry. I was too rash," Long Chen said, offering a formal apology. Long Chen had never dreamed that the situation would be like this, and since he was wrong, he had to have the guts to admit it. "No, I don't dare to accept. Dean Long Chen, this was all my fault." Lu Chengkong hastily rose, stopping Long Chen from apologizing further. "I'm not interested in being the dean. I only hope that Dean Long Chen will not expel me from the academy. If you let me continue teaching the children, I will be endlessly grateful." With the vice deans dead, Lu Chengkong was finally free. He was no longer a puppet and was grateful to Long Chen for this. However, he was also terrified that Long Chen might see him as an enemy, fearing that he might be implicated in the vice deans' unforgivable actions. Though he wasn't the main villain, he had been a silent accomplice. Lu Chengkong looked at Long Chen and the others with fear. Seeing a human emperor act so fearfully, they couldn't help but feel bad for him. "Don't worry, you will still be the dean. Do whatever you want," said Long Chen. "What, are you unwilling to forgive me?" Lu Chengkong was terrified by this response, thinking that Long Chen was being sarcastic. Seeing his nervous state, Bai Lishan couldn't help but pity him. "Don't worry, Long Chen will be the dean, and you will be the vice dean. Just make sure it's clear who's in charge." Lu Chengkong instantly relaxed, realizing that they weren't planning to blame him for the actions of the vice deans. After all, it was really those two who were responsible for everything. Lu Chengkong hastily handed over the dean's seal to Long Chen, but Long Chen declined, turning to Bai Lishan instead. "Great Dean, this seal is your burden. Please accept it." "Me? How will that work?" Bai Lishan asked, surprised. "You must make it work. I won't be staying in the High Firmament Academy for long. I'm leaving soon, and the academy needs you," said Long Chen. "You're going to leave this quickly?" Bai Lishan was startled. Long Chen nodded and explained what had happened in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. Hearing his story, even Bai Lishan and the Palace Master were flabbergasted. Long Chen's audacity was astounding. He had gone to the Brahma Pill Valley to undergo tribulation, destroyed one of the 8 Brahma domains, and killed a half-step human emperor. After all, Han Chenny had been a domain lord with great combat experience. As he had a domain divine weapon and faith energy, his power was almost on par with a true human emperor. Yet, Long Chen had still slain him. Long Chen explained that he planned to rest for a while before leading the Dragonblood Legion to the Dragon Domain. After resolving matters there, his next target was the Endless Desolation. His time was limited, and he couldn't stay at the academy to oversee things. Finally, the 4 of them exited the palace. Everyone outside watched as Lu Chengkong handed the dean's seal to Long Chen, symbolically transferring his position. Although the seal would be held by Bai Lishan, this process was still significant. When Long Chen accepted the seal, the Dragonblood Legion and the Head Academy's disciples let out heaven-shaking cheers. Chapter 5186 Handover. When Lu Chengkong handed over the Dean's seal to Long Chen, the Branch Academy's disciples were all disappointed. After receiving it, Long Chen announced, the branches in the Head Academy were originally one family, but certain people harbored treacherous thoughts, so they intentionally created division. This is something that the High Firmament Academy will not permit. As for why it cannot be permitted, I won't elaborate much because you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. After all, things were too peaceful in your minor world. I will simply say this: if any of you dislike that I am your dean, you can challenge me at any time. If anyone can defeat me, I will hand over the Dean's seal with both hands. The Branch Academy's experts sighed when they heard this. They knew they had no chance of defeating Long Chen in this lifetime. After all, Long Chen had consecutively killed 2 half-step human emperors in front of them. Even the top-ranked Heaven Rankings disciples sighed in resignation, recognizing the vast gap between them and Long Chen. From a close perspective, our High Firmament Academy is in crisis. From a broader view, our entire human race is in danger of being destroyed at any moment. We have no time for internal conflicts. Anyone who hinders the High Firmament Academy's progress is my enemy, and I show no mercy to my enemies. If you understand what I'm saying, good. If not, it doesn't matter. It's up to you. I don't have time to keep repeating myself. Beyond that, I know many of you are resentful in considering leaving the High Firmament Academy. Go ahead. However, I advise you to reconsider, said Long Chen. And why should we? Demanded one disciple. Zhao Weizhou, what are you doing? Barked Yi Zuan. The person who spoke was ranked 7 on the Heaven Rankings and Yi Zuan's good brother. The moment he spoke up, Yi Zuan panicked, worried that Long Chen might get angry and kill him on the spot. Don't stop me, I'm not afraid of death, sneered Zhao Weizhou. You. Yi Zuan almost spat out blood from anger. Zhao Weizhou turned back to Long Chen and said, I don't believe you. I want to leave. Long Chen indifferently replied, I never said you couldn't leave. I simply advise against it. Third-raters like you will have your heads cut off in less than half a day in the outside world. Zhao Weizhou stubbornly retorted, I am ranked 7 on the Heaven Rankings. I can roam wherever I want in this world. Roam, if you're caught by those vicious characters, they'll squeeze everything out of you in an instant, said Long Chen disdainfully. Says who? Long Chen waved his hand dismissively. I know you don't believe me. Alright, pick anyone in my Dragonblood Legion. If you can beat them, I'll take back what I said and apologize. The 7,000-plus Dragonblood warriors stepped forward, their eyes shining with excitement. They had been holding back for too long. While Long Chen was gone, the Dragonblood Legion had almost clashed with the Branch Academy's disciples multiple times, but Bai Lishan had personally stopped them. Bai Lishan knew that the Dragonblood Legion was filled with ruthless characters, and if they started fighting, rivers of blood would flow. He wouldn't be able to control the slaughter. That was why Bai Lishan had left this problem for Long Chen to settle. In any case, he and the Palace Master were both wise figures. The moment Long Chen returned, he killed both vice deans. However, Bai Lishan was unwilling to kill these disciples, viewing them as misguided children who still had room to grow. He wasn't sad about the deaths of the 2 vice deans, but he was reluctant to let the disciples be slaughtered by the Dragonblood Legion. That was why he did his best to prevent the Legion from clashing with the Academy's disciples. However, his thoughtful action only served to boost the disciples' arrogance, leading to many provocations. Still filled with the spirit of youth, the Dragonblood Legion would have killed them several times over if not for the Dean's order. Now that Long Chen had allowed Zhao Weizhou to challenge any of them, the Dragonblood warriors grew excited. Bai Shishi almost burst into laughter as several of them put on a nervous act, with some intentionally hiding behind others in hopes of being chosen. You, I challenge you, shouted Zhao Weizhou, pointing at Sha Chen, who was standing behind Long Chen. Me, Sha Chen pointed at his own nose in disbelief. That's right, you, do you dare to fight? If not, just say the word, sneered Zhao Weizhou. Guo Ran and the others exchanged odd looks. This fellow really knew how to pick his opponent. The ones standing behind Long Chen were on the level of the captains. I don't dare, my guts are small, so please let me off. Also, I should remind you to pick someone from the troops. The people lined up with me are all minor characters who cheer the others on. Don't pick on weaklings, said Sha Chen, his serious tone almost causing everyone to burst into laughter. Sha Chen, Guo Ran, Bai Shaola, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Yu Zifeng were standing together. To call them minor characters who only knew how to cheer, it was hilarious. Funniest of all, Zhao Weizhou actually believed Sha Chen. Then you, come out here, don't look around, I'm pointing at you. The one at the front sticking out his chest. Zhao Weizhou pointed at a Dragonblood warrior this time. That Dragonblood warrior stood in the front row and was intentionally sticking out his chest to stand out. As a result, he was actually picked. Delighted, he walked forward. A half-step heavenly chosen? Asked Zhao Weizhou. When he stepped forward, Zhao Weizhou sensed his aura and was disappointed. What's a half-step heavenly chosen sticking out his chest for? Go back. Bring me a heavenly chosen. I'm already here. I'll lose face if you make me leave. Since you're so strong, how about you give me some pointers? That Dragonblood warrior smiled ingratiatingly at him. Zhao Weizhou looked at Long Chen. Isn't he too weak? If I win, will your promise still stand? Of course, it will. If you can last 10 moves against him, it'll count as your victory, replied Long Chen. Seeing this Dragonblood warrior, Long Chen smiled. He was Feng Wuyu, one of the squad leaders in the Dragonblood Legion. His position was extremely solid thanks to his strength. Big words. Then let me see how long you can last. Zhao Weizhou's anger flared. After that, he turned to Feng Wuyu and shouted, "Come at me. Bring out your strongest technique." The moment those arrogant words left Zhao Weizhou's mouth, the void quivered, and a sword arrived beside his neck. Chapter 5187 High Firmament Treasure Pavilion. Everyone fell into a deathly silence. Sweat dripped down Zhao Weizhou's forehead as Feng Wuyu's sword pressed against his neck. Looking up, Zhao Weizhou could see a smile grace Feng Wuyu's lips. The Branch Academy's disciples were dumbfounded. None of them noticed how Feng Wuyu had crossed the 300-meter distance between them or seen him draw his sword. Zhao Weizhou gulped, frozen in place. If Feng Wuyu's sword twitched even a little bit, his head would be separated from his body. Feng Wuyu was bizarrely fast. Most frightening of all, he hadn't shown any sign of moving, his aura was completely calm, like a specter. Typically, when someone attacked, there would be an omen and aura surge, blood chi fluctuations, and elevated power, but Feng Wuyu hadn't even entered a combat state before suddenly attacking, catching Zhao Weizhou completely off guard. This doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Zhao Weizhou gritted his teeth. But you were the one who told me to attack, replied Feng Wuyu with a smile. That's fine. This doesn't count. We'll restart. Feng Wuyu leisurely retreated to his original position. You say when to start. Start. Zhao Weizhou shouted the moment Feng Wuyu finished speaking, his aura erupting. But before he could fully elevate his power or summon his manifestation, a sword was once again pressed against his throat, leaving the Branch Academy's experts in a state of outrage. What kind of game are you playing? If you're going to compete, make it fair. Why are you repeatedly launching sneak attacks? Shouted a disciple of the Branch Academy. The Dragonblood Legion members stared at him oddly, their expressions baffling the Branch Academy disciples. Even Feng Wuyu appeared confused, though he soon looked at them with pity and shook his head. What a group of greenhouse flowers. In the outside world, no one's going to compete with you or fight fair. You wouldn't survive long. You're just cheating. Do you dare to let me show my true power? Roared Zhao Weizhou. Feng Wuyu said nothing, simply sheathing his sword and returning to his original location. He beckoned to Zhao Weizhou. Zhao Weizhou roared as his manifestation appeared behind him, his powerful aura surging. His Doyan power was formidable, and his blood chi raged, forcing the people around him to back away. Raising his spear, he pointed it at Feng Wuyu. Come, bring out your strongest power. Let's settle this in one move. Can I start now? Asked Feng Wuyu. Come, shouted Zhao Weizhou, ready for combat. Unexpectedly, Feng Wuyu didn't charge at him. Without entering his combat state, he simply swung his sword at Zhao Weizhou. Courting death, Zhao Weizhou roared, feeling insulted by Feng Wuyu's apparent disdain. He unleashed his peak power, roaring as he smashed his spear at Feng Wuyu. Startled cries echoed as Feng Wuyu appeared to be blown apart, but there was no blood, only an afterimage. At this moment, a sword pressed against Zhao Weizhou's back, held by Feng Wuyu, who stood in a strange posture. His sword stabbed Zhao Weizhou's back, but only by an inch, showing that Feng Wuyu had shown mercy. Zhao Weizhou was ashen. Now, he realized that he simply wasn't on the same level as Feng Wuyu. In a real life and death match, he didn't even know how many times he would have died. Perhaps others didn't understand, thinking Feng Wuyu had gotten lucky, but Zhao Weizhou knew better. Feng Wuyu had managed to leave an afterimage under the lock of his Doyan power and arrive behind him with his true body, a difference in skill that made Zhao Weizhou despair. No matter how many times they fought, the result would be the same. Feng Wuyu sheathed his sword and shook his head, looking at Long Chen. Boss, give up on them. A wall made out of mud can't hold anything. Rotting wood can't be used for anything. Feng Wuyu had known that these people would be weak, but he hadn't expected them to be this weak. This was the power of their heaven rankings. The weakest Dragonblood warrior could slaughter them. Although these people might be heavenly chosens blessed with immense talent, it was wasted on them. Their battle instincts had not been triggered, and their sense of danger was dull. No matter how strong they were merely slightly larger livestock. When they went onto the battlefield, they would simply be slaughtered. Who are you calling rotting wood? Who are you calling mud? Roared the disciples of the Branch Academy. Feng Wuyu didn't reply and just walked back to the Dragonblood warriors, who had lost their previous excitement and were no longer interested in these disciples. Their reaction was practically the greatest insult to the Branch Academy's disciples. All of them gnashed their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Long Chen hadn't expected Zhao Weizhou to be this weak. It seemed that the Yongtu he had slain was indeed a vicious character in comparison. I feel like there is no saving them. They should just have children and place their hopes on the next generation, Long Chen said to Bai Lishan. The Academy's disciples were quivering with rage. He was calling their entire generation worthless, their only value being to create the next generation. Such an insult drove them to the brink of madness. Before Bai Lishan could speak, Lu Chenkong begged, Dean Long Chen, it's all my fault that these children never got to experience the baptism of blood and fire. The lack of life and death trials resulted in them lacking the essence of true experts. But they still have immense potential. Long Chen frowned. Their battle instincts are non-existent, and their senses are practically in slumber. If I were to train them on the battlefield now, not even 1 in 10 would return alive. That's cruel to them. No, I know a secret art of the High Firmament Academy that can trigger their instincts. They won't miss out on the best chance to temper themselves just because of their age, said Lu Chenkong. There's such a secret art. Long Chen and Bai Lishan were both startled. If such a secret art truly existed, it could be considered heaven-defying. Yes, it is in the High Firmament Treasure Pavilion. I know at least 6 kinds of secret arts that can do this, said Lu Chenkong confidently. Long Chen automatically asked, does this pavilion also contain the final 2 volumes of the Nirvana scripture? Yes, Lu Chenkong confirmed, triggering Long Chen's delight. Chapter 5188 Cleaning up the Sect. Really? Long Chen couldn't help but confirm it again. Really? Replied Lu Chenkong firmly. Long Chen wanted to rush over immediately, but he still had something to do here. Suppressing his excitement, he turned to the disciples of the Branch Academy. Long Chen said, I know you're stubborn and angry, finding this hard to believe. But you're too naive. This is the reality. On the martial stage, you might be considered skilled within the confines of certain rules. But the battlefield is a different story. There, the rules are cruel. People use any means necessary to kill. The outside world is more dangerous than you can comprehend. Your lives in your secluded world were too easy, too peaceful. You've lost your edge, your sense of crisis. Of course, that's not entirely your fault. It's the environment that shaped you. I was going to abandon you, but Dean Chenkong has given you a second chance. If you can grasp it, then good. If not, you'll essentially be crippled for the rest of your life. Today marks my first day in charge of the academy. As the new manager, I'm going to do things my way. But my way might be a bit dangerous. First, all the laws and systems of the first academy must be approved by the head academy. Whether or not you agree to it, you have to accept it. Second, all positions in the branch academy will be temporarily taken over by the head academy. Remember, it's just temporary. All staff of the branch academy will work together to hand over their tasks. Once the branch academy has stabilized, the positions will be handed to those who have the right aptitude, integrity, and capability. When Long Chen mentioned the second point, the elders of the branch academy immediately exploded in protest, but Long Chen ignored them. Third, and this is the final point, this academy is filled with corruption. It's rotted to the core. All members of the branch academy will be investigated closely, and the reports will be followed up on. If you were simply greedy and formed your own gangs in the academy, your punishment might be light. But if you cause the death of anyone, whether they were a superior or subordinate, you'll pay with your life. No exceptions. Hearing this, everyone, including Bai Lishan, was shaken. Long Chen's approach was ruthless. If this continued, with everyone reporting to each other, how many people from the First Academy would survive? The expressions of the elders from the First Academy changed, but many younger disciples' eyes shone with hope. Dean Long Chen. Started Bai Lishan. Dean, I have yet to hand over the First Academy's seal to you. In other words, I am still the Dean of the First Academy. Of course, you can use your authority as Dean of the Head Academy to relieve me of my position. Just say the word, and I won't bother with this place any longer, said Long Chen, taking out the First Academy's Dean seal. Bai Lishan looked at the seal and sighed helplessly. He knew Long Chen was truly angry and wanted to use the most domineering method to cleanse the First Academy of its tumors. In Bai Lishan's view, this method was too risky. A more stable approach would be to gradually teach the people of the First Academy, taking things step by step. On the other hand, the palace master nodded in approval of Long Chen's actions, as he liked the swift and decisive approach. Once a decision was made, there should be no hesitation in its execution. Long Chen sternly continued, as the Dean of the First Academy, I will create a set of fair rules and standards. Every person's life is precious. No one has the authority to strip someone of their life or trample over them. You can't change the rule because someone killed a weaker or smaller person, or give special treatment to someone with authority or power. I, Long Chen, was once an ant in the mortal world, and I reached this level step by step. I want to prove to this world that you can't bully the weak. The weak are not necessarily weak forever. When the weak rise, the world will turn upside down. Countless disciples in the First Academy felt a resonance with Long Chen's words, their blood boiling with excitement. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward and shouted, Dean Long Chen, I want to make a report. Elder Xiao Yunyu killed my big brother to help his own disciple achieve a better placement on the Earth rankings. I can swear on my soul that it's true. You're spouting nonsense. An 8-vein heaven saint shouted at him. However, just then, spatial fluctuations appeared around the elder, and startled cries rang out. He's trying to escape. All of a sudden, sword chi sliced through the air. The elder's body had just started to blur, on the verge of being transported away, when this sword chi sliced through his head. Startled, everyone looked over at Long Chen, only to see that he hadn't moved. But behind him, Yu Zifeng was slowly sheathing his sword. Yu Zifeng had killed the elder instantly, terrifying everyone. The attack hadn't unleashed any aura nor a heaven-shaking explosion, yet it had easily killed an 8-vein heaven saint. At that moment, Zhao Weizhou, who had previously challenged Sha Chen, felt a chill run down his spine. Yu Zifeng stood alongside Sha Chen. In other words, he had challenged an existence on this level without even realizing it. He wished he could find a hole to bury himself in. As the Dean, if I couldn't control this academy, there would be no point in me being here, said Long Chen coldly. Just then, the Dragonblood warriors spread out, surrounding the disciples. Their icy gazes terrified everyone, even the 9-vein heaven saints didn't dare to resist. I want to make a report. I want to report. Seeing that even an 8-vein heaven saint was executed for his crimes, countless people started to make reports. Some people wept as they vented their grievances. Thanks to the corrupted lead of those two elders, the entire branch academy was completely rotten. One by one, the corrupt elders were executed. By the time all the reports were processed, over 80% of the academy's higher-ups lay dead on the ground. As for the disciples, half of them were pulled out. Under Long Chen's supervision, the victims personally executed those who wronged them. Rivers of blood flowed before the palace, but Long Chen's heart remained unmoved. He never pitied people like this because they never pitied their victims. Suddenly, a wave of movement rippled through the crowd. Every single one of the survivors knelt before Long Chen. As if seeing light at the end of a long tunnel of darkness, they looked at him with reverence and gratitude. Dean, sorry for this, Long Chen said as he offered the seal in his hand to Bai Lishan. Seeing the disciples crying on the ground, unable to contain their emotions after avenging their grudges, Bai Lishan sighed, you have nothing to be sorry about. Perhaps your actions are the correct one. If Bai Lishan had handled the situation, he would have executed a few people as examples and let the matter rest. From the Academy's development perspective, his methods might have been correct, but they would have been unfair to those who suffered. I should have waited for things to settle before doing this, but I don't have time. Now the academy's operation might be a bit messy for a while, said Long Chen with a bitter smile. Long Chen had only cared about letting the victims vent their grievances, not thinking that many of those criminals had important duties in the academy. Without them, the academy's internal business would come to a grinding halt. It's fine. Now that the tumors have been carved out, the rest of the body can slowly heal, Bai Lishan reassured him. At this moment, Lu Chengkong stared at the corpses piled on the ground, feeling immense guilt. Perhaps if he had been tougher, if he had fought against the two vice-deans, the first academy wouldn't have decayed to this point. Dean Chengkong, could I trouble you to bring me to the High Firmament Treasure Pavilion? Asked Long Chen. When this matter was done, Long Chen's attention shifted back to the Nirvana scripture. Chapter 5189 Divine Weapon Pavilion. After this matter was settled, the academy was shrouded in a deathly atmosphere. Many lives had been lost, and countless people were still paralyzed with fear. No one had expected those, virtuous and prestigious, elders of the academy to have committed so many vile acts. Before Long Chen arrived, the first academy seemed like a shiny apple. But after his arrival, it was as if the apple had been cleanly sliced open, revealing countless disgusting maggots hidden beneath its beautiful exterior. Although the offenders were punished, the surviving elders of the first academy were left in a heavy mood. After all, Long Chen's methods were terrifyingly domineering and bloody. On the other hand, the youngsters were won over by Long Chen's decisive methods. It was their first time seeing someone so terrifying from the same generation as them. Unlike the old-timers, their thinking was simple. They respected strength. Hence, they directly idolized him and strived to be like him. Every person wanted to become a true expert, and today, they found that Long Chen's image suited the style of the peerless heavenly genius in their imagination. Their idolization of him far surpassed their fear of him. Of course, the work was far from over. The people who were killed had been soul-searched to ensure no innocent lives were taken, but that didn't mean there weren't some who slipped through the cracks. If their victims were already dead and there was no one left to report them, these perpetrators could easily escape justice. Long Chen directly arranged for the elders of the head academy to continue the investigation. The Dragonblood warriors remained on guard over the academy, preventing anyone from escaping. Seeing that the situation was under control, the palace master directly returned to his seclusion. As for Bai Lishan, with the seal in his hand, he could only thicken his face and continue according to Long Chen's plan. Long Chen then left with Lu Chengkong, along with Bai Shishi, Yu Qingshan, Yu Zifeng, Sha Chen, and the other captain-level experts. There was an extremely well-hidden transportation formation within the academy that led directly to minor worlds. Back then, to preserve power, the first academy had distributed their leftover resources throughout different minor worlds. After all, they couldn't afford to put all their eggs in one basket. Through the transportation formation, they arrived at the High Firmament Treasure Pavilion. Long Chen, Bai Shishi, and Yu Qingshan were all shocked. The pavilion was as big as a city. When Long Chen and the others arrived at the city gates, they saw an elder sitting on a chair, leaning against the wall and dozing off. When Long Chen saw the elder, his heart shook. The elder's face was covered in wrinkles, and he looked incredibly old, but Long Chen could sense an emperor's aura from him. Although this fluctuation was extremely faint, it was unmistakably there, indicating that this person was at least a half-step human emperor. Moreover, the fact that he could suppress his aura to this extent meant his power far surpassed that of the two vice-deans. "Young Bo, wake up," Lu Chengkong carefully called out to the elder. The elder was startled awake and drowsily looked at Lu Chengkong. After that, he casually took out a jade plate from his robes and tossed it to Lu Chengkong before resuming his nap. Lu Chengkong seemed used to it and led them into the city with the jade plate. He placed the jade plate on the city gates, and countless runes lit up, causing the gates to slowly open. As they walked in, Lu Chengkong apologetically said, "Dean Long Chen, please don't be angry. Young Bo cultivates the Soul Dream Heart Sutra. Sleeping is cultivation to him. He's not trying to be rude to you. Sleeping is cultivating. There's such a cultivation technique." Bai Shishi was shocked. That kind of cultivation technique sounded amazingly effortless. "It's not too surprising. Doesn't Wild rely on eating to cultivate?" remarked Long Chen. Bai Shishi and Yu Qingshan thought about it and nodded. Wild never cultivated in the traditional sense, he just ate and slept, then slept and ate. Yet, his power continuously grew. Lu Chenkong relaxed after seeing that Long Chen wasn't angry. He began to think that Long Chen was quite easy to get along with. Feeling more at ease, Lu Chenkong continued, Yun Bo's cultivation technique might seem nice, but its speed is incredibly slow. When I was still a youth, Yun Bo was already a half-step human emperor. Even after so many years, his cultivation base doesn't seem to have grown much at all. Long Chen and the others laughed. If someone could rely on sleeping to rapidly increase their cultivation base, there would be no logic left in the world. After passing through the passageway, they saw rows of giant buildings, different in size but perfectly lined up. Divine Weapon Treasury, Item Forging Pavilion. Long Chen suddenly paused, noticing the two enormous buildings on the left and right with their imposing names written on them. The Divine Weapon Treasury, in particular, was exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Guo Ran and Sha Chen's heartbeats quickened. These two places posed a fatal attraction to them. There must be some ferocious weapon in the Divine Weapon Treasury, said Long Chen, pointing. Yu Zifeng also nodded. After all, the murderous aura was incredibly strong. They could sense it even from outside the building. I've never been inside the Divine Weapon Treasury. If you're interested and not in a rush, we can take a look first, suggested Lu Chenkong. There's no rush, let's take a look, said Long Chen. Although Long Chen couldn't wait to see the final 2 volumes of the Nirvana scripture, since he knew where they were, they wouldn't be able to run from him. Lu Chenkong placed the jade plate on the gates, causing them to rumble as they slowly opened a crack. A sharp murderous aura immediately washed over them. Other than Long Chen, everyone else involuntarily stepped back, overwhelmed by the murderous aura. As for Lu Chenkong, he had retreated so far away. Clearly, despite being a human emperor, Lu Chenkong lacked the battlefield experience to withstand such a terrifying aura. Dean Chenkong, why don't you wait for us here? We'll be back soon, suggested Long Chen. Many thanks for your understanding, Dean Long Chen, Lu Chenkong sighed in relief. This murderous aura was too much for him. Long Chen nodded. Seeing that the gates only opened a bit, he pushed it open. A sharp aura instantly radiated out from within. Chapter 5190 Devil-Slaying Swords. Against the terrifying murderous aura, even Long Chen's body swayed slightly. What terrifying bloodthirst! Long Chen and the others were shocked. What kind of weapon possessed such a thirst for killing? As they walked inside, they were greeted by the sight of over 10,000 swords. These swords were all top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapons, but they were now badly rusted. What is this? Roared Guo Ran. Guo Ran couldn't help being angry at this sight. As a forging master, he could accept a weapon being destroyed on the battlefield, but he couldn't accept a peerless divine weapon rotting away in a treasury. That was the greatest insult to a divine weapon. With one roar from Guo Ran, those rusted swords actually quivered, and their murderous aura instantly vanished. Sensing the change, Lu Chenkong walked in. Seeing Guo Ran's veins throbbing on his forehead, he jumped in fright. Dean, what is this? How could you let these divine weapons rot away? Do you know that this is the greatest blasphemy to them? Guo Ran was gritting his teeth in anger. Lu Chenkong hastily explained, please forgive me. We didn't have any other way. These divine weapons are the devil-slaying swords left behind by the seniors of the academy. They were forged to kill devil creatures, and their item spirits were born through slaughter. However, when this world was sealed away, this minor world had no devil creatures for them to kill. Thus, they began to rust slowly. We also didn't like it, but there was nothing we could do. If the academy had the means to forge these divine weapons, surely there was a way to repair them, right? In the worst-case scenario, you could have sealed their item spirits and let them enter a state of hibernation. Why let them rust away? Asked Guo Ran as he picked up one of the swords. As he held the sheath, powder sprinkled to the ground. The sword was dull and dim, with many places where runes once were now empty holes. They devoured their own runes to continue surviving, said Guo Ran, his eyes reddening. It's like a person eating their own arms and legs to avoid starving to death. This is the greatest humiliation to a prideful divine weapon. What an unforgivable blasphemy. As a forging master, Guo Ran could feel the item spirit's pain. To draw a comparison, the Dragonblood warriors could die with no regrets if they were fighting for their brothers, for justice, for righteousness. But they couldn't accept being imprisoned and dying of old age in a cage. These divine weapons were born to kill devil creatures. They had thrived on slaughter and radiated their divine light through it. To see them sink to this point, Guo Ran almost wept. Long Chen knew that Guo Ran was aggrieved, so he patted Guo Ran on the shoulder. This wasn't the dean's fault, and Guo Ran shouldn't be too rude to him. I'm ashamed to speak of it. We had forgotten about these swords, and when someone noticed them, it was already too late, said Lu Chenggong. To tell the truth, after the first academy faced a crisis and sealed us away. And then after the crisis passed, you guys fought over who was the boss, right? Said Long Chen. Lu Chenggong nodded. Back then, to protect everyone and make sure that we could enter the minor worlds, the dean personally held back the devil creatures alone, ultimately dying. Without a leader, we began to scheme for our own selfish desires. Just as you said, we went through a long period of infighting. By the time things settled, many experts were dead. Worst of all, our best craftsmen also participated in that battle, and as a result, so many of them died and their inheritances were cut off. The hidden scriptures of forgings were indecipherable to the survivors, and so, the academy was rotting away, and many of those in charge became useless individuals without true learning. Of course, that includes me, the dean. A group of incapable people led the academy, all with their own selfish desires. Many talented experts grew without the support of connections, but their light was extinguished before they could shine. It isn't like we never produced anyone with talent, those geniuses simply vanished if they didn't have the right connections. After reaching a certain level, they would then get into the cesspool of infighting as well. Even the best geniuses drowned in that cesspit. Bai Shishi smiled bitterly. When Long Chen killed all those higher-ups, I thought that it was a bit excessive. Now, I feel like he let them off too easily. You should revive them and kill them a few more times. A group of trash had severely affected the academy's development. If the High Firmament Academy had not opened their minor worlds and someone else had done that instead, everyone within the first academy would have been annihilated. Clearly, Bai Shishi had not thought about this before. As for Long Chen, the reason he was willing to slow down the academy's development was to correct the academy's atmosphere and drag them back to the right path. Seeing Long Chen and the others' expressions, Lu Chenggong was ashamed. Things had developed to this point, and as the dean, he could not escape responsibility. It's useless to quibble now. The item spirits of these divine weapons aren't fully extinguished yet. Guo Ran, see if you can save them. If possible, transfer the item spirits to the Dragonblood warriors' swords. With their assistance, killing devil creatures should be easy, said Long Chen. After Guo Ran sensed the item spirits inside the weapons, his expression improved slightly. It is possible, but I need to find their original blueprints. Once I know what their core runes look like, I can get started. Lu Chenggong hastily said, that shouldn't be a problem. Any weapon forged by the academy will have its blueprint stored in the item forging pavilion. There are also various immortal metals and divine ores there. Immortal metals and divine ores. Guo Ran's eyes directly lit up. Yes, as we had no enemies in this minor world, we didn't need to forge new weapons. As a result, the forging line had no actual work and could only discuss theory. No one touched the materials left over by the academy, so we should have enough to forge some human emperor divine weapons. Of course, by now, the main issue is that the academy has declined to the point where no one can forge a weapon of that level, explained Lu Chenggong. Materials for human emperor divine weapons, exclaimed Guo Ran and Sha Chen, their eyes shining. Chapter 5191 Item Forging Pavilion. When they arrived at the item forging pavilion, Guo Ran's eyes lit up with sheer greed. Stacks of immortal metals and divine materials stretched before him, causing his heart to race with excitement. I'm ashamed to say that we never touched these materials after being cast into this minor world. Frankly, we didn't have anyone capable of using them, said Lu Chenggong, his voice tinged with regret. That dark period was a blemish in the First Academy's history. The First Academy had fallen from grace, reduced to a shadow of its former self. Thinking about it filled Lu Chenggong with pity. For years, the First Academy had survived on the remnants left by their ancestors, practically spoon-fed by the past. This dependency had almost crippled them. Most disturbing of all, they hadn't even realized it. It took Long Chen's arrival like a slap to the face to wake them from their delusions. They could no longer remain lost in their self-made dreams. There's no shame in that. The only shame would have been wasting these treasures for nothing, said Guo Ran, eagerly running his hands over the divine materials. He could barely contain his excitement. These were divine materials, the kind used to forge human emperor weapons. The fact that no one in the academy could work with them meant that they were all Guo Ran's to claim. Long Chen had often struggled to gather divine materials of this caliber, so even a fist-sized piece of high-grade immortal metal was something Guo Ran cherished. Now, with mountains of these precious materials before him, Guo Ran could hardly believe his eyes. After Guo Ran's excitement calmed slightly, Lu Chenkong said, "The secret tomes of item forging are located on the second floor. The forging furnaces and tools are on the third. Let's take a look. It's been years since anyone touched them, so I am not sure if they're still usable." The second floor, though smaller than the first, was filled with shelves packed with countless tomes all dedicated to the art of item forging. It was a treasure trove of knowledge. Guo Ran was happy to see them, but he was more impatient to look at the third floor. When he finally got there, he let out a shout of pure excitement. The third floor was filled with item forging furnaces and massive forging tables, some as large as small mountains. Guo Ran had never seen anything like them. Guo Ran's personal forging table was only a few dozen meters long. Compared to these forging tables, his was completely unpresentable. Guo Ran immediately started examining them and cried out in delight. "They're all fine. The item spirits are slumbering. As long as they're awoken, they can be used. Haha, there are molds for furnaces, swords, spears, all specialized." These forging tables were top tier and highly specialized, each designed for a specific type of weapon. In contrast, Guo Ran's table was a jack of all trades, unable to specialize. With these forging tables, he would be like a tiger with wings. "Boss, you guys can go on. I'll stay here and study." "That's right, Dean Chenkong, where are those blueprints?" asked Guo Ran. Lu Chenkong led him to a storehouse. Inside, over 100 sword designs were carved onto the walls. Guo Ran instantly recognized the blueprints for the devil-slaying swords, complete with detailed instructions on rune placement, formation sequences, and more. It was exactly what he needed. Guo Ran immediately dove into his work, quickly losing track of everything else. Sha Chen offered to stay and help, but Guo Ran declined. After all, the High Firmament Treasure Pavilion also housed a rune inscription pavilion, where Sha Chen's skills would be put to better use. Guo Ran didn't want to hold him back, and he knew it would take time for him to study the blueprints. When he needed Sha Chen's assistance, he'd find him. As a result, Guo Ran stayed behind, and Sha Chen went to the rune inscription pavilion. The gates were already open, and he entered alone, knowing that no one else could come here. It was astonishing to Long Chen and the others that such a magnificent place was devoid of disciples. Lu Chenkong explained that, apart from a few cultivation techniques and secret tomes, the High Firmament Treasure Pavilion wasn't very interesting to the Academy's previous leaders. The first Academy had been plagued by factionalism, where loyalty was often tied to the cultivation techniques one practiced. If someone practiced a certain technique, they were part of a faction; if not, they were excluded. This led to infighting and the abandonment of many secret tomes. Is this any different than digging their own graves? Ji Yuyang sighed, shaking his head. It was a miracle they had survived as long as they did. Li Qi couldn't hold back. How could they be so stupid? Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Li Qi quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Dean Chenkong, I wasn't talking about you." Lu Chenkong smiled bitterly and waved him off. Foolishness comes from being short-sighted. A frog at the bottom of a well sees a sky no bigger than a single palm. In their eyes, controlling that well means ruling the world. A single leaf can block their view, preventing them from seeing the mountain before them. It's tragic. What's worse is that our foolishness also harmed the Academy's children. Long Chen and the others were moved by Lu Chenkong's humility. Despite the harm he had suffered at the hands of his masters, his heart remained pure, and he felt a deep sense of responsibility. His philosophy was admirable. "That's why, Dean Long Chen, I sincerely hope you will let me continue teaching the children. Let me use my life to atone for my sins," said Lu Chenkong. "Dean Chenkong, don't worry. Even if you didn't want to teach them, I'd make you teach them," assured Long Chen. Hearing that, Lu Chenkong fully relaxed. To him, this was the only way his life could have any meaning. As they continued onward, Long Chen suddenly asked, "Why haven't I seen an alchemy department? The alchemy pavilion isn't in this minor world. It exists within its own minor world. Just 2 days ago, that world passed by the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. The Pill Institute has just been rebuilt. If Dean Long Chen hadn't arrived, we would have opened the Pill Institute tomorrow," Lu Chenkong explained. Long Chen's interest was piqued. This meant that the High Firmament Academy had a strong alchemy department as well. Compared to other resources, medicinal pills were the resources consumed the fastest. If they only relied on their previous stock, there was no way they would have lasted until now. Dean Long Chen, we've arrived, Lu Chenkong announced. Long Chen and the others reached the largest building in the high firmament treasure pavilion. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a sight that left them all gasping in astonishment. Chapter 5192, the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture. Even Long Chen couldn't help but cry out in astonishment as he stepped into the vast expanse of the scripture pavilion. Before him, endless bookshelves stretched into the distance, brimming with ancient tomes. The First Academy's scripture pavilion was at least 10 times larger than the head academies. The shelves held a staggering array of ancient books, jade tablets, beast hides, and bone carvings, all containing the wisdom of countless eras. There was no end in sight to this sea of knowledge. This place didn't just contain texts on alchemy, it spanned every topic imaginable. Moreover, they were meticulously organized. Metal. Bai Shishi saw a marker on the first set of bookshelves and immediately ran over. Seeing countless ancient tomes before her, she was incredibly excited. She randomly picked one out and started reading it, seemingly bewitched. The others were the same. Yu Zifeng gravitated toward a bookshelf marked with the word, sword, and didn't budge from his spot. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Songming Yuan, Bai Shaola, and others also found bookshelves that matched their attributes and started to study. Even the little fox ran over to a pile of beast bones, but no one knew what he was doing with them. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan followed Lu Chenkong deeper into the pavilion. As they approached the end of the bookshelves, they encountered stone platforms shrouded in screens of light, upon which ancient books rested. These books were clearly even more precious than the others. Suddenly, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan spotted one platform in particular at the same time, and their bodies quivered. On this platform lay 2 gray scrolls. The scrolls looked ancient, their material unidentifiable, neither metal, paper, beast hide, nor bone. The edges of the scrolls had yellowed with age, hinting at their incredible antiquity. The stone platform had a formation protecting it. Furthermore, it wasn't just one barrier. There were 18 barriers. This platform was protected by 18 barriers, while the other platforms had only 1 or 2 barriers. However, even under such heavy protection, Long Chen could sense powerful flame fluctuations emanating from within. As they stepped closer, their eyes were drawn to one scroll in particular. The handle of this scroll bore the image of an azure lotus. The lotus quivered slightly under Long Chen's gaze, as if energy was flowing within it, almost as though it were alive. Long Chen leaned in for a closer look, and he was shocked to discover that the lotus was composed of millions of tiny runes, each moving like ants in a certain rhythm. Within this rhythm, Long Chen sensed a terrifying destructive aura. The movement of these runes seemed to embody the process of the world being destroyed and reborn. The runes moved at varying speeds, sometimes slow and deliberate, other times frantic and fast, but the lotus shape remained unchanged. These 2 scrolls are the final volumes of the Nirvana scripture, Lu Chenkong explained, pointing to the scroll with the lotus. It is said that this one contains the 8th volume, and that one the 9th. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan slowly looked over the 9th volume, but they were taken aback. The scroll was completely blank. Dean, are you sure this is the 9th volume? Asked Long Chen. Lu Chenkong replied, these scrolls have been here since the First Academy's beginning. Although they've been moved many times, the platform and the barriers have never been opened. If they were authentic from the beginning, then these must indeed be the final volumes of the Nirvana scripture. Lu Chenkong wasn't very sure, but these 2 scrolls were priceless treasures to the First Academy. They wouldn't have preserved these scrolls for so long if they weren't authentic. Do you see anything? Long Chen suddenly asked Yu Qingshan. Startled, Yu Qingshan responded, I see a thriving land full of life. There are countless lifeforms made of runes roaming around. Long Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked back at the lotus, but no matter how he adjusted his perspective, all he saw was an azure lotus surrounded by primal chaos chi, exuding an aura of annihilation. There was no trace of a thriving land. Seeing Long Chen's expression, Yu Qingshan also realized something off. Before she could ask him what he saw, Long Chen turned to Lu Chenkong and asked, Dean Chenkong, what kind of image do you see? Lu Chenkong looked puzzled. Isn't it a towering tree covered in golden flames? All 3 of them were baffled. They were looking at the same scroll, yet each saw something different. Dean Chenkong, do you cultivate the Nirvana scripture? Asked Long Chen. Lu Chenkong nodded. I've cultivated it up to the 7th volume, but after 8,000 years, I haven't made any progress with the 8th volume. My talent has reached its limit. Both Long Chen and Yu Qingshan were surprised to learn that Lu Chengkong had cultivated the Nirvana scripture to such an advanced stage. Dean Chengkong, could you chant the 7th volume for us? Just the words, no need to use any flame energy, Long Chen requested. Then I'll embarrass myself. Lu Chengkong nodded. He took a breath and then solemnly began to chant. His scripture was the exact same as Long Chen and Yu Qingshan's. However, the style was completely different from both of them. His voice was solemn, carrying a humble tone and an aura of detachment from worldly affairs. He sounded like a scholar imparting the Tao to the world. After listening for a while, Long Chen nodded in understanding. 1,000 people might cultivate the same Nirvana scripture, but each would express a different aspect of it. The 8th volume must be unique to each person, which is why we see different things. We'll need to comprehend it on our own, without relying on anyone else's interpretation. We can't copy someone else's scripture. When Long Chen described the azure lotus surrounded by primal chaos qi, both Yu Qingshan and Lu Chengkong were stunned. What they saw was completely different, not sharing any similarities. What about the 9th volume? Asked Yu Qingshan. It's blank, replied Long Chen and Lu Chengkong at the same time. This time, all three of them saw the same thing, nothing. The three of them fell into deep thought. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan continued to examine the 8th volume, while Lu Chengkong chose to give up. In truth, Lu Chengkong was shockingly talented. Otherwise, he wouldn't have advanced from a teaching elder to a human emperor. However, it was because of his amazing talent that he gave up. The 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture had left him perplexed for many years, tormenting him all the time. He knew he had reached his limit with the 7th volume. Suddenly, the Nirvana scripture within the barriers quivered, and Long Chen and Yu Qingshan were enveloped by a wave of divine light. Chapter 5193. Once more seeing the Pill Sovereign. Long Chen was shocked to find himself standing atop a lotus. It was an enormous lotus that filled the world, with the very stars lying beneath its petals. Standing on this lotus, Long Chen felt as though he was within the river of time, watching the starry river flow. He felt like a god, existing beyond the world. At the center of the lotus, Long Chen looked through the spaces between the petals. Outside the starry river, there was only darkness, a deep, terrifying darkness. The more he looked, the more darkness he saw, and it felt as though countless pairs of eyes were staring back at him, making his hair stand on end. This scene was eerily familiar, although not exactly the same. There were shocking similarities to the view of the cosmos from the perspective of the dragon expert. Now, Long Chen was seeing it again, and as he looked down, he saw a bottomless abyss of darkness. Long Chen could tell that this azure lotus was rooted within this darkness, but he couldn't see what existed below. Just as he focused on what was beneath, a voice rang out, startling him so much that he nearly cried. Out in fright, you've arrived. Long Chen's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He hastily turned back, only to see someone else on the lotus. It was a woman, her back facing him. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore flowing white robes. Despite only seeing her back, her beauty took his breath away. Long Chen quivered. Her figure was all too familiar to him. He had seen her figure multiple times when obtaining volumes of the Nirvana scripture. I've arrived, said Long Chen. Despite it supposed to be a calm response, his voice choked in the middle and tears welled up in his eyes. You still managed to come. I knew that the hatred in your heart would awaken you. The woman sighed and slowly turned around. When Long Chen saw her beautiful face filled with warmth and love, he could no longer control his tears. They slowly flowed down. It was her. She had appeared before him several times, and each time, he was filled with grief and sorrow. Her eyes were filled with tender pity as she gracefully walked over to him, cupping his face with her hands. She smiled softly. You're still so stubborn. Even though you're no longer the old you, your eyes have never changed. Long Chen tried to speak, but emotion overwhelmed him, and tears flowed uncontrollably. He couldn't utter a single word. He could see her face clearly, but he couldn't feel the warmth of her hands. He knew they were not in the same space-time. However, just seeing her was enough to fill him with warmth, a warmth that pained his heart. This warmth was only a memory, a distant memory from a far-off past, and it would never appear again. Her warmth could drive a person to fight to the death to protect her. She was like the purest holy land within a human's heart. Long Chen tried to engrave her image into his memory, but each time he saw her, while he could recognize her, he would forget what she looked like after she left. The woman gazed at Long Chen tenderly, and suddenly, the lotus quivered. This space shattered, a sword pierced through her back and out her chest, transforming into a strange horn. Countless vertical eyes opened on the horn, and sinister black chi instantly enveloped her body. No! Long Chen roared and instantly pounced forward like a madman. A figure merged into the darkness just as Long Chen lunged. As it emerged, Long Chen's face twisted with fury. Lord Brahma! Long Chen's killing intent exploded, and he was driven to madness. He realized that it was Lord Brahma who had killed this woman. Everything he was seeing here had occurred in the past. This woman was the Pill Sovereign, and all his memories related to the Pill Sovereign belonged to her. Shin ran. Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar, not even knowing what that name meant, but still shouting it. He leapt onto the Pill Sovereign, now surrounded by black chi, but his hands passed right through her. She only had a form, but no physical body. The Pill Sovereign looked at Long Chen with sorrow, cupping his face with her hands. Her lips moved, but he couldn't hear a single word. Suddenly, she vanished. With his head buzzing, Long Chen roared, and his killing intent exploded. The azure lotus reacted to his killing intent, swelling as flames burst from it. The starry river ignited, and the very cosmos exploded with destructive power. The azure lotus, the very world, and Long Chen himself all exploded in a cataclysmic burst. As the scene before him vanished, Long Chen found himself back atop the stone platform, with Yu Qingshan clutching his arm in concern. At that moment, Long Chen's face was contorted with such savage hatred that it was almost unrecognizable. Yu Qingshan recoiled in fright, and Lu Chengkong turned pale, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of Long Chen's killing. Intent. It was a terrifying force he had never encountered before. Long Chen, what's wrong? Asked Yu Qingshan, her voice filled with worry. After a tense moment, Long Chen's face slowly regained its composure, though the fierce killing intent within him remained, coiled like a serpent ready to strike. He took a deep breath and managed to show them a strained smile. The moment Long Chen spoke, even he was taken aback by the sound of his voice, raspy and hoarse, resonating with an undercurrent of unrelenting fury and destructive will. Although he was trying to comfort Yu Qingshan, his voice was filled with killing intent and a terrifying destructive will. Chapter 5194 Furious State. As Long Chen spoke, the space around him trembled, and flame runes flickered into existence. Both Yu Qingshan and Lu Chengkong jumped in alarm, while Long Chen quickly covered his mouth. Long Chen hadn't anticipated that merely speaking could cause such a disturbance in the space around him, summoning flame energy that could overwhelm powerful formations meant to suppress all elemental essences. If not for the formations, suppression, Long Chen's casual words might have set the entire pavilion ablaze. Even he didn't fully understand what was happening. Long Chen, you're in a wild state right now. You have to calm down first, urged Yu Qingshan quickly, her voice edged with concern. She knew he shouldn't speak again until he regained control. Long Chen nodded, but the moment his thoughts drifted to the Pill Sovereign's death at the hands of Lord Brahma, his killing intent flared, and his mind refused to calm down. Long Chen had only known a little about Lord Brahma and Fallen Daynight's betrayal, but he hadn't imagined that Lord Brahma had actually assassinated the Pill Sovereign. Though he didn't fully understand his connection to the Pill Sovereign, seeing her murdered ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. Several minutes passed, yet Long Chen remained unable to calm down. The more he tried, the more vivid and haunting the memory of the assassination became, replaying in his mind as if it had just happened. Feeling helpless, Long Chen could only grab Yu Qingshan's hand and write on it, asking her what she had experienced just now. Yu Qingshan explained that she had entered the world inside the 8th volume and merged with its essence. She had already grasped an initial understanding of its power, though her comprehension was still at a basic level. The deeper meanings would require time to unravel, but she had memorized everything, so full mastery was only a matter of time. When Yu Qingshan asked whether Long Chen had learned it, he was momentarily stunned. After that, he hastily checked his memories and saw the azure lotus vividly imprinted in his mind. Long Chen saw the countless runes forming the lotus, each rune its own specific syllable, but he couldn't find the method to chant them. In other words, while the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture was etched into his memory, the method to unlock its power was something he would have to decipher on his own. With tens of millions of runes, finding the correct way to transform them into a coherent scripture felt like an impossible task. The mere thought of it gave Long Chen a headache. To everyone's surprise, Lu Chenkong was affected by the two of them and managed to comprehend a portion of the 8th volume. He was overjoyed by this. For him, the doors to the 8th volume had just been opened. Thanks to this discussion, Long Chen finally managed to calm down a bit. When he spoke again, the flame energy still surged around him, but it was no longer as intense as before. Dean Chenkong, I need to take a trip to the Pill Institute. I want to see if there's a suitable pill furnace I can borrow, Yu Qingshan said. Yu Qingshan was deeply immersed in alchemy, her skills rivaling Long Chen's. Most importantly, her calm and patient demeanor allowed her to excel in areas where Long Chen struggled. In fact, there were special pills that she could refine much better than Long Chen. Thanks to her efforts, the entire Dragonblood Legion's supply of medicinal pills was perfectly handled. Even during Long Chen's absence, the Dragonblood Legion was never short on pills. In fact, Yu Qingshan had produced such an abundance of top-grade and peerless pills that she generously donated the surplus to the Academy. Her contributions were so significant that even Bai Lishan and other high-ranking figures treated her with great respect because they needed her medicinal pills. Unfortunately, her pill furnace couldn't keep up with her growth. If the Earth Cauldron had not already recognized Long Chen as its master, Long Chen would have considered giving it to her to use. Although he had also obtained the Demon Moon Cauldron, its demonic nature made it unsuitable for Yu Qingshan, who lacked the necessary nefarious qi to refine demonic pills. As for Long Chen, he was no good person and often carried out massacres. For him, refining demonic pills was easy. Thus, despite possessing two powerful cauldrons, neither was appropriate for Yu Qingshan, leaving Long Chen feeling guilty. No problem. The Pill Institute has 4 pill furnaces on the level of an Emperor Divine item. Only one is in use, while the others remain dormant. Even the active furnace has yet to accept a master. If you can subdue them, you're welcome to take all 4, said Lu Chenkong candidly. When Yu Qingshan had comprehended the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture, Lu Chenkong had noticed a divine pill-light manifestation appear around her head, a phenomenon so rare that it stunned him. According to his knowledge, only a pill emperor alchemist could produce such a manifestation, and even then, it was incredibly uncommon. Thus, he didn't hesitate to grant her access to the Pill Institute. However, Long Chen said that there was no rush. He examined the scrolls, noting that the 8th volume was charred black, its contents unreadable. The 9th volume's scroll, however, was perfectly intact. Long Chen and Yu Qingshan stared at it for a long time, but it remained blank. No matter what methods Long Chen tried, he couldn't bring forth any reaction from it. Perhaps you need to fully master the 8th volume before you can even attempt to comprehend the 9th, Yu Qingshan speculated. Long Chen nodded. With Yu Qingshan having an initial grasp of the 8th volume and himself not even at that level, trying to understand the 9th volume seemed futile. Resigned, Long Chen set the scroll aside. He followed Lu Chenkong out, passing by Yu Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, and the others, who were deeply engrossed in ancient texts, their minds absorbed in meditation. Each of them had found a treasure suited to their needs. Long Chen didn't disturb them. With Lu Chenkong, they left the High Firmament Treasure Pavilion. The elder at the gates was still sleeping. It seemed like a very sweet dream as his drool trickled to the ground. Truly a mouth like a torrent, Long Chen commented with a huge grin. Yu Qingshan laughed and playfully tapped his shoulder. How can you say that about the elder? After that, they returned to the academy, where the craftsman had already restored everything to its original state. The academy looked as pristine as before now. Without stopping anywhere else, the 3 of them went to the Pill Institute. Its courtyard seemed perfectly fine because it had just been moved from its minor world. Greetings, Deans, a young disciple greeted them upon arrival. Long Chen was puzzled. Normally, the institute head or at least a vice leader should have welcomed them. Are you the institute head? Asked Long Chen. The disciple hesitated. Long Chen instantly understood. What about the vice leaders? Elders. Chapter 5195 Pill Institute. Dean Long Chen. All the elders of the Pill Institute were killed, the disciple reported awkwardly. Damn, is the Pill Institute that rotten? Long Chen was speechless. With a bitter smile, the disciple explained, the Pill Institute was the lifeblood of the entire academy, and even the vice deans had to be respectful of us. Naturally, that led to the Pill Institute becoming almost out of control. Long Chen turned to Lu Chenkong, who sighed heavily. If the academy has tumors in its body, then the Pill Institute is one of those tumors. Lu Chengkong's sigh reflected the deep-rooted problems within the academy. After being sent into the minor world, their various departments nearly lost their functions. Due to the lack of battles, institutes like item forging, talisman, and formation gradually became neglected. Only the Pill Institute's position remained untouched. The Pill Institute nourished the entire academy, which placed them at the core of the academy's operations. Over time, they grew increasingly arrogant. After all, the academy wouldn't survive without their support, and although attempts were made to discipline them, the results were always disappointing. A stern dean in the past managed to suppress the Pill Institute for a time, but that only drove them to covertly control the supply of medicinal pills. Their disciples would work minimally, causing the supply to become tight and inconsistent. When the stern dean ordered the Pill Institute to increase their production, they pretended to comply but instead caused furnace explosions and produced low-quality pills. It was clearly sabotage, but the dean was powerless to stop it. In the end, the academy was forced to compromise, granting the Pill Institute a special status that made them nearly untouchable by the other departments. As a result, the Pill Institute became a symbol of supremacy within the academy, and their institute head looked down on even Lu Chengkong and others. This position made them a breeding ground for corruption, and this virus started to spread throughout the academy. When Long Chen executed the corrupt members of the academy who had killed their comrades, all the elders and senior members of the Pill Institute were among those killed. Most of the remaining disciples had also been involved in unsavory activities, using their connections to secretly eliminate competitors. As a result, of the original 800,000 disciples, only 300,000 remained. The disciple speaking to Long Chen was only at the mid-eternal realm, but he had the highest cultivation base throughout the entire Pill Institute. He was also the oldest, so he had to step up and greet Long Chen despite the shame of it all. After hearing the disciple's explanation, Long Chen was speechless. To refine pills is to refine the heart, to refine the soul, and to refine the self. If you cannot overcome your greed, you will never touch the grand Tao of alchemy. It is as you say, Dean. To refine pills is to refine the heart. If the heart is impure, then the higher your cultivation, the further you stray from the true Tao, said the disciple. Long Chen's words struck a chord in him, and his respect for Long Chen instantly grew. Long Chen looked at the disciple. Staring into his eyes, Long Chen nodded. This person had decent potential. The fact that he dared to come forward meant he had a clear conscience. You're not bad. Focus on alchemy without selfish desires. Starting today, you can be the temporary institute head, said Long Chen. Dean, you can't. I am completely talentless. How could I possibly bear such a heavy burden? Exclaimed the disciple, horrified by the idea. Talent can be nourished, skill can be trained, but a person's moral character is much harder to change. Don't be afraid, it's only temporary. If someone more suitable shows up, you can step down. Don't feel too much pressure. No matter how badly you do you think you can be worse than the last one? Long Chen reassured him. The disciple smiled bitterly but knew that refusing further would be ungrateful. Whether or not he could do the job, he had no choice but to thicken his face and accept it. The disciple then led them inside. The Pill Institute was beyond luxurious. Extravagant would be an understatement. Even a single brick here was carved with countless runes, requiring an inscription master several days to complete. The gate posts were carved intricately, with images of dragons and phoenixes on them. The eyes of these creatures were made from real phoenix and dragon eyes, giving them a lifelike appearance. With the support of the formations, it was as if real dragons and phoenixes were circling them. Long Chen couldn't help but be impressed, though the mocking smile on his face made Lu Chengkong feel embarrassed. The Pill Institute's decadence was a reflection of his incompetence as the dean. The disciple showed them around the alchemy hall, the medicinal pill storage, the heavenly flame cave, and other treasuries of the Pill Institute. The first academy was indeed rich. The heavenly flame cave alone had over 180 heavenly flame seedlings, excluding the top 20 heavenly flames. However, when they reached the storage of medicinal ingredients, Long Chen's expression darkened. The storage area was divided into two parts: dried ingredients and a medicinal farm. The farm was a tragic sight, with many empty plots that once held precious ingredients. Long Chen learned that the previous institute head had put an incompetent relative in charge of the farm, resulting in many ingredients dying due to improper care. The vast medicinal farm was filled with empty plots, each representing the loss of a precious medicinal ingredient. Long Chen clenched his teeth furiously. The dead medicinal ingredients were particularly valuable because they were so hard to grow and needed meticulous care. The slightest slip could cause their death. When he read their names, his heart bled. If those responsible were still alive, he wouldn't have let them off easily. Yu Qingshan was also sad to see those empty plots. As an alchemist, these ingredients were like her life, and seeing them lost so carelessly was hard to bear. "Let's go," Long Chen said abruptly. He didn't dare stay any longer, fearing he might explode from rage. He headed directly to the main palace to inspect the pill furnaces. Staying here was just torture. When they arrived at the main palace, they saw glorious pill furnaces shining vibrantly. In an instant, Long Chen's mood improved. As Yu Qingshan entered the room, all the pill furnaces lit up, their runes quivering. The room became filled with divine light as clumps of light appeared and encircled her, as if paying homage to her. This scene stunned Long Chen and Lu Chenkong. Yu Qingshan seemed to have formed a resonance with the entire palace. Chapter 5196 The Pill Sovereign's Divine Statue. As Yu Qingshan stepped into the palace, a divine light started to emanate from every corner. All the pill furnaces quivered in response to her presence, as if they had been waiting for her all their existence. Confusion clouded Yu Qingshan's face as she entered. For reasons she couldn't quite grasp, everything here felt strangely familiar to her. Long Chen noticed a faint divine light flowing out of Yu Qingshan as well, slowly merging with the palace's energy. She was clearly forming some sort of resonance with the place. "Long Chen, I suddenly feel a bit afraid." Yu Qingshan's voice quivered as she clenched Long Chen's hand. Sensing something significant was happening, Long Chen tightened the grip on her hand and softly said, "How about we leave? I'll help you bring out whatever pill furnace you want." Long Chen could sense Yu Qingshan's soul fluctuations growing more intense, as if her sealed memories were starting to awaken. Knowing that Yu Qingshan had gone through 1,000 reincarnations, each filled with suffering, Long Chen cherished her deeply. He didn't want her to relive that pain. Instead, he wanted her to live a peaceful, carefree life by his side. But unexpectedly, the First Academy's Pill Institute seemed to resonate with Yu Qingshan and began to awaken her memories. That made him feel uneasy. "No, I want to see this place. Just don't leave me, okay?" said Yu Qingshan, tightening her hold on Long Chen's hand. Despite the fear in her eyes, there was also a strong sense of curiosity. Long Chen wanted to stop her, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He was at a loss as to what to do. The palace's fluctuations maintained a set rhythm. Although everything around seemed familiar to Yu Qingshan, nothing specific stood out. Long Chen slowly began to relax. Seeing the fear and curiosity in her eyes, Long Chen felt a pang of heartache. Of all the people in the world, Yu Qingshan was the one he owed the most. He had sworn to protect her in this lifetime. As Yu Qingshan reached out and touched one of the pill furnaces, its runes blazed to life in response, like a subject greeting its empress. It was a reaction of utmost worship and admiration. This particular pill furnace was the oldest and most powerful one in the entire Pill Institute. It actually took the initiative to come to Yu Qingshan. Seeing this, Long Che tensed once more. He feared that this pill furnace might trigger Yu Qingshan's memories. Suddenly, the pill furnace in Yu Qingshan quivered. This Emperor-tier pill furnace instantly acknowledged her as its master, causing all the other pill furnaces to slowly dim. Lu Chenkong was stunned by everything he was witnessing. Although the disciple who brought them here might not know the origin of this pill furnace, Lu Chenkong knew it well. It was one of the 8 great ancient pill furnaces of the Academy. The other ancient pill furnaces had been destroyed in that apocalyptic battle long ago. Only this one survived because it was deemed too weak to enter the battlefield. During that battle, the First Academy fought to the bitter end, and they had no other choice but to bring out even their pill furnaces for combat. Eventually, when they fled to the minor worlds, it was out of sheer desperation. Although this pill furnace was of Emperor grade, its history was incredibly ancient. It was said to be a divine item capable of constant growth. However, it had never acknowledged anyone as its master all these years, so it hadn't had any chance to grow. Now that this legendary pill furnace had acknowledged a master, Lu Chenkong was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Long Chen stared at Yu Qingshan. He found that she was simply overjoyed, without any odd phenomenon occurring. "Congratulations. To be able to make the Pill Institute's oldest pill furnace acknowledge you as its master, you must be a peerless genius of the Pill Tao. It seems that the Pill Institute has hope of rising once more," said Lu Chenkong, finally recovering from his shock. As the most corrupt department of the Academy, the Pill Institute had been steadily declining in terms of skills. Furthermore, with all their higher-ups slain by Long Chen, Lu Chenkong was extremely worried about the future. If the Pill Institute could no longer supply medicinal pills, the entire High Firmament Academy would decline. That was the scenario he wanted to avoid the most. However, having seen Yu Qingshan cause such a phenomenon, Lu Chenkong started to feel some hope. He refused to believe that a nobody could make the ancient pill furnace acknowledge them as its master. "You've got your pill furnace. Let's go," said Long Chen as he squeezed out a smile. Hopefully, they could leave before something unexpected happened. Lu Chenkong interjected, "Other than the pill furnaces, we have records left behind by the heads of the Institute throughout the generations, the embodiments of their life's work. If you're interested, you can take a look at them. Also, this is just the outer palace. In the inner palace, you can pay your respect to the Pill Ancestors' divine statue." The moment Lu Chenkong mentioned the Pill Ancestors' divine statue, Long Chen's heart thudded. He instantly had a bad feeling and said, "Those aren't interesting. Every person has their own alchemy style, and we don't need to copy other people's paths. Qingshan, you've just gotten a pill furnace. Let's go back and test it out." Unfortunately, Long Chen's attempt at bringing Yu Qingshan away was not effective. She was extremely interested in the divine statue and pulled him forward. "I'm curious about the Pill Ancestor. As we are both alchemists, it's only right for us to pay our respects. After all, we've received their blessing here. What do you think?" Now, how could Long Chen possibly say no? He could only summon his guts and continue deeper into the palace. Yu Qingshan didn't bother with the records of the institute heads. Instead, she went straight for the inner palace, the most central part of the Pill Institute. However, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan were shocked to find that while the outer palace was extravagant and luxurious, the inner palace was incomparably shabby. It looked as if it was about to collapse. Seeing their shocked appearance, the disciple accompanying them said, "This is the Pill Ancestors' divine statue. Ever since the Pill Institute became degenerate, no one paid their respect to the Pill Ancestor. They probably didn't have the face to." This disciple scoffed at the successive institute heads and their attitude. If he wasn't passionate about the Pill Tao, he would have long since left the Pill Institute. The gates slowly opened, and the four of them walked in. Apprehensive, Long Chen looked inside and was stunned. "Isn't this a bit too much?" Chapter 5197, Seeing the Jewel Blood Jade Orchid Again. At the very front of the palace stood a lotus throne, about 3 meters wide, with a statue perched atop it. The statue, however, was crudely made out of mud so rough that it was barely recognizable as a human figure. It was impossible to tell if it depicted a man or a woman. Lu Chenkong couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the statue, while the accompanying disciple bitterly smiled. The latter said, "You can tell how much they feared the Pill Ancestor. They only dared to act this way after sealing her statue in mud. Were they not just covering their own eyes and pretending to be invisible?" Long Chen was speechless. These higher-ups of the Pill Institute were truly geniuses. How did they manage to come up with such a ridiculous idea? It must have taken real effort. As they approached, the statue quivered, and the mud seal on it started to flake off. Divine light pierced through the cracks, and a mighty sacred pressure slowly unfurled. It was a gentle pressure, but it caused Lu Chenkong and the disciple to prostrate themselves on the ground, as if standing before the Pill Ancestor was an act of blasphemy. This was Lu Chenkong's first time seeing the Pill Ancestor's statue. Despite his status, he prostrated himself just like the disciple. In front of this statue, there was no difference between a dean and a disciple. "Ah!" Yu Qingshan suddenly clenched her head, her face contorted in pain as if something was trying to break free from her mind. At that moment, the mud seal on the statue crumbled entirely. Yu Qingshan's pain intensified, and Long Chen quickly placed a hand on the back of her head, channeling his spiritual strength to connect their souls, merging their minds as one. Long Chen felt an overwhelming flood of information pouring out from somewhere, crashing into Yu Qingshan's mind. The sheer force of it instantly shattered their mental defenses. In a panic, Long Chen shouted and unleashed a burst of energy, sending Yu Qingshan, Lu Chenkong, and the disciple out of the room. Just then, the mud seal fell away completely, and the entire palace trembled. The divine statue of a woman was revealed to Long Chen. His pupils shrank as he recognized the figure. It was the Pill Sovereign, the very woman he had seen in his mind countless times. When he had learned the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture, he had involuntarily shouted her name, Shinran. The Pill Sovereign sat in a lotus position on the throne, her left hand forming a seal while her right hand held a flower. When Long Chen saw that flower, his heart skipped a beat. It was the jewel blood jade orchid. Suddenly, the Pill Sovereign's statue exploded, and the impact wiped the inner palace out of existence. After regaining consciousness, Long Chen found himself above the 9 heavens and saw the Pill Sovereign pale as paper, her eyes dim. She silently gazed at the jewel blood jade orchid in her hand, her eyes filled with grief and sorrow. When light burst out of her, Long Chen shouted, "No!" But it was too late. The Pill Sovereign had detonated, transforming into millions of points of light that scattered across the 10,000 worlds. She had chosen to self-destruct. Long Chen roared in fury, but he was powerless to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded. Suddenly, within the darkness, enormous figures appeared one after another. Their appearances were unclear, but their size was beyond comprehension, so vast that stars orbited around them. To them, the starry river above the 9 heavens was like an actual river. These giant figures moved in unison, casting an enormous net that covered this cosmos. The millions of specks of light that the Pill Sovereign had transformed into were caught by the net. However, one speck of light slipped through the net. As it escaped, a startled cry echoed from the depths of the cosmos. A giant claw quickly followed the speck of light, causing countless stars to explode in its path. Just as the claw was about to grab the speck of light, a giant whirlpool appeared. The speck of light then dove into the whirlpool and vanished. She's escaped into the path of reincarnation. Quick, track down her karma. She cannot be allowed to be reborn. A roar, filled not just with anger but also with terror, shook the stars. Long Chen's vision suddenly shifted. The stars and giant figures vanished, replaced by a beautiful world filled with birdsong and blooming flowers. In the garden outside an ancient palace, countless jewel blood jade orchids were in full bloom. At that moment, a baby's first wail split the air, and delighted cries rang out from inside the palace. Just as the people inside celebrated the birth of this child, the image froze, and all sounds ceased. An enormous hand wrapped around the entire world. The world transformed into a picture scroll, which the hand then started to roll up. Just as the hand completed its task, a single speck of light shot out of the scroll and vanished with a twinkle. Brahma Divine Diagram. Long Chen gnashed his teeth upon seeing the scroll. He could feel the same aura as the Brahma Divine Diagram emanating from it. To crush a world into a scroll, instantly obliterating all life within it, just how vicious could one be? Although this wasn't the Brahma Divine Diagram itself, its appearance brought the diagram to Long Chen's mind. He suddenly realized that the Brahma Divine Diagram was a savage weapon created by compressing an entire world into a scroll. The power of the world and all its lifeforms were converted into energy. It was no wonder that every Brahma Divine Diagram Long Chen had encountered was filled with boundless resentment. It was not a divine weapon forged through conventional means, but one made by exploiting a supreme law that compressed life itself. Lord Brahma, you ingrate! Long Chen gnashed his teeth so hard that blood began to ooze from his gums, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Consumed by fury, he failed to notice an azure lotus slowly blooming behind him. Countless runes formed into chains atop the lotus, silently merging into its structure. Chapter 5198 Lord Brahma's Origins. Yu Qingshan, Lu Chengkong, and the disciple of the Pill Institute were abruptly thrown out of the palace. They were left in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Suddenly, the entire palace exploded, and an azure lotus appeared, filling the sky. Countless runes swirled and condensed into chains on top of the lotus. The lotus emitted a terrifying aura of annihilation, and a wild killing intent reverberated, causing the 10,000 Daos to wail. "What's happening?" asked the disciple, staring in terror at Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen stood alone, facing the statue. His face was twisted with savage fury, and his killing intent was fully unleashed. It was as if he had been consumed by madness. Lu Chengkong was equally stunned, unable to understand why Long Chen had once again entered this state of unbridled rage, looking as though he was about to explode. A lost expression appeared on Yu Qingshan's face. The statue felt eerily familiar to her, and countless memories swirled in her mind. However, these memories were too muddled, leaving her unable to extract anything useful. The azure lotus behind Long Chen continuously waved, and more chains formed. Long Chen had no idea what was happening in the outside world, as he was a spectator of another spacetime. He watched helplessly as that world was taken away, compressed into a scroll. Long Chen knew that this baby's cry was the birth of the Pill Sovereign. Just as she was reborn, Lord Brahma caught her, destroying both her and the world she was born into. Though the Pill Sovereign's body was destroyed, her soul escaped into reincarnation once again. The scene before Long Chen shifted. This time, he saw a 16-year-old maiden. Despite her age, her cultivation base was already at the human emperor realm. Standing before her was a white-robed, long-haired man. This man had narrow eyes and a slightly sharp chin. He was very handsome, but his face was devoid of any emotion. He was Lord Brahma. It was the second time Long Chen had seen him. Previously, he had only seen Lord Brahma's silhouette, but now, he saw him clearly. The sight of Lord Brahma made Long Chen's entire body quiver with rage, his killing intent threatening to burst out of him. Master, stop struggling. There's no point in it. Even if only a trace of my Yuan spirit remains, there is no place for you in the 9 heavens and 10 lands any longer. Why not just accompany him in peace? Said Lord Brahma calmly. Shut your mouth, you brute. He won't die. One day, he will return to the peak of the 9 heavens and settle this debt. When that time comes, the 9 heavens and 10 lands will run red with your blood. The maiden shouted, her voice filled with defiance. Master, you're angry. When I sneak attacked you, you weren't this angry. It seems you've changed after reincarnating, remarked Lord Brahma. Seeing her fury, Lord Brahma shook his head and smiled derisively. What eternal Pill Sovereign? All lies. Even if you obtained the sovereign radiance of the 9 heavens, claiming to have the same lifespan as heaven and earth, you're still going to die. But don't worry, after your death, the title of Pill Sovereign will be inherited by your most outstanding disciple. The position of Pill Sovereign in the 9 heavens will not remain vacant. Tell me, where are Fei Xing and Rui Yu? Asked the maiden. Even at this time, you still care about eldest apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister. It seems that junior apprentice brother Daynite and I aren't your favorites. Since you've asked, I don't dare to withhold the truth. Unfortunately, they have already met their end before you, Lord Brahma replied, his expression unchanged. Nonsense. Fei Xing had condensed the 9-star battle armor. Even if you and fallen Daynite joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for him. Raged the maiden. Long Chen's heart shook upon hearing this. The Pill Sovereign's eldest disciple had condensed the 9-star battle armor. But shouldn't he have inherited the Pill Sovereign's legacy? That's true. Eldest apprentice brother was incredibly strong because the 9-star master had taught him the 9-star hegemon body art. Both of you favored him. Even if junior apprentice brother Daynite and I joined forces, we would simply be crushed by a single hand from him. But don't forget, eldest apprentice brother was strong, yet not very smart. Junior apprentice brother Daynite and I first captured our junior apprentice sister and used her as bait. We then lured the eldest apprentice brother into the 3-head 9-tail void beast's territory, and, hee, chuckled Lord Brahma. Long Chen's head buzzed. For some reason, when he heard of the 3-headed 9-tail void beast, he was reminded of a dream he had in the Phoenix Cry Empire after falling into endless darkness 1. In that dream, he saw a man battling a strange beast with 3 heads and 9 tails, its body covered in black fur. They fought within the River of Stars, tearing apart the void and shattering stars with every blow. Long Chen had never forgotten that dream. At the time, there was a figure behind that man, but it was too blurry to discern. The figure didn't move from the start, as if too heavily wounded to do so. The man with a 9-color divine ring fought the beast as if to protect the figure behind him. Are they the Pill Sovereign's eldest and youngest disciples? Wondered Long Chen. You really are an animal, cursed the maiden. Lord Brahma smiled to hear her curse. Master, you're getting angry again. Good, this shows that you're no longer the Pill Sovereign of the 9 heavens. There's nothing for me to fear. As I was your disciple, I will tell you some information. Eldest apprentice brother refused to abandon junior apprentice sister in that bloody battle against the 3-headed 9-tail beast race, resulting in both of them dying. The 3-headed 9-tail void beast race devoured their bodies and souls, so they will never enter the cycle of reincarnation. There won't be a Fei Xing and Rui Yu in the 9 heavens and 10 lands anymore. Furthermore, after you die, to commemorate your achievements, I will change my name to the technique you were proudest of. From now on, I shall be Lord Brahma, too. What do you think? Quivering with fury, the maiden suddenly hissed, just you wait, he has cast the flames of the 9 stars throughout the 10,000 worlds. Once he returns, your blood will dye the 9 heavens. She suddenly extended her hand, revealing a sphere that made Long Chen cry out in shock. The Primal Chaos Bead. 1. Wow. Something from Chapter 111, Dreamland. 2. The term for nirvana can be read as Brahma. Chapter 5199. The Primal Chaos Bead appears. The sphere in the woman's hand was surrounded by primal chaos chi, with a starry river flowing within it, creating a world of its own. This was the Primal Chaos Bead. Although it appeared completely different from when Long Chen had obtained the Primal Chaos Bead, their auras were identical. Lord Brahma's expression changed upon seeing the Primal Chaos Bead. He immediately extended his hand, sealing this entire world. However, he was still one step too slow. The maiden crushed the Primal Chaos Bead in her hand, and the world they were in was obliterated by its terrifying power. The maiden was instantly turned to dust. As for Lord Brahma, he didn't die, but his face twisted in agony, and his figure became translucent, as if he was on the verge of dissipating. Although the Primal Chaos Bead had exploded, its core remained intact. When Long Chen saw this core, his heart trembled. He recognized it as the Primal Chaos Bead he had obtained in the Julie secret realm. Lord Brahma immediately reached out for it. The Primal Chaos Bead pierced through Lord Brahma's hand, causing his body to quiver and crack, teetering on the brink of collapse. After piercing through Lord Brahma's hand, the Primal Chaos Bead tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Lord Brahma let out a furious roar, his figure fading. Long Chen was shocked. Despite supposedly having only a trace of his Yuan spirit left, Lord Brahma still had the strength to tear through space even after being struck by the Primal Chaos Bead. Long Chen's vision darkened, and he suddenly saw Lord Brahma's claw penetrating a woman's chest. The scene shifted again. A woman with violet hair stood in the air, but her head was suddenly severed, flying into the sky as her blood rained down. The scenes continued to change, showing the Pill Sovereign reincarnating over and over again, only to be killed each time. With every reincarnation, her appearance and the world around her changed. She took on various forms, not limited to the human race. She was reincarnated as a member of the spirit race, blood race, devil race, demon race, and even the netherworld race. But regardless of where she was born, Lord Brahma would find and mercilessly slay her each time. As Long Chen watched the Pill Sovereign being killed repeatedly, his killing intent surged uncontrollably. He wanted to intervene, but he was powerless. Long Chen never saw the process of the Pill Sovereign's growth in each life, he only witnessed her final moments. Additionally, everything in these visions, except for Lord Brahma and the Pill Sovereign, appeared blurry and indistinct. With each death, Long Chen noticed that the Pill Sovereign's will weakened. After 500 reincarnations, she no longer raged against Lord Brahma. Instead, there was fear in her eyes. With each reincarnation, parts of her memories were lost, and her will for vengeance weakened. After 500 reincarnations, she had forgotten who Lord Brahma was and no longer remembered her mission. After hunting down and killing the Pill Sovereign 500 times, Lord Brahma's form became a mere clump of light, barely holding together. He had pursued the Pill Sovereign through countless reincarnations without rest, never healing his own injuries. On the Pill Sovereign's 501st reincarnation, it wasn't Lord Brahma who killed her but a group of masked figures. Chess sect, exclaimed Long Chen. Upon seeing those masks, Long Chen gritted his teeth in fury. Unexpectedly, the chess sect was a fang of Lord Brahma. They took Lord Brahma's place to continue hunting down the Pill Sovereign through reincarnation. After the chess sect killed her 100 times, everything descended to chaos. The Pill Sovereign occasionally died to the devil race, the demon race, and Long Chen even saw her killed by the stone spirit race. In every reincarnation, just as she started to grow, she would be killed. Like a curse, her death became inevitable, regardless of who her enemies were. In the end, the final scene was of Yu Qingshan's death in the martial heaven continent. Long Chen was now sure that Yu Qingshan was truly the Pill Sovereign. After 1,000 reincarnations, Yu Qingshan's face, spiritual fluctuations, and even her character were completely different from the Pill Sovereign's. These 1,000 reincarnations are all to wake you up from the red dust one. Long Chen remembered Yu Qingshan's words. She had said that each time, she died in front of him. Did that mean that he had also gone through 1,000 reincarnations? If she is the Pill Sovereign's reincarnation, then who am I? You are him, you are not him. Long Chen suddenly recalled the strange words the Pill Sovereign had once spoken to him. Just who am I? Long Chen felt like he was losing his mind, not knowing who to unleash his anger upon. Flames started to rise around him as if he was on the brink of exploding. While Long Chen was lost in his own world, in the outside world, he was facing the Pill Sovereign's statue with a twisted expression of fury. The azure lotus behind him was burning berserkly, incinerating a hole in the heavens. This azure lotus had condensed countless runes that formed chains. Those chains linked together, creating one enormous chain that pierced through the heavens. The world wailed and shook in terror. Lu Chengkong, Yu Qingshan, and the disciple of the Pill Institute were all paralyzed with fear. Yu Qingshan had no idea that just as the statue was about to awaken her memories, Long Chen had intervened, causing him to witness 1,000 reincarnations of pain and driving him into madness. The angrier he got, the more the azure lotus blazed. Eventually, the lotus merged into the enormous chain, disappearing within it. Countless runes condensed into immortal characters, and when they appeared, space started to crack. Lu Chengkong was horrified. He had no idea what was happening. The entire academy felt the disturbance, and everyone rushed toward the Pill Institute. Upon witnessing the terrifying scene, they were all left speechless. The academy's disciples, in particular, felt as if their souls would be crushed by the mere sight of the heaven-piercing chain. Seeing Bai Lishan, Yu Qingshan hastily cried out, "Dean, something's wrong with Long Chen. Please save him." Bai Lishan's expression changed, and he shouted at Bai Shaola, "Bring over the palace master." Seeing how serious Bai Lishan was, Bai Shaola didn't hesitate. He instantly vanished, and the void split open, revealing the palace master. The palace master's pupils shrank as he quickly formed hand seals. A vast blood chi surged into the heavens. A giant black dragon coiled around Long Chen and shrank, wrapping Long Chen in the enormous chain. When the palace master summoned this black dragon, 90% of the pressure was blocked. Just as everyone was about to sigh in relief, the chanting of a scripture filled with boundless killing intent and destructive will echoed across the sky. 1. From Chapter 2795, 1000. Reincarnations. Chapter 5208th Volume Awakens. The chanting wasn't holy or sacred like the murmurs of gods. Instead, it was violent, bloodthirsty, and filled with a destructive will. It echoed like a devil's roar, shaking heaven and earth with every word, every syllable. The black dragon around Long Chen suddenly bulged and cracked, startling the palace master. As he shouted, the manifestation of an enormous barbarian dragon appeared, so large that it covered the sun. It joined forces with the black dragon, stabilizing it. However, the destructive chanting continued, shaking the entire academy. The terrifying voice filled everyone with dread. "What happened to boss? This killing intent is absolutely terrifying," murmured Guo Ran in shock. Long Chen's aura was completely different now, making him seem like a stranger. Even his closest allies were afraid of him. Long Chen has awakened his own nirvana scripture. "Everyone, back up. When he's done chanting, the flames might explode, and I might not be able to contain them," warned the palace master. No one questioned him. They immediately retreated, while the First Academy's disciples trembled in terror, overwhelmed by Long Chen's aura. Despite them being eternal experts, they were astounded by Long Chen's power. The disciples of the heaven rankings felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They finally understood why Long Chen was the youngest dean in the history of the High Firmament Academy. Someone with such a rare combination of intelligence and power was truly one in a million. But they had encountered him. The chanting grew louder, like roaring thunder. The flame energy of heaven and earth surged toward Long Chen, growing more intense. Heavens, the palace master's black dragon is on fire. People watched in horror as the black dragon around Long Chen began to burn fiercely. Flames erupted from cracks in its body, turning its scales red. The black dragon became a flame dragon. The chanting came to a stop. But all of a sudden, the black flame dragon swelled, growing 10 times larger in an instant. Seeing this, the Academy's experts let out sharp cries. If the black flame dragon exploded, the devastation would destroy the Academy. Furthermore, only a few of them would survive. The flames around Long Chen erupted like a volcano. The palace master's black dragon continued to swell, revealing a translucent dragon hiding beneath the black scales, with flames swirling inside. Suddenly, the palace master's black dragon exploded. Even Guo Ran and the others were horrified. Just as Guo Ran was about to order the Dragonblood Legion to summon their greatest defense, the flames that blew apart the black dragon didn't spread. Instead, they soared into the heavens, piercing a massive hole in the sky. The wall of the heavens was torn open, like the end of the world. The hole didn't heal for a long time, as even the laws of the heavenly Taos couldn't mend it. The power of the attack was unimaginable. If the palace master hadn't guided the energy skyward, the entire First Academy would have been destroyed. What a terrifying destructive law. It almost went out of control, murmured the palace master, staring at the gaping hole in the heavens with a twinge of fear. Guo Ran and the others were shocked to see the palace master pale and drained of blood qi, clearly having paid a steep price to control Long Chen's attack. Yu Qingshan and Bai Shishi saw Long Chen still standing in front of the Pill Sovereign's divine statue, unmoving. Just as they were about to approach him, the palace master raised his hand to stop them. Long Chen is still not himself. He doesn't even realize that he has awakened the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture. Let him retreat from that realm on his own. Don't disturb him, cautioned the palace master. The Pill Institute's palace was in ruins. Fortunately, the pill furnaces and secret tomes were protected by the divine statue's power. Long Chen's eyes were tightly shut, and his killing intent raged on. He stood like a statue, lost in a world of nothingness. Hatred. Boundless hatred. Long Chen's hatred for Lord Brahma had reached unprecedented heights. This seed of hatred spread through his blood, bones, and soul. You are him, you are not him. Long Chen recalled the Pill Sovereign's words. Yu Qingshan had gone through 1,000 reincarnations. Was she the Pill Sovereign? Was she not? 1,001 reincarnations. This time, she was infected by the Nether Emperor's karma. Was it because of this karma that she could escape Lord Brahma's control? What about me? Who am I? This arrogance deep in my soul. Does it come from myself or someone else's memories? If I am the reincarnation of a peak expert, why did I grow up as trash? It was only after being beaten up in the Phoenix Cry Empire that those memories awakened. How did that change occur? Did I hide my own status to protect myself? Or was it this world's karma that undid the seal? Why did the Pill Sovereign's primal chaos beat appear in the mortal world's Julie secret realm? Furthermore, I just happened to have the Julie bloodline. Is that really a coincidence? Countless questions swirled about in Long Chen's mind. With all his might, he tried to recall his memories, seeking any clue that might reveal his true identity. Was he, like Yu Qingshan, reincarnated with a mission? Long Chen's thoughts were in chaos. He felt lost in darkness, unable to see even a trace of light. Great 9-star heir, you've awakened the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture and the 8-star battle armor. You are strong enough. Come to the endless desolation. You cannot wait any longer, or it really will be too late. Just then, the ancient and familiar voice rang out in Long Chen's mind once more. Chapter 5201 Heart Devil reappears. The familiar voice echoed once more, this time incredibly clear. However, Long Chen remained calm as he responded, "Who are you?" Immediately, the voice became indistinct, as if some powerful force was interfering. Long Chen only sensed an overwhelming anxiety before the voice completely vanished. Long Chen was silent. This voice had appeared many times before, and it was always the same, never fully explaining anything before disappearing. Long Chen pondered within the darkness. At this moment, he suddenly felt particularly relaxed, as if the darkness was the only place where he could truly feel safe. People fear the darkness, but I like it. Maybe I am the darkness, Long Chen murmured to himself. After witnessing Yu Qingshan's reincarnation process, Long Chen felt an overwhelming disgust for the entire world. He didn't fully understand what the existence of the Pill Sovereign signified, but he had a strong sense that she was one of the strongest beings in the 9 heavens, an apex existence in this world. Long Chen had encountered the Pill Sovereign multiple times. She was beautiful, warm, and kind. A single glance from her was enough to make a person defend her with their life. She seemed to embody a beautiful world. However, even such a person had been betrayed by her own disciple at that. Long Chen didn't know the exact circumstances surrounding her downfall, nor why her disciple would betray her. However, it was clear that despite being at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, she couldn't control her life and death. This powerlessness and injustice made Long Chen's heart turn cold. The bitterness was so intense that Long Chen wanted to tear apart this cruel world with his own hands. Even someone as powerful, as the Pill Sovereign had been forced into the cycle of reincarnation, hunted down mercilessly over and over again. Her memories were gradually erased, and she forgot all her original feelings. How sorrowful was that? Recalling how Yu Qingshan had died in the martial heaven continent, Long Chen felt like his heart was breaking. Whether or not Yu Qingshan was the Pill Sovereign, he vowed to protect her with all his might. He would cherish her and ensure she never experienced such pain again. The thought of the Pill Sovereign being hunted down by Lord Brahma led Long Chen to a chilling realization: could Lord Brahma control reincarnation? Even if he couldn't fully control it, he was clearly capable of predicting where the Pill Sovereign would be reborn each time. If Lord Brahma had the power to influence reincarnation, it meant he could control a portion of the heavenly Taos. No wonder the Earth Cauldron had mentioned that the true heavenly Taos wouldn't target anyone, but that they were no longer the old heavenly Taos. It was a subtle warning that one or more others were interfering and changing the heavenly Taos. By twisting the heavenly Taos, they cast a shadow over the world. Good people were continuously harmed and killed, while bad people lived exceptionally comfortably. Long Chen had seen how Lord Brahma assassinated the Pill Sovereign. At that time, the Pill Sovereign probably didn't die immediately. Long Chen had heard that the Pill Sovereign had destroyed Lord Brahma's physical body, leaving only a trace of his Yuan spirit. However, the details of her eventual demise remained a mystery. The entity pursuing the Pill Sovereign through her reincarnations was only a trace of Lord Brahma's Yuan spirit, yet it still possessed the power to devastate worlds. Despite wielding the primal chaos bead, the Pill Sovereign couldn't completely annihilate his Yuan spirit. Even after suffering such a grievous injury, Lord Brahma had relentlessly pursued the Pill Sovereign, gradually eroding her will and memories. He only stopped to heal once she was no longer a threat, leaving the task of chasing her to his subordinates. Long Chen had glimpsed the faintest trace of Lord Brahma's true power, and that glimpse alone was enough to make him despair. At that time, the Pill Sovereign had reached the human emperor realm, but in the face of Lord Brahma, she had directly detonated the primal chaos bead. Hence, it was clear that a human emperor couldn't contend against a fragment of Lord Brahma's Yuan spirit. Lord Brahma was like a towering mountain, while Long Chen was a mere ant standing at its base. The difference between them was far, far too great. Most importantly, Lord Brahma had been in recovery for a long time and had amassed countless followers. He was clearly using the faith energy to restore the body that the Pill Sovereign destroyed. Countless years had passed since then, and Long Chen had no idea how much Lord Brahma had recovered. But in any case, Long Chen was not Lord Brahma's match. His revenge was still far away. Long Chen then realized something that sent shivers down his spine. Even after Lord Brahma had sneak attacked the Pill Sovereign, she still managed to destroy his body and Yuan spirit, which meant the Pill Sovereign's downfall was not caused solely by Lord Brahma. While Fallen Day Knight had betrayed the Pill Sovereign as well, Long Chen felt that even if the two ingrates joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for her. There had to be more terrifying enemies scheming against her. The thought of facing multiple beings on the same level as Lord Brahma was enough to make anyone lose hope. Even Long Chen felt a heavy blow to his resolve. Long Chen continued to think within this peaceful darkness. Just then, an icy voice rang out in his mind. Are you afraid, terrified? If so, give this body to me. I'll help you kill them all, and I'll destroy the 9 heavens and 10 lands altogether. When Long Chen heard that voice, his heart quivered. That was his heart devil who had been gone for a long time. How did it suddenly come back? However, something was different this time. The voice wasn't coming from within him, it sounded like it was shouting at him from across a vast expanse. I, Long Chen, have never been terrified. I don't need you to worry about it, replied Long Chen coldly. Hee, tough words mean nothing. Don't worry, give me a bit more time. Once I am in full control of my power, I will take control of this body. At that time, I will make all the lifeforms of the 9 heavens and 10 lands tremble in fear at the mere mention of the name Long Chen. Long Chen could hear it clearly now. His heart devil truly wasn't within him. The voice carried a familiar aura. Sensing it closely, Long Chen suddenly exclaimed, "You're in purgatory." The heart devil didn't respond. It simply laughed and fell silent. Long Chen's heart shook. Through the voice of his heart devil, Long Chen sensed the aura of purgatory. He had been there once, so he couldn't be wrong about it. An intense feeling of unease surged within Long Chen, a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. Long Chen then trembled, and the darkness around him faded away. He opened his eyes and saw the Pill Sovereign's statue, as well as Yu Qingshan's worried gaze. When he saw the concern in her eyes, his heart ached. Without thinking, he suddenly pulled Yu Qingshan into a tight embrace. Chapter 5202, Creating a Dragonblood Heavenly Chosen Legion. Long Chen, there are people around, exclaimed Yu Qingshan. Indeed, the palace master, Bai Lishan, Lu Chengkong, the Academy's elders, and the disciples of the junior generation were all watching. Yu Qingshan instantly turned a deep shade of red when Long Chen suddenly hugged her. She wanted to push him away but then noticed his eyes were red, and her heart quivered. Long Chen, what happened? Yu Qingshan asked softly. I turned myself into a bridge and endured 500 years of battering wind, 500 years of rain, and 500 years of scorching sun, all so that when you crossed over, I could tell you, I love you. Long Chen hugged her tightly, the thought of Yu Qingshan's 1,000 painful reincarnations swirling in his mind. How could he possibly repay her? Yu Qingshan held him back tightly, no longer thinking about the countless people watching. At this moment, all that remained in this world were her and Long Chen. Boss really is the boss. If I had a fraction of his abilities, I wouldn't be a single dog, Guo Ran sighed. What's wrong with being single? It's better than meeting someone who hurts you. A single dog has a single dog's joy, remarked Sha Chen. Having been betrayed by his love, Sha Chen still had a wound in his heart that had never healed. It's nice to be young, the palace master commented before leaving. Bai Lishan and the others felt that this scene wasn't suitable for old folks like them, so they all began to leave as well. Bai Shishi stared at the two of them, feeling a trace of bitterness. Oblivious to his big sister's emotions, Bai Shala said, Big sis, as I recall, boss has never hugged you like that. In my opinion, a woman should be kind and gentle just like big sister Qingshan. Only such a person can make someone ayah. Before Bai Shala could finish, Bai Shishi grabbed his cheek and pulled, making him scream. He hastily used a magical art to escape her devil's claw. The little fox on his shoulder raised its paw, about to form hand seals to help Bai Shala escape. However, Bai Shishi suddenly shouted, Little Nine, have you thought this through? The little fox instantly had a stroke of enlightenment and jumped off Bai Shala's shoulder. Clearly, it had decided to stay out of things. Little Nine, how could you? Bai Shala shouted angrily. Without Little Nine's help, he hastily fled. You reap what you sow. Even I understand this principle. You really are a fool, said the little fox. Everyone laughed as they watched Bai Shala flee. Only then did Bai Shishi return, huffing. By then, Long Chen and Yu Qingshan had also returned. Long Chen's eyes were still red, and the Dragonblood Legion could sense that something was off with their boss. Boss, are you alright? Someone asked. I'm fine, let's go find a place to talk, replied Long Chen. Shishi, come with me. I want to talk to you, Yu Qingshan said, grabbing Bai Shishi's hand. The two of them then walked off together. Long Chen led the Dragonblood Legion to a secluded place in the outer region of the academy. Sha Chen set up a formation to block any prying eyes. How many brothers have yet to become heavenly chosens? Asked Long Chen. Guo Ran looked a bit embarrassed as he replied, We don't know why, but after the Divine Pool's baptism, the proportion of Dragonblood warriors who managed to become heavenly chosens is much lower than that of the Branch Academy's disciples. Over 5,000 brothers did not manage to become heavenly chosens. Strangely enough, many of our captains and squad leaders are amongst them. Long Chen nodded. It's not strange. Everyone cultivates the dragon soul body forging art. After you all merged with the dragon souls, your innate talent was also affected by them. Many of the dragon souls had slumbered for too long. While the divine pool replenished the energy that they lost over time, there wasn't enough energy to let them fully recover. Hence, it was a challenge for you guys to awaken your heavenly fate discs. Everyone suddenly understood. It wasn't that they lacked talent or hadn't worked hard enough, the issue lay with the dragon souls within them. Sha Chen, check again. Is this place fully screened off, even from the eyes of the heavens? Asked Long Chen. Hearing how serious Long Chen sounded, Sha Chen set up another 9 barriers before confidently saying, Boss, this place is fully screened off. Long Chen nodded and sank his mind into the primal chaos space, where flowers had transformed into many new fruits. These fruits were different from the previous ones. They bore heavenly fate discs, emanating powerful Doyan fluctuations. These were new heavenly Dao fruits at the level of heavenly chosens. They were not born directly but were formed after Long Chen had killed countless heavenly chosens. The heavenly Dao tree absorbed the energy of heaven and earth to transform the flowers into fruits. When these heavenly Dao fruits matured, they automatically fell from the heavenly Dao tree, giving birth to new flowers, and the cycle continued. Long Chen didn't even know how many heavenly chosens he had killed in the heavenly flame devil domain, but there was now a small mountain of heavenly Dao fruits beneath the tree, numbering in the tens of thousands. From this, it seemed that he had to kill at least 100 heavenly chosens to condense a single heavenly chosen heavenly Tao fruit. Each fruit contained incomparably pure heavenly Tao energy. When Long Chen took them out, everyone was stunned, but they were already used to Long Chen's surprises. Those who hadn't awakened a heavenly fate disc quickly picked a fruit to consume. As soon as they did, a heavenly fate disc appeared behind them, the effect many times greater than that of the divine pool. The Dragonblood warriors cried out in excitement. Some people had to consume 2 to awaken their heavenly fate disc, while others required 5 or 6. One person, in particular, needed over 10 fruits to summon a heavenly fate disc, but the resulting disc gave off terrifying fluctuations that shocked everyone. It seems that it won't be long before we need to shuffle the positions in the Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen said, staring excitedly at the newly empowered warriors. Chapter 5203. A Batch of Good Fortune. Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the others nodded in agreement. The warriors who awakened their heavenly fate discs later had no choice but to do so because the dragon souls in them were too strong. Their dragon souls wanted to recover to their peak condition, which meant they needed more energy. Only once the dragon soul was fully recovered could it merge with its master's power and awaken the heavenly fate disc on top of this foundation. Back in the sovereign dragon blood pool, the Dragonblood warriors had formed a resonance with dragon souls that matched their hearts and souls. This bond was eternal, binding them together through life and death. With 2 entities in one body, balance was essential. If the dragon soul lacked energy, the warrior wouldn't be able to awaken their heavenly fate disc. The more energy they needed, the stronger their dragon soul was. When their heavenly fate disc appeared, the initial pressure was already so terrifying. Thus, if their true manifestation were fully awakened, their power could increase 100-fold. That was a frightening thought. Normally, the position of the squad leaders wouldn't change too much. Even if someone lost their spot, they would likely reclaim it soon after. However, with some Dragonblood warriors possessing terrifyingly powerful heavenly fate discs, perhaps there would be significant changes among the ranks. Suddenly, I'm feeling some pressure, said Li Qi as he looked at the Dragonblood warriors' heavenly fate discs. It's fine, if anyone beats me, I'll happily give them my position, added Song Mingyuan casually, seemingly unaffected by this pressure. All the Dragonblood warriors were as close as brothers, never resenting anyone for taking their spots. The positions mattered little to them, the only reason they even competed was to make sure the strongest brothers picked up the heaviest burdens. If they were to slack off, they would be putting their brothers in danger. Soon, all the Dragonblood Legion members had awakened their heavenly fate discs, filling them with high spirits and a renewed sense of purpose. They looked at Long Chen with reverence, marveling at how he had turned them all into heavenly chosens. This kind of ability was absolutely heaven-defying. Once the Dragonblood warriors were done, they returned to the academy. Feeling their powerful fluctuations, everyone in the academy was stunned. Just what had happened in this one day? Upon their return, Long Chen, using his authority as the dean, summoned all the disciples who had awakened a heavenly fate disc, including those from the branch and head academies. Bai Shishi and Bai Shaola joined them as well. Bai Shishi, however, appeared anxious and guilt-ridden, which caught Long Chen's attention. He quietly asked her, "What's wrong?" I'm sorry, Long Chen, I think I made Big Sister Xianxia angry. She said she wanted to stay in the Pill Institute and didn't want to come with us to the Dragon Domain, Bai Shishi explained, her voice trembling with anxiety. She was almost in tears. After Yu Xianxia brought Bai Shishi away, she asked Bai Shishi to look after Long Chen in the Dragon Domain and keep him in check. Bai Shishi was startled, thinking that she had made Yu Xianxia angry due to her show of jealousy. While Yu Xianxia had expressed her desire to stay behind, to use the divine statue's power to comprehend the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture, Bai Shishi was convinced that her actions were the real cause. After all, when Long Chen hugged Yu Xianxia in front of everyone, Bai Shishi didn't like that feeling. However, that wasn't because she was jealous of Yu Xianxia, but simply because she was a woman. Bai Shishi felt so embarrassed, and no matter how Yu Xianxia tried to explain it, Bai Shishi felt like Yu Xianxia was blaming her. While explaining it to Long Chen, Bai Shishi felt like a convict on trial, her worried gaze truly heartbreaking. Long Chen smiled at her and responded, "You're overthinking it. Xianxia isn't such a person. If anyone should apologize, it's me." Bai Shishi instantly felt relieved. She might not have believed Yu Xianxia's explanation, but she trusted Long Chen's words. Yu Qingxian was naturally kind, often keeping her emotions hidden to avoid making others unhappy. However, this led to misunderstandings with Bai Shishi. Long Chen knew that while he bore the bulk of the Pill Sovereign's memories, having gone through countless reincarnations, Yu Qingxian must have sensed something. Ever since Lord Brahma killed the Pill Sovereign, no new Pill Sovereign had appeared in this world. Perhaps to avoid Lord Brahma's attention or escape karmic retribution, the Pill Sovereign was referred to as the Pill Ancestor here. Long Chen didn't know if Yu Qingxian would eventually awaken those memories, but he didn't want to force her. He only wished for her happiness, free from the burdens of the past. Long Chen actually prayed that she wouldn't awaken those painful memories. He wished he could lift the sky on his shoulders so that she wouldn't have to carry the burden. He would avenge her himself. After all, this blood debt needed to be repaid 1,000 times over. Bai Shishi felt much better after Long Chen's response. Meanwhile, the heavenly chosen disciples of the High Firmament Academy had gathered. The head academy's disciples were eager, while those from the First Branch Academy were rather apprehensive. After all, Long Chen had slain many from their ranks, including vice deans, elders, and fellow disciples. Long Chen's ruthless methods terrified them. Although they also idolized his martial power, they were afraid of his bloody style. As the dean of the academy, it's my duty to lead and strengthen the academy quickly. The First Academy is now in disarray, and I, Long Chen, must take responsibility. Today, I've summoned you to offer a batch of good fortune to compensate for the damage caused by eliminating those wicked interlopers, Long Chen announced. The head academy's disciples felt their blood heating up. They understood Long Chen far too well. If he was saying that he had good fortune for them, then it had to be something amazing. As for the First Academy's disciples, seeing how excited the head academy's disciples became, they were also affected. They wanted to know what kind of fortune Long Chen had in store. As heavenly chosens who have entered the eternal realm, you now possess the qualifications to awaken your heavenly fate manifestation. Only by doing so can you truly unleash your heavenly fate disc's power and become true heavenly chosens. I can't guarantee that everyone will awaken their manifestation, but I promise that at least half of you will, Long Chen declared. The First Academy's disciples were all shocked by Long Chen's announcement. Yi Zuan couldn't help but shout, "Dean Long Chen, are you being serious?" In response, Long Chen waved his hand, and an enormous tree appeared in the sky, its leaves spreading over the entire academy. Multicolored light flowed across its branches, and the leaves shimmered like colored glass. The moment it appeared, everyone froze in awe. Chapter 5204 Bai Shishi's Manifestation. The enormous tree covered the sky, casting a multicolored divine light that filled the atmosphere with life. Everyone, except for the Dragonblood Legion, was stunned. The tree's trunk was semi-translucent, and its leaves resembled colored glass, with runes flowing within them. The divine light entered their very souls, lifting away negative emotions and leaving them with a clear mind. Everyone instantly entered a state of pure emptiness. Such an opportunity had never occurred to them. It felt as if they had suddenly awakened from a long dream, seeing the world in a new light. Under the 7 treasure-colored glass tree's divine light, their mental acuity sharpened, and many previously elusive profundities became clear. This opportunity won't last long. You have only 6 hours to connect with your heavenly fate manifestation. Use this time wisely to awaken your manifestation. Don't miss this chance, Long Chen instructed. Realizing how rare this opportunity was, all the disciples quickly entered a state of meditation, communing with their heavenly fate discs. Familiar with the 7 treasure-colored glass tree's light, the Dragonblood Legion immediately began meditating as their heavenly fate discs swirled, dragon runes appearing on them. The Starry River sect's disciples saw that their heavenly fate discs produced specks of starlight. Once they awakened their manifestations, they would definitely be connected to the stars. Meanwhile, the other disciples' heavenly fate discs were completely different, displaying all kinds of colors and images. Suddenly, space quivered, and Long Chen's attention was drawn to Bai Shishi. A spot of golden light appeared on her heavenly fate disc, and her aura transformed. Her mental energy surged, causing even Long Chen's heart to tremble. That's too fast. I didn't think that her comprehension ability was so high. Long Chen marveled. While the 7 treasure-colored glass tree unlocked a person's intelligence, true enlightenment required their own effort. The tree merely cleared their minds and lifted their negative emotions, allowing them to fully utilize their intelligence. For instance, if a person's intelligence were rated at 100 points, the distractions of various emotions might cause them to operate at only 60 or 70 points. Weighed down by pressure and emotions, some people might be so blinded that they couldn't see the mountain hidden behind the leaf obscuring their eyes. The 7 treasure-colored glass tree removed that leaf, letting them unleash 100 points of their intelligence. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Bai Shishi's heavenly fate disc reacted. Long Chen hadn't expected that this usually obstinate and prideful girl would possess such immense talent and comprehension. With Bai Shishi's looks, status, and talent, countless men would be willing to be hers and hers alone for a lifetime. She had always disliked men having more than a single woman, but she had gone against those instincts to be with Long Chen. The mental struggle she endured was something that Long Chen could not understand. Long Chen sighed, wondering how he had managed to win the love of so many remarkable women. He didn't know how he could ever repay them for their love. Suddenly, a sweet smile appeared on Bai Shishi's face, startling Long Chen. It was as if she had just heard his thoughts. Just then, the golden spot on her heavenly fate disc started flashing, and more spots appeared 1, 2, 3, 10, 100. Millions of golden spots appeared on the heavenly fate disc. They were like golden stars and slowly formed a human figure. This figure was extremely unclear at first, but as the golden spots condensed, it revealed a tall, valiant figure with billowing robes and long hair. If it wasn't Bai Shishi, who else could it be? Her manifestation is herself. Long Chen was shocked. Bai Shishi slowly opened her eyes, looking at Long Chen with deep emotion. Before he could react, she appeared before him and hugged him tightly. Shishi, what happened to you? Asked Long Chen. He initially thought she was just happy about awakening her manifestation, but her behavior seemed different. Thank you for understanding me. I heard your heart's voice. I'm really happy, Bai Shishi whispered, holding him tightly. You really heard it? Long Chen was shocked. That was inconceivable. How could Bai Shishi have read his mind? Nodding, Bai Shishi replied, thank you for giving me a spot amongst my big sisters. Hearing her say this, Long Chen felt both joy and guilt. He really did owe her a lot. Glancing around, Long Chen was relieved that everyone else was still in meditation and hadn't noticed them. Only then did Bai Shishi realize what she was doing and quickly pulled back, her face flushed with embarrassment. Long Chen stared at her beautiful face. Even with tears on her face, she looked like a lotus breaking the surface of the water. In that moment, he was completely captivated by this peerless beauty. Bai Shishi grew even more embarrassed after being stared at so openly, but she also felt a sweet feeling well up within her. Being looked at by the person she loved was an indescribable blessing for her. Suddenly, a sound made them turn away. Someone else had awakened their manifestation, but to their surprise, it was Guo Ran. Chapter 5205 Lazy Dragon Egg Diagram. Seeing a dragonoid figure appear on Guo Ran's heavenly fate disc, Long Chen and Bai Shishi were stunned. This fellow was actually the second to awaken his manifestation. Normally, this fellow was notoriously lazy. Apart from his exceptional talent in forging, he was considered a bottom-tier existence when it came to cultivation. The fact that he was the second to awaken his manifestation left Long Chen dumbfounded. Could it be that this little fellow was truly a genius, and they had all been fooled by him? More and more dragonoid images appeared on Guo Ran's manifestation, and they ultimately converged into one giant dragon. In an instant, Guo Ran's Doyan fluctuations multiplied by hundreds of times, his aura even making Long Chen jump. However, what shocked Long Chen and Bai Shishi even more was that the giant dragon manifestation actually opened its mouth wide and slowly spat out an orb. This orb absorbed the energy of heaven and earth at an alarming rate, ultimately condensing into a giant egg. Long Chen and Bai Shishi were left baffled. The dragon then bit open the egg and dove into it, with the egg sealing itself right after. The dragon hid within the egg as if nothing had happened. Long Chen's jaw dropped. This dragon appeared only to hide itself again, leaving Guo Ran's manifestation as nothing more than an egg. It looked almost comical. However, this egg was covered in countless runes, absorbing the outside world's energy through them. While it looked fragile at first, it quickly strengthened as the energy flowed in. A metallic luster appeared on its surface, and it soon exuded a powerful dragon might, even in its egg form. This lazy dragon actually hid itself in the egg to keep sleeping. But the egg is also a powerful storage item capable of holding immense power. Once this lazy dragon finally wakes up, the energy will be Guo Ran's to use, and it can keep sleeping, explained Long Chen as he stared speechlessly. Guo Ran was already incredibly lazy, but this dragon took laziness to a whole new level, challenging a person's understanding of laziness. This fellow was practically a disgrace to the dragon race. The egg continued to absorb the energy of heaven and earth, displaying its shocking energy storage capabilities. Long Chen suddenly thought of how Guo Ran's combat power lay entirely in his battle armor. As long as the battle armor was strong enough, this egg would provide Guo Ran with endless energy. In the distance, another heavenly fate disc rumbled, making Bai Shishi jump. She looked over and was shocked to see Yu Zifeng as the owner of this manifestation. Yu Zifeng had not gone through the divine pool baptism nor consumed a heavenly Dao fruit, but during his eternal tribulation, he had strangely awakened a heavenly fate disc. Now, his heavenly fate disc was shaking as if invisible hands were squeezing it, slowly distorting its shape. Faint cracks started to appear on its surface. His heavenly fate disc is going to explode, exclaimed Bai Shishi. Don't worry, that's what Zifeng wants, said Long Chen calmly. Why would he do that? Asked Bai Shishi. After thinking about it, Long Chen replied, this is a trap of the heavenly Daos. As a sword cultivator, Zifeng must transcend everything. The heavens gave him a heavenly fate disc, but it was to shackle him to the heavenly Daos. While a heavenly fate disc is a huge opportunity to others, it is like a cage to Zifeng. The heavenly fate disc's appearance will instantly raise his power by dozens of times. But with it, his sword Dao will be branded with the mark of the heavenly Daos, which will prevent him from transcending them. He is going to break these shackles, the shackles of fate. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, Yu Zifeng's manifestation exploded into fragments. Suddenly, Yu Zifeng formed hand seals, and the fragments didn't dissipate. Instead, they drew together once more under Yu Zifeng's guidance, gradually taking the shape of a sword. The sword was incredibly crude, with the parts where the fragments connected visible. However, it quickly started to fuse. It wouldn't be long before it became a flawless sword. Bai Shishi was stunned. Although she knew that Yu Zifeng was terrifying, she hadn't expected him to have reached this level. He had forcibly crushed his own heavenly fate disc and created a new manifestation based on his own will. That was absolutely domineering. Just then, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Songming Yuan, Sha Chen, Bai Shaola, and the others also experienced the awakening of their heavenly fate discs. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Songming Yuan had dragon marks on their manifestation, emitting overwhelming blood qi. Although their exact manifestations were still unknown, Long Chen knew they would definitely contain dragon souls and ultimately take the shape of dragons. As for Sha Chen, although he possessed dragon blood and had condensed dragon runes on his heavenly fate disc, talismans had appeared on the edge of his heavenly fate disc, causing its border to shine. On Bai Shaola's heavenly fate disc, a pair of enormous eyes appeared, each with intricate designs within them. Even Long Chen didn't dare to look at them directly, fearing he might be drawn into an illusion. Suddenly, Bai Shaola's heavenly fate disc quivered, and another pair of eyes appeared in his manifestation. Then another pair. When 8 pairs of eyes had appeared, Long Chen and Bai Shishi found it difficult to keep looking. Each pair alone was already frightening, but being stared at by so many made their heads spin. After an hour, more dazzling heavenly fate discs appeared as more people awakened their manifestations. Shishi, what is your manifestation's name? Asked Long Chen. It's too early to tell. A heavenly fate manifestation's awakening has 3 parts. We're in the initial awakening phase, which requires us to commune with our manifestation. Once we have reached a certain degree of fusion, our manifestations will enter a state of rapid growth. If I can endure the power and reach an equilibrium with it, then I'll awaken new divine abilities. After reaching a deep enough level of fusion, we'll reach the point of complete awakening, and our manifestations will tell us their names. Only then can it count as a complete merger, explained Bai Shishi. It's that complicated, grumbled Long Chen, not expecting it to be so complicated. Bai Shishi said excitedly, in any case, the hardest step is the first one. The rest is just a matter of time and patience. Even though I've only taken the first step, my power has multiplied by over 10 times. That much. Chapter 5206 Initial Mastery of the 8-Star Battle Armor. Seeing Long Chen's shocked appearance, Bai Shishi solemnly said, I'm going to get stronger. Big Sister Qingshan said that while she's not with us, I have to look after you. Yu Qingshan had decided to stay in the academy to comprehend the Pill Ancestor's divine statue. She didn't know that this statue was her before 1,000 reincarnations, nor did she realize that the so-called pill ancestor was actually the pill sovereign. Due to Lord Brahma, no one studying the pill Tao dared to call someone a pill sovereign, so they naturally replaced it with the title of pill ancestor. Yu Qingxian knew that Long Chen was about to enter the endless desolation and that he was taking a trip to the dragon domain right before heading into its depths. However, she felt something within the statue was calling to her. She wasn't foolish, she knew that Long Chen was hiding something from her. Although she knew that Long Chen had to have his reasons for not telling her and that he sincerely loved her, she could not resist this instinct, so she decided to stay. Reluctant to part with Long Chen, she had asked Bai Shishi to look after him. At the time, Bai Shishi had thought that Yu Qingxian was simply angry, but now she accepted this mission gladly. Another explosive sound rang out, and Bai Shishi cried out in disappointment. Yu Zifeng's completed sword manifestation had exploded. Was it a failure? Bai Shishi sighed, thinking that it was a large blow to Yu Zifeng. No, that is his initial blueprint. This fellow really is a monster, exclaimed Long Chen. Long Chen saw the sword fragments slowly merge into Yu Zifeng's body. At first, he thought Yu Zifeng was planning to compress the Heavenly Fate disc into his weapon and fully subdue it for his own use. However, Yu Zifeng crushed his Heavenly Fate disc even after compressing it into a weapon, merging with it and turning the power of the heavens into a part of himself. He was displaying an absolute level of control over it. Long Chen couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that this person was his brother. If Yu Zifeng were an enemy, that would be terrifying. As more and more people awakened their manifestations, Bai Shishi took a moment to calm down from her excitement and sat down to collect herself, solidifying her increased power. Long Chen didn't slack off either. As others awakened their manifestations, he started studying the 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture. Although he had already learned it, at that time, he was in a state of rage. Unable to remember it clearly, Long Chen needed to reinforce his foundation. One rune after another appeared in his mind, but he didn't dare to chant them because doing so would draw all the flame energy of heaven and earth, affecting everyone's comprehension. At this moment, Long Chen was calm as he examined those runes closely. He chanted them in his mind, but after only a few syllables, he felt his blood boiling and his killing intent rising. He immediately stopped. My 8th volume of the Nirvana scripture is filled with destructive power. I can't use it unless I plan on destroying everything around me. Based on what I saw, if I completely chant this volume, Huolinger's flame energy and mine will be completely extracted. Damn, is this not a suicidal technique? Wondered Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare to even chant it in his mind. After looking at the complete scripture, he could tell that based on the effect of the first few runes, completely chanting the scripture would use up every bit of his energy. Most frightening of all, under this destructive will, the flame essence of heaven and earth instantly became his. Anywhere his voice reached, the flame essence of heaven and earth would be drawn toward him. The power of heaven and earth would multiply his and Huolinger's energy by 1,000-fold. If Long Chen detonated it, the unleashed power would be hard to imagine. This is no good. I should see if I can split it into multiple parts. I can't really kill myself just to unleash it, muttered Long Chen silently. The 8th volume was not something to be played with. Long Chen tested out various combinations. Under the 7 treasure-colored glass trees' light, he became extremely efficient. He only failed 10 times before managing to find the crux of the first part. This part was 1/3 of the whole volume, and he estimated that it was within the range that he could tolerate. As he continued his study, he found the second node, perfectly positioned 2/3 through the scripture. However, he estimated that chanting both parts together would produce power beyond his control, potentially costing him his life. Even if he survived, he would end up heavily injuring himself. The second part will be my trump card. As for the complete scripture, it's no good. Even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't survive it, said Long Chen. For now, Long Chen abandoned the idea of using the complete scripture. This terrifying destructive power would kill him along with everything else. After Long Chen was done with the Nirvana scripture, he turned his attention to the 8-star battle armor. He could now summon it, but there were still many flaws. When the 8 stars linked into the star ring, they affected each other and created friction, causing the astral energy to flow unevenly. Most importantly, these flaws didn't just reduce the 8-star battle armor's power, they also placed a heavy burden on his body. He would injure himself like this. With the support of the 7 treasure-colored glass tree, Long Chen quickly identified the source of the problem, the 8th star. The Nirvanic Charge Star was condensed using Nirvanic Charge pills combined with the power of heavenly flames and heavenly lightning. Although this flame and lightning energy passed through the entire star ring when it formed, the other 7 stars did not have an affinity for these energies. This caused friction when the Nirvanic Charge Star's energy reached them. After pinpointing the issue, everything became simple. Long Chen started to draw lightning and flame energy into the other stars, forming a seed for them. That way, they possessed identical energies and would not reject each other. Before long, Long Chen's 8 stars were perfectly connected in a loop, and their astral energy flowed smoothly. His 8-star battle armor was now flawless. Just as Long Chen was excited by his success, a heaven-shaking explosion jolted him from his meditative state. He looked up to see countless enormous figures charging toward the academy. The High Firmament Academy's barrier barely materialized before it was pierced by a massive dragon claw. Emperor Might crashed down, making the entire world feel like it was on the verge of bursting. In an instant, the aura of death enveloped the academy. "Enemy attack!" shouted someone. The entire First Academy was thrown into chaos as terrified cries rang out. The dragon claw attacked again, covering the entire academy with its intense might. "Long Chen, you bastard! Since you dared to slaughter the heavenly geniuses of the Netherdragon race, I'll slaughter your entire academy." In response to the shout, Long Chen exclaimed, "Dragonblood Legion, prepare for battle." Seeing the dragon claw coming down with its immense emperor might, Long Chen shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. He had no time to summon the 8-star battle armor. Dragon scales covered his entire body, and a cross appeared on his palm as he faced the dragon claw head-on. Chapter 5207 8 Domain Divine Diagram. Long Chen's hand slammed into the enormous dragon claw, shaking the earth. The void tore open, and blood rained down as a furious roar echoed through the air. The roar came from the owner of the dragon claw, which had been blasted apart by Long Chen's strike. "The Netherdragon race has big guts. You dare to come to the High Firmament Academy? Are you not afraid of me wiping out your entire Netherdragon race?" shouted Long Chen. Just then, spectral figures started to appear through the shattered barrier. Long Chen's pupils shrank as he took in the scene. The Academy's disciples were horrified by what they saw. The terrifying auras of the invaders made them freeze in place. Countless experts were attacking. The weakest among them was a 5-vein heaven saint, with 9-vein heaven saints being common among their ranks. Half-step human emperors were scattered throughout their numbers. The one Long Chen had just blocked was a half-step human emperor from the Netherdragon race. Long Chen had countered it with the Sovereign Blood Seal. After all, this technique had a suppressive effect against all lifeforms with the dragon race's bloodline. Despite his terrifying power, the half-step human emperor still suffered at the hands of this move. Long Chen was about to unleash a follow-up attack to kill him when the sight of the advancing army made his expression change. A powerful blood chi erupted from within the academy. Long Chen was relieved to sense the aura of the Palace Master. However, just as the Palace Master appeared, an enormous divine diagram appeared in the sky, enveloping the Palace Master. Long Chen let out a startled cry. He recognized that this divine diagram was made of 8 different domains, one of which was the Glacial Heaven domain. "We've been waiting for you. Let's see how you break the 8-domain divine diagram, which contains the power of all 8 Brahma domains." A voice rang out as 8 figures emerged, their powerful emperor might filling the air. These 8 wore robes of the Brahma Pill Valley, with faith energy swirling around them. All of them held a corner of the 8-domain divine diagram. Clearly, they had come prepared just for the Palace Master. The Palace Master was instantly trapped within the 8-domain divine diagram. Long Chen's heart sank as he realized their enemies had come prepared, planning this ambush for a long time. Suddenly, the entire academy shook. An enormous sword shot into the sky, its divine might shocking everyone. Bai Lishan had summoned the High Firmament Divine Sword at this critical moment. As soon as the High Firmament Divine Sword appeared, another diagram manifested in the sky. "The Brahma Divine Diagram," shouted Long Chen. Long Chen had seen many Brahma Divine Diagrams before, but this was the first time he saw Lord Brahma's figure atop one. This diagram was on an entirely different level from the ones he knew. The High Firmament Divine Sword's divine light pierced right at the Brahma Divine Diagram, but swirling whirlpool runes filled with faith energy countered the sword's power. "They're using faith energy to counter the Academy's karmic luck." Bai Lishan's expression changed. The High Firmament Divine Sword was a karmic luck divine item. However, with the Academy's decline, using karmic luck against the Brahma Pill Valley's faith energy put them at a severe disadvantage. In the end, Bai Lishan couldn't pierce the Brahma divine diagram. Dean, summon a barrier with the High Firmament Divine Sword as a base to protect everyone, shouted Long Chen. Their enemies had come prepared for the High Firmament Academy's strongest trump cards, the Palace Master and the High Firmament Divine Sword. The Academy was in grave danger. Just as everyone panicked, an explosive sound rang out from within the 8-domain divine diagram. Long Chen hastily looked over. All 8 human emperors holding the diagram spat out blood, their faces filled with horror. The Palace Master was still capable of powerful resistance, even from within the divine diagram. Seeing this, Long Chen was overjoyed. Even the 8-domain divine diagram wielded by 8 human emperors might not be able to suppress the Palace Master. As long as he broke free, their enemies would be finished. Realizing the threat, the 8 human emperors shouted and unleashed their full power, their manifestations appearing behind them as they poured everything into the diagram. "Everyone, retreat to the plaza," shouted Long Chen. While their enemies had not fully attacked, they should run to safety. The Academy's experts quickly gathered, but some people were so terrified that they lost their shit. Seeing so many experts above them, they either ignored Long Chen's shout or simply couldn't process it. Overwhelmed by fear, they directly fled outside the Academy. Once outside, their minds went blank when they saw countless figures surrounding the Academy. Only now did they realize that the Academy had been fully locked down. There was no escape. They fled back toward the Academy, but an icy voice rang out from one of the 8 human emperors. "The Palace Master has been sealed. The High Firmament Academy is locked down. Everyone, wipe out the High Firmament Academy." The enemies encircling the Academy surged forward like an unstoppable tide. As they unleashed their full auras, mountains were crushed to bits. The experts of the Academy shouted in despair as they were annihilated. "How can there be so many of them?" gasped Guo Ran, stunned by the lineup before them. The attackers included members of the human race, demon race, devil race, netherworld race, dragon race, blood race, and countless others. Without exception, they were at least 5 vain heaven saints, with half-step human emperors numbering over 1,000. They poured in with wild killing intent. Even the Dragonblood Legion was shocked, while the others couldn't even move under the pressure. At this moment, a sword sheath appeared above the plaza, and the central palace quivered as a barrier spread out, protecting everyone. "Do you think a flimsy barrier can stop us? You must be dreaming. Long Chen, you've killed the heavenly geniuses of my devil race. Today, we'll destroy your entire sect." A half-step human emperor sneered as he reached the barrier, his face twisted with malice. The Academy's disciples cried out in fear. Just as his devil sword was about to strike the barrier, a hand caught it. Chapter 5208 Unrivaled Dragonblood Legion. A hand covered in blood-red dragon scales reached out and caught the descending devil sword. Long Chen had summoned the dragon blood battle armor and appeared in front of the barrier. With the devil sword in one hand and a blood-red cloak billowing behind him, Long Chen looked like the reincarnation of a dragon god. The First Academy's disciples felt their blood boiling when they saw this scene. When they were standing against Long Chen, they were terrified of his existence. But now that he was standing on their side, he became their symbol of safety and power. "Destroy my sect." Big words. "Let me see how you plan to do it." Long Chen snorted and kicked the devil expert. The devil expert tried to pull his sword free, but it didn't budge. A sense of dread washed over him. As he circulated his emperor might into a protective shield, Long Chen's foot arrived. At this moment, the devil expert held his sword with both hands. If he let go of one hand, Long Chen would instantly seize his sword. Gritting the teeth, the devil expert circulated the chi in his dantian, which then formed a devil blood shield. He was relying on his emperor might to suppress Long Chen. But it was futile. The shield shattered under the force of Long Chen's kick, and the devil expert's lower body exploded into a mist of blood. After connecting the power of the 8 stars, my strength has improved even more, Long Chen remarked, surprised by the outcome. This devil expert was not just a random expert, he was stronger than Han Chenny. If Long Chen from back in the glacial heaven domain had launched a kick at this devil expert, it wouldn't have even threatened him. Initially, Long Chen had only intended to scatter his opponent's chi and seize the sword. But to his surprise, his kick obliterated the devil expert's lower body. With his opponent's grip weakened, Long Chen snatched the sword and, with a swift motion, sliced the devil expert's upper body in half. After dispatching this half-step human emperor, Long Chen threw the sword at a 9-vein heaven saint greater demon who was preparing to attack the barrier. The sword struck true, and the demon exploded into a cloud of blood. Long Chen roared, "Brothers of the Dragonblood Legion, it's time to show your fangs. Terrify the world with your power. We will soon claim the name of the number 1 legion of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Draw your swords and cut off the heads of our enemies. Use their blood to stain our battle robes red and their screams as our battle cry. Kill." Long Chen's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth like a celestial emperor's battle horn. Kill. The Dragonblood warriors echoed him, their roars shaking the world. Just like that, they charged out of the barrier. Even in the face of an army of half-step human emperors, they were fearless. Long Chen followed up by shattering a half-step human emperor's shield with a single punch. His hand then pierced the enemy's chest, ripping him in two. The gruesome scene ignited the emotions of the Academy's disciples, filling them with fervor. As the battle raged, a massive dragon head fell from the sky, smashing into the ground with a thunderous crash. Dragon blood then poured out like a waterfall. Startled, people shifted their attention from Long Chen to the sky. They saw a headless dragon corpse and a man with a sword, though his figure quickly vanished. Next to the headless corpse, a devil expert's body quivered as a line of blood appeared from the top of his head to his crotch, splitting him in two. This time, everyone saw who did it clearly. Startled cries rang out. The Branch Academy's disciples had never paid much attention to Yu Zifeng before Long Chen's return. But now, they were stunned by his power. Yu Zifeng was cutting down half-step human emperors as if they were nothing. The fact that Yu Zifeng consecutively killed half-step human emperors startled the Branch Academy's disciples. They had never expected such a terrifying figure to be hidden amongst the people they had looked down upon. As they watched, Yu Zifeng continued to teleport across the battlefield. With every stroke of his sword, a half-step human emperor fell. The terrifying half-step human emperors were cut down like melons, unable to resist at all. This time, a powerful explosion shook the battlefield as an armored figure appeared. A battle saber cleaved through the air, sending a half-step human emperor flying. Blood oozed from the expert's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and his weapon exploded in his hands. "Wow, when did I get this strong?" Guo Ran shouted excitedly. He didn't even know how he awakened his manifestation as he was asleep back then. When he woke up, there was an egg in his heavenly fate manifestation. The egg was brimming with inexhaustible energy. Every component of his battle armor was activated in their strongest states, but the supply of energy wasn't weakening at all. After awakening his heavenly fate disc, Guo Ran modified his armor to use Doyan power as its fuel. The armor was meticulously designed to match the energy output of his heavenly fate disc. According to his original calculations, the armor could sustain half of its power for the duration of an incense stick. At 80% power, it would last only 10 breaths. If fully activated, the armor would be drained in a single breath, completely exhausting his heavenly fate disc. But now, his power seemed limitless, as if he was using a straw to extract water from the sea. With this discovery, Guo Ran was ecstatic. He swung his battle sabers wildly, felling enemies left and right. Even full-power attacks from half-step human emperors only made his blood chi fluctuate slightly, unable to pose a serious threat to him. If he didn't have to direct the Dragonblood Legion, he'd have already charged into the center of their enemies. Yu Zifeng, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Bai Shaola, and the others fought fiercely around the barrier, blocking their opponents to give some buffer room for the Dragonblood warriors. Their combined might was terrifying, catching their enemies off guard and halting their advance. This pause allowed the Dragonblood Legion to complete their formation, covering the entire barrier. Seeing that the Dragonblood Legion was done, Long Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting toward the 8 human emperors. Chapter 5209 Purgatory Fiend Spears. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, Long Chen directly rushed toward the 8 human emperors from Pill Valley. He could see that all of them were concentrating their full power on the 8-domain divine diagram, fully focused on trapping the Palace Master. If Long Chen were to suddenly attack one of them, he would likely be able to deal a grievous blow or perhaps even kill one. Luckily, the Palace Master was incredible. Even with 8 human emperors joining forces with the 8-domain divine diagram, they could barely suppress him. Long Chen had thought it through. Even if he couldn't injure them, he could just disturb them and the seal would break. However, just as Long Chen moved, the void exploded, revealing 4 giant black entities before them. These were enormous spears, with heads as large as mountains. They tore through the void, slowly revealing their full bodies. A hair-raising aura radiated from them. Purgatory fiend spears. Long Chen couldn't help but cry out in shock when he saw them. Stop them. Those are the bane of all barriers. Seeing them, Long Chen couldn't bother with the 8 human emperors. He immediately shot toward one of the spears, smashing it with the earth cauldron. At the same time, he flung the demon moon cauldron at the next closest one. During his time in the netherworld with Ming Kangyu and Leng Yuyan, he learned a great deal about the netherworld. He had heard of a weapon specifically designed to break barriers. They were called the Purgatory Fiend Spears. These spears were made of special metal found only within Purgatory and refined through the blood of fiend devils. Their destructive power against barriers outside of Purgatory was terrifying. Leng Yuyan had even shown him one before, though it was only 3 meters long. If these enormous spears struck the barrier, it would instantly explode. The ordinary disciples inside, along with countless people without powerful cultivation bases, would definitely die. Only the heavenly chosen might survive. The earth cauldron smashed into one spear, causing it to disintegrate. An explosive sound rang out in the distance as the demon moon cauldron struck another spear. Both of them were knocked askew on impact. Long Chen was startled. Even with the power of his toss, he couldn't send this spear flying. Although it had deviated from its original path, it still pointed at the barrier. Leave it to me, Yu Zifeng shouted, swinging his sword down at one of the spears and accurately striking the spearhead. Yu Zifeng's sword didn't stop the spear completely, but it did cause it to deviate further, landing on the ground in the distance and blasting a giant hole into it. On the other side, Guo ran through himself at another spear. The impact crushed his battle sabers and armor, causing blood to spray out of his mouth as he went flying back. However, Guo Ran's full assault managed to deviate the spear from its path. That Purgatory Fiend spear landed at the edge of the plaza, leaving a bottomless hole. Heavenly Eye Displacement, Bai Shala shouted, activating his 3 flower pupils. Space fluctuations twisted as he tried to shift the last Purgatory Fiend spear. He could see its immense weight and knew there was no way to fully stop it, but he hoped to turn it away from the barrier. The Purgatory Fiend spear wasn't that fast, but when Bai Shala's spatial fluctuations enveloped it, the fluctuations shattered like a mirror. Ji Yu Yong threw his spear at it, striking it like a bolt of lightning, but the last Purgatory Fiend spear still didn't budge. Long Chen's expression changed. He had underestimated the power of these giant Purgatory Fiend spears. Other than the earth cauldron, no other weapon could damage them. Their form was crude, but the materials were far from ordinary. Even the demon moon cauldron, a human emperor divine weapon, was powerless against them. That was enough to show how strong they were. Long Chen was on one end of the barrier, while the final Purgatory Fiend spear was on the other. He couldn't possibly reach it in time and could only watch as it shot toward the barrier. A broadsword collided with the spear. The broadsword directly exploded, but the spear was also forced aside by the sword's power. Vice Palace Master Bai, exclaimed Long Chen. Long Chen was delighted and relieved to see Bai Shishi's father, Bai Zontang. 6 heaven vein dragon chi swirled around him. 6 heaven vein dragon chi swirled around him, and the strange life form behind him appeared before fading into a blurry, dim figure. At this critical moment, Bai Zontang unleashed his full power to knock that spear askew. The spearhead brushed right against the barrier, tearing a line into it. Thankfully, the barrier was thick and wasn't fully broken. The spear landed on the ground, smashing another giant hole into it. The entire barrier shuddered as countless experts charged toward it like madmen. Defend! Long Chen shouted. The barrier was now damaged and couldn't endure another massive attack so quickly. If they could buy some time, the barrier would heal. The Dragonblood warriors unleashed heaven-shaking roars. In this dire situation, they could no longer passively defend and had to take the initiative to strike back. After all, the barrier was in a vulnerable state and could handle any additional stress placed on it. The moment the Dragonblood warriors abandoned their defense and focused on attacking, they became terrifying reapers of life. Every attack drew blood, and 7 vein and 8 vein heaven saints fell in just one move. They turned into a terrifying meat grinder, sending countless limbs flying and causing the rain of blood to fall on the battlefield exactly like the image of hell. As the Dragonblood warriors fought, the healing warriors assisted from the rear. Whenever an ally was injured, a powerful healing art would descend upon them. These healing warriors already possessed incredible healing techniques. But with the power of their dragon blood, they could actually transfer the wounds of the dragon blood warriors onto their own bodies, where they would be instantly healed. With their terrifying life force and healing abilities, the dragon blood warriors didn't need to worry about anything. They simply killed and killed. Brothers, what are we doing? When did we become the ones in need of protection? What about our dignity, our honor? When did it get to the point where we could only watch as others fought for us? I, Yi Zuan, would rather die fighting than live the rest of my life without meaning. Shouted Yi Zuan. Ignoring the bizarre gazes cast toward him, he charged out of the barrier heroically. Chapter 5210 Hot-Blooded Youths. Zuan. When Yi Zuan charged out of the barrier, a middle-aged woman's cry echoed from within the academy. It was his mother, one of the branch academy's higher-ups. Tears streamed down her face as she watched her son rush forward. She knew that if Yi Zuan charged out, he would never come back. Yi Zuan halted briefly, turning back to face his mother. With a resolute expression, he knelt down, kowtowing 3 times. "Mom, I'm sorry. Forgive your child for being unfilial." With those final words, he stood up and stepped beyond the barrier. His heavenly fate disc appeared as he charged forward. Seeing Yi Zuan's bold move, countless disciples from the academy felt their blood boil and followed his lead, charging out after him. "Fools, don't go!" The head academy's disciples shouted frantically, trying to stop them. But there was no turning back for these hot-blooded youths. Watching their peers rush out to face certain death, others clenched their teeth and joined in. There's no way around it. Charge! The Starry River sect's disciples also leapt into the fray. As soon as they stepped out of the barrier, the First Academy's disciples were nearly crushed by the overwhelming pressure from the human emperors. Only the heavenly chosens could withstand it. "Get back here, you won't be able to help, and you'll only hinder the Dragonblood Legion," shouted an expert of the Starry River sect. "No, if we're going to die, we'll die spilling our blood on the battlefield, not cowering like cowards. We will protect the academy ourselves. We will protect our families." A half-step chosen from the academy yelled back, his voice filled with determination. Though the pressure from the emperors nearly suffocated him, his eyes burned with resolve. He was ready for death. What a bunch of hot-headed fools. The Starry River sect expert cursed under his breath and then bellowed, "Brothers of the Starry River sect, move out. Assist the Dragonblood Legion." The Starry River sect experts joined the battlefield. Having fought alongside the Dragonblood Legion multiple times before, they knew what they should do. They knew they couldn't be the main force, or they would affect the Dragonblood warriors' formation. However, they couldn't let these passionate idiots without combat experience die and disturb the Dragonblood Legion's rhythm. They weren't hoping for these idiots to make any impact. As long as they didn't make things worse, that would be great. Despite being less powerful than the Dragonblood warriors, the Starry River sect's disciples were skilled in combat. They filled in the gaps, dealing with any enemies that slipped through the Legion's defenses. Many of these disciples had received Long Chen's pointers and were familiar with the Dragonblood Legion's fighting style. Using the same style, they fought fiercely and went all out. As the Dragonblood Legion had switched from defense to offense, more enemies were slipping through their blockade. Though their numbers were small, these stragglers could still disrupt the Dragonblood warriors' rhythm, forcing them to split their focus. But with the Starry River sect's support, these threats were swiftly eliminated. Long Chen and Yu Zifeng swept through the battlefield, specifically picking out the strongest half-step human emperors as they could pose a fatal threat to the Dragonblood Legion. "Careful," a disciple from the Starry River sect cried out as he intercepted a spear aimed at Yi Zuan, his sword barely managing to block the blow. The impact sent the disciple flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Yi Zuan took advantage of this opening to kill the 6-vein Heaven Saint Devil expert. "Brother, are you alright?" Yi Zuan asked, feeling shocked and ashamed as he hastily supported the injured disciple. Only now did he realize how outmatched he was on this battlefield, where even his spiritual perception was unreliable. If it weren't for this disciple's help, he would have been killed. "I'm fine, hurry and assist the others," the disciple replied, wiping the blood from his mouth before continuing to fight. With a frustrated roar, Yi Zuan charged over to assist the academy's number 2 junior disciple, who was fighting a ferocious beast. The latter was being pressed back badly at the moment, and if he did not receive aid, he could die at any moment. Together, they managed to kill that beast. After that, the two of them exchanged a look. The pride they once held had been replaced by frustration and regret. As top experts of the heaven rankings, they were used to being revered by their peers. But here, on this battlefield, they were nothing. The strongest experts were handled by the Dragonblood Legion, while the weaker ones that slipped through were dealt with by the Starry River sect and the Head Academy's experts. By their turn, only the weakest fish remained. Perhaps those weaklings weren't even fish, merely some shrimp, but Yi Zuan and his fellow disciples had difficulties to defeat the shrimp one-on-one. This impact made them feel so ashamed that they had the urge to kill themselves. Yi Zuan patted his comrade's shoulder. "It's not so bad. At least we're not the worst. Let's keep going." Yi Zuan charged out again, leaving his comrade looking at his back with a bitter feeling. Many fellow disciples of theirs were kneeling next to the barrier, crushed by the pressure of the battlefield. They couldn't even stand. "Am I not even qualified to fight to the death? Is there anything more embarrassing than this?" One disciple muttered, pressing his hands against the barrier and clenching his teeth in frustration. However, he still couldn't stand in front of this pressure. Suddenly, the barrier quivered. Flame runes rapidly spread on top of it, spreading throughout every corner of the barrier. Everyone looked over to see Yu Qingshan with her hands clasped. Her black hair slowly waved as she chanted, and the world's flame energy poured toward her. The flame runes converged on the weakest part of the barrier, where the purgatory chi was still causing damage. As the purgatory chi burned away, the tear in the barrier started to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Long Chen was delighted. Yu Qingshan was really smart. She had found a way to repair the barrier. At this rate, it would fully heal in just a few breaths. Suddenly, the space around Long Chen quivered. 8 whirlpools appeared in every direction, and 8 long, slender swords emerged, radiating a chilling aura. The Life Hunter race. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat as he shouted, "Qingshan, watch out." As he was ambushed, 2 translucent figures appeared beside Yu Qingshan, their swords stabbing toward her from the front and back. Chapter 5211. Not one of them will be left alive. Long Chen roared. As his dragon blood power erupted, a blood-colored ripple spread out of him, compressing the surrounding space. The 8 whirlpools in front of him shattered, revealing 8 elders of the Life Hunter race. In his fury, Long Chen detonated his dragon blood, forcing these 8 figures out into the open. But when he realized that they were 9 vain heaven saints, he instantly had a bad feeling. With his power, it was absurd for his enemies to send 9 vain heaven saints to confront him. It simply didn't make sense. Although these 8 elders belonged to the Life Hunter race, which was known for their terrifying killing power, they were no match for Long Chen. They were purely courting death. Once they were exposed, Long Chen immediately stamped on the air, leaving behind countless afterimages as he charged toward Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan was focused on the barrier, her hands pressed against it and her body connected to its energy. She was at a critical juncture, and if she dodged the incoming attack, all her previous efforts would be wasted. The barrier's energy might even spiral into chaos, causing it to shatter and potentially kill countless people inside. Clearly, their enemies had planned this attack meticulously, leaving no time for anyone to react. Even Long Chen's sharp senses had failed him. At this moment, Long Chen realized that the Life Hunter race had used a transportation technique for this sneak attack. In other words, the one who had planned this attack was capable of precise spatial transportation techniques. That was the only way to trick Long Chen's sharp senses. When Long Chen saw Yu Qingshan in danger, his head buzzed with fury, his killing intent blazing. Everything was within their enemy's calculations. At this moment, Long Chen couldn't even unleash his power effectively. The attackers had appeared on either side of Yu Qingshan, forming a line from Long Chen's perspective. If he tried to kill them both, Yu Qingshan would be caught in the crossfire and crushed. Their enemies had calculated every step flawlessly, leaving no opening. The battle was playing out exactly as they had intended. Golden Lotus protection. Just then, Bai Shishi's voice rang out from the outer edge of the barrier. Countless golden runes climbed onto Yu Qingshan, transforming into petals that enveloped her. The 2 swords struck the golden lotus, causing it to explode into golden powder. But within that powder, Yu Qingshan remained unharmed. These 2 attackers were half-step human emperors. Seeing their attack fail, their expressions changed. They hadn't expected the golden lotus to withstand their combined assault. "Kill her," they shouted in desperation as Long Chen closed in on them. Their killing intent surged, causing the 10,000 Daos to wail as they prepared another strike aimed at Yu Qingshan. Yu Qingshan looked down at the countless terrified pairs of eyes below the barrier. She sensed that the barrier was on the verge of healing, but if she stopped now, it might shatter. She saw Long Chen rushing over, but he was still too far away. In the end, her hands remained on the barrier. Even knowing that she would die, she chose to save those inside. As long as the barrier held, their lives would be spared. I'm sorry, Yu Qingshan whispered, tears blurring her vision. She wanted to live but had no other choice. She couldn't watch so many people die. Just then, a ray of sword light pierced through the world, killing one of the elders. Seeing what was happening, Yu Zifeng launched a long-distance attack without regard for his safety. He was then struck by a devil expert's blood blade and spat out blood, but he managed to use his scabbard to stab through the devil's head. Yu Zifeng managed to kill one of the half-step human emperors of the Life Hunter race, but the other sword was still descending toward Yu Qingshan's head. Blood splashed through the air, but it wasn't Yu Qingshan's. It was Bai Shixi's. At this critical juncture, the golden powder from the lotus suddenly congealed into a strange rune. With a flash, Bai Shixi vanished from the front lines of the battlefield and appeared in front of Yu Qingshan, taking the blow in her place. Shixi! Yu Qingshan let out a heart-rending cry. Bai Shixi had spread her arms, the sword piercing through her back and out her chest. Her blood dripped from the tip of the sword onto Yu Qingshan's clothes. Die! Long Chen's roar echoed like thunder as he reached the elder and obliterated him with a single strike. Although Long Chen's attack had locked onto the elder beforehand, that elder hadn't cared about his life. He was determined to drag down Yu Qingshan with him. Even in his fury, Long Chen controlled his strength carefully. Since the elder's sword was lodged into Bai Shixi's chest, if he were to use too much force, she would suffer as well. Long Chen grabbed the elder's headless corpse and slowly pulled him away, carefully extracting the sword. He held Bai Shixi carefully, her blood staining his robes. Bai Shixi was seriously wounded. Bai Shaola, Bai Shixi's mother, Bai Zantang, Bai Lishan, and the others were fraught with worry. The suicidal attack of a half-step human emperor left them uncertain if Bai Shixi would survive. Bai Shixi's mother was pale with fear, but she couldn't do anything. After all, the battle was too chaotic, and too many enemies were slipping through the Dragonblood Legion's blockade. The Academy's higher-ups were working together with the Dragonblood Legion to stop the enemies, and this distraction almost caused Bai Shixi's mother to be struck by a flying spear. If Bai Shaola's mother had not used a pupil art to move her, she would have been severely wounded, if not killed. Shixi! Long Chen's voice trembled as he held Bai Shixi. He was terrified, reminded of Yi Zichou's death. He didn't want to go through that painful experience a second time. Bai Shixi's eyes focused on Long Chen. Although pale like a ghost, she squeezed out a smile and reached out to touch Long Chen's cheek. So you care this much about me? I'm happy. Long Chen could feel Bai Shixi's metal energy rapidly draining, so he quickly fed her several top-grade metal attribute pills. Once her energy stabilized, he relaxed slightly. At this moment, the barrier quivered and was fully stabilized. Yu Qingshan then rushed over and looked at Bai Shixi, tears streaming down her face. Big sister, don't cry. I'm fine, Bai Shixi whispered, comforting Yu Qingshan. She didn't want Yu Qingshan to feel guilty. She had chosen to risk her life to save her, just as Yu Qingshan was willing to sacrifice herself to save everyone inside the barrier. It was their choice. After handing Bai Shixi to Yu Qingshan, Long Chen let out a furious roar, his killing intent shaking the very world. Place a marker on everyone on the battlefield. Not one of them will leave alive. Chapter 5212 8-star Battle Armor. Long Chen's hands and clothes were drenched in blood by Shixi's blood. The sight of it ignited a fury within him, driving him to the brink of madness as his killing intent surged uncontrollably. The torment of having his loved one's blood on his hands, the anguish of being unable to protect the one he cherished, was the cruelest torture imaginable. This pain, this seething rage, this feeling that his heart might tear itself apart, was something only Long Chen could comprehend. A bottomless well of killing intent welled up inside him, and if he didn't release it soon, he would explode. But before Sha Chen could respond to Long Chen's command, an icy voice rang out. Big words. For a little ant to dare act so wildly, just who gave you that courage? The void trembled as three figures appeared simultaneously. The sight of them caused everyone's heart to sink. The newcomers were two men and one woman. The woman carried a zither on her back, one middle-aged man held a chessboard, and the other had a sword at his waist, with sinisterly shaped pupils. The last man's aura was extremely dark and oppressive, showing that he was not human. A powerful emperor might raged from the three of them, so intense that even those within the barrier felt as though their very souls were being crushed. Yi Zuan and the others, who had just adjusted to the pressure from the half-step human emperors, were frozen in place, their bodies refusing to obey their commands as the three human emperors descended. Outside the barrier, disciples who had been struggling to stand were instantly forced to their knees by the overwhelming pressure, unable to move. 3 human emperors had arrived at once, plunging countless people into despair. The Brahma Pill Valley's 8 human emperors and the 8-domain divine diagram had already taken control, and it seemed the 8-domain divine diagram had successfully suppressed the palace master. In the sky, the high firmament divine sword was locked in a stalemate with the Brahma divine diagram. It was a battle of karmic luck and faith energy where neither side could gain the upper hand. Just as the crisis loomed, Yu Qingshan used her power to repair the barrier, and the Dragonblood Legion's prowess made people see a glimmer of hope. But with the arrival of 3 human emperors, that hope was quickly extinguished. "How hateful! I am definitely the most worthless dean in the academy's history," said Lu Chengkong. Within the barrier, Lu Chengkong clenched his fists tightly. Although his heart was in the right state, he lacked the ability to kill anyone. If he could trade his life for the safety of everyone, he wouldn't hesitate, but his high realm was hollow without real strength. As the dean, he felt worthless. "Dean Chengkong, don't panic. With Dean Long Chen present, everything is possible," said Bai Lishan as he held the high firmament divine sword's sheath, raising the power of the barrier to the max. Bai Lishan continued, "Long Chen could become the High Firmament Academy's youngest dean in all history and the only one to receive the Sweeping Elder's acknowledgement because his power is far greater than it appears." After hearing Bai Lishan's reassurance, Lu Chengkong noticed that even the descent of 3 human emperors didn't cause Long Chen's expression to change in the slightest. There was no panic or fear, only boundless hatred. Looking at Long Chen's back, he suddenly felt that this seemingly weak figure was hiding enough power to destroy heaven and earth. It suddenly gave him a profound sense of safety. Long Chen stared at the 3 figures, black ripples swirling in his eyes, a manifestation of his killing intent reaching its peak. "It seems that the old fellow didn't come here. Otherwise, he wouldn't just watch as his disciples are killed," said the woman with the zither. Although she looked to be in her 40s, her voice was beautiful and clear as if she were still in the springtime of youth. However, it also brimmed with arrogance and disdain, as if all other lifeforms were ants to her. "Our information on the High Firmament Academy has always been reliable. There was no need to doubt it. Let us destroy the High Firmament Academy and avenge our children," said the man carrying the chessboard. "Long Chen, you bastard, how dare you kill Luo Yuzhao? 1. Today, I'll make you pay this blood debt with your own blood," shouted the man with a sword on his waist. He clenched his teeth, glaring at Long Chen. The fluctuations of his aura were almost identical to Luo Yuzhao's. He should be one of her ancestors and had come to avenge her. "I see. So you were afraid of the Sweeping Elder being here, so you were only watching and launching probing blows at first," said Long Chen darkly, realizing his enemy's tactics. Their attacks were all part of a plan. First, they had locked down the Palace Master and the High Firmament Divine Sword, forcing the Academy to erect a barrier. They then used the Purgatory Fiend Spears to break the barrier and test the Academy's power. This barrier's state would decide the life and death of countless disciples. If the Sweeping Elder had been present, he would have intervened. So, when they saw Yu Qingshan repair the barrier, they sent out the Lifehunter assassins. In the end, Bai Shishi had nearly lost her life. After forcing the Academy to this extent, they were sure that the Sweeping truly wasn't here. Considering the scale of their attack, it was obvious they had gathered intelligence in advance. However, these 3 human emperors had been cautious, not daring to act until they were certain the Sweeping Elder wasn't present. Suddenly, the ground trembled as more figures appeared around the Academy. Even the Dragonblood warriors were shaken when they saw the enemy's reinforcements. Now that the enemies knew that the Sweeping Elder wasn't present, they finally unleashed their full force. This was the real decisive battle. "Brothers, there's no need to hold back any longer. Once we win, the Dragonblood Legion will be crowned king. If we lose, haha, we'll reunite on the path to the Yellow Springs. When we're reborn, we will be a legion once more." Guo Ran roared, raising his head defiantly as an endless tide of enemies approached, with half-step human emperors as common as dogs and cats. Although Guo Ran had lost his battle armor and sabers, he still had his crossbow. Even he knew that their enemies this time were too terrifying. After this battle, who knew whether or not the Dragonblood Legion would still exist? They've gathered all their power without holding anything back, Bai Lishan said, his heart sinking. He hadn't expected the Brahma Pill Valley to amass the full power of all their subordinates. They really were planning on eradicating the High Firmament Academy. Facing 3 human emperors and a tide of experts, Long Chen remained cool, with killing intent raging in his eyes. Since you dared to kill the disciples of my Zither sect, you must be prepared for the consequences. The woman sneered. I heard that you're very arrogant. In the glacial heaven domain, you even said, beneath human emperors, I am unmatched. Amongst human emperors, I can go 1 for 1. Can you say something so stupid again? It's no longer 1 for 1. Now, it's 1 for 3. 8-star battle armor. Long Chen's roar shook the world, his voice spreading toward the depths of the cosmos. The next moment, an 8-color divine ring appeared behind him, and 8 stars illuminated this world. 1. Bastard of Asura race and celestial race, killed in glacial heaven domain. Chapter 5213 Unmatched 8-star battle armor. 8-star battle armor. Long Chen's voice reverberated across heaven and earth. The dark clouds covering the world were instantly blasted away, revealing a sky filled with twinkling stars. It felt like a starry sky had descended upon them, or perhaps the world had been elevated into the starry sky itself. Both friends and foes stood in stunned silence. A pillar of light exploded out of Long Chen, shooting into the starry expanse above. The entire sea of stars trembled as if awakened by this radiant beam. The stars began to shine brighter and brighter, their light amplifying Long Chen's already formidable aura. Under this starlight, the Feng Fu star was the first to react, its light suddenly growing intensely. Long Chen's aura surged like a volcanic eruption, and terrifying astral winds whipped around him, instilling fear even in the hearts of half-step human emperors. As the light of the Feng Fu star intensified, the Alioth star followed suit, its light swelling. One by one, the Life Fate star, Enlightenment Palace star, Divine Gate star, Nethergate star, Violet Tower star, and finally the Nirvanic Charge star all blazed with brilliant light. Each star's awakening sent powerful chi waves rippling through the battlefield. When the Nirvanic Charge star lit up, the chi wave burst like an unstoppable tide. The astral winds became as sharp as blades, forcing even the 3 human emperors to take a step back. Their expressions finally changed. Long Chen's power now rivaled theirs. After that, all 8 stars blazed, the 8-color divine ring suddenly contracted, connecting the stars. They were no longer solitary figures now. The 8 stars and the divine ring fused into a single, unified entity. When they did, another immense chi wave erupted, blasting the 3 human emperors away. The gathered experts stared at Long Chen in utter disbelief. As his divine ring spun, wave after wave of chi surged out of him, enveloping the battlefield with an aura that seemed to rival that of the celestial emperor himself. Even the might of human emperors paled in comparison. The Academy's disciples, including the Dragonblood warriors, were equally stunned. They had always known that their boss was strong, but not to this extent. Yu Qingshan held Bai Shishi, using her own life energy to help Bai Shishi recover. As they stared at Long Chen's unrivaled posture, their eyes suddenly welled with tears. The feeling of someone going all out to protect them was indescribable. They didn't fear death, but they feared leaving Long Chen behind. And Long Chen, in turn, refused to lose them. Each one of them was precious to him, worth every ounce of his strength and resolve. When they were injured, Long Chen became crazy. Haha, boss is unmatched. Brothers, it looks like we're not going to die today, shouted Guo Ran upon seeing human emperors be blasted away by Long Chen's aura. Sha Chen, hurry up and place the markers. All of them must be killed. Sha Chen had been prepared. With a series of hand seals, millions of talismans materialized from the void, embedding themselves within the enemy ranks. Golden dots appeared on each enemy's body. Before they could react at all, the dots vanished. As everyone was shocked by Long Chen's display, a powerful explosion shook the land. A fist covered in stars smashed into a zither. Long Chen's first target was the woman from the Zither sect, and he was so fast that it seemed like he teleported. The woman from the Zither sect didn't even have time to take out her zither, simply turning around so that the zither blocked his punch. A discordant and explosive sound then rang out, and the woman spat blood as she was sent flying. Still in his punching posture, with killing intent flooding out of him, Long Chen said, "Even a wretch like you can use the zither. What a sanctimonious hypocrite." Do you think standing in a high position gives you the right to dictate others' lives? Chin catching was like that, and you are the same. I've gotten enough of you hypocrites who want medals for being terrible people. The First Academy is on the path of rebirth, and your blood can be the opening curtains to its rise. Each of Long Chen's words was delivered with the weight of an imperial edict. His voice was cold, devoid of emotion. At this moment, the 8-colored divine ring quivered, and the 8 stars illuminated the world. His unwavering determination echoed in the hearts of everyone who heard him. "You arrogant brat, die!" shouted the woman. She might have spat out blood from this attack, but the majority of the force had been blocked by her zither, so she wasn't heavily injured. But as human emperor, this was a huge humiliation. Her manifestation appeared behind her 9 dragons merging into a single heaven vein dragon chi. Her emperor pressure intensified manifold as she summoned her full power. "Brat, you only know how to sneak attack. Try and block this," the woman shouted, her hand sweeping across the strings of her zither. 5 strings quivered, sending out a translucent crescent moon fang that sliced through the void toward Long Chen. Heaven and earth quaked under the weight of this attack. It was a full-force blow from a human emperor wielding a human emperor divine weapon. The pressure was apocalyptic, threatening to tear the world apart. When the disciples saw the laws of the heavenly Taoes being constantly destroyed in the void, their souls turned blank as they calmly awaited the end of days to come. The crescent moon fang hurtled toward Long Chen, its might filling everyone from the academy with dread. However, Long Chen remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand, and an 8-star diagram appeared on his palm, identical to his divine ring manifestation. In front of countless shocked eyes, Long Chen clenched his hand, and the crescent moon fang shattered into fragments. Chapter 5214 9-star air status exposed. When Long Chen shattered the Zither sect human emperor's attack with a single hand, everyone friend and foe alike was left in utter shock. His hand remained raised, surrounded by spatial runes, while his hair flowed like a dark river. He simply stood there as his black robes billowed, his strength shaking the very world. This moment felt frozen in time. Long Chen's simple action shattered the confidence of their enemies, extinguishing their dreams of being unrivaled. "Then try this attack," the Zither sect woman roared, plucking all 7 strings at once. Her zither blazed like the sun, summoning a horrifying divine radiance that rapidly congealed. However, before her attack could connect, Long Chen appeared in front of her and slapped her across the face. She was sent flying, yet her attack still shot out but now toward the experts behind her. They instantly screamed in terror. Seeing the giant crescent moon fang flying toward them, they tried to outrun it, but it was too late. The crescent moon fang instantly obliterated hundreds of thousands of experts in its path, including hundreds of half-step human emperors. They barely had time to make a sound before being wiped out. Immediately after slapping her, Long Chen took a step and appeared in front of her again, launching a fist toward her. Long Chen said, "HMPH, your high status has coddled you, causing your battle instincts to regress. Just, who gave you the courage to act arrogant in front of me?" The Zither sect woman was still disoriented from Long Chen's slap. She felt like she had been struck by a hammer and could no longer tell left from right. Just then, a black chessboard appeared in front of the Zither sect woman, blocking Long Chen's punch. The man holding the chessboard was sent flying along with the Zither sect woman, his chessboard's runes swirling around a dozen times before finally settling. The man's expression changed after blocking this punch. The chess sect had eagerly joined forces with the Brahma Pill Valley in this assault, motivated by a thirst for vengeance after Long Chen had slain their heavenly geniuses. They had also taken charge of crafting the battle strategy and directing the battle. The chess sect was renowned for their schemes. Each of their members was an outstanding strategist, which was why the battle's tempo had unfolded perfectly according to their plan. However, they had not anticipated the overwhelming strength of Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion. For this assault, the Brahma Pill Valley had gathered almost all its allies. Thus, practically all factions who had participated in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain were here in full force. After all, Long Chen had killed all their elite disciples, sparing only some small fry who didn't have the ability to enter the core region. Unable to swallow such a loss, they joined forces with the Brahma Pill Valley against their common enemy. However, the ancient factions knew there was a terrifying existence within the High Firmament Academy, a living fossil they dared not provoke. In truth, the Zither sect and the Chess sect feared this being, so their strategy was to probe first before launching a large-scale assault. If that old being was present, they would retreat, conserving their forces. When they found that the legendary old fellow was not present, they prepared to crush the first academy. But they hadn't expected Long Chen to become a terrifying monster in his own right. Quick, kill him together. He is a 9-star heir, the nightmare of this world. They are death gods who live for destruction. One of the Brahma Pill Valley's human emperors suddenly shouted in fear. A 9-star heir. This revelation shocked the senior experts present. The title, 9-star heir, was a taboo, a legend that had faded into obscurity. Among the younger generation, the term meant nothing, but the elders knew the terrifying legends. 9-star heirs were said to be seeds of vengeance cast throughout the world. They hated this world, and their ultimate goal was to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the great battle of the primal chaos era, it was said that the devils from beyond this world would transform their soul essence into seeds of vengeance upon death to destroy this world from within. Every 9-star heir was incredibly terrifying, and all factions had to execute them on the spot. Over millions of years, the 9-star heirs gradually faded away until people thought that they had been completely exterminated. To the new generation, 9-star heirs were nothing more than legendary figures. In fact, many dismissed them as mere products of someone's imagination. However, when the legendary title came from the mouth of one of the Brahma Pill Valley's human emperors, they couldn't help but be shocked. Throughout history, the forces of Brahma Pill Valley had commanded experts throughout the world to hunt down 9-star heirs, engaging in several bloody battles. If anyone else had claimed Long Chen was a 9-star heir, the experts here wouldn't have believed it. But Brahma Pill Valley wouldn't joke about such a matter. The High Firmament Academy secretly harbored a 9-star heir. They wish to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone, attack together. They must be wiped out, shouted Pill Valley's human emperor. Attack, the Chess Sect human emperor commanded. As the strategist, his orders were absolute. Kill. Following this order, the experts from the various races poured toward the Dragonblood Legion like an unstoppable tide. Come, whether or not we are the number 1 legion of the 9 heavens and 10 lands will be decided today. Guo Ran roared, directing the Dragonblood Legion into their formation. With the barrier to their backs, they were ready to go all out. Realizing that they no longer had any place on the battlefield, the other disciples retreated inside. They could only entrust their lives to Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion. Little brat, aren't you very arrogant? So, you are a legendary 9-star heir who lives for destruction. HMPH, I want to see your expression when your comrades die before your eyes, spat the Zither sect woman, who was seething with resentment. Long Chen didn't respond. Instead, space quivered, and 2 beautiful maidens appeared. In an instant, they transformed into a sea of flames and lightning that engulfed the attackers. Chapter 5215 Why Must You Force Me? Lei Linger and Huo Linger appeared, but instead of directly engaging the enemy, they transformed into a vast sea of lightning and flames that drowned the battlefield. The sea of lightning and flames directly devoured the attacks of the enemies, instantly reducing 6 Vain Heaven Saints and below to dust. In an instant, the number of attackers diminished significantly. The weaker experts were annihilated, while the stronger ones managed to barely endure. With the lightning flame energy suppressing them, their combat power was severely reduced. After the battle in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, Huo Linger and Lei Linger had undergone a complete transformation. While the power of their new domain was scattered across a large area, it was still strong enough to obliterate 6 Vain Heaven Saints outright. As for those between 6 Vain and 9 Vain Heaven Saints, they found themselves trapped within this energy. All they could do was charge through it, but even then, their combat power was drastically reduced. Huo Linger and Lei Linger paid special attention to the half-step human emperors, unleashing countless tiny rune dragons that invaded their bodies and souls. Even half-step human emperors were unable to fully resist this energy, which was born from heavenly tribulation and the source of heavenly flames. Although the scattered energy couldn't fatally wound the half-step human emperors, the constant assault forced them to divert part of their energy to prevent this energy from invading their bodies. As a result, they could only unleash 60% of their full power. The Dragonblood warriors roared, their confidence surging as they saw their enemies weakened by the flames and lightning. Their swords slashed down, and in the first clash, countless enemies were cut to pieces. Even the half-step human emperors were unable to fully harness their strength and were struck down. I'll think about the future in the future. Sha Chen shouted, no longer holding back. Forming hand seals, he unleashed countless talismans, depleting them in a relentless barrage. Despite being injured, Yu Zifeng was as deadly as ever. He specifically targeted the half-step human emperors, and with every stroke, he took down one. Flames raged, and lightning thundered, turning the battlefield into a hellish landscape. With every passing moment, countless lives were lost, and the ones dying were no ordinary soldiers. They were elites, revered figures in any faction. Yet here, their lives were as insignificant as blades of grass. The people, watching from inside the barrier, felt chills. At this moment, they had already forgotten what fear was. They simply stared at the dragonblood warriors who slew top experts as if they had been possessed by gods of war. Only now did they understand what a real battle was. The Branch Academy's disciples, in particular, realized that the large-scale battle they had just experienced was nothing in comparison to this one. At this moment, they grasped the true difference between themselves and real experts. What they lacked wasn't talent, comprehension, background, or resources. They simply lacked the tempering of blood and fire. They had to constantly walk the line between life and death. After all, true experts couldn't be raised as they were made in combat. While they, too, were heavenly chosens, the dragonblood warriors could fight half-step human emperors without flinching, while they couldn't even move under their pressure. The difference truly was like heaven and earth. Thanks to Lei Linger and Huo Linger's help, the Dragonblood Legion stopped the first wave. With this, they realized that the scales of victory had tilted in their favor. The strongest first wave had been fended off. In other words, they had crushed the confidence and spirits of their enemies. The sound of killing shook the heavens, and blood rained down. As for Long Chen, he stood in the sky, looking coldly at the three human emperors in front of him. I actually like peace and want to get along with others, but you just have to constantly humiliate and harm me. If you were just doing that to me, perhaps I could tolerate it. But why must you do this to the people I love? Don't you realize this only deepens my pain? That it drives me mad? That it turns me into someone even I am afraid of? Each of his words dripped with icy menace, like a devil's whisper, freezing the souls of those who heard it. Long Chen looked down at his blood-stained hands, the blood of Bai Shishi, and his face slowly twisted in fury. Why must you force me? Long Chen let out a furious roar that shook the heavens. All of a sudden, he shot toward the three human emperors like a bolt of lightning, moving so fast that countless afterimages were left in his wake. Block him together, shouted the chess sect expert. His chessboard quivered and grew, transforming into a 3-meter-wide square, its surface covered in strange beast designs. Responding to his call, the Zither sect expert and the celestial race expert placed their hands on the chessboard, and the power of human emperors erupted as the three joined forces to confront Long Chen. Star Ocean God Slaying Cross. Long Chen roared. The 8-star diagram on his hand vanished, replaced by a starry cross. From the front, this flat cross looked like it had been cut out of the sky. Everyone could see countless stars twinkling in it. Long Chen's palm landed squarely on the chessboard, causing heaven and earth to shake intensely. The chessboard instantly disintegrated, and behind it, the three of them spat out blood and shot back. The 8 human emperors sealing the palace master were stunned. Although they knew that a 9-star heir was a terrifying existence, they hadn't expected this level of power. A human emperor divine weapon, backed by the combined might of 3 human emperors, was shattered by Long Chen's palm. His power toppled their understanding. Beneath human emperors, I am unmatched. Amongst human emperors, 1 for 3. This declaration echoed in their minds. At this time, no one dared to question it. Just then, the sound of Long Chen's footsteps pierced the silence. He walked toward the 3 horrified human emperors, his presence more terrifying than ever. Chapter 5216 Human Emperor Blood Sacrifice. Don't think you'll escape unscathed. The woman from the Zither sect snarled through gritted teeth. She bit her tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto her zither. Her zither flashed repeatedly, seemingly awakening like an ancient beast. As the zither absorbed her blood, its aura rose rapidly, and a wild power shook the land. Blood sacrifice. Bai Lishan and the others' expressions changed. This woman was truly vicious, offering her own essence blood to make the item spirit fight for her. This was a desperate fighting style where the item spirit would become berserk, rapidly burning up her essence blood in exchange for immense power. If the battle wasn't decided before her essence blood was exhausted, the spirit would begin to extract her soul essence until she was truly dead. In other words, once this technique was activated, there would be no stopping until one of them perished. No one had expected her hatred for Long Chen to run so deep. This woman was insane. Pentatonic Soul Ripper, she shouted and slammed her hand on her zither. A crescent moon fang once more shot out. This time, her attack was eerily silent, but those who witnessed it felt their souls ache. Just the sight of the attack seemed enough to destroy them. Even though it was the same attack as before, there was a qualitative change. This strike made even the barrier tremble violently. Long Chen once more raised his palm to meet the attack. Like before, it was shattered, but this time, the impact knocked him back 3 steps. After that, Long Chen steadily walked toward them, his expression cold and apathetic. I can see the fear in your eyes. So even you know what fear is. If so, then you should know to cherish life. If you know life is precious, why do you easily take away other people's lives? Stop holding back. Sacrifice your blood to your weapons. Don't worry, we will help you recover with Lord Brahma's power. We won't let you suffer any losses, shouted one of the Brahma Pill Valley's human emperors in a panic. Just as he spoke, the 8-domain divine diagram rumbled and began to shake violently. The 8 human emperors' expressions completely changed, and they hastily poured their emperor energy into the diagram. Meanwhile, the chess sect expert took out a broadsword. Even after losing his chessboard, he still had another human emperor divine weapon up his sleeve. This broadsword was half black and half white. He spat blood onto it, causing it to shake and come to life. He also initiated a blood sacrifice. Seeing this, the expert from the celestial race clenched his teeth and put away his sword, taking out a white bone instead. He spat blood onto the bone and embedded it into his palm. His palm started to smoke, the flesh rotting away until only a bone claw remained. The claw gleamed with a metallic luster, radiating vast emperor might as his aura multiplied several times over. Kill! The 3 of them roared, knowing that they needed to fight to the death. If they failed to kill Long Chen, they would be the ones to die. His overwhelming killing intent terrified them. Long Chen unleashed a punch, his fist covered in the light of the 8 stars. Starlight gushed from his body as his fist smashed into the chess sect expert's black and white sword. A translucent ripple spread from the point of impact, tearing apart the void and destroying the laws of the world. Countless Grand Dao runes exploded, a sight that left countless onlookers awestruck. The spatial fluctuation was beyond their understanding. As the 2 retreated simultaneously, the Zither sect and celestial race experts attacked Long Chen together. Long Chen caught the celestial expert's bone claw in his hand, not to block him but to pull him. The celestial expert let out a startled cry as Long Chen yanked him into the path of the Zither sect woman's attack. An explosive sound echoed as her zither slammed into his waist. The sound of bones breaking filled the air as the celestial expert's body bent in half, blood spraying from his mouth. This sudden turn of events caught the Zither sect woman completely off guard. Her full power attack had almost killed her ally. Just as she was shocked, Long Chen's fist came crushing toward her. Instinctively, she raised her zither to block, but the impact sent both her and the celestial expert tumbling back. The 3 of them might be human emperors, but they had relied on their high status for too long. Having not fought personally in many years, they had grown weaker. Normally, their human emperor pressure alone was enough to crush their opponents. But when faced with an opponent on their level, their flaws were glaringly obvious. Long Chen snorted, ready to pursue them, but he noticed the chess sect expert flying toward the Dragonblood Legion. This move was truly sinister. Seeing that the 3 of them couldn't match Long Chen, he decided to attack the Dragonblood Legion to distract Long Chen's attention. Long Chen's expression sank, and he stepped into the air. Starlight flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the chess sect expert. The chess sect expert was shocked, not expecting Long Chen to react so quickly and close the gap in an instant. He roared and slashed his black and white sword at Long Chen. Just as he did, the Zither sect woman and the celestial expert flew toward the Dragonblood Legion from different directions. Both of them realized they couldn't beat Long Chen directly. Instead, they attacked the Dragonblood Legion, not to kill the Dragonblood warriors but to tear open the barrier. Their ultimate goal wasn't the barrier but Bai Shishi and Yu Qingxian, who were within the barrier. They knew what the 2 of them meant to Long Chen. As long as they could seize the 2 ladies, Long Chen wouldn't be able to do anything. Just as the chess sect expert thought that Long Chen would strike him with his fist, a pitch-black saber appeared in Long Chen's hand. Chapter 5217 Waning Moon Shakes Heaven and Earth. When Evil Moon appeared, Long Chen's astral energy surged into it, causing it to quiver. A sinister chi then exploded, like an ancient devil awakening from slumber. Evil Moon. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected Evilmoon to awaken at this moment. Its timing was really perfect. Long Chen, it's time to show you my true power. Come, shout with me. Waning moon shakes heaven and earth. Waning moon shakes heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Long Chen directly shouted it. As the words left Long Chen's mouth, Dragonbone Evilmoon blazed with light. The crescent moon on the blade's edge shone like a waning moon, and the entire world trembled as it appeared. 2 dragon marks appeared on Evilmoon's sides, with their heads pointed directly at the crescent moon on the blade. Evilmoon seemed freed of all its restraints, and an overwhelming killing intent exploded from it. With a single slash, Evilmoon tore through the air. The chess sect expert's sword, which had clashed with it, instantly shattered. The saber's momentum didn't stop there. It sliced the chess sect expert clean in half, killing him on the spot. Everyone watching was stunned. A human emperor had been killed in a single strike. Before the power of Evilmoon, the expert's human emperor divine sword was no more than a fragile toy. After killing the chess sect expert, Long Chen was about to charge at the zither sect woman, who was closest to the barrier. Just then, Evilmoon spoke again. After sleeping for so long, do you think you can just gaze upon me? Point the tip of the saber at her and repeat after me. Waning moon pierces the dome of the heavens. Waning moon pierces the dome of the heavens. Long Chen shouted, pointing the tip of the saber at the zither sect woman. Evilmoon quivered, and the waning moon on the edge of the saber blazed with intense light. A crescent moon shot out, crossing the void to strike the woman. It happened so quickly and bizarrely that she had no time to react. The attack obliterated her body, reducing her to nothing more than a cloud of blood mist. The waning moon didn't just destroy her, it also sliced her zither in two. The broken zither flew about in the air, its strings letting out an ear-piercing wail. Against Evilmoon, a human emperor stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, 2 human emperors had perished. Seeing their comrades fall, the remaining experts attacking the barrier hesitated, their resolve faltering. Realizing he was the last man standing, the celestial expert knew he couldn't win, so he turned to flee. However, a chilling killing intent locked onto him as Long Chen raised Evilmoon. When it fell, the starry sky seemed to quiver, and heaven and earth were split in two. The celestial race expert was obliterated by the massive saber chi. He wanted to escape, but he wasn't even given the chance. Just then, the 8-domain divine diagram exploded, and the 8 human emperors coughed up blood. They were sent flying by a terrifying chi wave. The palace master had broken free of his seal. At this moment, they realized that his cultivation base had risen from a 9-vein heaven saint to a half-step human emperor. Die! The palace master roared, slamming his hands together. Enormous dragon claws appeared and clapped together, shattering the void like glass and trapping the 8 human emperors within them. To Long Chen's shock, the palace master's attack contained immense emperor might. Though only a half-step human emperor, his aura was far more powerful than that of the other human emperors. At first, Long Chen thought the 8 human emperors were crushed by the attack, but what was blown apart was actually the palace master's dragon claws. The palace master suddenly spat out blood and looked toward a certain object held by one of the human emperors. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Sovereign Qi, Long Chen muttered, his heart shaken as he recognized the item, a small piece of white jade. Sovereign jade. Long Chen had seen something similar before when he and Mo Nian escaped the chess sect in Brahma Pill Valley's pursuit. The chess sect expert had traded a fragment of sovereign jade for Brahma Pill Valley's favor, allowing 3,000 of the chess sect's disciples to enter Pill Valley's secret realm. The piece of jade from that time was the size of a peanut, while this fragment was as big as a baby's fist, perfectly white and glossy like jade. Though it lacked runes, it seemed to contain the power of an entire cosmos, vast and eternal, yet somehow familiar to Long Chen. Suddenly, the Brahma divine diagram in the sky fled from the high firmament divine sword and shot toward the 8 human emperors. You think you can run? Keep dreaming, Long Chen roared, slashing with Evilmoon. He didn't care that the Brahma divine diagram contained endless faith energy, and he struck with all his might. The impact blew Long Chen's arms to pieces, the powerful backlash nearly knocking him unconscious. However, his strike had managed to cut the Brahma divine diagram, leaving a deep gash in it. Just as Long Chen struck the Brahma divine diagram, the palace master launched his own attack. His fists were covered in black dragon scales and repeatedly struck those human emperors, destroying their weapons one by one. In the blink of an eye, 7 human emperors lay dead. Just as the palace master charged toward the final one, the elder raised the sovereign jade and swung it down, causing the void to split apart. A mysterious energy then knocked the palace master back. Just then, the high firmament divine sword descended, slashing through the Brahma divine diagram. The latter's divine radiance dimmed. After withstanding Long Chen's strike and then being slashed by the high firmament divine sword, the Brahma divine diagram was on the verge of breaking down. Ignoring the Brahma divine diagram, Long Chen shot toward the elder with Evilmoon in hand. Scram! The elder raised the sovereign jade, using the tiny piece of jade to strike Evilmoon. The impact sent Evilmoon flying from Long Chen's grasp. Blood sprayed from Long Chen's mouth as the elder remained unscathed. Delighted by this, the elder formed a series of hand seals, intending to use the sovereign jade to end Long Chen's life. But as Long Chen spat out blood, some of it landed on the sovereign jade, causing the latter to shake and float in the air. The elder was horrified to discover that he could no longer control the jade with his faith energy. Long Chen didn't know what was happening, but seeing the sovereign jade floating there, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed it and, holding it tightly in his fist, punched the elder in the chest. The elder exploded, leaving a massive hole in the void. Silence fell over the battlefield, and even Long Chen was shocked by the devastation caused by this one punch. Chapter 5218 Destroy Races and Sects. Holding the sovereign jade, Long Chen punched an enormous hole into the void, causing endless dark energy to swirl within it. The spatial blades that should have existed within this void were obliterated by this punch. Long Chen's punch not only destroyed the void but also the laws of this dark world. Even the palace master was shocked by Long Chen's power. Long Chen was also taken aback. As he punched, the sovereign jade in his hand warmed slightly, and a gentle current of energy flowed from it, amplifying the destructive force of his attack. At that moment, the high firmament divine sword clashed with the Brahma divine diagram again. The impact sent the Brahma divine diagram reeling. The images on it glowed, and the figure of Lord Brahma flickered. "Where do you think you're going?" Long Chen roared, charging toward the Brahma divine diagram with the sovereign jade in hand, intent on using its power to destroy the Brahma divine diagram. Seeing this, Evilmoon and the Earth Cauldron shouted in unison, "Stop!" Startled, Long Chen hastily paused. He had no idea why they were both so panicked, but just then, space quivered, and the Brahma divine diagram vanished without a trace. After the Brahma divine diagram disappeared, the experts of the various races completely lost their will to fight. Their leaders were all dead, so even if they ran, they didn't need to worry about being punished. Kill! The Dragonblood warriors roared and chased after their enemies, who were running away without orientation. This was the perfect opportunity to strike, and they didn't hesitate. The heavenly geniuses within the barrier also charged out, joining the Dragonblood warriors in pursuit. As these people fled, the sea of lightning and flames grew violent, and Lei Linger and Huo Linger started their own slaughter. Wielding the lightning spear that Huang Wudao once used, Lei Linger began to pick off the half-step human emperors. Lei Linger and Huo Linger were like tigers freed from a cage. With one blow, Lei Linger killed a half-step human emperor holding a flame sword. After picking up this flame element human emperor divine weapon, she tossed it to Huo Linger, and they instantly joined forces. The sea of flame and lightning transformed into a barrier, slowing down the fleeing enemies and preventing them from using spatial transportation. Despite their desperate attempts to escape, the enemies were trapped. The Dragonblood warriors descended upon them like wolves upon sheep. These once powerful experts fell in droves, their blood raining down, forming a sea of blood on the battlefield. The defeat was a landslide. The enemies had already lost the will to fight, their courage completely shattered by the Dragonblood Legion. Rather than the Dragonblood Legion, they should be called the Fiend Devil Legion. Kill. Brothers, if you can't even claim a few heads at this time, what right do you have to call yourselves heavenly geniuses? Shouted someone from the First Academy. This person had been utterly crushed by the Emperor pressure when he stepped out of the barrier earlier, forced to kneel helplessly. Hence, he was brimming with anger and resentment, having never suffered such humiliation before. At this moment, if he didn't kill a few enemies, he would feel too ashamed to continue living. Many of his fellow disciples felt the same thing. Thinking of how prideful they had been in their minor world, they found their old selves repulsive. They swore to become fearless experts like the Dragonblood warriors. Even if it was just for an instant, that would be enough. Even if they lost their lives, they wouldn't regret it. The sullen heavenly geniuses charged forward like madmen. They attacked with reckless abandon, some even detonating their weapons upon contact. Others pounced on their enemies, using their teeth to rip out their throats. The Dragonblood warriors had triggered their blood-crazed nature. Now, they were going through a metamorphosis. This battle had a profound impact on them, instantly transforming pampered princelings into fearless warriors. Long Chen didn't participate in the pursuit. He was frustrated by the Brahma Divine Diagram's escape. As he went to check on Bai Shishi's condition, a wave of pain suddenly washed over him. He went pale and nearly collapsed. Long Chen, what's wrong? Asked the palace master. The palace master caught his arm, and his expression changed dramatically. He discovered that Long Chen's meridians were riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. The palace master felt a wave of guilt, realizing that Long Chen had pushed himself beyond his limits. If the palace master hadn't been caught by the 8-domain divine diagram, Long Chen wouldn't have suffered such terrifying injuries. Damage to the meridians was exceptionally serious. If not treated properly, Long Chen could become a cripple. Only now did Long Chen realize the severity of his condition. It was no wonder Evilmoon in the Earth Cauldron had stopped him from attacking the Brahma Divine Diagram. His body couldn't endure such an impact. Palace Master, I'm fine. But what about you? You forcibly made a breakthrough inside the Brahma Divine Diagram. Are there going to be any side effects? Asked Long Chen. He wasn't worried about his injuries, confident in his ability to recover. However, he was concerned about the Palace Master. The Palace Master had been trapped in the 8-domain divine diagram and suppressed by 8 human emperors. Breaking through under such circumstances had to come at an immense price. The Palace Master checked Long Chen's body more thoroughly and sighed in relief when he saw that, although Long Chen's meridians were badly damaged, they were still tough and showed no sign of collapse. The Palace Master replied, I'm fine. In the 8 Brahma divine diagram, I used half my power to resist their seal and the other half to compress my energy. When my power underwent a qualitative chance, I detonated it. I didn't rely on external power to make this breakthrough, so there's no problem. That works. Wouldn't that make you explode? Asked Long Chen, dumbfounded. This is a special divine ability of my barbarian dragon race. It's enough for you to know this. Don't try to imitate it, the Palace Master warned. Long Chen nodded, knowing that he shouldn't learn such a technique. After swallowing a medicinal pill to stabilize his condition, he looked around the battlefield. The battle was nearing its end. The sea of lightning and flames had become a ring, trapping the remaining enemies. Most of the other enemies had already fled too far. The sea of lightning and flames was now focused on fully locking down this area. The Dragonblood warriors and the Academy's disciples, with Lei Linger and Huo Linger's help, were slaughtering the ones caught inside the ring. As for Guo Ran, he had positioned himself atop the barrier, using his crossbow to pick off fleeing experts like live targets. He specifically targeted the ones running the fastest to ensure none escaped. Guo Ran, pull back the troops. Long Chen ordered. Pull back, what? Guo Ran couldn't believe his ears. We can kill them all. Let them go. We'll follow them to their hives. If they hand over what we demand, we'll leave it at that. If they don't, we'll annihilate their races and sects, Long Chen said darkly. Hearing that, Guo Ran quickly understood. Their boss was livid this time. As Guo Ran's shout echoed across the battlefield, the world-shaking battle finally came to an end. Chapter 5219 That won't stop me from beating him. Long Chen, may I take a closer look at that jade? Asked the Palace Master. Long Chen immediately raised his hand to hand it over, but the Palace Master retreated and waved his hand, signaling not to pass it over. The Palace Master said, no need to give it to me, just hold on to it. I only want to take a look. The Palace Master's killing blow had been stopped by a trace of this jade's aura, which shocked him. He vaguely felt that this trace of aura should be the legendary Sovereign Qi. Although it was faint, almost imperceptible, it was strong enough to halt his killing blow. The Palace Master stared at it. This once glossy, pure white jade now bore streaks of Long Chen's blood. The Sovereign Jade seemed to be absorbing the blood, and none of its aura was leaking out anymore. It now appeared as nothing more than an ordinary piece of jade. No clues could be seen from it. The Palace Master examined it briefly before having Long Chen put it away. With their enemies scattered, there was no need for him to take further action. He calmed his turbulent blood qi and, after bidding farewell to Long Chen and Bai Lishan, returned to his residence. Long Chen got into the barrier and went to Bai Shishi's side. When Long Chen saw her lying in her mother's arms with her eyes closed, his heart skipped a beat in fear. Bai Shixi's mother quickly said, "Don't worry, although Shixi's wounds are heavy, her core energy remains strong, and her foundation is intact. She should be fine after sleeping." Relieved, Long Chen turned to see Bai Zantang, Bai Shaola's mother, and Bai Lishan standing by Bai Xixi. He apologized, "I'm sorry for not being able to protect Xixi properly." Bai Zantang snorted and walked away gloomily. Bai Shixi's mother was embarrassed, and Yu Qingshan felt guilty as well. After all, Bai Xixi was badly injured because of her. Bai Shixi's mother spoke up, "Qingshan, Long Chen, please don't take Zantang's behavior to heart. He doesn't mean to be rude. He's just angry at himself. As a father, it hurts him deeply that he couldn't protect his daughter. He's also frustrated for not listening to the palace master and raising his realm sooner. If he had reached the half-step human emperor realm, perhaps he could have prevented Xixi from getting hurt. He's really just blaming himself. It's just that he cares too much about face to show it." Bai Shaola's mother sighed, "Yes, Zantang's frustration is directed at his own powerlessness. We are powerless as well. None of us anticipated the Brahma Pill Valley would launch such a sudden and coordinated attack, gathering so many experts. After being at peace for so long, we became complacent." Bai Lishan also looked ashamed as he added, "This is my fault. I knew about Long Chen's actions in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, but I didn't expect Brahma Pill Valley to retaliate crazily." As the dean of the head sect, Bai Lishan had lived for countless years. He should have known better than to underestimate their enemies, especially after such a significant provocation. Had he been more vigilant, he could have made preparations, including urging the palace master to break through to the half-step human emperor realm sooner. If the palace master had been at that level from the beginning, even the 8-domain divine diagram wouldn't have been able to trap him. His presence would have turned the tide, preventing them from being forced into such a dire situation. The palace master was clearly in a bad mood. Although he usually kept to himself, he was a prideful person. Being sealed at the very start of the battle, unable to unleash his power, was a frustrating experience for him. Hearing their words, Long Chen felt much better inside. He smiled bitterly. "If anyone is to blame, it should be me. I destroyed the glacial heaven domain and killed their domain lord, but I didn't even consider the possibility of Brahma Pill Valley's revenge. That was truly foolish of me." Long Chen berated himself for not anticipating Brahma Pill Valley's retaliation after such a significant act. Luckily, their enemies had come too late, allowing the Dragonblood Legion to fully awaken their heavenly fate manifestations. Otherwise, the casualties could have been catastrophic. Bai Shixi's mother smiled and said, "Let's stop blaming ourselves. The lines of fate have their own mind. The academy survived, and although there were losses, they're minor compared to the devastation we inflicted on our enemies." They all looked outside the barrier at the battlefield. The outer region of the academy was in ruins, soaked in blood. It had been an immense battle. 11 human emperors had perished, along with tens of thousands of half-step human emperors. The losses among the Heaven Saints were too many to count. Despite everything, the High Firmament Academy had emerged victorious, wiping out all of Brahma Pill Valley's forces, save for the Brahma Divine Diagram. "What a pity. Boss, if you hadn't called us back, I'd have made sure not a single person escaped," said Bai Shaola, clenching his teeth. Bai Shaola was covered in blood, but his killing intent was burning strong. His sister's near-death experience had unleashed something within him. Though he often argued with Bai Xixi and was beaten by her, it never affected their bond. Seeing her almost die had turned him into a devil. "Good job. Your display today was beyond my expectations. Today, you've finally become a true warrior," Long Chen praised, patting Bai Shaola's shoulder. Bai Shaola instantly blushed at Long Chen's praise, and Long Chen added, "I'm sure Xixi saw your courage today. Even if I saw it, that won't stop me from beating him." Bai Shixi's sudden voice startled them. They looked over and saw that she was still asleep. She was sleep-talking. They were all baffled for a moment before bursting into laughter. Bai Xixi was actually capable of saying such a thing in her sleep. What an instinctual response. Bai Shaola was speechless, but her words warmed his heart. As long as his sister was safe, he didn't mind being beaten. "Dean, since we've wiped out Brahma Pill Valley's forces, shouldn't we go further and destroy Brahma Pill Valley itself?" Long Chen asked. Chapter 5220 Returning something to its rightful owner. "Absolutely not." Bai Lishan hastily shook his head. Before coming, the sweeping elder told me not to attack the 8 Brahma domains. Long Chen had originally planned to take advantage of the Brahma Pill Valley's heavy losses to eliminate them entirely or at least cripple their foundation. However, seeing how panicked Bai Lishan was at his suggestion, and after hearing that it was due to the sweeping elder's warning, Long Chen could only sigh. It was clear that there were still many secrets in the 8 Brahma domains that he was unaware of. If the sweeping elder had issued such a stern warning, it meant the matter was serious. Bai Lishan's expression showed just how serious the elder had been. "All right then, we'll deal with the small fry first," said Long Chen helplessly. "We've already won. What more is there to deal with?" asked Bai Shishi's mother. Looking at the slumbering Bai Shishi, who was still pale, Long Chen felt as if a viper was gnawing at his heart. "A person needs to understand what reverence is. I'll teach them that and what fear is," replied Long Chen. Long Chen said, "Qingshan, you can take this jade." Yu Qingshan was startled and quickly said, "This jade is most useful in your hands. I won't have any place to use it in the academy." They had personally witnessed the terrifying power of this piece of jade. It seemed that only Long Chen could trigger its power, making it a powerful protective talisman for him. "How can I be at ease leaving you in the academy without it?" Long Chen said. He held Yu Qingshan's hand and placed the jade in her palm, leaving her no chance to refuse. The moment the sovereign jade touched Yu Qingshan, both of them trembled. A gentle divine light flowed out of the sovereign jade, and its aura slowly merged with her. Everyone stared at Yu Qingshan in shock. Her appearance and aura hadn't changed, but the atmosphere around her had become sacred and grand. Everyone around started to feel inferior just by standing next to her, almost as if being in her presence was a form of blasphemy. Instinctively, everyone but Long Chen took a step back. Long Chen stared at the change in Yu Qingshan, his heart shaking. He saw a trace of the Pill Sovereign's figure in her. For some reason, Long Chen regretted his decision a bit. He shouldn't have given the sovereign jade to Yu Qingshan, suspecting it might awaken her memories. However, if he didn't give her the sovereign jade, he would always feel worried. This jade, after all, was a relic of the Pill Sovereign. By giving it to Yu Qingshan, he was returning it to its rightful owner. The sovereign jade pulsed gently in Yu Qingshan's hand, as if it had its own heartbeat. Faint lines appeared on the jade as it pulsed, and Long Chen realized that the jade was not a single piece but rather composed of many tiny fragments. When Long Chen noticed one peanut-sized fragment, his heart shook. Wasn't this the same piece he had seen in the chess sect expert's hand back then? Long Chen suddenly realized that the Brahma Pill Valley had likely been gathering sovereign jade fragments for many years. Only now had they assembled them into this complete piece of sovereign jade. Yet, based on its appearance, it was still only a larger fragment, not the complete sovereign jade. For a fragment to possess such power, just how powerful would the complete jade be? Yu Qingshan stared at the sovereign jade, starlight flickering in her eyes. The aura felt incredibly familiar to her, and touching it made her feel as if they were one. Long Chen, thank you, Yu Qingshan said, feeling both moved and sad. She wanted to stay with the statue, but she also wanted to stay with Long Chen. With this sovereign jade, she finally had the power to protect him. How could Long Chen not know what she was thinking? He stroked her hair and softly said, "You've exhausted yourself this time. Stay with Shishi and recover." Yu Qingshan obediently nodded. Bai Shishi's mother hesitated for a moment before handing Bai Shishi to Yu Qingshan. As someone who had once been young, Bai Shishi's mother knew it was best to leave matters between youngsters to the youngsters. As a senior, it was better for her not to interfere unless necessary. Just as they were speaking, an explosive sound rang out, shaking the academy. Everyone jumped in fright. Long Chen looked over to see an enormous black spear land on top of a building's foundation. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm rich," shouted Guo Ran. This spear was the Purgatory Fiend spear that had almost killed them all. The Dragonblood warriors had worked together to drag it out of the ground, and it was bound by countless chains. The spear was incredibly heavy, requiring all the Dragonblood warriors to join forces just to pull it out. Exhausted, they could no longer move and return to the barrier to rest. "How is this thing so damn heavy?" cursed Ji Yu Yong, panting. "This is divine metal from Purgatory, and it has its own laws that make it incredibly heavy. I wonder what those fellows did to shoot it," said Sha Chen, sensing this spear's terrifying aura. "Who cares? This thing is ours now. Brothers, once your armor has this kind of pressure and aura added to it, let alone fighting, your aura alone will scare your opponents to death, ha ha ha. Heavens, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Guo Ran rubbed the Purgatory Fiend spear. Sensing its terrifying fluctuations, he had the urge to kiss it. After all, this was a divine material he couldn't even dream of obtaining. The essence refined from this huge spear would be enough to create a set of battle armor and divine weapons for everyone in the Dragonblood Legion. Most importantly, he had all the materials from the High Firmament Treasure Pavilion at his disposal. Long Chen had been wanting to forge a set of human emperor divine weapons for everyone, and just at the right moment, a huge batch of new divine material landed in his pocket. If Guo Ran used this additional material, he would be able to refine top-grade human emperor divine weapons. Furthermore, the weapons and armor he forged would have the aura of purgatory. Just how flashy would that be? Guo Ran's own armor and sabers had been destroyed by the Purgatory Fiend spear. At first, he hated them, but now he saw them as a treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens. The Dragonblood Legion exhausted themselves pulling all 4 spears out. Stars spun in their eyes from the effort. They could no longer move and return to the barrier to rest. Long Chen suddenly said, "Everyone on the battlefield, come back. The disciples who haven't gone onto the battlefield yet, go now." At this time, those disciples hiding within the barrier stiffened. Chapter 5221 Not Raising Loafers. But even though the battle was over, the terrifying killing intent outside the barrier made their bones feel cold. They knew that if they stepped out, the lingering emperor might could obliterate their souls and crush their wills. No buts. If you don't go out and clean up the battlefield, you can stay here. But from now on, the Academy's resources will no longer be available to you. The Academy doesn't raise loafers. We won't drive you away. You can choose to stay here and reproduce. That would be the only way you could provide value to the Academy, said Long Chen coldly. These disciples hadn't experienced the bloodshed of battle. They were terrified and cowardly, and Long Chen could understand that. After all, experts aren't made overnight. While others fought to the death, they cowered here. That was all understandable. After all, with their power, they weren't fit to set foot onto the battlefield. But now the battle was over, and if they didn't even have the courage to help with the aftermath, instead trying to make excuses about their weakness and leaving the work to the strong, that was unacceptable. Seeing Long Chen's expression, those disciples knew Long Chen wasn't scaring them. Thinking of how they would never get any more resources, becoming useless people who just ate and slept while waiting for death, they ultimately summoned their guts and walked onto the battlefield. It's pointless. Those people lack the will to grow stronger. You can't expect them to be useful on the battlefield, said Yu Zifeng as the Dragonblood Legion returned to the barrier. He eyed the reluctant expressions of the disciples and shook his head. I'm not expecting them to join the battle. But that doesn't mean they can waste the Academy's resources for nothing. At the very least, they need to prove some value for us to keep supporting them, said Long Chen. By the way, Zifeng, how are your injuries? Asked Long Chen. After all, Yu Zifeng was a sword cultivator. While his offensive prowess was absolutely terrifying, his defense was extremely weak. To save Yu Qingshan, he had received an attack from a half-step human emperor. Although it was not a full-power attack, it was still potentially fatal for someone like Yu Zifeng. Despite his injuries, he kept fighting. Although his face was pale, his aura weak, and his body trembling, he wasn't in a rush to heal. I'm fine. I like this kind of weakened state. It lets me sense things I normally can't when I'm at full strength, Yu Zifeng replied. Long Chen nodded, impressed. Yu Zifeng's talent was truly astonishing, and he was always cultivating and comprehending new things. Those people are really irritating. Quite a few of them insulted us back then. I haven't forgotten their faces, said Long Ziwei, one leading a group over, including mercenaries from the Heavenly Desolation domain. They had fought alongside the Starry River sect's disciples, contributing significantly to the battle. When Qin Feng brought them back, Bai Lishan directly accepted them into the academy as inner disciples, a gesture that deeply moved the mercenaries. It was the first time they had felt warmth from someone other than Long Chen. Later on, although the branch academy's disciples rejected them and often insulted them as trash that the head academy had picked up, they didn't really mind. Such insults were common things they had to endure from the Long clan. Seeing Long Ziwei, Yu Ying, Wu Song, and other familiar faces, Long Chen felt a sense of closeness and immediately approached them. Long Ziwei and the others had become particularly reserved. Long Ziwei carefully said, "Dean Ziwei, Sister Ying, Brother Song, Long Chen greeted them warmly, delighting them. Despite everything, Long Chen was still the same person. Instantly, he closed the distance between them. Are you used to the academy yet? Asked Long Chen. Yes, very much so. This place is much better than the heavenly desolation domain 1,000 times better. Said Yu Ying excitedly. The other mercenaries were also emotional as they were filled with gratitude towards Long Chen. Compared to the heavenly desolation domain, this place was like heaven. Here, they enjoyed the treatment of inner disciples, receiving a monthly ration of medicinal pills and resources, something they had never even dreamed of before. Most importantly, aside from the branch academy's disciples, no one else treated them as outsiders. Others would proactively help with any difficulties they faced. That kind of warmth almost made them cry. In battle, if not for the Starry River sect's disciples holding them back, they would have charged out to join the Dragonblood Legion on the front lines, even if it meant dying. They were determined to protect the High Firmament Academy. This was the only way for them to repay the academy. Yu Ying said, Dean Long Chen. You can just call me Long Chen. Long Chen corrected her immediately. Yu Ying continued, the academy has been looking after us all this time. Let us clean up the battlefield. After all, we haven't been able to do much for the academy. That's right, let us do this kind of crude work. The other mercenaries agreed, feeling uneasy about simply consuming the academy's resources without contributing. Long Chen smiled. Who said you haven't done much? Even if you can't do a lot now, that doesn't mean you won't be able to in the future. Don't help them, helping them would only harm them. I'm making them do this work as their final chance. If they still don't step up, they'll be nothing but trash in the future. Long Chen noticed that over 80% of the mercenaries had become 9-star heavenly doyens, with the Julie runes in their bodies rapidly awakening. Their potential was immense. Given enough resources, the powerful Julie runes in their bodies would allow them to awaken heavenly fate discs. When that time came, their power would be enough to amaze many top experts. Most importantly, Long Chen sensed astral fluctuations within their Julie runes. It seemed the Starry River of the Sky Art was also undergoing a transformation within them. In the previous battle, Long Chen had seen that their power was not inferior to that of the Starry River sect's disciples. As time passed, a gap would grow between them. Perhaps the Starry River of the Sky Art would shine through them. Those who had fought on the battlefield returned to the barrier, leaving the cowardly disciples to clean up. Now, only true warriors remained within the barrier. At this moment, the First Academy's disciples looked toward Long Chen with pure reverence. In this battle, they had witnessed the greatness of a peerless heavenly genius, and they felt honored to have such a dean. Brothers, work hard on recovering. We're moving out in one day, said Long Chen. Yi Zuan couldn't help but ask, Dean Long Chen. Ah yes, since we've fought on the same battlefield, we are brothers in arms. I'd rather you call me senior apprentice brother than Dean, Long Chen interrupted. Hearing that, all the disciples felt their blood boil with excitement, their eyes moist with emotion. They couldn't believe they had the privilege to call someone like Long Chen their senior apprentice brother. Yi Zuan was so moved that he forgot what he was going to say. His jaw just hung there, his mouth open. We're moving out tomorrow to kill the fish that slipped through the net. Anyone who stands in our way, even gods, will be slain. Long Chen directly answered Yi Zuan's unasked question, igniting the disciples' fighting spirit. They were ready to follow Long Chen in his next campaign. 1. He was always compared to Long Chen in his own clan, former rank 10 in Long Clan's heavenly rankings. Chapter 5222 Stronger States. As soon as the disciples who hadn't participated in the battle stepped out of the barrier, they collapsed. Even the residual pressure from the battlefield was something they couldn't bear. After all, their wills were too weak, and the overwhelming terror magnified the pressure, making it unbearable for them. This pressure wasn't life-threatening, and served as a trial to test their resolve. For those who had never experienced the brutality of true combat, this was a rare opportunity for growth. Long Chen had only instructed these disciples to go out to clean the battlefield, but almost everyone else from the First Branch Academy walked out, including Lu Chenkong. Although he was a human emperor, the oppressive aura of the battlefield made him cower, causing his soul to ache. He sighed inwardly, feeling like the weakest human emperor in the world. Despite his fear, he joined the others in cleaning the battlefield. When the disciples saw Lu Chenkong, most of their anger faded away. Instead of complaining, they worked harder to stay standing under this pressure. Lu Chengkong looked at them and said, "Children, don't be resentful. Dean Long Chen has given you a huge opportunity. If you are unwilling to be a useless person, seize this chance. The academy may have wasted years of your life, but Dean Long Chen is giving you a chance to change your fate. This may be your only opportunity. Those who grasp it will become completely different people in the future." Though the disciples didn't fully understand Lu Chengkong's words, they gritted their teeth and continued to move under the crushing pressure. The battlefield was strewn with broken limbs, and the overwhelming stench of blood caused many disciples to retch. Yet, they persevered. If this had been during Lu Chengkong's era as dean, some might have used their family connections to shirk such work. But in front of Long Chen, those tricks were useless. Despite the intense pain in their souls and the heaviness in their bodies, the disciples started to clear the battlefield. Just touching the corpses of powerful experts was enough to cause a reaction, sending their blood into turmoil, but they pressed on. Within the barrier, Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors were circulating their energy to heal. When Long Chen examined himself, he noticed his meridians were riddled with holes. "When did my meridians get this damaged? How did I not notice?" he wondered. Seeing the Earth Cauldron and Evilmoon remain silent, Long Chen directly asked the Earth Cauldron, "Senior, what happened?" The Earth Cauldron replied, "You should ask Evilmoon." Cough. "Well, truthfully, maybe." Evilmoon started to stumble over its words. "Just tell me the truth," demanded Long Chen. "Well, it's my fault. I unsealed my first state, but we weren't used to it, so there was some friction that impacted your meridians. But it's not all my fault. Using my power only caused a slight injury to your meridians. Your clash with the Sovereign Jade was what resulted in your injury becoming so severe," said Evilmoon. "Of course, if your meridians hadn't been shaken before that, the damage from clashing against the Sovereign Jade wouldn't have been so severe," added the Earth Cauldron. "You talk too much," Evilmoon snapped. Long Chen finally understood. Evilmoon's power wasn't so easy to use, especially not on the first try. Evilmoon had likely unleashed its technique without considering whether Long Chen's meridians could handle it. The slight injury it mentioned was actually quite significant, which was exacerbated when Long Chen clashed against the Sovereign Jade. That was why both the Earth Cauldron and Evilmoon had urged him to stop when he prepared to attack the Brahma Divine Diagram. If he had unleashed that attack, the backlash from the Brahma Divine Diagram's faith energy would have completely destroyed his meridians. "Although I did suffer a slight injury, Evilmoon, your divine ability was really powerful. It was all thanks to you this time," Long Chen said, knowing how to flatter Evilmoon. "But of course, I'm not like some people who just eat and don't do any work. They just get fed and grow fat off of other people's labor while doing nothing when it counts," Evilmoon responded smugly, throwing a jab at the Earth Cauldron. The Earth Cauldron simply ignored Evilmoon's taunts, showing steadier character than Evilmoon. "Long Chen, let me tell you, Waning Moon shakes heaven and earth is the first state I unlocked. There are even stronger states to come. This first state alone comes with many new techniques. The ones we used earlier were just the simplest moves. There are several more powerful ones that I've only just started to grasp, so I don't dare let you use them yet," said Evilmoon excitedly. "There are stronger ones." Long Chen jumped in shock. It was already astonishing that the two techniques Evilmoon unleashed had such power. If there were even stronger ones. Of course, those two techniques only activated 20 to 30% of my power. Since we haven't fully tested it, I only dared to use this much. Hurry up and recover, then we'll test these new moves. When the time comes, we really will be able to kill even gods, chuckled Evilmoon. Long Chen's excitement grew, and he quickly consumed medicinal pills while channeling the primal chaos space's energy to heal. 6 hours later, Long Chen's meridians had started healing. The holes in them had shrunk, and his condition was no longer so frightening. However, he found that he had exhausted the dense life energy within the primal chaos space. If he continued to absorb, he would be extracting the energy of the Fusong trees and the moon trees. The Fusong trees were nourishing the golden crows, and extracting their energy would also be detrimental to the growth of the golden crows. Long Chen stepped out of the barrier and was greeted by piles of corpses as large as mountains, dragons, blood devils, greater demons, and more. Only races with naturally tough bodies had left behind corpses, weaker lifeforms had been obliterated. Delighted by the sight, Long Chen tossed these terrifying half-step human emperor corpses into the primal chaos space, where they practically buried the black soil. As the black soil started to devour these corpses, life energy surged into the primal chaos space, instantly revitalizing Long Chen. He continued to heal. After another 6 hours, his meridians were fully restored. Though he had not fully recovered, he could no longer wait. Show me your power, Evilmoon. Chapter 5223 Transmission. To avoid disturbing anyone, Long Chen went to an isolated area far from the academy. As an added precaution, he left Huo Linger and Lei Linger behind to guard the academy. In that battle, Lei Linger and Huo Linger displayed shocking power. Their sea of lightning and flames had been crucial to their victory. Without them, the academy would have taken huge losses. If they hadn't scattered their power to maintain the lightning flame sea and support the Dragonblood Legion, they could actually slay human emperors on their own. Moreover, they had not fully digested all the energy they absorbed earlier and had yet to completely adapt to their newfound power. Once they fully absorbed this energy, their strength would rise to even greater heights. Evilmoon floated in front of Long Chen, black chi swirling around it. A sinister aura surged from it into the heavens, and 2 black dragon marks shimmered on its sides as if 2 dragons were about to burst forth. The icy killing intent radiating from Evilmoon made the world tremble. This was an existence that lived solely for slaughter. Aside from the 2 large dragon marks, countless runes flickered on Evilmoon's surface, constantly shifting as though they were alive. Long Chen noticed that Evilmoon's aura had grown even more potent. Don't be surprised, I've unsealed my first state, awakening my core runes, which has caused my power to continuously grow. Although your meridians have recovered, your core energy is still exhausted. We don't need to rush into mastering the new techniques just yet. Let's just train Waning Moon pierces the dome of the heavens that we used. Last time, I led the attack, which put a significant strain on your body. This time, I'll teach you how to use it properly. Once you master it, our power will be evenly split, increasing its potency while reducing the burden on you. The damage will be negligible. When the time comes, as long as you have enough energy, you can unleash this move freely, explained Evilmoon. So, you're saying I can learn this technique? Asked Long Chen. Of course, you can. How else would we link up? It's a simple technique. I'll transmit the runes into your body, and you can activate them using the power of your violet blood, 7-color supreme blood, dragon blood, or astral energy, whatever is easiest for you to control, said Evilmoon. That would naturally be the violet blood, Long Chen replied without hesitation. His violet blood was the gentlest and most manageable force he possessed. Alright, then, circulate your violet blood, and I'll guide the runes into it. Use your blood to copy them. Once you've done that, I'll teach you how to use them, Evilmoon instructed. Evilmoon's blade lit up, and the tip of the saber pointed directly at Long Chen's solar plexus. Countless runes swam into his body like tadpoles. Long Chen was prepared and welcomed those runes with his violet blood. As they entered his bloodstream, his body began to tremble, as though ice was spreading through him. The runes were so cold that they nearly froze his soul. Fortunately, his violet blood provided warmth, and there was minimal rejection. As the runes merged with his blood, he circulated his violet blood to replicate them. Typically, copying a rune and embedding it into a bloodline was an extremely complex and difficult process, often taking centuries or even longer to master. Inscribing runes into a bloodline to inherit divine abilities was not a new concept in human cultivation history. However, the process took so long that many people disliked it. Those with true talent would rather rely on their comprehension to comprehend the cultivation technique instead of copying the runes. Furthermore, the more powerful cultivation techniques could not be inherited through copying. However, Long Chen's situation was different. He was copying Evilmoon's runes, and Evilmoon was helping him do so. With his violet blood's great adaptability, it only took him 2 hours to form grain-sized runes in his bloodstream. With the copying complete, Evilmoon retracted its runes, hovering before Long Chen as its runes swirled around it. Under the guidance of Evilmoon's aura, the small runes in Long Chen's blood started to circulate in a specific rhythm. At first, they moved slowly, but as time passed, they matched the tempo of Evilmoon's runes. Call its name, said Evilmoon suddenly. Waning moon shakes heaven and earth, responded Long Chen. Long Chen didn't need to do anything. Just by saying this name, the runes in his body quivered and coalesced into the shape of a waning moon. At the same time, Evilmoon's tip lit up, and a crescent moon flashed. The waning moon in Long Chen's body resonated with it, flashing as well. Haha, that's even faster than I expected, Evilmoon exclaimed, pleased with Long Chen's quick mastery of the first step. Countless runes concentrated onto Evilmoon, and Long Chen's hand automatically reached out. As he shoved it forward, he involuntarily shouted, "Waning moon pierces the dome of the heavens." A crescent moon blade flew out of his hand and cut the mountain in front of him. Long Chen was stunned. While cutting apart an ordinary mountain was nothing extraordinary, this mountain was composed of extremely tough ore. The fact that he had split such tough ore wasn't the most shocking part, it was the perfectly smooth 3-meter-wide crack left in the mountain. The power of the attack was highly concentrated, making it one of the most terrifying techniques Long Chen had ever seen. This is absolutely terrifying. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Had he really unleashed such an attack from his palm? Your violet blood power is truly terrifying. You've reached the level of initial mastery. Even Evilmoon was amazed. Alright, the warm-up is over. Let's learn the next move. This will be the strongest attack of my first unsealed state. Chapter 5224 The 9 Forms of Split the Heavens. The strongest attack. Long Chen's heart shook. Waning moon pierces the dome of the heavens was already the strongest technique he had ever seen, but Evilmoon had something even stronger. I have awakened 18 divine abilities. 9 are my own, and the other 9 require us to work together. Waning moon pierces the dome of the heavens is only the first technique, said Evilmoon, its voice tinged with a touch of pride. Just the first technique. Long Chen's jaw dropped. He found it hard to believe but didn't dare accuse Evilmoon of bragging as it had a temper. If what it said was true, this was beyond crazy. I know you're wondering why we're jumping from the initial technique straight to the final one, right? Evilmoon asked. Long Chen nodded. So Evilmoon explained, that's because your power cannot support that many techniques, and I feel like learning the first and the last move is enough. After all, when you have limited resources, you have to be efficient. Hearing Evilmoon's explanation, Long Chen found that it was reasonable. Evilmoon then added, this move is simple as well, but you have to control the power carefully. Don't let it absorb all your energy, in particular, don't let your other bloodlines join in, or it'll be dangerous. Suddenly, Evilmoon shook, and its runes started to explode. The runes within Long Chen's body followed suit, multiplying into millions and then billions. All the runes ignited at the same time, causing Long Chen to quiver as a powerful suction force started drawing energy from every inch of his body. His dragon blood, 7-color supreme blood, and astral energy surged violently, eager to join the fray. Control them, shouted Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't need the reminder. Instinctively, he was already holding them back. As the runes ignited, they extracted nearly all his violet blood energy, forming a violet saber identical to Evilmoon within him. Long Chen's hand trembled as this violet saber materialized in his hand as well. The world seemed to shudder in front of this saber. It was as if this violet Evilmoon was starving, trying to drain every bit of Long Chen's power to fuel itself. Long Chen strained to control it, preventing it from absorbing the other energies within him. The violet Evilmoon was like a wild horse, refusing to be tamed and attempting to dominate Long Chen. The clash of their wills was intense, lasting the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Finally, drenched in sweat, Long Chen felt the violet Evilmoon stop resisting. However, the battle had cost him dearly. 90% of his violet blood energy was already spent. The violet Evilmoon exploded, transforming into violet mist that returned to Long Chen's body. Was it a failure? Asked Long Chen. No, quite the opposite. We've succeeded, and you are now in control of this technique. Next time, we can use it together, but that's our trump card. Once we use it, all of our energy will be extracted, leaving us powerless. That's why this move should not be used lightly. You saw how long it took for your violet blood to control it. If you used your full power, it would instantly drain every last drop of your energy, Evilmoon said sternly. Every drop of energy, without leaving anything behind. If Huo Linger and Lei Linger are connected to you, their energies will be sucked away as well. Damn, how strong is this move? Long Chen had an expression of inconceivable disbelief on his face. He didn't even know how strong Huo Linger and Lei Linger were. If all of their energies were absorbed into one attack, it really would be apocalyptic. That's why you should be cautious about using this move, Evilmoon warned, not forgetting to take a jab at the earth cauldron. And don't count on that useless cauldron, it just sits there eating, never lifting a finger to help. Its specialty is watching you struggle. Long Chen felt a bit awkward. Evilmoon seemed to have a natural disdain for the earth cauldron. Fortunately, the cauldron had a good temper and didn't argue with Evilmoon. Otherwise, Long Chen would be caught in a difficult position. In truth, the Earth Cauldron had helped Long Chen many times, though it did so discreetly, likely to avoid attracting harmful karma. Long Chen was well aware of this. Alright, I understand. I will not use this move unless I have no other choice. Speaking of which, what is the name of this move? Asked Long Chen. The name can't be revealed yet. When the time comes to use it, I'll tell you, said Evilmoon. For now, I think the waning moon technique is too exhausting for you. Let's try out something less draining but still powerful. There's such a good thing. Asked Long Chen. Of course. Take your 9 forms of split the heavens for example. Now that your body has the waning moon's power, we can carve the runes for the 9 forms of split the heavens on my body again. When all 9 forms are layered, the energy required will be minimal, but the power will be immense. Evilmoon said. Long Chen slapped his leg excitedly and jumped up. That's right, how did I not think of this? Quick, let's carve the runes together right now. With Evilmoon's reminder, Long Chen became incredibly excited. The 9 forms of split the heavens might be a technique from the mortal world, but it was still an exquisite technique. Layering all 9 forms would multiply their power, allowing him to unleash devastating force with minimal energy. Without delay, Long Chen started carving the runes onto Evilmoon. Previously, they had only reached the 7th form before Long Chen's power fell short. After all, each rune had to be inscribed with the cumulative power of all previous runes. When Long Chen could no longer endure that power, they had to stop. But this time, Long Chen had the necessary strength. He was also surprised that the original runes he had carved onto Evilmoon had vanished. This delighted Long Chen, as it allowed him to start fresh. Now, with the power of the waning moon within him, he could carve the runes anew. As Evilmoon had said, using this power to inscribe the runes would make their cooperation effortless. The two of them spent more than a quarter of the day doing this. When the runes were finally etched onto Evilmoon, Long Chen shouted in excitement. He felt an overwhelming urge to dive into another battle, just like the last one. Time's up, let's settle our debts now, Long Chen declared, raising Evilmoon with a sinister smile. His figure blurred, and he vanished in an instant. Chapter 5225 Wave of News. While Long Chen was immersed in training, heaven-shaking news spread across the land like wildfire. What? The Brahma-Pill Valley summoned their allied forces to launch a surprise attack on the High Firmament Academy. Heavens, 37 races and over 7,000 factions joined forces. Moreover, the Brahma-Pill Valley sent out 8 human emperors and over 10,000 half-step human emperors, in addition to hundreds of millions of heaven saints with 3 veins and above. With that kind of power, they could overturn the entire sovereign emperor heaven. It looks like the High Firmament Academy is finished. Well, they had it coming. Long Chen has provoked so many factions in sovereign emperor heaven after his slaughter in the heavenly flame devil domain. Did he really think they'd just let it slide? But here's the strange part: some of the Brahma-Pill Valley's allies refused to join the attack. Long Chen had killed some of their disciples, so why would they hold back? It doesn't add up. This was their perfect chance for revenge and to earn favor with Brahma-Pill Valley. Why would they pass that up? Things are getting interesting. Let's wait and see what the outcome is. These revelations came from the various factions that Brahma-Pill Valley had contacted for their secretive assault on the High Firmament Academy. Despite efforts to keep it under wraps, there were always loose ends, and rumors spread like wildfire. It only took half a day for the real results to surface, and they were shocking to say the least. When the news finally came out, it wasn't at all what people had expected. What? 8 human emperors were killed in combat. Not one of the half-step human emperors survived. Millions of experts joined in, but only a few thousand people escaped. Were the rest exterminated? Factions throughout Sovereign Emperor Heaven were left utterly stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. This had to be fake news. How could 8 human emperors perish in battle? After all, human emperors were considered near invincible. Even if things went badly, shouldn't they be able to escape? The idea that human emperors could fall was unimaginable to most. Long Chen killed 3 human emperors on his own. Heavens, then it's no joke that he's unmatched beneath the human emperor realm. As more detailed information trickled out, and the rumors became more precise, people were forced to confront the reality of the situation. This wasn't just hearsay anymore. In addition to the Brahma-Pill Valley forces, other factions with strong intelligence networks had been watching the events unfold. Some had even set up heaven-peering formations around the battle site, and although the intense combat blurred their readings, they still managed to capture a few critical scenes within the chaotic space. The first wave of information came from those formations, but since they couldn't clearly see everything, much of it was speculation. The most precise details came from survivors of the battle, those few who had managed to escape with their lives, bearing witness to terrifying scenes. They reported that the 8-domain divine diagram was shattered by the High Firmament Academy's palace master, and the Brahma divine diagram retreated on its own. The Brahma Pill Valley's forces were utterly routed, their army nearly wiped out. The information shook the whole world. Heavens, the youngest dean in the High Firmament Academy's history is actually a 9-star heir. Then isn't this world going to be destroyed because of him? Just what is the High Firmament Academy thinking? They dared to harbor and raise a 9-star heir. Are they really planning on fighting against the entire world? At first, news of Long Chen's identity as a 9-star heir didn't seem too alarming. But as ancient records were consulted and older generations explained the significance of a 9-star heir, the full weight of the revelation hit them, sparking widespread fear and outrage. As waves of rumors and fear swept through Sovereign Emperor Heaven, Long Chen was blissfully unaware, fully immersed in training. He had finally mastered the waning moon shakes heaven and earth state. Furthermore, Long Chen nearly perfected his control of the waning moon pierces the dome of the heavens. Even without Evilmoon's help, he could now execute the technique. This technique's destructive power had already surpassed the Sovereign Blood Seal, making it his strongest barehanded attack. If Long Chen were to use Evilmoon, then this technique would be several times stronger than when he used it last time. Furthermore, it wouldn't put too much of a burden on his body. What pleased Long Chen the most, however, was that he and Evilmoon had successfully completed carving the 9 forms of Split the Heavens. This was the ideal technique for a long combat, requiring little energy while delivering immense power. If they encountered terrifying experts, Evilmoon still had another trump card up its sleeve. Long Chen was unsure of the strength of this move, but considering it could draw on all the power of Huo Linger, Lei Linger, and himself, it was sure to be devastating beyond comprehension. Long Chen's confidence surged with his newfound strength. He slung Evilmoon over his back and headed back toward the High Firmament Academy. Evilmoon had asked to return to his back rather than remain in the primal chaos space. It had explained that to unlock its next state faster, it needed to absorb more blood-soul energy from the battlefield, something it couldn't do while isolated in the primal chaos space. This piqued Long Chen's curiosity. When he asked how much longer it would take to unlock this next state, Evilmoon told him to look at the 2 dragon marks on its blade. There was a tiny red dot at the tail of one of the dragons, representing the amount of blood-soul energy it had absorbed so far. That is the amount of blood-soul energy I have accumulated. Once the blood-soul energy fills the entire dragon mark, I can unlock the next state. Fill it up, Long Chen muttered. Compared to the size of the blade, the dot was minuscule. It would take tens of thousands of these red dots to fill up the dragon marks completely. This blood-soul energy came from the essence, blood and spiritual strength of the experts slain in battle, energy that normally returned to the heavenly Taos and was scattered through the cycle of reincarnation. But Evilmoon needed to absorb it to unlock its seals. Despite the massive slaughter in their last battle, all that blood-soul energy only amounted to this tiny red dot. For Evilmoon to unlock its next state, it would require tens of thousands of such battles. Just the thought made Long Chen shiver. When Long Chen returned to the High Firmament Academy, the Dragonblood warriors were almost fully recovered, though others were still recuperating. "Brothers, move out," Long Chen commanded. The Dragonblood warriors instantly assembled, their presence filling the air with an overwhelming, formless killing intent. Chapter 5226 Free and Unfettered Sect. Even without entering their combat state, the Dragonblood Legion emanated a natural and formidable killing intent just by gathering together. The Dragonblood warriors seemed like war gods who lived for battle. Their eyes were calm, but a deep, burning fighting spirit within them could shake the world. The atmosphere changed instantly as all those who had participated in the previous battle rose with them. Even the fastest among them had only recovered about 50% of their combat power, while others had barely regained 20 to 30%. Their bodies were still covered in wounds, yet they stood alongside the Dragonblood warriors. For some reason, they felt that fighting alongside Long Chen, even if it meant dying on the battlefield, would be the greatest honor of their lives. Dying for Long Chen would mean dying without regrets. "Move out," Long Chen commanded with a simple wave of his hand. The Dragonblood warriors began to march out of the academy, followed closely by everyone else within the barrier. Bai Shixi's mother and the rest of the senior experts couldn't help but be moved upon seeing this. This was Long Chen's charisma. These disciples had clearly not recovered their full combat strength. If they were to join the battlefield now, their chances of survival were abysmal. However, they didn't even hesitate, no one even said a word. That was a sign of their absolute trust in Long Chen. "Dean Long Chen, we want to go too," shouted one of the disciples Long Chen had earlier forced to clean up the battlefield. "If you go, you might not return alive. Are you sure you want to do this?" Long Chen asked, eyeing them with some surprise. "Even our injured senior apprentice brothers and sisters are rushing to the next battlefield. If we don't have the courage to set foot onto the battlefield, we will be worthless to the end of our lives. From this one battle, I've understood things I never realized before. I'd rather die in battle than live as trash. Please, Dean Long Chen, let me go," the disciple pleaded. "Dean Long Chen, please let us follow you." Hundreds of thousands of disciples shouted in agreement, their voices ringing with newfound resolve. The pressure of the battlefield had awakened something primal within these disciples, igniting a desire to grow stronger. In truth, they all possessed powerful bloodlines that had long lain dormant. Now, under the battlefield's crucible, their true potential was beginning to emerge. "Are you not afraid of death?" asked Long Chen. "Naturally, we are, but we're more afraid of living worthless lives and dying with regrets," replied that disciple. Long Chen smiled, pleased with the outcome. From these millions of disciples, several 100,000 new warriors were born. That was not bad. As for those people who didn't dare to step onto the battlefield, they probably would stay as they were for the rest of their lives. He couldn't hope for them to join the battlefield, but they could always do some random work for the academy. "Let's go." Long Chen waved his hand again. Under the Dragonblood Legion's lead, everyone left with high spirits. Once they were out of the High Firmament Academy, Sha Chen took out a formation disc, causing many spots of light to appear on it. These spots were Sha Chen's markers, some glowing brightly, others dimly. The bright spots were closest, while the dark ones were far away. After confirming their target, Sha Chen took out dozens of formation discs and placed them around everyone. Spatial fluctuations erupted as the discs exploded, and Long Chen and the others vanished. When they reappeared, they were standing in front of a majestic mountain gate. The gate had the Free and Unfettered Sect written on it. The Free and Unfettered Sect had countless years of history in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. They were a powerful faction whose mining businesses spread throughout 3 large domains, boasting plenty of experts and disciples. In the Sovereign Emperor Heaven, they were considered a large and reputable sect. When Long Chen and the others arrived, the disciples guarding the gate jumped in terror and hastily sounded the alarm. As a result, an ear-piercing alarm rang throughout the Free and Unfettered Sect. "Who goes there?" A shout rang out as an elder wielding a staff appeared in front of the gate, backed by countless experts. A human emperor. Guo Ran and the others were surprised. The Sovereign Emperor Heaven was indeed a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There was actually a human emperor in this place. "Who are you? What business do you have with the Free and Unfettered Sect?" demanded the human emperor. He was the master of the sect. Long Chen eyed his indignant appearance and sneered. "I'm not here to waste words. Hand over those who participated in the attack on the High Firmament Academy, or the Free and Unfettered Sect will cease to exist." "What are you talking about? When did my Free and Unfettered Sect attack the High Firmament Academy?" "Bring out your proof," shouted the human emperor. "I'll count until 3, said Long Chen coldly. 1. You. For the oldest academy in the 9 heavens and 10 lands to maliciously slander people, you've really fallen," raged the human emperor. 2. Long Chen continued, ignoring the man's protests. He had complete confidence in Sha Chen's marker, which not even a human emperor could erase in less than 10 days. "What are you planning? Are you making up excuses to destroy the Free and Unfettered Sect?" As expected, a 9-star heir really exists to destroy the entire world. "Are you starting with us? Even if you kill us, do you think you can kill everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands?" roared the human emperor, his words dripping with venom. This human emperor's insidious words instantly angered Guo Ran and the others. The old man was trying to use the legend of a 9-star heir as a shield, forcing Long Chen into a difficult position. If Long Chen attacked, it would validate the legend, causing the entire world to panic and unite against him. 3. Long Chen ignored the human emperor's schemes and finished his countdown. Sword Chi slashed toward the human emperor, who hastily raised his staff to block it. However, Yu Zifeng's sword effortlessly cut through the staff and continued forward, slicing apart the gates, the main palace, and the mountains beyond. The entire free and unfettered sect was split in half by Yu Zifeng's sword. Terrified cries echoed from within the sect. Our karmic luck divine pool. Yu Zifeng's sword not only killed the gate master and sliced apart the free and unfettered sect, but it destroyed their karmic luck divine pool as well. A flood of karmic luck exploded into the air, signaling the end of the free and unfettered sect's fortune within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. From this moment on, the free and unfettered sect would cease to exist. Long Chen, I'll never forgive you. A furious roar rang out as a half-step human emperor charged out of the shattered sect. Chapter 5227 Settling Debts. The elder roared and charged straight at Long Chen, his emperor qi rising violently. He's going to detonate, Long Ziwei cried out in shock. However, the Dragonblood warriors standing at the front merely looked on coldly, showing no intention of defending or attacking. Long Chen eyed him coldly. You're gutless. When you sneak attacked the High Firmament Academy, you used your emperor might to suppress the Academy's experts. You should have thought of the consequences back then. If you had courage, you would have died fighting on the battlefield. If you had brains, you would have realized we had a reason for letting you go. If you had loyalty to your sect, you wouldn't have brought this calamity upon it. If you had any righteousness, you wouldn't have hidden and made that old fellow die for you. You are a gutless, brainless person without loyalty or righteousness. I don't believe you have the courage to self-detonate. You were just putting on a show. The elder clenched his teeth, his whole body shaking, fear filling his eyes. His weaknesses were fully exposed by Long Chen. Since you cherish your life so much, why must you trample over other people's lives? Asked Guo Ran. He raised his hand to kill this elder, but Long Chen stopped him. Ziwei, you send him on his way, said Long Chen. Although the elder was a half-step human emperor, Long Chen felt it was unsuitable for a Dragonblood warrior to kill him. He called for Long Ziwei instead. Long Ziwei might be someone who didn't fear heaven and earth, but he felt a chill at the thought of killing a half-step human emperor. However, since Long Chen had commanded it, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward, suppressing his fear. His sword pierced the elder's head. The elder didn't even dare to move. He simply let Long Ziwei's sword take his life. And just like that, a half-step human emperor's corpse fell to the ground. We'll drag you down with us. The remaining members of the free and unfettered sect's people roared, drawing their weapons. But even as they did, no one dared to actually step forward. Long Chen didn't even bother looking at them, but seeing the expressions on Long Ziwei and the others' faces, he knew what they were thinking. Long Chen calmly said, I'll give you a lesson today. Remember, never have mercy for your enemies, because when their weapons pierce your heart, your mercy won't protect you. To have mercy on your enemies is to forget why you're fighting them. It is a kind of betrayal of yourself. Think about it. If the barrier had been broken back then, would our ending be any better than theirs? Long Ziwei had felt slightly bad after killing the half-step human emperor. After all, such a high and mighty figure dying like that was rather sorrowful. It easily triggered his sympathy. However, Long Chen's words were like thunder exploding in their minds. They looked at the people holding their weapons and glaring at them hatefully. If the barrier had been broken back then, would they even have had a chance to glare at their enemies? Long Ziwei's sympathy toward them instantly vanished. When he saw those people holding their weapons, killing intent blazed in his eyes. They're not the ones who made the mistakes. For every grievance, there is someone responsible. It won't be too late to kill them when they come for vengeance, said Long Chen indifferently. He then waved his hand, and Sha Chen activated his formation discs again. Once Long Chen and the others vanished, the free and unfettered sect's disciples were thrown into a panic. Furious roars echoed out through the entire sect. Following that, they actually began to kill each other. They were incredibly vicious, attacking each other like the other party had killed their parents. If Long Chen and the others saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded. In truth, the free and unfettered sects was split into several large factions. Now, with their strongest experts dead, they were like a group of dragons with no head. They immediately started fighting over the sect's resources and treasures. Rivers of blood flowed around the treasury in particular. Long Chen had no idea about their politics. Of course, even if he knew, he would only laugh disdainfully. This was human nature. The void quivered, revealing an island in the middle of a sea. This was the sea demon race's territory. When Long Chen and the others arrived, terrifying auras rose. Before Long Chen could even say a thing, numerous pillars of water exploded, and sea demons surrounded them. They were prepared for combat. Seeing this, Long Chen directly skipped the first step and ordered, "There's no need to say anything. Kill them." With Long Chen's command, the Dragonblood warriors charged forward, followed by the Starry River sect's disciples, the Julie Bloodline mercenaries, and the High Firmament Academy's disciples. Heaven-shaking roars echoed as Emperor Might raged. At this moment, a colossal sea demon with a human head and serpentine body appeared, wielding a bone trident that radiated immense Emperor might. When Long Chen saw it, his heart shook. This sea demon was much stronger than the human emperors that had attacked the academy. This one was a true expert. The human emperors from the Zither sect, Chess sect, and Celestial race had relied on their high status and cultivation base to suppress others, but their combat abilities had long since deteriorated. While they were accustomed to winning by sheer force, this sea demon was different. Its aura made it clear that it fought regularly. It was a seasoned warrior. Just as Long Chen prepared to join the battle, Sha Chen shouted, "Boss, Zifeng, hold back. Give us a chance." A dozen talismans shot out of Sha Chen's hand and exploded on the sea demon, unleashing flames and lightning that made it scream in pain. Long Chen was startled. The energy from those talismans was clearly from Huo Linger and Lei Linger. "Hehe," Big Brother Sha Chen asked us for a bit of our core energy to inscribe some runes. "We gave it to him, but we didn't expect the talismans to be this powerful," giggled Huo Linger. Long Chen instantly understood. Sha Chen had used the runes to push Huo Linger and Lei Linger's power to their limit within the talismans. As the sea demon was injured by these talismans, Ji Yuyong attacked with his new spear. After a flurry of attacks, Ji Yuyong was sent flying, spitting out blood. Compared to this human emperor sea demon, his power was still lacking. He was unable to take advantage of Sha Chen's support to kill it. Wiping away the blood from his mouth, Ji Yuyong roared, again. As his manifestation shook and his dragon blood power ignited, he charged forward once again. As the battle raged on, the island began to quiver. Suddenly, an aura so powerful it shook the heavens erupted. In comparison, the sea demon human emperor seemed insignificant. "Is this island alive?" Long Chen cried out in shock. Chapter 5228 Nine-Vein Human Emperor. Suddenly, the entire island began to shake violently, and a terrifying surge of Emperor Qi shot into the sky, causing even Long Chen's soul to tremble. This aura was as powerful as that of the palace master. Long Chen watched in shock as the island slowly rose out of the sea. Expanding his divine sense, he discovered to his astonishment that the island was actually on the back of an enormous tortoise. The sea churned, sending massive waves soaring into the sky. After that, 4 giant claws emerged from the depths, and Long Chen, along with the others, was completely stunned. None of them had ever seen such an enormous lifeform. The huge island had countless buildings on top of it, but it was actually being dragged away by the tortoise as it swam deeper into the sea. The sea demon human emperor fighting Ji Yuyong roared furiously, "Old tortoise, you are the protector divine beast of my race. How can you flee when danger arises? Hurry up and kill them." However, the tortoise ignored the shout, continuing its steady swim into the ocean's depths. An ancient voice then resonated through the air. "Your ancestors did me a favor long ago, and I promised your ancestors to protect you all for 30 million years. I've accomplished my mission. Furthermore, I've overslept and protected you for an additional 300,000 years. Our debts are already settled." Suddenly, half a giant chain appeared on the tortoise's back, binding it firmly to the surrounding 8 islands. "HMPH, Ignorant Junior, do you think I'm your slave?" The tortoise's voice turned cold as its body trembled. With a single shake, the chains binding it and the island on its back shattered. It unleashed a terrifying power that raised an enormous tsunami. "Defend!" Long Chen shouted, raising his hand to unleash a crescent moon blade that sliced through the wave. This was a new technique Evilmoon had taught him. However, to Long Chen's surprise, while the attack easily severed the tip of the wave, it failed to halt its momentum. Gripping Evilmoon tightly, Long Chen slashed again, this time with greater force. The wave was sliced apart, collapsing in a chaotic torrent. Despite his efforts, Long Chen was struck first, feeling as if he were a tiny boat smashed by a heavenly wave. Under the immense pressure, his bones creaked and nearly shattered. Long Chen was shocked inside. Just how strong was this tortoise? It hadn't even attacked directly, yet the shockwaves were nearly enough to crush them. The fallout from the waves slammed into the Dragonblood warriors, who had formed a formation to block it. But their formation was instantly shattered, and they all spat out blood. The disciples behind them were sent flying by the residual force, disappearing into the distance, unable to even see where they had landed. Fortunately, Long Chen had absorbed most of the wave's power with his attacks, and the Dragonblood warriors endured what remained. As a result, the attack was no longer fatal for the weaker disciples. When the Academy's disciples swam back over, they saw that the surrounding islands had been wiped out. Their enemies, including the human Emperor Sea Demon, were gone, wiped out of existence. That's terrifying, Guo Ran stammered, his face pale with shock. Just what level of existence is this? Sha Chen's voice quivered with fear. In front of this tortoise, so-called human emperors were like mere specks of dust. The tortoise's ancient voice rang out once more, this time with a tone of reverence. Respected human race experts, my apologies for what has just happened. Please forgive me. What shocked them even more was the tortoise's apparent fear in its voice. Senior, may I ask what your cultivation base is? Long Chen asked, curiosity getting the better of him. This old tortoise is untalented, and despite living countless years, I have yet to break through to the Divine Emperor realm. I am stuck at the peak of a 9-vein human emperor, the tortoise sighed. 9-vein human emperor? Long Chen and the others were startled. They didn't know that the human emperor realm also had 9 veins, and that above the human emperor realm was the Divine Emperor realm. The tortoise suddenly paused in its retreat and slowly turned around. Its massive head broke through the surface of the sea. Even though everyone was prepared, they were still shocked by the sheer size of its head, which resembled that of a drake, complete with 2 horns. Primal chaos chi swirled within its eyes, sending a chill down Long Chen's spine. This tortoise was incredibly powerful, capable of annihilating them with a mere breath. Respected human race experts, great 9-star heir, do you have any instructions for me? If not, I shall retreat to the depths of the endless desolation. I wasted much time here fulfilling an old promise, and in hindsight, I feel as though I was schemed against, the tortoise said. When it addressed Long Chen as a 9-star heir, his heart shook. He hadn't even used his astral energy in this battle, yet the tortoise instantly recognized him. Clearly, it had encountered other 9-star heirs in the past. It had indeed lived countless years. Long Chen had many questions, but just as he opened his mouth, a bad feeling washed over him. He stood there blankly, not able to say a word. Boss, this fellow seems a bit afraid of you. Should we ask it to help us destroy the Brahma Pill Valley? Guo Ran suggested quietly. It was a tempting idea, but Long Chen knew better. Such tasks had to be done by his own hands. Furthermore, he didn't dare to interact too much with this tortoise. He knew he could learn many secrets from it, but he also knew those secrets would come with some terrifying karma. Also, that karma would not only affect him but everyone present. Long Chen might not fear karma for himself, but he couldn't risk harming his comrades. Let us meet again someday. Ultimately, Long Chen cupped his fists and bid it farewell. The tortoise slowly turned and swam into the sea until it vanished. For a long time, everyone remained silent, unable to recover from their shock. Senior, what are the veins of a human emperor? Asked Long Chen, turning to the earth cauldron for answers. Since you already know the name of the Divine Emperor realm, there's no need to worry about karma. Let us discuss the profundities of the Emperor realm, replied the earth cauldron. Chapter 5229, Moving Out to the Dragon Domain. The earth cauldron started to explain the Emperor realm to Long Chen. When a 9-vein heaven saint successfully merged all 9 heaven-vein dragon chi into one, their energy underwent a qualitative transformation, breaking their shackles and promoting them to a human emperor. A human emperor's power was known as Emperor Vein Energy, and a cultivator in this realm possessed a single Emperor Vein. Emperor Vein Energy wasn't just a different form of Heaven Vein Dragon Chi, it also transitioned from the external laws to the internal. Upon entering the human Emperor realm and cultivating an Emperor Vein, lifeforms were no longer shackled to the human form. As they no longer cultivated the outside world's laws, the advantages of a human form gradually diminished, allowing various races to return to their true forms. The tortoise, for instance, had remained in its true form all this time. In this state, it escaped the limitations of the human form and could unleash its maximum power. However, the earth cauldron added that the tortoise had been slumbering for countless years and hadn't noticed the changes in the heavenly Taos. With spiritual chi becoming sparse, Slumbering here didn't bring it any benefits. In fact, it slowly exhausted its core energy. As a result, even after so many years, it hadn't advanced any further, leading it to believe it had been schemed against. Then is the endless desolation the only place good for its cultivation? Asked Long Chen, his heart shaking. If that was the case, then weren't there countless terrifying existences just like it in the depths of the endless desolation? That is correct. The Sovereign Emperor Heaven's energy is unbalanced, making this place unsuitable for the cultivation of experts on this level. That's why here, the human Emperor realm is the absolute ceiling. It's impossible to even condense a second Emperor vein in this place. The laws simply won't allow it, said the Earth Cauldron. The human Emperor realm is the ceiling. Long Chen pondered aloud. The Earth Cauldron said, don't even think about attacking Lord Brahma's stronghold. In truth, the 8 Brahma domains are merely an initial foothold for Lord Brahma. Destroying them wouldn't even scratch his power. Moreover, the headquarters of the 8 Brahma domains contain his avatars. These avatars cannot move, but if you were to attack, you would be walking into a trap, and you'd be killed instantly. Even that tortoise wouldn't stand a chance against Lord Brahma's avatars. Avatars. Long Chen's heart trembled. It now made sense why Bai Lishan's expression changed when Long Chen mentioned attacking the 8 Brahma domains. He must have known about the existence of these avatars and their terrifying power. Your status as a 9-star heir has been exposed, so you're incredibly fortunate that Lord Brahma hasn't come for you himself. You must not deliver yourself to him, warned the Earth Cauldron. Senior, how far along is Lord Brahma's recovery? Probed Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron paused, considering the potential karma tied to this question. After a moment, it replied, it's difficult to say. But based on the fluctuations in his faith energy, he seems to be at a critical juncture in his recovery. Otherwise, he wouldn't be absorbing even the impure mixed faith energy of his followers. This indicates that while he hasn't fully recovered yet, he's on the verge of doing so. Hence, you don't have much time left. Long Chen's hatred surged as he thought of how Lord Brahma had ambushed the Pill Sovereign, leading to the Pill Sovereign's endless cycle of suffering and reincarnation. However, he was aware that Lord Brahma was in existence at the apex of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With his power, Long Chen was nowhere near capable of challenging him. However, you don't need to panic. We still have some time. Your path must be walked step by step, the Earth Cauldron reassured, sensing Long Chen's growing pressure. Long Chen nodded, knowing that some things couldn't be rushed. He then surveyed the battlefield. The tortoise's earlier attack had nearly obliterated the entire area. Even the corpse of the human emperor was gone, leaving nothing of value behind. The group immediately set off for the next sect, which turned out to be another human faction named the Heavenly River Valley. Upon their arrival, the Valley Master immediately tossed a bound half-step human emperor out the gate. There was no need for Long Chen to start counting. Clearly, these sects had received word of the free and unfettered sect's destruction. They knew what Long Chen wanted and directly handed over the one responsible for the attack on the High Firmament Academy. After giving the culprit away, everyone in the Heavenly River Valley knelt. The Valley Master's swift submission ensured that even if Long Chen was enraged, he couldn't take it out on them. Long Chen and his group moved on to the next sect, which also surrendered in the same way, tossing out those Long Chen sought. After visiting over 10 factions, Long Chen only found 2 beast races resisting them, and both were promptly wiped out by the Dragonblood warriors. Realizing that his goal had been achieved, Long Chen decided to stop. The fear in the eyes of those sects told him they had all submitted. He was now ready to leave the academy and head to the endless desolation. Although Yu Qingshan would stay behind under the protection of the Palace Master, Long Chen was still concerned. This bloody reprisal was intended to instill such terror in his enemies that they wouldn't dare to touch the High Firmament Academy, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. Long Chen then announced that all remaining sects had half a month to hand over the heads of those who participated in the attack, or they would face total destruction. After saying that, Long Chen brought everyone back to the academy. This time, they didn't directly transport back. Instead, they flew through the air, passing through large mountain gates and overlooking large cities on the way. Countless experts stared at them fearfully. The academy's disciples were filled with excitement, their hearts swelling with pride as they looked up at the black-robed figure leading them. To be born in the same era as such a figure was a blessing, though certainly not for his enemies. When the Dragonblood Legion brought everyone back to the academy, the disciples who had accompanied them felt like they were entirely different people from when they left. Long Chen ordered the Dragonblood Legion to await further instructions, while he made his way to the Pill Institute. There, he found Yu Qingxian seated in front of the divine statue, her eyes closed in meditation, radiating an aura of holiness and serenity. Her aura was growing more and more like that of the divine statue itself. Long Chen watched her quietly for a while, warmth filling his heart. Without disturbing her, he turned and left, content just to have seen her. As he departed, Yu Qingxian's eyes suddenly opened. She gazed at his retreating figure, her lips parting as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Tears welled up in her eyes. When Long Chen returned to the plaza, Bai Shishi was ready to leave. Although she still seemed weak, her eyes were bright, filled with excitement for the upcoming expedition. "Move out. Our target is the Dragon Domain," Long Chen commanded. Chapter 5230 The Bindings of Love. As Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors left the High Firmament Academy, all eyes were on them. The disciples from both the Head Academy and the Branch Academy felt a mix of emotions that they couldn't quite identify. They knew the Dragonblood Legion's destination was the Endless Desolation, a primordial land teeming with secrets and dangers. It was a place shrouded in mystery, yet filled with hopes, and believed it held the greatest secrets of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Many disciples wished to accompany them, but they knew they weren't qualified. Even those who had awakened their heavenly fate discs didn't dare claim they could stand alongside the Dragonblood warriors. They understood that only those at the peak of power could venture into the Endless Desolation. If they joined, they would only hinder the others. This realization filled them with a profound sense of loss. They had encountered a peerless expert in Long Chen, but they weren't worthy to follow him. Before meeting Long Chen, they had considered themselves powerful heavenly geniuses. But after seeing his strength, they realized they were just frogs at the bottom of a well. From Long Chen, they glimpsed a vast world beyond their imagination. They now understood what it truly meant to be a genius. They longed to follow him and see even more of this vast world, but they knew they were too weak to do so. In the rear of the academy, Yu Qingxian watched with tear-filled eyes as Long Chen and the others departed. Her voice trembled as she spoke to herself, "I know you want to protect me, but I also want to protect you. The one I love most in this world, wait for me. I will take back the power that's rightfully mine." She turned back to the statue, a sacred light flickering in her eyes. The jewel-blood jade orchid held by the statue suddenly bloomed, releasing divine light. In an instant, Yu Qingxian's figure disappeared, drawn into the world within the jewel-blood jade orchid. The flying boat whistled through the void. Watching the academy grow smaller and smaller in their view, everyone was filled with various emotions. They were about to enter a new world, one filled with dangers but also countless hidden treasures. Aside from the Dragonblood Legion, 3 others were on board: Yu Qingyan, 1, Luo Bing, and Luo Ning. Luo Bing and Luo Ning were particularly excited because they knew Long Chen was leading them in search of the violet blood race. They had been separated from their family for a long time and couldn't help but feel worried. However, they hid their concerns from Long Chen as they didn't want to burden him. Now, knowing they were about to search for their family, they were filled with anticipation. Guo Ran, this flying boat is so ancient. Our Dragonblood Legion has a reputation to uphold. Can't you get us a flashier one? Grumbled Ji Yu Yang. There's no way around it. I'm way too busy. I'm even planning new battle armor and weapons for everyone. I wish I could split one day into 2. Do you think I have time to worry about a flying boat? Boss Ji Yu Yang, just bear with it, replied Guo Ran helplessly. This flying boat was only on the level of an eternal divine weapon, which was not really suited for the Dragonblood Legion status. But just as Guo Ran said, he was swamped with work. He didn't even have time to take a breather. I'm not complaining for myself, but our boss is a peerless hero. Don't you think it's unsuitable for him to be riding in this old boat? Complained Ji Yu Yang. I know, but I can't do anything about it. Guo Ran shrugged. Actually, there is a way. Yu Qingyan interjected suddenly. Ah, Beauty Qingyan, what idea do you have? Guo Ran's eyes brightened. No matter how old the flying boat is, as long as you can find a good mount, it won't matter. Chuckled Yu Qingyan. Guo Ran slapped his leg and exclaimed, that's right, let's capture a powerful demonic beast to pull the flying boat. Something flashy, like a human emperor demonic beast. Haha, Beauty Qingyan, you're brilliant. But where are we supposed to find a human emperor demonic beast? Asked Li Qi. It'll be up to luck. Don't worry, as long as boss is here, we definitely won't have a peaceful journey. Snickered Guo Ran. At the front of the flying boat was a private room with the best view. Only Bai Shishi and Long Chen were there. What are you smiling at? Long Chen asked, noticing that Bai Shishi had been watching him with a smile ever since they boarded the boat. I'm happy I can be alone with you, Bai Shishi replied, her smile full of warmth and contentment. Seeing her like this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. This prideful goddess, who once looked down on everyone, was now content just to be with him. Long Chen gently pulled her into his embrace. Bai Shishi trembled slightly, feeling his strong arms around her, his warm chest, and hearing his heartbeat. She couldn't find any words to speak. At this moment, she felt like Long Chen belonged solely to her. I'm sorry, I really am selfish. I'm not trying to be jealous of big sister Xianxia, but I just like having you all to myself, said Bai Shishi, her tears soaking Long Chen's robes. Hearing this, Long Chen felt even worse. He said, I'm the one who should be sorry. If reincarnation exists, I hope that in every life, I'll meet one of you, so I can love each of you with all my heart. Thinking about the women who loved him so deeply, Long Chen felt that he could never repay them, no matter how hard he tried. No matter how strong one was, the bindings of love were inescapable. Bai Shishi smiled, content with Long Chen's words. It was enough to know that in his heart, she was on the same level as Yu Qingshan and the others. Just as Long Chen and Bai Shishi were lost in this tender moment, a heaven-shaking roar filled the air, and a massive figure blocked their path. It was a rhinoceros, covered in golden scales, with a single horn jutting from its head. Its body was as large as a mountain. As the flying boat passed over its territory, the beast roared, unleashing a torrent of golden flames at them. Long Chen's temper flared, but before he could make a move, Bai Shishi had flown out to confront the beast. 1. She is a sword cultivator from the academy, taught by Long Chen and Yu Zifeng. I think she's interested in Yu Zifeng, the blockhead. Chapter 5231 Golden Rhinoceros. Bai Shishi and Long Chen were enjoying a rare quality time when their journey was suddenly interrupted by a human emperor demonic beast blocking their path. Enraged, Bai Shishi immediately shot out. Her golden heavenly fate disc appeared behind her, and a statue of a goddess, identical to Bai Shishi herself, emerged from it. The surroundings were bathed in a golden light as Bai Shishi summoned a massive golden shield, which she hurled at the beast's head. With a thunderous impact, the shield exploded against the creature's attack, sending the enormous golden-scaled rhinoceros stumbling backward. Not missing a beat, Bai Shishi followed up by swinging her golden sword through the air, unleashing a wave of golden sword chi. When Bai Shishi drew her sword, the goddess statue behind her suddenly blazed with light. Golden divine radiance illuminated the world, casting a divine golden radiance over the entire landscape. Everything around them, the mountains, rivers, trees, and flowers, was coated in gold. In an instant, the world transformed into a glistening golden realm. Even Long Chen jumped in shock at the sight. Her injury from their last battle had unexpectedly propelled her to new heights. Her manifestation was clearer, and her metal energy was denser, making her far stronger than in their previous battle. Bai Shishi's sword descended with terrifying force, enough to send shivers down Long Chen's spine. In response, the golden rhinoceros roared, its scales lighting up as it charged at her with its horn, attempting to block the sword. The land exploded as the golden rhinoceros was sent tumbling back, crashing through the mountains until it lay sprawled in a gorge, its hooves pointing skyward and blood seeping from its wounds. Bai Shishi had defeated the creature in a single strike. Just as she prepared to deliver the finishing blow, Long Chen intervened. Hold it. Long Chen walked over to the golden rhinoceros, which was now covered in blood and struggling to get up. It stared at them in terror. Guo Ran and the others' jaws dropped. They hadn't expected Bai Shishi to transform into a completely different beast after being injured. She was so strong that she could overpower a human emperor demonic beast in one exchange. Respected human experts, I've accidentally offended you. Please forgive my foolishness and spare me, begged the golden rhinoceros, astonishing everyone by speaking their language. Guo Ran and the others were surprised. This rhinoceros was smart to adapt so quickly. Bai Shala scoffed, accidentally offend us? You tried to kill us. If you could have beaten us, would you have shown mercy? How were you injured? Long Chen asked, curious. Great human experts, I was injured by a black scale fiend drake. I had no choice but to flee the endless desolation to heal. When you passed by, I merely intended to scare you away, not to kill you. Moreover, in my current state, I'm in no condition to fight, the rhinoceros explained. Only then did everyone realize that the rhinoceros's aura was indeed unstable, indicating it was seriously injured and in the midst of recovery. It was no wonder Bai Shishi had been able to wound it so easily despite its formidable presence. In any case, the golden rhinoceros was not in human form. In other words, it had escaped the bindings of the human emperor realm and entered the next stage of power. You have a trace of dragon blood. Perhaps this is destiny, so we won't kill you. You can leave, Long Chen said, sensing a faint dragon blood energy within the rhinoceros. Although Long Chen didn't know what branch of the dragon race it was, he didn't sense any brutal aura from it, so he was willing to let it off. The golden rhinoceros was overjoyed and quickly expressed its gratitude. Thank you for sparing my life. Just as it was about to leave, Guo Ran shouted, hold it right there. The rhinoceros immediately tensed up, nervously asking, may I know what instructions you might have for me? Long Chen had no idea what Guo Ran was planning, but he listened as Guo Ran spoke, Brother Rhino, you are severely wounded and need time to heal. I'm not trying to criticize you, but after living for so long, have you really not learned how to seize opportunities? Do you know that the person in front of you is a peerless genius in combat and alchemy? With his medicinal pills, you could recover to your peak in no time, maybe even surpass your former self. Are you really going to let this chance slip by? Really? The golden rhinoceros's eyes widened with hope. What a question. All of us here have dragon blood flowing in our veins, we don't lie. And as for my boss, well, he may seem cold, but he's got a warm heart. If you ask for his help, he won't refuse. Guo Ran watched the rhinoceros intently, and when it seemed about to speak, he quickly interjected, but I understand, as a mighty being beyond the human emperor realm, you must have your pride. Simply asking for help might be too much to bear, right? The golden rhinoceros was left speechless, just as it was about to request Long Chen's aid. It just so happens that our flying boat could use a little extra power. If someone were to help pull it, I'm sure my boss would be very pleased, Guo Ran continued, glancing at the flying boat. I'm willing, the golden rhinoceros eagerly exclaimed. Long Chen was left dumbfounded. Guo Ran had somehow managed to convince a human emperor demonic beast to pull their flying boat. This guy truly had a knack for getting what he wanted. Respected human expert, are you really capable of healing me? If you can, let alone pulling your flying boat, I'm even willing to sign a slave contract, the rhinoceros offered earnestly. Signing a contract would be even better. My boss, Guo Ran began, only to be cut off by Long Chen. Shut up, Long Chen snapped. Guo Ran was getting too carried away, and it didn't sit right with Long Chen to con such an innocent creature. Come over here and let me check your wounds, said Long Chen. The golden rhinoceros obediently shrank to about 30 meters in length and approached Long Chen, lowering its head. Long Chen placed his hand on its forehead and sent his spiritual strength into its body to examine the extent of its injuries. Suddenly, a surge of terrifying energy burst from within the rhinoceros, causing Long Chen's heart to jolt. His abdomen throbbed painfully from the impact. Netherdragon Energy, Chapter 5232 Golden War Chariot. What's going on? Why does your body have netherdragon energy in it? Long Chen stared at the golden rhinoceros in shock. What shocked Long Chen the most was that other than netherdragon energy, there was also a trace of Lord Brahma's faith energy. That was truly shocking. Furthermore, this trace of faith energy mixed with the netherdragon energy to form a power that was like poison constantly corroding the golden rhinoceros's flesh and soul. When Long Chen's spiritual strength probed its body, this mix of energy instantly blasted back his energy, almost making him cough up blood. The golden rhinoceros also jumped when Long Chen reacted this way. It quickly explained that it usually cultivated on the outer edge of the endless desolation. To use its words, its power was insufficient to enter the depths. As it reigned over its territory, it had a mortal foe, the black scale fiend drake. The two of them were roughly evenly matched. However, a few hundred years ago, the black scale fiend drake suddenly launched a sneak attack on it, attacking like it had gone crazy. Both sides ended up injured. The golden rhinoceros pierced its tail, while the black scale fiend drake managed to sink its poison fang into its body. After both sides were injured, the golden rhinoceros assumed that they would each take some time to recuperate. However, just a few years later, the black scale fiend drake once more attacked, and most shocking of all, its injuries had already fully healed. As for itself, its recovery was extremely slow. It felt that something was off about that. In this battle, the golden rhinoceros wasn't a match for the black-scale fiend drake, and after being dealt a heavy injury, it used a bloodline divine ability to escape. It fled all the way to here before the black-scale fiend drake stopped chasing it. It had been recuperating here for hundreds of years, but instead of its wounds improving, its body began to grow weaker and weaker. "Boss, there might be a story behind this," said Guo Ran. Long Chen nodded. Something was queer with this. For an independent demonic beast to actually possess both Netherdragon energy and Lord Brahma's faith energy within its body had to mean that something was up. "Do you know where the dragon domain is?" asked Long Chen. "The dragon domain was only 2 days from my original territory," answered the golden rhinoceros. "Not too far from the dragon domain. And you ended up being infected with Netherdragon energy and Lord Brahma's faith energy." Long Chen instantly had a bad feeling. Could it be? Guo Ran and the others all thought of a frightening possibility. Lord Brahma's hands have truly stretched far. He won't even let off these solitary demonic beasts. "Let's go. We have to hurry to the dragon domain, or the dragon domain might be in danger," said Long Chen. "Boss, do you mean that the black-scale fiend drake was under the control of the Netherdragon race?" asked Guo Ran. "I can't be sure, but that possibility cannot be rejected." What's your name?" asked Long Chen. "I don't have a name. Ever since I was born to my parents, I was alone. I don't need a name." The golden rhinoceros shook his head. Then in the future, we'll call you Gold Rhino," said Long Chen. "Gold Rhino, the Netherdragon energy and faith energy in your body has coiled together into a strange poison that has invaded your flesh, your meridians, and even your soul. I have never before encountered such a situation, so I will need to experiment to heal you. Things might not go that smoothly. It'll take some time, so be patient. But I promise you that I can deal with this poison. I just can't say exactly how much time it will take." "No problem, I can wait," said Gold Rhino excitedly. It had been trying to heal for so many years, but only grew weaker. Now Long Chen was its only hope. "Gold Rhino, can you take human form?" asked Guo Ran. Gold Rhino shook its head. "When I advanced from a 1-vein human emperor to a 2-vein human emperor, I returned to my true form from human form. Now I am currently still injured and my realm is unstable. My second emperor vein is in danger of collapsing. If I take human form, my second emperor vein will instantly collapse, and I will return to a 1-vein human emperor. Then I'll need to start all over." Hearing that, they couldn't help being shocked. Gold Rhino was a 2-vein human emperor, but even such an expert could only linger at the edge of the endless desolation. Just how terrifying were the depths of this primordial land? Long Chen thought for a moment. He took out over 10 medicinal pills for Gold Rhino to consume one after another. Once all of them were consumed, Gold Rhino seemed revitalized. Its listless aura rapidly recovered. In but 2 hours, not only did the wounds that Bai Shishi deal it heal, even some of the internal injuries it had been suffering from improved. Sensing these changes, Gold Rhino knelt on the ground and performed a unique etiquette belonging to its race to express its thanks to Long Chen. "Since you know where the dragon domain is, you can lead the way. You don't need to go too fast. I will help you slowly adjust your dosage as we travel. Hopefully your power can fully recover before reaching the dragon domain," said Long Chen. After saying that, Guo Ran waved his hand, and a mountain-sized golden chariot appeared. Even Long Chen jumped in fright. This golden chariot's aura was absolutely terrifying. Its entire body was actually thought of a human emperor divine weapon. It had to be known that such a thing was incredibly priceless. It could be considered equivalent to thousands of ordinary human emperor divine weapons. The amount of manpower and resources that went into it would bankrupt an ordinary sect. "When did you get this chariot?" Long Chen and the others were stunned. Guo Ran chuckled. "Naturally it's part of the First Academy's stockpile. But this chariot is an unfinished product. Many of its parts were left incomplete, so it cannot fly on its own. I was going to see if I could fix it with Sha Chen when we had time. I didn't have time beforehand to study this chariot when the Brahma Pill Valley attacked the academy. But if I could have activated it, I would have killed all of them without needing to send out a single soldier or spilling a single drop of blood." Guo Ran was extremely confident in this golden chariot. He turned to Gold Rhino. "This war chariot is a peak-grade human emperor divine weapon. Anything else would lower your status. I'll trouble you to carry us to the dragon domain." Gold Rhino was now fully won over by Long Chen. It could sense the poison in its body being suppressed. It finally had hope of recovery. It didn't mind pulling this chariot at all. It returned to its original size and started flying through the air with this golden chariot. A golden rhinoceros was pulling a mountain-sized golden war chariot, both of them emitting terrifying auras that shook the world. Countless demonic beasts directly fled when they sensed their aura. Just like that, they arrogantly flew towards the dragon domain. Chapter 5233 Extreme Luxury. When Long Chen and the others entered the golden chariot, they found that its interior was as big as a small continent, complete with small-scale cultivation grounds. There were even training rooms, forging rooms, alchemy rooms, and countless other facilities. Every single part of the chariot was extremely luxurious. As Long Chen and the others walked in, they felt like beggars stumbling into a palace. "This is way too extravagant," Ji Yuyong exclaimed upon seeing a palace decked in dazzling gold and jade. Nodding, Guo Ran started to explain. "It is a bit much. Dean Chenkong told me that when they were trapped in the minor world, they lost their sense of danger and began indulging in luxuries. The Dean who started this project ordered the creation of a battle chariot, unlike anything ever seen before. This chariot's combat power is unmatched, but its extravagance is equally unprecedented. Every single craftsman of the Academy worked together to forge it, spending over 3,000 years, yet it remained incomplete. Then the Academy fell into chaos, and many craftsmen died, including those responsible for its construction. Without the core craftsmen, the Academy couldn't finish it. The blueprints for this chariot also disappeared. If they wanted to continue this project, they would need the complete blueprints. Otherwise, they would have to tear down the chariot and rebuild it from scratch. Only then was there a chance of restoring the blueprints. Furthermore, it was only a chance. No one dared to say that they could tear down the chariot and manage to rebuild it. After all, this chariot is one of a kind, not some kind of toy blocks. Many parts would become unusable once disassembled. In the end, it would be even more laborious than creating a new chariot from scratch. As a result, this chariot was shelved for many years. After a few twists and turns, the blueprints eventually resurfaced, but by then, hundreds of thousands of years had passed. The craftsmen capable of making human emperor divine weapons were long gone, and the inheritance of their craft was almost completely severed. As they were trapped in the minor world, their weapons were rarely damaged, and they never needed more. The weapons in the treasury were enough for them to use. Thus, the forgers were not viewed as important by the Academy and slowly vanished. Due to this decline, the Academy no longer had use for the chariot, so Guo Ran managed to obtain the unfinished project and its blueprints. As there were no longer experts capable of using the divine materials, Guo Ran took the chariot to study its immense potential with Sha Chen. Though it was still a rough creation, they believed it could be completed, and they could fully unleash its potential. Everyone was excited as they explored the war chariot. They found it had two states, a travel mode and a combat mode. However, the driving mechanisms had yet to be completed, so it couldn't fly on its own. In combat mode, the chariot could take on 7 different forms, each more terrifying than the last. It was capable of both offense and defense and even had an emergency escape mechanism against stronger foes. As Guo Ran explained the chariot's functions, even Long Chen was left in awe. The First Academy really had too much money. This was absurdly extravagant. The chariot contained tens of thousands of rooms, each equipped with formations that allowed them to see the scenery passing by. Of course, there was also the absolute best room, specifically reserved for the Dean. Long Chen and Bai Shishi naturally took that room. Upon entering, Long Chen was shocked once again. This room was enormous, and whatever function one could imagine was set up in this place. From inside the chariot, it seemed like Gold Rhino was moving at a slow pace, but the scenery blurred past them, much faster than their previous flying boat, yet far more comfortable and stable. "I'm really benefiting from being with you. This chariot is more luxurious than anything I've ever seen," said Bai Shishi as she watched the landscape flash by. Every object in the room was a finely crafted treasure, and she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Long Chen chuckled. It's precisely this kind of luxury that caused the Academy's decline. Crisis creates experts. Those experts forge peace, which leads to luxury, and then that luxury inevitably brings about another crisis. It's a never-ending cycle that no one can escape. Bai Shishi was briefly stunned but then nodded, admiring Long Chen's insight. Even something casual that came out of his mouth was thought-provoking. He was always able to see what was beyond the obvious. Bai Shishi had never seen someone else with this kind of sharp vision and judgment. Thinking of it, Bai Shishi slowly smiled bitterly. Perhaps this was what attracted her to Long Chen. No matter where he went, no matter what kind of genius he encountered, no one could dim Long Chen's unique brilliance. Shishi, your move earlier was amazing, praised Long Chen, recalling her powerful sword strike. Bai Shishi smiled brightly. Getting injured last time wasn't all bad. You once told me that only when someone is close to death can they truly understand the essence of life. That experience triggered my life's instincts, allowing me to grow stronger. In truth, I'd rather you didn't get stronger that way. When you were stabbed by that sword, it hurt me more than if I'd been stabbed 1,000 times, Long Chen said, his voice heavy with emotion. Bai Shishi's heart softened as she gazed into his eyes. Seeing his genuine concern made her feel that even dying for him would be worth it. Shishi, you haven't fully recovered yet. You should rest. There might be a big battle when we reach the dragon domain, Long Chen advised gently. Didn't you say that the white dragon race was there? Shouldn't things go smoothly? Said Bai Shishi. I think the situation has changed. I saw something bad from Gold Rhino, said Long Chen solemnly. Bai Shishi nodded in understanding and obediently sat in a healing formation to recuperate. After taking a deep breath, Long Chen muttered, I should also continue comprehending the 8-star battle armor. Long Chen then consumed some pills and entered seclusion as well, preparing for the battle that awaited them in the dragon domain. Chapter 5234 Advancement. As Long Chen consumed a medicinal pill, the starry sea within his dantian quivered ever so slightly. The change was so subtle that without close observation, it would be imperceptible. Long Chen sighed softly. I thought that borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation would let me condense the 8-star battle armor in one go, but it's still incomplete. He knew that perfecting the 8-star battle armor would require an immense amount of energy, but it was far more than he had anticipated. It was like a bottomless pit, constantly demanding more. The 8-star battle armor was still in its embryonic stage, far from its full potential. The last time Long Chen summoned it, he felt a power so overwhelming that it even frightened him. When the starry sky descended and covered the 9 heavens, it felt like he was connected to all the stars in the universe, as if they were one. However, despite this vast power, Long Chen felt insignificant, like a fish swimming in an endless ocean. Even though he was the only fish in that sea, it was frustrating to have access to such immense power but only be able to attack with mere bubbles. To possess such a great force yet be able to wield only a fraction of it was unbearable for him. Last time, Long Chen could directly crush the so-called human emperors using his 8-star battle armor. According to reason, he should be in high spirits now, yet no one knew that he was actually extremely despondent. Thankfully, Dragonbone Evilmoon had encouraged him, giving him the patience to continue cultivating the 8-star battle armor without haste. After all, between Dragonbone Evilmoon and the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen had powerful trump cards to play. They allowed him to slowly cultivate the 8-star battle armor. As one pill after another entered Long Chen's stomach, 8 stars appeared behind him. However, those 8 stars were illusory mere projections of the stars in him. So, the true power of the stars remained dormant. Each of the 8 stars was roughly the size of a plate. As Long Chen consumed more pills, divine light from his starry sea slowly flowed into these stars, causing their rough surfaces to gradually smooth out. However, the process was excruciatingly slow. It's a good thing I had the help of the heavenly flame energy and heavenly lightning energy. Otherwise, condensing the embryonic form of the 8-star battle armor would have taken forever, sighed Long Chen. The pills Long Chen was consuming were all nirvanic charge pills refined by the Earth Cauldron and Huo Linger. He had already entrusted all alchemy tasks to the Earth Cauldron. If Huo Linger weren't preoccupied with refining heavenly flame energy and the Earth Cauldron with purifying the faith energy it had absorbed, they would have refined even more pills. The Earth Cauldron hadn't only refined a vast supply of nirvanic charge pills, it had also created an ocean's worth of saint pills. They were categorized into various tiers: Eternal Golden Pills, Saint Golden Pills, Sage King Golden Pills, Mortal Saint Golden Pills, Earth Saint Golden Pills, and Heaven Saint Golden Pills. The Dragonblood warriors had previously relied on Yu Qingshan's pills, which allowed most of them to reach the mid or even late stage of the Eternal Realm in a short time. Their cultivation speed had been shockingly fast. Most importantly, after merging with their dragon souls, they had extremely solid foundations. As long as they had enough medicinal pills, they could accelerate their cultivation speed as much as they pleased. As Long Chen focused on ingesting the medicinal energy flowing through his veins, his body quivered slightly. To his surprise, his 8th star was fully satiated and pushed his cultivation realm into the first heaven stage. Despite the advancement, there was no visible change in the 8 stars. Long Chen sighed. It seems I don't need eternal golden pills for now. Nirvanic charge pills alone are enough to raise my realm. I just hope I can complete the 8-star battle armor before breaking through to the Saint realm. As he continued cultivating, Bai Shishi focused on her recovery. Her golden manifestation shone, and the goddess in her heavenly fate disc became clearer as it evolved. Meanwhile, the rest of the Dragonblood Legion was also busy cultivating, except for Guo Ran and Sha Chen. Guo Ran was doing all sorts of stuff in the forging room. While he was normally a slacker, this time, his full attention was on his work. Sha Chen was also immersed in his work, his brush dancing across the pages as he created more talismans. Hundreds of materials lay out in front of him, and the ground around him was littered with various scrap talismans. Clearly, Sha Chen was inscribing very high-level talismans, or he wouldn't have such a high failure rate. The entire war chariot had become a cultivation hub, and Gold Rhino pulled them forward at an incredible speed. When they invaded the territory of some human emperor demonic beasts, the demonic beast shrank back and only let out a growl of warning. Every 3 days, Long Chen checked on Gold Rhino's condition and fed it medicinal pills. After 9 days, Gold Rhino no longer felt the Netherdragon energy and faith energy in its body, and it expressed its immense gratitude toward Long Chen. Even after it was healed, it continued pulling them forward enthusiastically. On the 15th day, Long Chen had it stop. Respected human experts, there are still 3 days until we reach the dragon domain. Why stop here? Asked Gold Rhino. I have something good to tell you. I've tested it several times now. The impurities in the Netherdragon energy and faith energy have been expelled, and the essence is sealed within your body. Your body has fully recovered, and I believe you're ready to return to your peak power. I'll release the essence for you, Long Chen explained. You mean, I'll return to the Two-Vein Emperor realm? Gold Rhino's voice quivered with excitement. Only humans would call this realm the Two-Vein Human Emperor realm. Since Gold Rhino was a demonic beast and already freed from the bindings of the human form, it called this realm the Two-Vein Emperor realm. For a long time, it had struggled with the Netherdragon energy and faith energy, and now Long Chen was promising to restore it to its former peak. It could hardly believe its ears. However, since Long Chen had said it, Gold Rhino trusted him. Its body was shaking. Just to be safe, I will have you consume a few meridian guarding golden pills, said Long Chen, giving Gold Rhino 6 golden pills. To prepare for the release, Long Chen gave it 6 meridian guarding golden pills, which Gold Rhino consumed immediately. Then, Long Chen handed it a large black pill. Without hesitation, Gold Rhino swallowed it. The moment the black pill entered its body, Gold Rhino swelled, and a terrifying burst of blood chi exploded forth, instantly shattering the surrounding mountains. Chapter 5235 Powerful Fighter. Gold Rhino let out a powerful roar, its blood chi surging to an entirely new level, causing its body to swell. The immense disturbance drew Guo Ran and the others from the war chariot, where they witnessed astral winds raging and powerful chi waves devastating the surrounding land. Long Chen stood at the center of it all, his divine ring spinning behind him. He had already summoned the 8-star battle armor, the only state in which he could withstand such overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, Gold Rhino let out a painful groan as blood oozed out of its mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. It began rolling on the ground, convulsing in agony. Boss isn't thinking of getting some rhino meat, right? Asked Bai Shala. Before he could say more, a little fox paw smacked his head. Little Nine scolded, if you don't know how to talk, keep your mouth shut. If you get yourself killed, fine, but don't drag me down with you. Gold Rhino continued to convulse in pain before opening its mouth and unleashing a ray of light that tore an enormous hole into the mountain range. The sheer power of the attack made Guo Ran and the others shiver. If that strike had hit the war chariot while its defenses were down, they would have been annihilated. Gold Rhino raised its head again, blasting a hole in the void and releasing the berserk energy boiling within it. Long Chen stood firm amidst the violet typhoon, unmoving like a boulder, allowing Gold Rhino to vent its chaotic power. After an incense stick of time, Gold Rhino finally started to calm down, but the landscape around them was completely destroyed. Many thanks. I will never forget your kindness. Even if you want me to be your eternal slave, I am willing, Gold Rhino said, kneeling before Long Chen. Long Chen had unsealed the energy inside of Gold Rhino, instantly opening its emperor veins. However, the release of that immense power within its body was extremely painful, and it had gone on a rampage to unleash it. Despite the agony, Gold Rhino had never doubted Long Chen, nor had it attacked him or the others. This one point was enough to satisfy Long Chen. But in truth, he had his own arrangements. After all, those pills were refined by him. If Gold Rhino had done anything to endanger them, Long Chen could have instantly killed it. Gold Rhino had passed the test, earning Long Chen's trust. More importantly, Long Chen now had a rough estimate of a two-vein emperor's power. A one-vein human emperor was no longer a threat to him, at least, an ordinary one, not the one raised in a favorable environment. Long Chen also felt that in a fair fight with Gold Rhino, his chances of victory were only 50-50 at best. Being a solitary demonic beast, Gold Rhino had to be exceptionally strong to survive. Otherwise, it would have been eaten by other beasts long ago. Recalling the nine-vein tortoise they had encountered before, Long Chen realized that his power was still not enough for the dangers of the endless desolation. He needed to grow stronger. Long Chen was pleased that his 8-star battle armor could resist the pressure of a two-vein emperor. Even when Gold Rhino had unleashed its full might, Long Chen was able to stand his ground. This meant that, even if he encountered stronger emperors, he wouldn't be completely suppressed. Everyone, come out and get used to Gold Rhino's pressure. Don't get caught off guard once we're in the dragon domain, said Long Chen. The group exited the chariot and immediately felt like the heavens were collapsing. If they hadn't prepared, they would have been forced to their knees by the sheer pressure. Fortunately, their dragon souls activated automatically, and their heavenly fate discs appeared to support them. This is insane. Gold Rhino's aura is much more reserved now, but it's still this overwhelming, exclaimed Guo Ran. It was true Gold Rhino's aura had significantly diminished compared to when it was rampaging, but its pressure was still immense. Gold Rhino had been injured by the immense power raging in its body just now. Even with medicinal pills protecting its meridians, recovery took time. During this period, Long Chen and the others used the Emperor pressure to stimulate their heavenly fate discs, allowing their manifestations to grow stronger. While the others trained, Long Chen returned to the chariot and continued consuming pills. 2 days passed quickly. By then, Gold Rhino was fully recovered, exuding a golden mist from its body, displaying the might of a true two-vein emperor. After 2 days of adjustment, everyone had adapted to its pressure. They even asked Gold Rhino to release its full aura again and stimulate their heavenly fate discs further. By the end, even when Gold Rhino unleashed its full power, it only caused them some discomfort, difficulty breathing and a leaden feeling in their limbs, but they could still move and fight if necessary. Satisfied, they returned to the chariot. With Gold Rhino fully recovered and reinvigorated, they set off once more. Its speed had greatly increased, and in just over half a day, they saw a pile of white bone mountains ahead and could sense the dragon race's aura. As they approached, Gold Rhino slowed down. The enormous white bone mountains were the collapsed remains of 10,000 dragon nests, and the bones were dragon bones. Heavens, isn't this terrifying? Bai Shishi said, staring in shock. The sheer size of the nests was overwhelming, but they were in ruins, shattered by brute force. One nest in particular looked as if it had been punched apart, while others seemed to have been sliced open. Yu Zifeng's pupils shrank as he examined the marks. It looks like a massive battle took place here, Long Chen muttered, surprised by the sight on the border of the dragon domain. Broken remnants of 10,000 dragon nests were scattered everywhere. Stop right there. This is the dragon race's territory. Outsiders are not permitted inside. A furious shout suddenly rang out, and countless terrifying auras rose up. Chapter 5236 Barging into the Dragon Domain. Terrifying auras arose as one figure after another appeared, surrounding Long Chen and his companions. Most of these experts were heaven saints, and the sight of Gold Rhino pulling the golden war chariot shocked them. Gold Rhino's overwhelming aura was more than they could bear, so they dared not approach. Instead, they shouted warnings from a distance, quickly alerting their comrades. Seeing those people shouting, Gold Rhino was about to stop when Long Chen said, "Ignore them and continue onward. If anyone dares to stop you, just smash through." "Long Chen, are you sure?" asked Bai Shishi, her tone cautious. "Wouldn't this provoke the entire dragon race?" You don't understand the dragon race. They're prideful. There's no such thing as diplomacy before violence. If you don't show enough strength, they'll never take you seriously, Long Chen explained calmly. Long Chen knew their ways well. To earn their respect, one had to display absolute power. Their belief was that only the strong were qualified to speak to the strong. Gold Rhino continued its advance, and the war chariot rumbled, emitting a powerful aura. It was Guo Ran who understood Long Chen best. He immediately activated all of the war chariot's runes. Although the formations couldn't unleash any attacks, they could still intimidate most experts. Seeing that their warnings were being ignored, the dragon experts hastily retreated, clearly unsettled by Gold Rhino's presence. Even though Gold Rhino wasn't intentionally unleashing its full emperor might, its mere existence made the heaven saints tremble. If they got too close, they would be unable to move under that pressure. Who are you? Why are you barging into the dragon domain? Another furious roar rang out. This time, it came from a half-step human emperor. However, Long Chen didn't even acknowledge the man, and Gold Rhino continued forward, its pressure forcing the half-step human emperor to retreat. As they pressed on, more and more dragon race experts gathered. The sky filled with the intimidating forms of 10,000 dragon nests, poised as if ready to strike. Halt, speak your intentions, or don't blame us for showing no mercy. Another voice shouted. This time, it was a human emperor. However, even he paled at the sight of Gold Rhino, puzzled as to why such a fearsome beast would serve as a mount for others. Just who was inside the chariot? The number of dragon experts and 10,000 dragon nests continued to increase. Some nests even rumbled, seemingly preparing to attack. However, Long Chen kept ignoring them, and Gold Rhino continued onward, nearly colliding with the nests before they retreated in caution. In truth, the dragon experts were just probing Long Chen and the others, wanting to learn what Long Chen was planning. Before Long Chen showed any hostility, they wouldn't rashly attack. Damn, the dragon domain is stacked. How do they have so many 10,000 dragon nests and experts? Guo Ran exclaimed. There were as many nests as there were stars in the sky. They could also see thousands of human emperors. I can see tens of thousands of human emperors and endless half-step human emperors. Their foundation is terrifying, said Bai Shaola, his 3 flower pupils allowing him to spot even hidden human emperors. If you don't stop and explain yourselves, we'll have no choice but to act. The dragon race had finally had enough. 3,010,000 dragon nests lined up in front of their path in their attempt to stop Gold Rhino with brute force. Even with Gold Rhino's power as a 2-vein emperor, facing so many 1-vein human emperors supported by their nests would be a challenge. If a battle started, Gold Rhino might not be able to survive, and the dragon race's losses would be incalculable. This was why the dragon experts had restrained themselves until now. Gold Rhino finally came to a halt, surrounded by the dragon race's vigilant watch. For the first time, the tense atmosphere slightly eased. For the war chariot to stop meant that there was still room to talk. You have barged into the dragon domain without a word and ignored our warnings. If you cannot provide a proper explanation, don't think about leaving alive. Shouted a middle-aged man with blood-red scales and dragon horns on his head. He pointed his dragon scale spear at Gold Rhino. This man was an expert from the blood dragon race, and his blood chi was deep like a sea. Although he was a 1-vein human emperor, he was the only one amongst all these human emperors who made Gold Rhino feel pressured. This middle-aged man was the leader of these experts. He glared at the chariot, demanding an answer. However, Long Chen was in no rush to respond. His gaze scanned the surroundings until he spotted a white 10,000 dragon nest, where Bai Yingxuan and Bai Yingxie stood. Seeing that the white dragon race was safe and sound, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, their position behind other dragon experts indicated that their status within the dragon domain wasn't particularly high. Speak, or don't blame us for being uncourteous. The blood dragon expert roared, his patience wearing thin as he pointed his spear at Gold Rhino. Long Chen's voice was calm but provocative. When did the proud dragon race fall so low? Someone barges into your home, and all you do is shout from a distance. You've lost the dignity of the dragon race. His words instantly enraged the dragon experts, who clenched their weapons, ready to attack. But at that moment, a collective gasp of surprise came from a group of dragon experts. Bai Yingxuan, Bai Yingxie, and the other experts of the white dragon race cried out in shock. Chapter 5237 Kill every last one. Bai Yingshe and the youngsters of the White Dragon race were filled with shock as they were familiar with Long Chen's voice. If it weren't for him, all of them would have been sacrificed to the heavenly flame Sourcestone. Although Long Chen's voice wasn't particularly melodious, to their ears, it was more comforting than the sweetest music. It brought them a sense of security. Every time they heard it, danger seemed to turn into opportunity, no matter how hopeless the situation was. It was like nothing could knock down the master of this voice. When the White Dragon race cried out Long Chen's name, the rest of the dragon experts were taken aback. They all recognized his name. When Bai Yingshuan brought the White Dragon race's disciples back to the Dragon Domain, they carried news that shook their world. Long Chen had destroyed the Heavenly Flame Devil Domain and Glacial Heaven Domain. With a fresh Eternal Realm cultivation base, he had killed Han Chenny, a domain lord backed by faith energy. At first, almost no one believed the news. After all, someone who had just advanced to the Eternal Realm wouldn't have time to awaken their heavenly fate disc. Without it, a normal expert couldn't even match a half-step human emperor, let alone Han Chenny, a domain lord backed by faith energy. In everyone's mind, such an existence couldn't die at Long Chen's hands. However, the White Dragon race didn't just bring stories, they brought proof: a photographic jade recording Long Chen's exploits in the Glacial Heaven Domain. The photographic jade confirmed that the sovereign dragon race was not dead and resided in the depths of the endless desolation, alongside other dragon races. This revelation shook the dragon domain even further. But this news also caused factions to form. Could they trust Long Chen's words? Was he truly reliable, or was this some elaborate ruse? When people raised their suspicions, the White Dragon race was enraged. Long Chen had slaughtered the elites of the various races in the Heavenly Flame Domain, planting the seeds of enmity throughout the world just to save the dragon race. How could they doubt such a figure? Furthermore, some even suggested that Long Chen could be a pawn of Pill Valley, sent to deceive them into venturing into the dangerous depths of the endless desolation. After all, the endless desolation was filled with dangers. As the dragon domain was just a single day's travel from it, their disciples often went to the border to gain experience. Hence, they knew how terrifying the endless desolation was. Even near the border, there were terrifying demonic beasts lurking around. What dangers might lie deeper? If this was one of Pill Valley's schemes to make them enter the depths, wouldn't they be conned? As long as their disciples didn't provoke the terrifying existences when they ventured into the endless desolation, they would be relatively safe. But that was only within a limited region near the border. They didn't dare to go any further. If they provoked some terrifying existence, the latter could even wipe out the dragon domain. As a result, while they were excited to hear that their ancestors were in the depths of the endless desolation, after calming down and thinking about it, they somehow felt that Long Chen's words were not trustworthy. Their doubts weren't entirely unfounded. After all, this would decide the future of the dragon domain. If they made the wrong choice, it would be catastrophic for them. Just as they were wrestling with this decision, the Netherdragon race and their henchmen made their move. Their hidden power reserves were revealed, and they brought an army of heaven saints, human emperors, and half-step human emperors' forces that could rival nearly half of the dragon domain's top experts. This sudden show of strength shocked everyone. The Netherdragon race and their henchmen had taken over 20% of the dragon domain, and their power was enough to dominate the entire dragon domain. The dragon domain was split into 3 factions: the traitors led by the Netherdragon race, the opposition led by the Red Dragon race, and the conservative faction. The first 2 factions almost fought to the death several times. The main thing preventing their ultimate clash was the third faction. Although they also detested the traitorous Netherdragon race, they maintained their rationality and sought to prevent a full-scale war that would weaken the entire dragon race. With terrifying threats looming at their borders and Pill Valley waiting for an opportunity, the conservative faction knew that if the 2 sides were to truly wage war, it could mean the end of the dragon domain. Thanks to the efforts of the conservative faction, the dragon domain was temporarily peaceful, but the atmosphere was still tense. Although the actual battle had yet to erupt, it might do so at any moment. But at the very least, they managed to buy some time. Underneath the calm surface of the dragon domain were simmering cinders, and one spark would cause a firestorm that devoured the entire domain. The Netherdragon race saw their hesitation. In the end, the dragon domain did not have the courage to fight them to the death, so the Netherdragon race could just swagger into the dragon domain. They expressed that they had no idea about the White Dragon race being sacrificed back then, and that everything was controlled by the Brahma Pill Valley. Afterward, They expressed their regrets over that matter, as any conflicts within the dragon race should be settled by themselves. They subtly planted seeds of doubt about Long Chen's intentions, claiming that he was using the trace of sovereign blood in his body to collaborate with the White Dragon race and make them pawns of the High Firmament Academy. The dragon experts sneered at this idea, saying that Long Chen was only a human. Even if he had a trace of dragon blood, so what? Would the dragon race really listen to a little human? After hearing this, Bai Yingxuan and the others instantly realized that the Netherdragon race had made the first move to crush their hopes. The White Dragon race secretly tried to explain things to the other dragon experts. But in the end, the dragon race was just too prideful. No matter how much Long Chen had done for the dragon race, there was no way they would accept being ordered by him. Most frightening of all, some dragon experts had begun questioning Long Chen's motives. Their impression of him was worsening, all thanks to the Netherdragon race's schemes. Although the White Dragon race was held in high regard in the dragon domain, they found themselves under suspicion due to their association with him. Bai Yingxuan and the others felt the icy stares of their peers and could only watch helplessly as the situation worsened. Today, hearing the White Dragon race call out Long Chen's name, almost all the dragon experts present turned frosty. So, when Long Chen's name was called out by the White Dragon race, the already tense atmosphere became colder. Almost all the dragon experts present showed hostility. As Long Chen slowly stepped out of the war chariot, the entire Dragonblood Legion followed. His gaze swept over the Netherdragon race, and a slow smile crept across his face. Long Chen said, "To stand so confidently beside traitors, you might as well buy a block of tofu and kill yourselves with it." The Netherdragon experts bristled with killing intent, but before they could respond, Long Chen waved his hand. "Dragonblood Legion, hear my order. Annihilate the Netherdragon race. If anyone tries to stop you, kill every last one of them." With a thunderous boom, the Dragonblood Legion's manifestations exploded into the air. Countless dragon cries echoed through heaven and earth, and with blood chi surging, the Dragonblood warriors charged forward like unleashed tigers, ready to wreak havoc. Chapter 5238 Foolish Pride. The Dragonblood Legion directly pounced on the Netherdragon race, stunning the latter. The Netherdragon race's experts and their henchmen were completely enraged by the audacity of this group of youngsters. To dare act so wantonly in the dragon domain, is this a provocation toward the entire dragon race? Roared the leader of the Netherdragon race. He signaled his forces to raise their weapons, and millions of experts from the Netherdragon race, along with their henchmen, readied for battle. They boasted dozens of human emperors, thousands of half-step human emperors, and countless heaven saints. With this enormous force, the traitorous Netherdragon race could shake the entire dragon domain, forcing the opposing faction to temporarily tolerate their existence in the dragon domain. On the other hand, the Dragonblood Legion merely had 7,000 warriors in the Eternal Realm. For them to dare attack the Netherdragon race experts was the greatest show of contempt ever. The Netherdragon race was not afraid of Long Chen, the War Chariot, or the Dragonblood Legion. What they truly feared was Gold Rhino. However, Gold Rhino seemed to have no intention of interfering. With blazing killing intent, the Netherdragon race's leader sneered, "Do you know, at this very moment, your High Firmament Academy has already been destroyed." Ha ha ha. Just as he was laughing, the Dragonblood warriors dove into their army of millions, and their unified roar shook the heavens. This one roar made everyone jump. Following that, waves of sword chi sliced through the Netherdragon race's army. As usual, the Dragonblood warriors clashed in the most direct and violent way. "What fools! Kill them all!" shouted the Netherdragon race's leader. He raised his hand, commanding his army to crush the Dragonblood warriors. At this distance, even if Gold Rhino tried to interfere, it wouldn't be able to save the Dragonblood warriors. At best, it would end up killing them along with the Dragonblood warriors. Just as the Netherdragon race's army thought they could simply crush the Dragonblood Legion, flesh and blood flew through the air. Some heaven saints were directly hacked apart along with their weapons. The Netherdragon race's experts were stunned to see this scene. The human emperors and half-step human emperors had initially refused to dirty their hands against juniors. But now, they realized they had made a grave miscalculation. These Dragonblood warriors were far stronger than they had anticipated. "Everyone, go all out!" bellowed the Netherdragon leader, his confidence wavering. Gold Rhino remained in its spot, while Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no interest in joining the battle. This sight only deepened the Netherdragon leader's unease. At this moment, all the human emperors and half-step human emperors stopped caring about face and attacked as well. Bai Yingshe couldn't help but feel nervous upon seeing that, although she knew the strength of the Dragonblood warriors, they now had to face a massive force of traitorous dragons, who had long since been a threat to the entire dragon domain. Bai Yingshe turned to the leader of the White Dragon race, pleading, "Race leader." Their leader hesitated. Glancing at the powerful expert of the Red Dragon race, he said, "It is the optimal time to eliminate these traitors." The Red Dragon race expert frostily replied, "Since when did we require outsiders to help us clean up our trash? HMPH, this Long Chen thinks he can take charge of the entire dragon race. He doesn't know how high the heavens are." "Long Chen never said that," retorted Bai Yingshe. "Even if he didn't say it, just look at his actions. He clearly thinks so. How can you judge others' intentions so subjectively?" Bai Yingshui's voice trembled with frustration. She understood Long Chen all too well. If she hadn't lowered herself to ask for his help, he wouldn't even have bothered coming here. Now that he had, he was directly attacking the traitors of the dragon race, yet these leaders still harbored such resentment. Refusing to give up, Bai Yingshe turned to the elder covered in black scales who stood beside this red dragon expert. Race leader He Yan. He Yan was the leader of the Black Dragon race, and he was also a powerful existence, not much weaker than this Red Dragon expert. However, he shook his head. With a cold tone, he said, "The dragon race's conflicts need to be resolved by the dragon race. Outsiders shouldn't interfere." His words made Bai Yingshui's heart sink. Even He Yan, a figure of great authority, held such a bias against Long Chen. Shaking with rage, she could hardly believe their cowardice. "Are you all from the dragon race or the tortoise race? Before Long Chen came, you cowered. Now that he's here, you're still cowering. Can you not get out of this habit?" shouted Bai Yingshe. "You." Her outburst drew glares from the dragon race's top experts. "If you want to keep hiding in your shells, go ahead. The White Dragon race won't accompany you. Warriors of the White Dragon race, follow me," Bai Yingshe commanded. She unsheathed her sword, and her manifestation burst into existence behind her. Kill. The White Dragon disciples, who had fought alongside Long Chen in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, followed her lead. Their weapons flashed, and one of them shouted, "We will fight to the death with the Dragonblood Legion." This expert was one of Long Chen's worshippers. Seeing the Dragonblood Legion starting to pull back, switching to defense, he thought that they were in danger. The higher-ups of the dragon race had disappointed him immensely with their passivity. "Fight to the death." The White Dragon race's disciples roared in unison. Long Chen had saved them, so their belief in worship toward him far surpassed what they felt for their leaders. As a result, they were willing to fight to the death with him. Even if they had to die, they would die as heroes. What does the White Dragon race think they're doing?" shouted the outraged leaders of the dragon race. The disciples' contemptuous gazes toward them were particularly piercing. The leader of the White Dragon race sighed. "Yingshe is the future leader of the White Dragon race. I'm old, and it's time I step aside. Her will is now the will of the White Dragon race." After the leader of the White Dragon race said that, a silver staff appeared in his hand. Seeing this gesture, Bai Yingshe teared up. When the Red Dragon race, the Black Dragon race, and the others chided Bai Yingshe, she was just disappointed in them. However, when the White Dragon race's leader took out his weapon, which represented his full support, she couldn't help but tear up. "White Dragon race, hear my orders. Support the Dragonblood Legion, fight to the last," shouted Bai Yingshe. All the experts of the White Dragon race immediately flew out along with dozens of 10,000 dragon nests. But then, Long Chen replied, "Yingshe, there's no need to join in. Let those blind old fools witness that we don't need tortoises to back us up." Turning to the battlefield, Long Chen shouted, "Brothers, isn't it time to show the Dragonblood Legion's true power?" At his words, the Dragonblood warriors, who had been retreating in defense, suddenly surged forward. A crack appeared in their solid formation, and a human emperor charged in, thinking he had found a weakness. But in an instant, a ray of sword chi sliced through him, causing emperor blood to splatter through the sky. Chapter 5239 Metal Energy, Wild Moon Slash. One stroke of Yu Zifeng's sword shook the heavens and the earth. It was a strike capable of shattering 10,000 Daos, cleaving the sky, and slaying gods. Even human emperors felt a chill in their spines before his sword will. With a single slash, a human emperor was bisected, and a line of experts behind him regardless of cultivation base or weaponry fell as well. Yu Zifeng's sword was incomparably sharp. Having destroyed his own heavenly fate disc and fused it into his body, he now commanded the true power of the heavens, his will superseding even that of the heavens. Kill! Yu Zifeng shouted, sword chi dancing around him. Wherever Yu Zifeng went, his enemies crumbled, and Mu Qingyan followed close behind. Her sword techniques, which were sharpened under Yu Zifeng's guidance, now carried his shadow. Together, the two sword cultivators carved through the battlefield, cutting down foes with flawless precision and overwhelming force. Amidst this chaos, Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Bai Shaola, Bai Shishi, Yu Yong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and the others joined the battle. They had purposefully held back earlier, allowing the Dragonblood warriors to test their strength against human emperors. The results were remarkable. By joining forces, they managed to withstand waves of attacks from human emperors. Even against the combined attacks of a group of human emperors, they could both attack and defend without losing their cool. This was all thanks to Gold Rhino, who had used its two-vein human emperor pressure to temper them. As a result, they could resist this pressure and afford to test themselves. But after they saw their gains, the real battle could commence. Bai Shishi's goddess manifestation appeared, her golden sword flashing as she decimated her foes. At this moment, a human emperor's weapon shattered before her, his head swiftly following. Yu Zifeng's display of strength seemed to have triggered Bai Shishi's competitive nature. She cut through human emperors with ease, her golden sword dancing as she sought out the strongest among them. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the leader of the Netherdragon race. With golden robes billowing, she shot toward him like a cloud of light. The leader of the Netherdragon race was enraged, not expecting the Dragonblood Legion to be this powerful. They were simply a legion of monsters. When he saw Bai Shishi taking the initiative to attack him, his killing intent exploded, and a black dragon spear appeared in his hand. Emperor Vane Dragon Chi raged as he thrust his spear at Bai Shishi. The Netherdragon race leader unleashed his full power against Bai Shishi. As long as he captured her, he could use her as a bargaining chip. He started to have a bad feeling about how things were going. Metal energy, wild moon slash. Bai Shishi cried. Her goddess statue blazed with divine light as an enormous golden crescent moon flew toward the dragon spear, the clash sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The Netherdragon race leader spat blood as he was sent flying. The human emperors from the Red Dragon, Black Dragon, and other leading dragon races were all stunned. After all, when the Netherdragon race's army first came to the dragon domain, they had already clashed against the Netherdragon race leader. He was extremely strong, at most only slightly weaker than them. It was precisely because of his strength and the sheer numbers of the Netherdragon army that the dragon domain had hesitated to engage them directly. But now, seeing him vomit blood from a single blow from Bai Shishi, they realized just how terrifying the Dragonblood Legion was and why the Golden Rhinoceros had not intervened. Netherdragon Bloodthirst, 10,000 laws to 1. The Netherdragon race leader roared, his Emperor Vane power surging as heavenly Tao energy converged on him. However, before he could complete his technique, Bai Shishi's sword slashed down again, forcing him to switch to defense. He grunted and was once more sent flying. Your 10,000 laws can be me instead. Bai Shishi sneered and shot after him, not giving him any chance to recover. The Netherdragon race leader was still recovering from the last attack when Bai Shishi's attack landed, causing him to spit out more blood and even some chunks of innards. Bai Shishi pressed her advantage, launching 18 consecutive attacks that left the Netherdragon race leader battered and bloodied, unable to mount any counterattack. Her relentless assault left the dragon race's experts in shock not just from her power, but also her unyielding attack speed and precision. Now that she had grasped an opening, she didn't give her opponent any chance to breathe. Long Chen watched from the sidelines, nodding in approval. Bai Shishi had undergone a transformation since their last battle. She was no longer a delicate genius raised in comfortable surroundings. Her brush with death had forged her into something far more powerful, a fighter worthy of standing alongside the Dragonblood warriors. If she had the same combat experience and instincts as the Dragonblood warriors, Long Chen believed this Netherdragon human emperor wouldn't last more than 3 moves against her. Long Chen, aren't you worried about the High Firmament Academy? Do you know that Brahma Pill Valley has already gathered an army of experts, and they're headed straight for the academy? By now, it's probably already destroyed. The Netherdragon expert shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. You idiot! Brahma Pill Valley's army was annihilated long ago. You fools weren't even aware of that. Bai Shishi retorted, her words striking the Netherdragon race like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 5240 In troubled times, good people die first. Impossible. The Netherdragon race's human emperor roared, but his cry was cut short as Bai Shishi's sword sliced through his arm. Mobilize the 10,000 dragon nests. He bellowed in desperation. That command threw the dragon domain into chaos. This was precisely the situation everyone had been trying to avoid. If the 10,000 dragon nests were activated, the dragon domain would be destroyed. 10,000 dragon nests were the dragon race's war weapons, as well as their strongest battle fortresses. Once deployed, they could wipe out heaven and earth. Due to how strong they were, they mostly served as a deterrent, but now they were being fully activated. This place was the heart of the dragon domain. If they went off here, the first casualty would be the dragon domain itself. Stop, shouted the other dragon races as they quickly activated their own 10,000 dragon nests. Ultimately, the power of their own 10,000 dragon nests would still destroy the dragon domain. Things quickly progressed to their worst-case scenario. Just as panic reached its peak, a loud rumble resounded across the battlefield. A 3-meter black arrow pierced through one of the 10,000 dragon nests, immediately shutting down its glowing runes. Wielding his massive golden crossbow, Guo Ran fired arrow after arrow that gave off the aura of purgatory. In front of these mighty arrows, the incredibly tough 10,000 dragon nests might as well be made out of paper match. The once impenetrable fortresses fell from the sky one by one, their power vanquished. They then plummeted from the sky just like that. Within moments, over 110,000 dragon nests had plummeted to the ground. Both sides of the battlefield stood stunned. These mighty fortresses, thought to be indestructible, were being taken down with ease. 10,000 dragon nests were the ultimate combat weapons of the dragon race. They were almost indestructible. Yet, Guo Ran's arrows completely toppled this fact. Come on, keep going. I still have 570 purgatory arrows. Once I'm out, maybe then you'll have a chance. Guo Ran shouted as he waved a handful of enormous arrows. The arrows were crafted from the remains of the purgatory fiend spears. However, the material was so heavy that if Guo Ran were to only use that, he wouldn't be able to lift the arrows. Thus, he only used the material to make the tip of the arrows. The rest of the arrows were made with special metals to enhance their speed and impact. The Purgatory Fiend Spear had a destructive effect on all laws, especially defensive laws and barriers. It could cut through them like tofu. Hence, while the Purgatory arrows that Guo Ran crafted were still imperfect, they could still pierce the defenses of the 10,000 dragon nests. Though Guo Ran merely bluffed about the number of arrows he had, no one dared to test him. The other side was terrified by his arrows, knowing that if their 10,000 dragon nests were destroyed, they wouldn't even have a chance to run. As Guo Ran showed his might, the Dragonblood Legion surged forward, sweeping through the battlefield. What was once an encirclement of the Dragonblood Legion had now become a massacre land, with dragon corpses littering the ground. Suddenly, a powerful explosion drew everyone's attention. The Netherdragon race's human emperor was coughing up blood, a gaping hole in his chest. After that, a golden light flashed and severed his head from his neck. Bai Shishi slowly emerged from the golden light, leaving even Long Chen in awe. It was most likely a new technique she had just comprehended. With the death of the Netherdragon race's human emperor, their entire army became an unruly mob. They no longer had the will to keep fighting and started to charge out, trying in vain to flee from the Dragonblood Legion's encirclement. Unfortunately for them, the Dragonblood Legion was more than prepared for them, their swords dancing. The battle quickly turned into a slaughter. The disheartened enemies, once fierce dragons, had become sheep for the slaughter, their lives easily reaped by the Dragonblood warriors. When the first wave of escapees was cut down, the rest despaired. Realizing there was no way out, many dropped their weapons and knelt, begging for mercy. Don't kill us, we were only listening to orders. The Netherdragon race threatened us. We had no choice, we're all on the same side. Why kill your own race? Give us a chance to show we can change. Seeing that there was no escape from the executioner's axe, some half-step human emperors also pleaded for mercy. Dean Long Chen, they were only following orders. An elder from the dragon race stepped forward, pleading for leniency. Long Chen responded by slapping him across the face, sending the elder flying and knocking him unconscious. The dragon experts were incensed by this slap. This elder was highly respected in the dragon domain and was even a human emperor. For Long Chen to strike him was an offense to the entire dragon domain. Long Chen met their angry stares with cold indifference. When someone stabs you with a sword, it doesn't matter if they were manipulated or not, the result is the same. In troubled times, good people die first. It's soft-hearted fools like you who weakened the dragon race's iron will. If you're so compassionate, stand with them in life and death. If you have the courage, I'll be happy to oblige. Want to try? No one dared to challenge Long Chen's resolve. His eyes told them he would truly kill them all if they pressed him further. The Black Dragon, Red Dragon, and other races now viewed Long Chen with a newfound respect. When they wanted to fight to the death against the Netherdragon race, it was precisely these peacemakers who stood up and created differing opinions amongst the dragon race, resulting in things progressing to this awkward point. Long Chen's decisive nature was exactly what they admired. They had long since grown tired of these soft-hearted, indecisive fools. The encircled enemies screamed in terror as they realized no one would save them. The Dragonblood warriors' hearts were steeled, and they showed no mercy. In less than the time it took for incense to burn, all were slain, and silence fell over the battlefield once again. Chapter 5241 Dragon Sovereign Altar. With one final scream, a 9-vein heaven saint's head flew through the air, and the eerie silence descended again. Countless 10,000 dragon nests hovered in the air, including those brought by the Netherdragon race. They were now surrounded, and they didn't even dare to make the slightest movement because Guo Ran's crossbow was aimed right at them. If they were to cause a single rune to light up, Guo Ran would shoot them down. On the ground, rivers of blood flowed, and piles of dragon corpses stretched across the battlefield, turning the once majestic dragon domain into a hellish landscape. Even the human emperors felt their souls tremble at the sight. Long Chen waved his hand, gathering all of the dragon corpses. The battlefield instantly appeared less cluttered, but the pungent scent of blood still lingered in the air. At this moment, the Dragonblood warriors sheathed their swords and gathered behind Long Chen, eyeing the ones that were surrounded, their expressions calm as if nothing had happened. This cold detachment sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. In one swift stroke, Long Chen had eliminated the traitors plaguing the dragon domain. What remained were only the small fries who had accompanied the Netherdragon race, mere shadows of the force that once stood against them. Overall, Long Chen had accomplished in an instant what the dragon domain had struggled to achieve for so long. Though his bloody methods were frightening, everyone in the dragon domain was now clear on one thing: Long Chen was not here to take control of them. From Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors' eyes, they could see complete apathy. It was the dragon domain's experts who had thought too highly of themselves. Ignoring the terrifying 2-vein Emperor Gold Rhino, the Dragonblood Legion alone had the power to flatten dragon domain. What stung most was that Long Chen wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The Black Dragon, Red Dragon, and other dragon races' human emperors clenched their teeth in shame. They could accept being forced into submission through overwhelming power, but what they couldn't bear was the quiet contempt. Long Chen and his companions' apathetic gazes meant that he didn't even see them as worth the effort. Those who had come with the Netherdragon race looked pale as they stuck their heads out of the 10,000 dragon nests, as if they were convicts waiting for execution. Seeing them, Long Chen coldly said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. But you don't need to be grateful to me either. I already said that I would only kill those who stood in our way. Since none of you interfered, you can leave at any time." The surviving dragon experts were instantly overjoyed. Many of them had lost all hope and now wept with relief at this unexpected mercy. "We didn't want to betray anyone, but we had no choice," cried out one of the dragon experts. Many were moved by this cry. These experts hadn't chosen to be traitors, they were simply following orders. After all, most disciples had no control over their fates, they simply obeyed their leaders. Don't you have a choice now? Your fates are in your own hands. Don't spout any nonsense about not having a choice. If you had been winning, would you have hesitated to slaughter us? You followed your leaders into betrayal, knowing it was wrong. You chose to do wrong because it was easier. If you could tell right from wrong, why didn't you have the courage to stand against it? While surrounding the Dragonblood Legion, did you even consider the concept of righteousness? You're all hypocrites. Other than the White Dragon race, who here even cares about righteousness? What a joke. Now get out of here. Before I change my mind, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's harsh words caused the remaining dragon experts to twitch, including several members of the White Dragon race. Although Bai Yingxie had sounded the horn for battle and their leader had supported her, dissenters within the White Dragon race still felt that Long Chen's approach was too rash. They completely lost their faces. When did the Great Dragon race become idiots with no minds of their own? Multiple 10,000 dragon nests slowly left. As the traders slowly departed in their 10,000 dragon nests, it marked their expulsion from the dragon domain. From now on, they would have no home. Once those traders left, the other 10,000 dragon nests in the sky slowly pulled back as well. The dragon domain's leaders glanced at each other. They wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. The Red Dragon race leader looked at the White Dragon race leader, and the White Dragon race leader instantly understood. He shot a look at Bai Yingxie. Bai Yingxie pretended not to see this as she felt immense disdain for the dragon domain's experts. The dragon race had changed. After losing their backbone, were they any different from mudfish? The awkward silence stretched, with every second feeling like an eternity. Finally, Long Chen said, "Yingxie, bring me to the dragon sovereign altar." Bai Yingxie nodded and led the way, with the Dragonblood warriors following behind. The other dragon experts opened a path for them, not daring to obstruct their passage. Even though the dragon sovereign altar was a sacred land, no one dared to stop Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors didn't even look at the various leaders of the dragon races, causing the human emperors to feel extremely embarrassed and indignant, but also profoundly helpless. In the end, they silently followed the Dragonblood warriors, wanting to see what Long Chen was planning to do. When the group reached the center of the dragon domain, they arrived at an enormous, ancient altar. Time had worn it down. 3 of the 4 stone pillars had collapsed, leaving only one standing. Yet, despite its dilapidation, it was kept immaculately clean. Someone evidently cleaned it every day, and this made Long Chen's icy expression soften ever so slightly. "So, you haven't entirely forgotten your roots. Perhaps there's hope for you after all," Long Chen said indifferently. His words stung like a slap across the faces of the dragon experts. The burning sensation was unbelievable. After all, the Netherdragon race had betrayed the dragon race long ago, cast out and hunted in the dragon sovereign's era. For the dragon domain to tolerate their presence was a grievous insult to their heritage. Long Chen walked onto the altar, accompanied by Bai Yingxie. At the center of the altar was a spherical totem, emitting a familiar aura that made Long Chen's heart race. "Senior, I've finally found you." Chapter 5242 The Dragon Race's Anxiety. The spherical totem was about 30 meters tall, covered in countless dragon runes that resembled both flames and clouds. Although the runes were completely dim and gave off no aura, Long Chen immediately sensed a familiar presence. It was the aura of the mysterious dragon expert who had been helping him all this time. Now, Long Chen was completely certain the dragon expert who had guided him was none other than the primal chaos dragon sovereign that the dragon race revered. Although Long Chen had always felt that the mysterious senior had a shocking origin, who would have thought he was the symbol of the dragon race's faith? Long Chen's heart pounded hard as he recalled how the dragon sovereign had once used its power to save him, which broke their connection. The earth cauldron then explained that the dragon sovereign fell into a slumber after exhausting its energy. Now, standing before the totem that carried its aura, Long Chen wondered if it was possible to awaken the dragon sovereign from its slumber. Long Chen stood in front of the totem for a long time before extending his hand toward it. His movement startled the dragon experts around him. "Long Chen, don't," Bai Yingxie shouted, hastily grabbing his hand. "What is it?" asked a baffled Long Chen. "Are you trying to use your dragon blood to call out to the dragon sovereign?" asked Bai Yingxie. Long Chen nodded, and Bai Yingxie gravely said, "This altar has been in disrepair for too many years. We don't even know if it can be used. Furthermore, the amount of blood energy required to activate the totem is unimaginable. Our dragon domain has attempted it 3 times in history, pooling the blood energy of countless experts, and yet we still couldn't light up every rune. Instead, we sacrificed numerous powerful warriors in vain. On your own, there's no way you can activate it. Furthermore, the totem has a powerful suction force that could drain your dragon blood completely in an instant. It doesn't matter, I'll give it a try. If it really isn't working, I'll stop," promised Long Chen. "Even if you can activate the totem, the altar is broken. It won't do you any good. You'll be wasting your energy and risking your life," said the leader of the Red Dragon race. His previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by humility. Ignoring him, Long Chen once again reached for the totem. The dragon experts held their breath as they watched him. "Stop," The leaders of the various large dragon races shouted in unison, their faces flushed with panic. What's the meaning of this? Do you think you can stop me? Asked Long Chen, frowning in their direction, his gaze icy. In the distance, an explosive sound rang out, and Gold Rhino's enormous body rose. Gold Rhino emitted such a vast emperor might that even human emperors felt suffocated in front of it. Long Chen, you misunderstand. There. Bai Yingxie stuttered. The atmosphere was rather odd. The white dragon experts had awkward expressions, as if they were unable to side with Long Chen in this matter. Guo Ran and the others were baffled. What exactly was wrong with these dragons? Finally, Bai Yingxuan stepped forward, gritting her teeth. I'm not afraid of you laughing at us. The Dragon Sovereign is our pillar of faith. But rumors say that the Dragon Sovereign, well, you know. Hearing this, Long Chen immediately understood. These dragon leaders feared that the Dragon Sovereign was dead. After their past failures to awaken him, they had convinced themselves that he had long since passed away. However, as long as the altar and totem remained, they could cling to the hope that he was still alive. This fantasy was all that supported them. Thus, while they did wish for Long Chen to awaken the totem, they were equally terrified of the possibility that he would confirm their worst fears. If the Dragon Sovereign were truly gone, they would lose their faith and drive for good. They felt incredibly conflicted. No matter how strong the dragon race, the Dragon Sovereign was their pillar. If this pillar collapsed, they didn't know how they would live. Shaking his head, Long Chen scolded, your attitudes are disappointing. In this world, everything with form is destined to fade. Only the formless can exist eternally. The most precious thing the Dragon Sovereign passed down isn't his bloodline or divine abilities, it's the dragon race's unyielding spirit, its iron will to overcome any obstacle no matter how painful they are. If the Dragon Sovereign truly is gone, did any of you ever consider picking up his legacy, taking on his duty, and leading the dragon race to its former glory? All you've done is sit in the shade of a great tree, without ever considering that you might need to become that tree for future generations. You are selfish, you are cowardly. Tell me, are you truly worthy of being called the Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts? From a slap, Long Chen's words turned into a hammer that struck the weakest part of their hearts, stunning the dragon experts. When had the proud dragon race become so cowardly? Even if the Dragon Sovereign were gone, was that the end of them? Could they not forge a new Dragon Sovereign? Did they not even have the courage to pick up the banner of the dragon race? What were they afraid of? Death? No. Was it failure? Probably not. Then what was the cause of these emotions? It was their sense of inferiority. After losing the Dragon Sovereign, the dragon race started to feel inferior. Their so-called pride was only to cover up the sense of inferiority in their hearts. As Long Chen's words tore down their facade, they felt no anger, only shame. They had brought dishonor to their ancestors. Bai Yingxuan and the others also lowered their heads. They had finally realized why the dragon race had declined. Over the years, they had lost their spirit. Well, I can tell you with full certainty that the Dragon Sovereign is not dead, said Long Chen. Really? The dragon experts brightened instantly. Some even teared up. This was the best news they had heard in ages. However, if the Dragon Sovereign were to see you in this state, it might cast you out of the dragon race itself, Long Chen added coldly. As long as the Dragon Sovereign is alive, that's all that matters. For unfilial descendants like us to be cast out of the dragon race, we have no right to complain, said the elder of the red dragon race. Long Chen nodded, feeling slightly better towards them. Slowly, he extended his hand again. With a shout, his dragon blood surged, and a blood-red cross appeared in his palm. He pressed it against the totem, ready to awaken. The Dragon Sovereign. Chapter 5243 Awakening the Dragon Sovereign. The sovereign blood seal appeared on Long Chen's palm, and instantly, every dragon expert felt their souls shudder. Even the human emperors couldn't help but quiver. They were all shocked. Up until now, Long Chen hadn't fought, so they didn't know how strong he was. However, considering that he was the leader of the Dragonblood Legion, they were sure that he was an expert amongst experts. To their surprise, the cross on Long Chen's palm actually had a trace of sovereign might. It felt as though their very souls were being crushed, leaving them unable to summon even the faintest will to resist. Now, they fully understood how terrifying Long Chen was. Had he intervened in the last battle, the Netherdragon race's army would have been obliterated instantly. Reflecting on how they had assumed Long Chen was there to command them now felt utterly laughable. They realized they had overestimated their importance. None of them were worthy to follow someone like him. When Long Chen's hand touched the totem, the latter quivered intensely, and its runes lit up. At the same time, Long Chen's dragon blood started to pour out of him like water out of an open dam. In just a few breaths, the majority of the totem's runes were lit up. However, Long Chen's dragon blood continued pouring out at a terrifying rate. All the dragon experts were stunned to see this. According to their historical records, when the dragon domain had gathered the full might of the dragon race, they had only managed to illuminate 90% of the totem's runes. Seeing success right in front of them, countless dragon experts poured in their essence blood until it ran out. Many of them died in the process and still couldn't fully activate the totem. Yet, Long Chen had managed to activate the majority of the runes on his own, leaving the dragon experts in complete disbelief. Perhaps he truly can activate the totem and commune with the dragon sovereign. The voice of the black dragon race's human emperor trembled with excitement. As more and more runes lit up, the totem continued to tremble. Long Chen's dragon blood energy was rapidly depleting and was soon nearing its limit. 80% of the runes were now activated. "Everyone, help," said Long Chen. Guo ran and the others stepped forward, pouring in their dragon blood energy. With the support of the Dragonblood warriors, the totem's runes blazed. However, the efficiency of their dragon blood energy was a far cry from Long Chen's. Even after their combined efforts, only 90% of the runes had lit up. "Everyone," shouted by xianxia. At this moment, the human emperors of the dragon domain stepped forward, switching out with the Dragonblood warriors to pour their own dragon blood into the totem. Gradually, all of the runes finally blazed to life. When the last one lit up, a collective cheer erupted from the crowd. The totem shook one final time, and the altar blazed with radiant light. The entire dragon domain trembled as dragon might surged through the air. Countless dragon experts knelt in reverence, whispering the name of the primal chaos dragon sovereign in awe and devotion as they kowtowed in unison. Still pressing his hand against the totem, Long Chen felt a powerful suction force, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled into a vast starry sea. The starry sea seemed infinite, with Long Chen floating within its expanse. Beneath him, the head of an enormous dragon stretched out, so massive that it could encompass millions of stars. The rest of the dragon's body was lost within the sea of stars, its tail nowhere in sight. Chains as thick as mountains pierced through the dragon's body, binding it to the void. These chains extended into the darkness, anchoring the great beast in place. Seeing this, Long Chen let out a furious roar. The dragon sovereign he revered had been imprisoned in the cosmos, bound by these chains. This endless starry sea was actually a prison. Determined to break the chain, Long Chen gritted his teeth and ran over to the closest chain. It was so vast that Long Chen appeared no larger than an ant in front of it. After mustering all his strength, Long Chen struck the chain with his fist. With an explosive sound, Long Chen was sent flying back. His soul nearly disintegrated, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Still as rash as ever. "When will you finally learn to be more patient and mature?" A familiar voice echoed in Long Chen's mind, sharp yet soft, like a bolt of lightning. Hearing the voice, a wave of emotion washed over Long Chen. His eyes welled up, and he nearly wept. "Senior, is it really you? I've missed you so much." The dragon expert had accompanied Long Chen from the mortal world to the immortal world, guiding his growth and imparting him the dragon race's divine abilities. Although they never formally addressed each other as master and disciple, their bond was undeniably that of teacher and student. The last time the dragon expert saved Long Chen, it had exhausted its energy and fallen into a deep slumber. Seeing the primal chaos dragon sovereign in this state, Long Chen felt like a blade was carving his heart. "Don't be so sappy," said the dragon sovereign, but its voice instantly softened. "Not bad, your power has grown considerably. But what's even more precious is that you've remained true to yourself, still the same young man from back then. Senior, how did you end up chained here? What can I do to free you?" asked Long Chen, gritting his teeth as he stared at the energy pouring in from the darkness. "Foolish child, you are far too weak to help me right now. Besides, how did you even end up in my descendants' territory? According to my previous calculations, this wasn't where you were supposed to be," said the dragon sovereign. "I told him to come," the earth cauldron's voice suddenly cut in. "How meddlesome," grumbled the dragon sovereign, his tone turning cold once more. "I had no choice but to be meddlesome. Long Chen's identity as a 9-star heir has already been exposed." Lord Brahma will soon send his forces after him. Moreover, Evilmoon has started to awaken, and the fluctuations of the heavenly Taos are growing increasingly unstable. It is best to wake you up while the lines of fate are still in chaos. That way, the other side won't notice, explained the Earth Cauldron. The Dragon Sovereign was silent for a long moment before finally speaking. So, that treacherous Brahma has recovered. Not fully, or his avatars would already be roaming the world. However, his followers remain active across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His avatars will emerge soon, and when they do, Long Chen's crisis will descend. That's why I had to wake you up, replied the Earth Cauldron. If that's the case, we still have some time, said the Dragon Sovereign, its voice grave. Long Chen, bring out Evilmoon. Let me see it. Chapter 5244 Emperor Blood Reverse Scale. And why should I see you? Who are you? Why do I find both of you so unlikable? Evilmoon's voice rang out, though it did not manifest. You don't recognize me? Asked the dragon expert. How laughable. You act as if I should know you. Are you that famous? Sneered Evilmoon. The dragon expert was silent for a moment before telling Long Chen, forget it. Ignore this idiot. Let's talk about our matters. You're the fucking idiot. Your whole family are idiots. Evilmoon raged, its body finally appearing on Long Chen's back. The moment Evilmoon manifested, the world shook. The massive chains binding the Dragon Sovereign quivered, seemingly drawn by some unseen power. This scene shocked Long Chen. There was some mysterious connection between those chains and Evilmoon. Evilmoon also seemed to notice this. Its gaze lingered on the chains as if in deep thought, and it wondered, why does this aura feel so familiar? It appears it truly doesn't remember, remarked the dragon expert. With its personality, it wouldn't fake this. That's why I'm certain it doesn't remember, responded the Earth Cauldron. Hey, what are you two talking about? If you're going to say something, speak clearly or shut your mouths. Don't remember what? What are you hiding? I am Dragonbone Evilmoon, the same one from the Martial Heaven continent. What could I possibly have forgotten? Evilmoon roared. All right, this doesn't concern you. You can go, said the Earth Cauldron calmly. You, Evilmoon fumed. Who the fuck do you think you are? You think you can order me around? You've got a screw loose in your head. In a flash, Evilmoon vanished. Inside this space, only their consciousness could appear, not their true bodies. After Evilmoon left, the dragon expert said, Long Chen, this fellow is an extremely dangerous existence. Do you really believe you can control it? Long Chen was baffled. Long Chen had long since suspected that Evilmoon's origins were extraordinary. Both the Earth Cauldron and the Dragon Sovereign had questioned Evilmoon's memory, hinting that it was from the same era as them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked whether it knew them. An existence from the same era as the Earth Cauldron and the Dragon Sovereign. Just what was up with that? Was this Evilmoon really the Evilmoon he was familiar with? However, Long Chen didn't hesitate in his response. Evilmoon is my closest battle companion. I can entrust my life to it. There's no such thing as control between us. We rely on each other. Shut up. Who's close to you? Don't spout such disgusting nonsense. Evilmoon's furious roar echoed once more. You're eavesdropping, demanded Long Chen. Who's eavesdropping? You're not allowed to say my name. Evilmoon once more roared before its aura fully vanished. Evilmoon had left behind a trace of its energy to secretly listen in, thinking the Earth Cauldron and Dragon Sovereign might badmouth it. But Long Chen's words caught it off guard, and in a fit of embarrassment, it cursed before fully withdrawing. Both the Earth Cauldron and the Dragon Sovereign were surprised. Neither of them had sensed Evilmoon's presence. Luckily, they hadn't said anything incriminating. However, unbeknownst to them, Long Chen's words had altered Evilmoon's future in ways no one could foresee. Once they were sure Evilmoon was gone, the Dragon Sovereign spoke again. Since you trust it, we'll respect your decision. The Earth Cauldron has accepted you as its master, and I've shared the dragon race's divine abilities with you. We've put our faith in you. If you trust Evilmoon, then so shall we. Many thanks, Senior, said Long Chen, bowing. Now that your identity is exposed, the Brahma line will hunt you relentlessly. Be wary of the Day-Night line as well. They are crafty and dangerous. One works in the light, the other in the shadows. Although you are powerful, your 9-star hegemon body art has strayed from its original path. Compared to the 9-star disciples of the Primal Chaos era, your power is only slightly above average among those who've awakened the 8-star battle armor. You need time to refine it. But don't rush. Once you enter the endless desolation, I'll guide you to find my Emperor Blood Reverse Scale. That should buy you some time, said the dragon sovereign. Buy me some time, asked Long Chen. The world's laws have shifted. Energy is unevenly distributed, with over 90% of the sovereign emperor heaven's energy concentrated in the depths of the endless desolation. Only those who dwell there are true experts. Lord Brahma is also in seclusion there, recovering from his wounds. It's a den of dragons and tigers, and you must continue to grow. Your realm must keep up, or when the time comes, you won't be able to subdue my reverse scale. Without it, you won't have the strength to survive, the dragon sovereign warned gravely. Long Chen's heart trembled. In all his time with the dragon sovereign, he had never heard it speak with such urgency. The dangers of the endless desolation were far beyond his imagination. I'll handle my own affairs. Don't worry, senior, I won't slack off. But you. Long Chen glanced at the chains, a bitter taste in his mouth. Seeing the mighty dragon sovereign in such a state, bound like a prisoner, was heart-wrenching. It was a life worse than death. Don't worry about me, focus on yourself. Cultivation is a path that must be walked steadily. Don't rush, but don't dally either, advised the dragon sovereign. Understood. When I stand at the peak of the 9 heavens, I'll make them pay in blood, vowed Long Chen. Long Chen knew that as he was now, he was powerless to save the dragon sovereign. He wasn't even qualified to ask about the chains. Whatever was strong enough to bind the dragon sovereign was beyond his comprehension. For the first time, Long Chen felt truly helpless. He swore silently to push his strength to new heights so he could one day free the dragon sovereign. Good child, you have always been my pride. Go now. As for my descendants, I have no words for them. The dragon sovereign sighed, clearly extremely disappointed in its descendants in the dragon domain. Long Chen nodded, and the world around him faded. When his consciousness returned to his body, he found himself back on the altar. As Long Chen withdrew his hand from the totem, the entire altar collapsed. Chapter 5245 Run Off. Was it a failure? Seeing the totem and the altar collapse, all the dragon race's experts felt their hearts sink. The elders didn't even have the power to stand. If others hadn't come to support them, they would have fallen. All the dragon experts were in dismay. This was an unacceptable reality to them. Everyone, swear on your souls. Swear to the dragon sovereign that today's events will not be mentioned to anyone. Long Chen commanded coldly. The dragon experts were startled by Long Chen's words. The red dragon race leader's voice quivered as he asked, "Are you saying?" "Swear," repeated Long Chen coldly. Although Long Chen didn't say it explicitly, they all understood his intention. Swearing by the dragon sovereign meant that the dragon sovereign was still alive. No one moves. All human emperors and half-step human emperors, carry out the blood oath of the dragon sovereign. The red dragon race leader commanded. The higher-level experts immediately acted, drawing blood from their foreheads and inscribing runes. As the runes ignited, their blood oath was complete. They were solemn and filled with reverence. After these experts finished the blood oath, their divine sense spread and locked onto their disciples. As higher-ups, their loyalty was not in question. They would have long since been drawn away by the netherdragon race's pressure if not for that. Once they had finished the oath, they spread their divine sense to lock onto their disciples. Although their own loyalty wasn't in question, they couldn't be sure about all the disciples. To ensure absolute secrecy, they confirmed that every disciple swore the blood oath under their supervision. Seeing this, Long Chen nodded. Being cautious was necessary. Although the dragon sovereign hadn't specifically requested this, Long Chen felt that the fewer people who knew this, the better. The dragon sovereign represented a supreme existence among the dragon race. Their conviction had been shaken because they thought the dragon sovereign had died, so now that they knew it was still alive, they didn't dare show any disrespect. Once everyone had completed the blood oath, they turned back to Long Chen. Their earlier suspicions and wariness toward him had vanished. The fact that Long Chen had activated over 80% of the totem's runes showed he had a connection to the dragon sovereign. They no longer dared to harbor dissatisfaction over Long Chen being human. Instead, they invited him to the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest to discuss matters further. Seeing that their business here was done, the Dragonblood Legion returned to their golden war chariot. They couldn't be bothered with the dragon race's affairs. Long Chen then accompanied the human emperors of the dragon race to the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest. Long Chen was invited onto the central throne, and he didn't stand on courtesy. He sat right down on it, while all the human emperors respectfully waited for his orders. However, Long Chen didn't say anything, causing the atmosphere to grow extremely awkward. Normally, all these race leaders were incredibly arrogant, but they were shaking in front of Long Chen, not daring to even breathe loudly. The race leaders looked at each other, not daring to transmit anything to each other. In the end, it was the White Dragon race's leader who thickened his face and stepped forward. "Dean Long Chen, the Dragon Sovereign, how is it?" asked the leader of the White Dragon race. At this moment, everyone tensed, holding their breath in anticipation. "Its situation is extremely dire. It is bound by some sinister power," replied Long Chen gravely. The human emperors erupted in fury, their faces twisted in disbelief. How could their revered dragon sovereign be bound? Long Chen didn't want to delve too much into the details. He only needed to tell them that the dragon sovereign was in no position to help them. "Can you explain further?" asked the Red Dragon race leader cautiously. "What's the point of explaining? Do you think you're capable of saving the dragon sovereign? Just look at what you've done to the dragon domain. You couldn't even handle your traitors, and now you think you can rescue the dragon sovereign." Long Chen snapped, his expression darkening. He practically pointed and cursed at him. The dragon race human emperors hung their heads in shame. If there were a hole in front of them, they would directly jump into it. After all, it had been Long Chen, a human, who dealt with their traitors. What a freaking joke. Seeing their silence, Long Chen coldly said, "You need to understand that the dragon race can no longer rely on the glory of the past. The time for basking in the achievements of your ancestors is over. The name of the dragon race can no longer scare people. Do you know how many demon races are rapidly growing? They all feel like when they reach their peak, they can surpass the dragon race and replace you. You thought so highly of yourselves, but you couldn't even deal with the Brahma Pill Valley's infiltration or the internal conflicts of the dragon domain. The dragon sovereign didn't even feel the need to pass any words down after seeing your state. The dragon race has become simple fish that everyone wants to consume, but you weren't even aware of it. You fought amongst yourselves like it was a joy. You looked down on me when I came here, full of arrogance. But to be arrogant, you need the qualifications. Do any of you have that?" Long Chen originally didn't want to curse them, but he grew increasingly angry as he spoke. Although he wasn't truly a member of the dragon race, he had the dragon race's blood flowing in his veins. He had inherited their divine abilities and the will of the primal chaos dragon sovereign. Seeing the dragon race in such a pitiful state enraged him. The dragon race was supposed to be a holy race, an existence that could look down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the mortal world, they were supreme existences of legends. Having been saved by the dragon sovereign multiple times, Long Chen had started viewing the dragon race as his own family. However, their state was far too disappointing. Those human emperors didn't dare to say a word, simply enduring Long Chen's curses. After all, Long Chen's words represented the dragon sovereign's will. Moreover, thinking about the years they had spent fighting each other, they were too to defend themselves. Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to suppress his anger. With a slightly calmer tone, he said, "I don't see many experts of the junior generation here. The number of heavenly chosen I saw is pitifully small, and they all seem to be from the White Dragon race. What happened to the others?" The Red Dragon race leader's expression turned grim as he responded, "Dean Long Chen, many of our junior disciples refused to follow orders when they heard that our ancestors were in the depths of the endless desolation. They all ran off." Chapter 5246 Endless Desolation, I'm coming. They ran off. Long Chen was baffled for a moment before nodding. "Not bad, your disciples at least have some courage and backbone." The leaders of the dragon race instantly turned red. They were amazed that Long Chen could deduce the situation from that statement. When Bai Yingxuan returned to the dragon domain with the White Dragon race, she directly shared the recording Long Chen had left her. Once their disciples learned that their ancestors existed deep within the endless desolation, they immediately prepared to go search for them. However, the higher-ups stopped the youngsters, arguing that the information might be a trap set by Long Chen and Brahma Pill Valley. There were numerous possibilities, they claimed. Hearing this, the top experts of the junior generation had enough of the higher-ups' bullshit and nearly rebelled. Despite knowing the dangers of the endless desolation, they preferred to face death there rather than waste their youth on a sinking ship. At that time, hundreds of thousands of disciples declared that the elders would have to kill them to prevent them from leaving. In the end, the higher-ups had no choice but to concede and let them leave. In truth, Bai Yingxue also wanted to go with them, but she remembered Long Chen's promise to come, so she waited here. As a result, when Long Chen arrived, nearly all of the younger generation, except for the White Dragon race's disciples, had left. The younger generation of the dragon race had lost faith in their elders. As Long Chen put it, the junior generation was far greater than these old fellows, daring to abandon their comfortable lives in pursuit of something greater. It was something that required more than just courage. The leaders of the dragon race remained silent in the face of Long Chen's words. It wasn't that they didn't want to respond, but they couldn't. Now, reflecting on their actions, they felt foolish. Perhaps if they had united earlier instead of quarreling, the dragon race would not have fallen so far. Dean Long Chen, what do you plan to do now? Or do you have any instructions for us? Asked the White Dragon race leader, subtly probing for hints regarding the Dragon Sovereign's will. Had the Dragon Sovereign left them any instructions? Long Chen shook his head. No need to probe me. The Dragon Sovereign is deeply disappointed by your actions. It wanted to say something but ultimately only sighed. You can figure out the rest for yourselves. Hearing this, the leaders all quivered, as if a dagger had pierced their hearts. They had failed the Dragon Sovereign, and the weight of their guilt crushed them. Dean Long Chen, if the Dragon Sovereign didn't leave any instructions, do you have any for us? We'll follow any order, even if it means walking into a sea of fire or grinding our bones to dust, said the Red Dragon race leader. Even if you order us to immediately attack the 8 Brahma domains, we will immediately move out. We won't hesitate, declared the Black Dragon race leader. We are the sinners of the Dragon domain. Please give us a chance to atone for our sins. Even if we die in the process, let us do something for the Dragon domain. Otherwise, we'll have no face to see our ancestors in the other world. The other leader pleaded. The Dragon Sovereign's sigh was a wake-up call for these leaders. Right now, all they wanted was to do something for the Dragon domain before they died. They couldn't continue as they had been. Long Chen's heart softened. In truth, these human emperors were all brave warriors. He sighed, not bad. You're only foolish, not evil. Hearing Long Chen say that, they said bitterly, that doesn't sound like praise. I can accept a fool, but I can't accept an evil person. If you can understand your mistakes, then maybe you still have some value, Long Chen replied. The leaders couldn't help but laugh bitterly. However, they felt relief, sensing Long Chen's icy demeanor thawing slightly. Now they realized Long Chen's true status. He could communicate with the Dragon Sovereign and could be considered its personal disciple. Thinking back to how they had refused to follow him, they felt like fools. How long ago did your disciples leave? Asked Long Chen. They've been gone for 5 days, answered the Red Dragon race leader. Just thinking about how their disciples had raised their weapons against them just to be allowed to leave, the Dragon race leaders didn't know what to say. They even felt like their disciples had been possessed by a devil ghost for them to act so foolishly. Good, gather your things. We're going after them, said Long Chen. There's no longer a reason for the Dragon domain to exist. Before this, the altar was your hope. Now, those disciples are the hope. They are the future of the Dragon domain. Do I need to spell it out for you? Long Chen replied. Yes, you're right. The leaders finally understood. With the altar destroyed, their mission was now to ensure the survival and growth of the younger generation. Protecting them was the only way to redeem their sins. After understanding what Long Chen meant, the Dragon race leaders immediately gathered their experts, issuing orders to prepare for departure. The Dragon domain erupted in uproar. Many of its inhabitants had lived there for generations and were reluctant to leave. However, even if they were unwilling, they had to follow their race leader's orders. Fortunately, the Dragon domain was home to numerous 10,000 dragon nests, making the mass migration feasible. After a day of preparation, the Dragon race's experts stood atop their 10,000 dragon nests, gazing out at their familiar homeland. Knowing they were leaving and might never return brought tears to their eyes. Even the race leaders couldn't help but feel emotional. As they stood there, Long Chen calmly said, "Remember the warriors who bravely entered the endless desolation, knowing they had little chance of survival. What kind of emotions did they feel when they left?" His words stirred the hearts of the Dragon race, and they gave the order to move out. The gold rhino pulled Long Chen's war chariot forward, leading the Dragon race's migration into the endless desolation. Countless 10,000 dragon nests followed behind, and the Dragon race began their exodus. Within the chariot, Long Chen stared up ahead, feeling his blood starting to boil. Endless desolation, I'm coming. Chapter 5247 Feng Yu's Decision. Gold Rhino pulled the war chariot forward, accompanied by countless 10,000 dragon nests trailing behind. Their pace was steady, giving the people of the dragon domain enough time to bid farewell to their homeland. Although leaving was sorrowful, it was a necessary step for the dragon race to secure its future. They left first. Long Chen asked in surprise after hearing from Bai Yingxie that Feng Yu and Hu Xiaoyu had departed the dragon domain after only a few days of rest. Bai Yingxie explained, Feng Yu said that you can pull her up once or twice, but not forever. If she wants to get stronger, she has to rely on herself. She wants to become an expert like you, someone capable of betting everything to achieve power. She's willing to gamble her life in the endless desolation for the future of the mixed beast race. She wants to create a peaceful foundation for them. If she fails, her body and Tao will vanish, and she won't have any regrets. She asked me to tell you she's sorry that she can't repay her debt to you in this lifetime, but she will always remember you. Bai Yingshui's eyes became teary as she relayed Feng Yu's farewell. She deeply understood Feng Yu's determination and respected her for fighting her tough fate. Like Feng Yu, the entire mixed beast race faced rejection by the world. As a result, Feng Yu wanted to get stronger on her own, not wanting to live her life under Long Chen's protection forever. Leaving her race's fate in his hands would be unfair. After all, Long Chen had no obligation to shield the mixed beast race, and Feng Yu did not want to be a burden. Thus, she chose to face the dangers of the endless desolation despite the risks. Long Chen fell into a long silence after hearing Feng Yu's decision. In the end, he let out a deep sigh. Changing one's fate was never easy, even for someone as strong as him. He was always facing the turbulent waves of fate and understood her helplessness. He felt aggrieved for this strong-willed beauty, but he had no time to help her now. We can only wish for her good fortune, sighed Long Chen. I completely understand her. I've felt similarly, Bai Yingxie added, gazing at Long Chen. Fortunately, you and the dragon race have a deep connection, and our fates are intertwined. Otherwise, I might have left like her. I'm afraid my dependence on you would grow to a frightening point. Bai Yingxie had only encountered Long Chen twice before, but she was drawn to his irresistible charisma. It made her want to get close to him, depend on him, and fully trust him. On the other hand, Feng Yu didn't want to drag Long Chen down, so she chose to face her trials alone. If their positions were switched, Bai Yingxie didn't know if she would have such courage. Before Feng Yu left, Bai Yingxie secretly gave her the heavenly dragon treasure jade, a priceless legacy of the white dragon race. It was a protective divine item containing heaven dragon treasure chi, and she had not informed anyone else about it. However, she told Long Chen because she didn't want him to worry about Feng Yu too much. Hearing that Bai Yingxie actually gave this priceless treasure to Feng Yu, Long Chen was moved. Bai Yingxie was truly too kind. Once the chariot left the dragon domain, Long Chen ordered Gold Rhino to quicken the pace. With a roar, Gold Rhino's two vain Emperor Qi erupted, and it shot forward like a golden bolt of lightning. All the 10,000 dragon nests accelerated with it, advancing ferociously. Half a day later, the aura of the world changed. An ancient and primordial Qi was brimming in this place, shaking Long Chen's mind. Everyone within the chariot sensed it as well. Yu Zifeng, who had been meditating, opened his eyes sharply, sensing the shift in spiritual Qi and the laws of the heavenly Taos. The laws of this place, muttered Yu Zifeng. His keen sword cultivator's senses had immediately detected the change in the environment. Just now, it felt like they were passing through a wall. There was a shift in the quality of the spiritual Qi, and the laws of the heavenly Taos were also different here. As they crossed the boundary into the endless desolation, the dragon blood in the dragonblood warriors grew more active. Long Chen said, no wonder they say all the peak experts are hidden within the depths of the endless desolation. Only this kind of terrifying spiritual Qi and laws can raise such powerful existences. They had only reached the boundary, but Long Chen could already feel his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone awakening under the summons of some power. Meanwhile, his violet blood, his dragon blood, and his seven-color supreme blood started to circulate rapidly. Even his meridians and bones began to undergo a startling transformation. This was only the border of the endless desolation, yet its impact was profound. Long Chen now understood why Lord Brahma chose to heal in this place. The earth cauldron warned, now that you've entered the endless desolation, you are close to Lord Brahma's gaze. Be careful. Careful my ass. With me here, we'll kill them all. Charge forward, Long Chen. I want to unseal my second state and dominate these lands. Lord Brahma, HMPH, he'll only be fit to kneel beneath my feet. Evilmoon boomed with confidence. Suddenly, a powerful roar shook the surroundings, and a wild divine might caused them all to tense up. The ground erupted, revealing a massive salamander engulfed in flames blocking their path. The creature's flames twisted the very space around it. The raging flame-horned salamander. Isn't it supposed to be a low-rank devil beast? How did it get so big? Guo Ran exclaimed. Normally capped at the immortal king realm, this salamander had reached the two-vein human emperor level, stunning everyone. Wait, it's missing a leg. Sha Chen suddenly pointed out. One of the salamander's rear legs was gone, with a 7-color scar marking the spot. That's. Long Chen's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the scar. Chapter 5248 Sullen Raging Flame-Horned Salamander. Flames burst from the salamander's body as bone spikes protruded from its spine, releasing a violent aura. It stood ready to fight against Gold Rhino, clearly recognizing it as the greatest threat. Long Chen, meanwhile, was left in shock when he saw the salamander's missing rear leg. The wound, although old, was now bleeding again due to the salamander's overexertion. A 7-colored divine radiance emitted from the wound, and Long Chen instantly recognized it to be something left behind by the power of 7-color supreme blood. Dad, Long Chen's heart shook. Although the aura had faded to the point of being nearly undetectable, Long Chen knew it belonged to his father, Long Zontian. He hadn't expected his father to have passed through this part of the endless desolation, let alone to have fought this two-vein emperor salamander and severed one of its legs. Dad really is strong, Long Chen thought, amazed. Among all the experts he had encountered, only his father seemed capable of standing on equal footing with the sovereigns from the martial heaven. Continent. Reflecting on the battle at the pathway to the 9th heaven, where his father had only revealed a fraction of his power to wound a heaven saint, Long Chen realized that Long Zontian must have been hiding his true strength for some time. The power required to sever the salamander's leg wasn't something that could have developed in the brief time since that battle. What an acting skill. Dad really acted like a pig to eat tigers. Looking at the bleeding wound, Long Chen felt immense reverence for his father. His father had endured for so many years and was now soaring into the heavens. Nothing in this world could stop his light. He must have hidden his power when he went to the Long clan. Perhaps if the Long clan had really fought against him, he would have destroyed the entire Long clan with a wave of his hand. As the 10,000 dragon nests gathered, the raging flame-horned salamander grew increasingly nervous. It repeatedly roared, looking like it might attack them at any moment. Boss, should we deal with it? Asked Guo Ran and the others, looking at Long Chen with anticipation. Let the 10,000 dragon nests encircle it. Dragonblood Legion, attack, commanded Long Chen. If this many 10,000 dragon nests attacked at once, the salamander would instantly be obliterated. Kill. The Dragonblood warriors needed no further prompting. Ji Yu Yang was the first to strike, hurling his spear at the salamander with all his might. The salamander completely ignored Ji Yu Tang and simply let its flame horn withstand his attack. In its eyes, the only existence here that could threaten its life was Gold Rhino. Unfortunately, the salamander didn't know that Ji Yu Yang was holding a new spear covered in black marks, a newly forged divine weapon from Guo Ran. Because Ji Yu Yang had no other suitable weapon, Guo Ran temporarily gave him this rough draft. Though still an unfinished product, due to it having the essence of the Purgatory Fiend's spears merged into it, its weight and power were shocking. The salamander was caught off guard by Ji Yu Yang's immense power. Its massive body was sent tumbling across the ground, leaving deep fissures in the earth as it rolled. The impact of Ji Yu Yang's attack shocked the human emperors of the dragon race. They had seen him fight before, but never with such an overwhelming power. Was he hiding his power before? In truth, Ji Yu Yang simply didn't have a decent weapon back then. As a power-type fighter, without a strong weapon, he couldn't effectively unleash his full power. Against a two-vein emperor devil beast, and with Long Chen personally presiding over this battle, Ji Yu Yang naturally didn't hold back and unleashed all his power in this attack. However, Ji Yu Yang paid the price for his bold attack. His hand bled from the recoil, and he nearly spat blood. The raging flame-horned salamander was incredibly tough, even in its weakened state. At this moment, Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Guo Ran, and the others joined the fray. A two-veined human emperor's aura instinctively drew out the fear in their hearts. As expected, they had to face this kind of fear head-on. This kind of opportunity couldn't be passed. After a bit, the Dragonblood warriors also joined in. Yu Zifeng and Sha Chen, however, refrained from participating. Yu Zifeng didn't need this kind of training, and Sha Chen was conserving his stock of talismans for future battles. The salamander tried to retaliate but was continuously pushed back by the relentless assault of the Dragonblood Legion. After a bit, it opened its mouth, and a massive flame sphere started to form a sign that it was about to unleash its innate divine ability. Just as Long Chen prepared to intervene, something unexpected happened. Space quivered, and the salamander spun in the air, its head now facing the ground. Instead of being aimed at the Dragonblood Legion, the flame sphere blasted into the earth. The salamander was sent tumbling through the air by its own attack, leaving Long Chen and the others stunned by the bizarre turn of events. "Shaola, great job," shouted Guo Ran, realizing it was by Shaola's spatial manipulation that had caused the salamander's misfire. The little fox on Bai Shaola's shoulder puffed up with pride, exclaiming, "What about me? Without my help, he couldn't have done it." "Of course, little nine, you did even better." Guo Ran laughed. Shaola was already super childish, but it seemed that little nine could surpass him in this regard. Ji Yu Yang and the others continued their relentless assault, but they carefully avoided hitting the salamander's vital points. This was a rare opportunity for training, and they intended to make the most of it. After hours of intense combat, the salamander's strength finally waned. Its wounded leg kept bleeding, and it grew weaker with each passing moment. As it collapsed in exhaustion, the Dragonblood warriors withdrew, allowing Bai Yingxie and the rest of the juniors of the dragon race to gain some experience. Without Long Chen, they wouldn't have a chance to train against a devil beast on this level. At first, they were almost suffocated by the pressure of a two-veined human emperor, but with the Dragonblood warriors guiding them, they gradually got accustomed to it. Half a day later, the salamander was completely exhausted and collapsed on the ground. At this point, Long Chen stepped forward, unsheathing Evilmoon. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into the salamander's head. "Soul Search," Long Chen whispered, forming a seal with one hand as he prepared to extract the beast's memories with his spiritual strength. Chapter 5249 Hanging by a Thread. Long Chen's spiritual strength scanned the spiritual fragments of the dying salamander. Originally, the raging flame-horned salamander was an existence that should have peaked at the immortal king realm. However, due to a special opportunity, it mutated and advanced to this realm. Still, its intelligence remained low. Its memories were disjointed and chaotic, and Long Chen could only gather fragments that had left a deep impact on the creature. One memory stood out: the salamander devouring a strange fruit. Long Chen deduced that this fruit was likely the catalyst for its mutation. Another fragment revealed a seven-color sword slicing through the air, severing the salamander's leg. Flames erupted around the creature as it tore through space to escape. Through the chaos, Long Chen caught a vague glimpse of his father's figure. It seemed that the salamander had used its innate divine ability to flee after being gravely injured. However, it was clear that the loss of its leg had left its core too damaged for it to fully recover or use the ability again. Although the figure was blurry, Long Chen was sure that it was Long Zontian. Learning that his father was so powerful made Long Chen feel a sense of relief. Long Chen sifted through more scenes. One particularly clear memory showed a group of dragon race disciples being hunted by the salamander. It must have happened recently, as the images were vivid. The disciples, suppressed by the salamander's emperor might, were forced to make a desperate stand. Fortunately, the injury inflicted by Long Zontian's seven-color supreme blood flared at that moment, causing the salamander's body to convulse. Seeing this, the dragon disciples seized the opportunity to flee. When Long Chen shared these images with everyone, the dragon race's experts were frightened. The children of their race had come terrifyingly close to death. Their lack of combat experience and survival instincts was glaringly evident. If they continued recklessly, they were bound to meet disaster in the endless desolation. "Move out," shouted Long Chen as he tossed the salamander's corpse into the primal chaos space. Through its memories, he found which direction the dragon race disciples had run off to. While the dragon race's experts had bloodline senses that could track down their junior disciples, they found that this ability had weakened in the endless desolation. If they hadn't run into this salamander, they might not have even sensed their disciples. The moment the dragon race disciples entered the endless desolation, they encountered the two-vein Emperor Salamander. Many were seriously injured, so the elders couldn't help but worry for them. The endless desolation was filled with dangers, especially the depths. These disciples might be wiped out at any moment. Thinking of that, they all felt a chill. As they rushed through this land and Long Chen directed Gold Rhino, a Dragonblood warrior suddenly stood up and shouted, "Boss, we're a bit off. Turn left a bit." "You can sense them?" asked Long Chen. "I inherited a dragon's soul with a special vision. I can't sense them, but I can see the path they walked. I can see the fluctuations of them having passed through here," said that Dragonblood warrior. Long Chen was delighted to hear that and had this warrior direct Gold Rhino. In less than 6 hours, they heard roars coming from up ahead. "That's the sound of my children," shouted the Red Dragon race leader. Gold Rhino directly charged over at full speed, dragging the war chariot whistling along. Its powerful pressure erupted. Once Gold Rhino unleashed its aura, several large figures in the distance immediately fled, terrified of it. When the dragon race's disciples felt this aura, they were scared shitless. An even more terrifying demonic beast has appeared. Heavens, is this the day we die? How did it end up like this? We still haven't found our ancestors. Brothers, don't give up. We came here ready to die if we must. Fight to the death. Gold Rhino stopped in front of them, its terrifying aura shaking them to the core. Just like that, their newly ignited fighting spirits were extinguished. Even though they had faced the raging flame-horned salamander, Gold Rhino's aura was on a different level. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to scare off those demonic beasts. When these disciples saw the golden war chariot and then the 10,000 dragon nests, their eyes reddened. They didn't recognize the chariot, but they did recognize the familiar auras within the nests. The leaders of the dragon race rushed forward. Upon seeing their disciples, they nearly collapsed in relief. The disciples, who had been certain of their doom, now knelt on the ground, ashamed of their recklessness. A disciple of the Red Dragon race said, "It was my foolishness that implicated everyone. Race leader, please punish me." Although what they had faced just now were only one-vein emperors, being surrounded by 4 of them at once resulted in them losing thousands of their disciples. This disciple from the Red Dragon race was Long Wuyong, the strongest member of the junior generation in the entire dragon domain. It was his fiery passion that had led the disciples into the endless desolation in search of their ancestors, despite falling out with their elders. However, their first encounter with danger, a battle against the raging flame-horned salamander, had nearly cost them their lives. Just as they thought they were done for, the salamander's old injury flared, and they managed to escape. After fleeing, they found a place to recuperate from that fight, not realizing that it happened to be the dwellings of 4 demonic beasts. They were truly unlucky. Long Wuyong had been very confident in their chances, but in front of these terrifying demonic beasts, he couldn't even protect himself. He could only watch as his fellow disciples died. Seeing his race leader, he lowered his head in shame as he felt deep regret. He thought that the race leaders had chased after them because they were weak. The race leaders were equally stricken with guilt. Although these young disciples had been naive, they had shown courage and passion, qualities their elders had lost over years of cautious living. "Good child, rise. We were the ones who let you down. Forgive us," exclaimed the Red Dragon race leader as he lifted up Long Wuyong. The other leaders did the same for their disciples, their hearts aching at the sight of their dead brethren. Why did they not have the courage to go with their disciples? They had failed their descendants and ancestors. The disciples were surprised and moved. Just as they thought they would be severely punished, their elders actually comforted them. "Dragonblood Legion, split up and bring me the corpses of those 4 demonic beasts." Long Chen's calm, yet commanding voice rang out, leaving no room for hesitation. Chapter 5250 Foolish and Incapable. Hearing Long Chen's voice, the dragon race disciples were left confused. They watched as the Dragonblood Legion split into 4 groups, rushing off to pursue the demonic beasts. Bai Shishi, Bai Shaola, Guo Ran, and Sha Chen split up with the 4 corps led by the captains. Though they knew they wouldn't be needed, it would be beneficial to observe the action. After all, they were very curious about these beasts in the endless desolation. Long Wuyong and the others watched in disbelief as a group of people with cultivation bases comparable to theirs went after the demonic beasts that had nearly wiped out their army of hundreds of thousands of elites. Their expressions were, understandably, incredulous. If the Dragonblood warriors had the protection of 10,000 dragon nests, then they could accept it. But how could 7,000 warriors without such a support dare hunt down beasts that had nearly annihilated them? In reality, what they didn't know was that, if it weren't for Long Chen wanting to give his Dragonblood warriors a chance to train, only 4 individuals would have been required to complete the task. Wuyong, let me introduce you. This is Dean Long Chen, the one who saved your life. Without him, we wouldn't be able to save you all, and the dragon domain would be doomed, said the Red Dragon race leader. When Long Wuyong heard that it was Long Chen who had saved them, his expression soured. Long Chen's name was not unfamiliar to him. When Bai Yingxie returned to the dragon domain, this name became common knowledge. Back then, everyone in the dragon domain had developed a certain disdain for the name, as the Netherdragon race and their traitorous factions had spread rumors about Long Chen intending to take control of the dragon domain. Considering the pride of the dragon race, how could they accept a human leading them? Now, seeing how the race leaders acted deferentially towards Long Chen, Long Wuyong and the others felt a twinge of bitterness. The rumors seemed to have come true. Still, Long Wuyong wasn't so small-minded as to mistreat his savior. He stepped forward and knelt toward Long Chen. Many thanks for saving my life, Dean Long Chen. His action shocked all the members of the dragon domain. They knew Long Wuyong to be famously obstinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the guts to go against the higher-ups. You don't need to thank me. I have a bit of a relationship with the dragon race, so it was simply my duty, answered Long Chen. He waved his hand, and a violet chi swirled around, lifting Long Wuyong up. Long Wuyong, however, resisted the lift and clenched his teeth. I, Long Wuyong, will not owe a debt to anyone. Long Wuyong's manifestation burst into existence, and he sank to the ground. The elders of the dragon race jumped in fright. Just as they were thinking that this child had gotten control over his temper, they realized they had been overthinking it. Long Wuyong's kneeling was not submission, it was simply his way of expressing thanks. It seemed he intended to settle his debt this way and leave. The elders were shocked and angry, with the Red Dragon race leader being particularly furious. Repaying a favor to me isn't so easy. Long Chen snorted. With a muffled sound, the earth exploded, and Long Wuyong was forced up by the violet chi. Wuyong, the Red Dragon race leader shouted, prepared to intervene with harsh discipline, but Long Chen stopped him. Long Chen firmly declared, let me make 2 things clear. First, I have no desire to command the dragon domain, nor do I wish to take you as a subordinate. Frankly, you aren't qualified to follow me. Any warrior in the Dragonblood Legion could crush you with one hand. You, Long Wuyong and the others were furious, but before they could respond, Long Chen raised a finger, silencing them. Second, as the leader of the junior generation, you led people who trusted you into danger based solely on passion. That shows a lack of wisdom. To enter a danger zone without being able to protect them reveals a lack of capability. For the sake of your own pride, you left the dragon domain, showing callousness. And when you failed midway, abandoning those who trusted you, you displayed disloyalty. Long Wuyong stammered, his anger rising but unable to find the words to retort. His original plan had indeed been to leave right after expressing his thanks. He refused to follow a human like Long Chen. You lack wisdom, capability, loyalty, and you're callous. Yet, despite all this, there were people willing to follow you and even lay down their lives because of your decisions. And now, you think you can just walk away? Will you spend the rest of your life as a coward? How did the dragon race produce trash like you? If you want to leave, then go. I don't need your thanks. I just wonder, how will you live with the title of coward on your back? Long Chen's voice was cold. Long Wuyong stuttered, looking at Long Chen and then at the dragon corpses on the ground. Overcome with emotion, he suddenly collapsed, wailing. No matter how strong Long Wuyong was, his life experience was limited. The fear of death and the realization of his failures hit him harder than any physical blow could do. Long Wuyong had left the dragon domain full of confidence, but reality was harsh. Only now did he understand how unprepared he truly was. Accepting this truth was painful. The other disciples of the dragon race also gritted their teeth, hating themselves for being useless. Thinking of the grand words they had spat out when they left the dragon domain, they were completely embarrassed. Long Chen gave a look at the human emperors of the dragon domain, but they could not grasp the meaning behind it. At this moment, the white dragon race leader stepped forward and lifted Long Wuyong, saying, "Child, it's our fault. We didn't raise you properly. Your failure is actually our failure, and the failure of the entire dragon domain. But don't worry, no matter how difficult the future may be, we'll face it together. Even if we make mistakes, we'll make them together. Even in death, we'll face it together. That's right, no matter what dangers lie ahead, we'll face them as one, echoed the other race leaders as they stepped forward, lifting up their disciples. These words moved the disciples deeply, causing many to weep openly. They apologized to their elders, and the elders gently reassured them. For the first time, the dragon race felt a unity that had been long missing. Just as everyone was lost in the emotion of the moment, 4 enormous beasts crashed to the ground. The dragon race disciples looked up and nearly had their eyes pop out in shock. The demonic beasts that had attacked them moments before now lay lifeless on the ground. Chapter 5251 Emperor Breaking Pills. Time had passed so quickly that the dragon race disciples could hardly believe it. In less than an hour, the 4 terrifying demonic beasts lay dead in front of them. If the disciples didn't recognize these creatures, they would have suspected the Dragonblood Legion of swapping out random corpses to deceive them. What shocked them even more was that each of these fearsome beasts only bore one fatal wound. They were killed with one blow. To maximize their gains, the Dragonblood warriors forced the beasts to use up all their strongest divine abilities, exhausting them before landing the final blows. The strikes were clean to preserve the corpses, crystal cores, and needles. They were like professional hunters. When these 4 bodies were presented, the so-called heavenly geniuses of the dragon race were utterly stunned. Only after showing them the corpses did Long Chen put them away. As expected, this display of strength caused the previously stubborn and arrogant youths to quickly fall in line. Seeing these once rebellious and fearless youths become obedient, the dragon domain's elders exchanged glances, sighing inwardly. The reason they had failed to rein in these youngsters wasn't a lack of respect or love, it was simply a matter of power. To command respect and authority, strength was essential. Without it, everything else was nonsense. If Long Chen weren't as powerful as he was, he would never have been able to control a group as formidable as the Dragonblood warriors. Now, the dragon domain's people finally understood the true terror of the Dragonblood Legion. They were flawless not just in strength, but also in resourcefulness, combat experience, and teamwork. Even the human emperors felt uneasy at the thought of facing them in a one-on-one battle. Though the human emperors surpassed the Dragonblood warriors in raw power, if it came down to a fight to the death, the outcome might not favor them. The calm and fearlessness displayed by the Dragonblood warriors, even in the face of terrifying experts, was particularly frightening. Dean Long Chen, what should we do next? Asked the White Dragon race leader. Wu Yong and the others are injured and weary. You can rest here for a bit, answered Long Chen. Just us? Dean Long Chen, are you planning to leave? The dragon domain's experts jumped in shock. At some point, Long Chen had become the mental pillar of the dragon domain, and without him, they immediately grew anxious. The ones with heavy injuries should stay and recuperate. Anyone who wants to exercise can come with us. We're going to hunt the demonic beasts in the area, said Long Chen. Hearing that they were going hunting, Long Wuyong and the others instantly became revitalized. Our injuries are nothing, we can participate, they exclaimed. Their weariness was gone, replaced by a mix of admiration and awe for Long Chen's power. Immense power always commanded respect, and in this case, a trace of worship. The 10,000 dragon nests landed on the ground in a particular formation. This hunt could be considered a rehearsal. After all, they couldn't just charge into the depths of the endless desolation in one go. Preparations were needed for a long journey and battles ahead. As they attempted to form a coordinated battle array, their inexperience became evident, and their first attempt was downright embarrassing. The various dragon races couldn't work together smoothly, and their formation was riddled with gaps that would be easily exploited by their enemies. Long Chen watched their messy movements patiently, while the various race leaders broke into a sweat from anxiety. It took them half a day to form a somewhat functional formation. Though rough, it was usable, but only after a full day of practice. The dragon race leaders were all too embarrassed to even lift their heads. They had no right to criticize their disciples when they couldn't form a proper array themselves. The way Long Chen silently observed them only drove them insane. Once the formation was complete, Guo Ran and Sha Chen stepped forward. After a quick discussion, they made several adjustments and improvements. It became clear that professionals operated on an entirely different level. With their modifications, the formation turned into a solid fortress with no discernible flaws. After that, Long Chen stayed here, while Gold Rhino charged out with the chariot, bringing the Dragonblood Legion and the Dragon Domain's disciples with it. The Dragon Domain's leaders watched their disciples depart, their hearts heavy with mixed emotions. In truth, they wanted to go with them, but this hunt was for the younger generation. They couldn't bring themselves to ask Long Chen for permission to join in. Long Chen wasn't worried about them. The Dragonblood Legion was quite strong and was accompanied by supreme experts like Yu Zifeng and Gold Rhino. Moreover, they were still at the border of the endless desolation, so their safety was ensured. At this moment, Long Chen noticed something peculiar about the heavenly Daos in the endless desolation. The cultivation environment here was different, causing them to advance rapidly. In other words, cultivating here was twice as effective with half the effort. Considering that everyone else's cultivation speeds were faster than him already, Long Chen had to work hard, or he'd be left in the dust. "Don't grumble about me not letting you join them. I have something better for you," Long Chen said with a smirk. He gathered the human emperors. They were startled but thrilled, knowing that if Long Chen promised something good, it was bound to be significant. "I have a pill formula that can stimulate the essence of your reverse scales. Consuming them will allow you to become Tu Vein Emperor." Everyone was patiently sitting at first, but the moment Long Chen said this, they shot to their feet, their disbelief written on their faces. Many of them were trembling with emotion. "Don't get too excited," Long Chen cautioned. "This pill taps into the potential within your blood and bones. There's a 90% chance you can break through your current limits and form 2 Emperor veins. But there's a flaw: once you advance, it's very likely that you'll be stuck at the 2 Vein Emperor realm, unable to progress any further. We've been stuck at our current level for countless years, so we'd given up hope of ever becoming 2 Vein Emperors. If you can help us achieve that, we. The human emperors were overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to express their gratitude. "Then come, give me the essence blood of your reverse scales. I will refine your pills now." With that, Long Chen took out the earth cauldron, and the air was thick with excitement as the human emperors prepared for what could be the most significant moment in their lives. Chapter 5252 Advancement. The earth cauldron quivered. Under the gaze of the dragon experts, a blood-colored pill with a few twinkling golden marks shot out of it. When the pill appeared, a powerful emperor might radiated from it, shaking all their hearts. The pill exuded the aura of a 2 Vein Emperor. The red dragon race leader had just watched his own essence blood merging with over 300 medicinal ingredients and turning into a pill. He was unable to speak for a long time. The pill carried the same bloodline fluctuations as him, but its aura was countless times more immense. "You can eat it and go into seclusion," Long Chen instructed as he handed the emperor-breaking pill to the red dragon race leader. Reverently, the leader accepted the pill and bowed deeply before leaving. Witnessing this, the rest of the dragon race experts felt their hearts blaze with excitement. They no longer doubted what Long Chen had said. In truth, they had already placed great trust in Long Chen. However, they couldn't believe that such a miraculous pill truly existed. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they were convinced. The second human emperor stepped forward. After he had extracted his essence blood, Long Chen refined another pill. "Senior, are you sure the Dragon Sovereign will not be displeased with our actions?" Long Chen asked the Earth Cauldron. "You still don't get it. Although the Dragon Sovereign is deeply disappointed in its descendants, they are still its descendants. They haven't done anything unforgivable. Given its pride, it won't directly tell you to help them, but you should take the initiative," responded the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen instantly understood. He had been slow in realizing this. He had thought that the Dragon Sovereign had abandoned its descendants in disappointment. Thinking about it, he realized that this anger was only temporary. How could the Dragon Sovereign really not care about its descendants? It was the Earth Cauldron who had brought up the Emperor-breaking pill. At first, Long Chen had thought that the Earth Cauldron wanted him to refine the pills for himself, but he now understood it was primarily for the benefit of the dragon race. With the Earth Cauldron's reminder, Long Chen decided to pay some special attention to the Dragon Domain's disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to pay back the Dragon Sovereign for all of its care. Just as he was lamenting not having an opportunity to return the favor, one had presented itself. One Emperor-breaking pill after another was refined. The Earth Cauldron had no difficulty creating them, and Long Chen's spiritual strength and dragon blood energy had strengthened significantly after advancing to the Eternal Realm. He only needed to infuse a trace of sovereign blood energy into each pill. It hardly took any effort on his part. In just a single day, hundreds of emperor-breaking pills were completed. The dragon domain's foundation was truly strong. Even some of the oldest human emperors, who had long been sealed away due to their dwindling life force, came out. These elders had exhausted their longevity and had only survived by sealing themselves as a last resort for their races, ready to make one final stand when needed. At first, they were incredulous when told they could break through to the two-vein emperor realm. Some of these elders even tried to strike those who had awakened them, thinking it was a cruel joke. But when they saw the emperor breaking pills, they too were filled with excitement and immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. By this time, the Dragonblood Legion had returned from their first hunt. They had brought back a black-scale fiend drake with a particularly terrifying aura. Even in death, it was emitting such a suffocating presence. "You went out with them for revenge?" Long Chen asked Gold Rhino. "No, we just happened to run into it while it was fighting a blood eagle. It's even stronger now. Without everyone's help, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it," said Gold Rhino. Gold Rhino had unexpectedly encountered its mortal foe during the hunt. The fiend drake had clearly grown stronger while recuperating, likely approaching the threshold of a three-vein emperor. As Long Chen was examining the corpses, he furrowed his brows. All these demonic beasts have traces of medicinal energy in their bodies, and the black-scale fiend drake has the most. It must have consumed quite a few medicinal pills made by the Brahma Pill Valley. Their influence has reached the endless desolation. Oddly, it seems they've only started recently. Otherwise, they would have already taken control of these beasts. Guo Ran pondered. That's strange. If they had such a method, why not control a few more emperor-level demonic beasts? They could have used these beasts during the attack on the academy. If they had brought them along, we wouldn't have been able to beat them. Long Chen sank into thought and rubbed the black-scale fiend drake's blood. After studying the remnants of medicinal pills in its body, he suddenly sneered. The Brahma Pill Valley doesn't know how to refine true human emperor pills, so they're relying on saint pills, which have a reduced effect on emperors and act slowly. They must have been working on this for a long time, but the results were too slow. As they can't fully control these beasts yet, it means they're still in the testing phase. I suspect they don't intend to use these beasts against the academy but rather the dragon domain. The dragon domain, Bai Shishi exclaimed. That makes sense. This place is closest to the dragon domain. They could have driven these demonic beasts into a frenzy with medicinal pills, and their closest target would be the dragon domain. Hearing that, the dragon domain's experts turned pale. If that had happened, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the assault of so many powerful demonic beasts. After handing over these corpses, the Dragonblood Legion set out again. This time, Long Chen instructed Guo Ran and the others to let the dragon race disciples handle the fights. The Dragonblood warriors had gotten enough training for now, and it was time for the dragon race to gain real battle experience. Turning them into experts overnight wasn't possible, but the Dragonblood warriors could at least teach them the basics of warfare. They were family after all, with dragon blood running in their veins. Guo Ran immediately understood and told Long Chen to leave it to him. As the others left, Long Chen got to work himself. He began consuming nirvanic charge pills. While they're busy hunting, I'll get closer to the Saint Realm. No matter what, I'm going to get there first. Chapter 5253 Great Circle of Eternal. An explosive sound rang out in Long Chen's body as his aura suddenly burst to a new level, and his bloodline power surged. The void around him twisted violently, causing the entire 10,000 dragon nest to shake under the force of his energy. Countless dragon runes flashed in response to it. To thank Long Chen, the white dragon race had given him their strongest 10,000 dragon nest to use, which functioned as a spirit gathering formation. Additionally, 360 human emperor heroic spirits guarded the nest, making it an extraordinary location infused with the blessings of the laws and Taos of the world. Cultivating here was extremely efficient. As Long Chen's aura erupted, the dragon runes of the 10,000 dragon nest continued to flash, and sacred energy flowed around him, helping him quickly acclimate to his new power. The endless desolation's laws enhance cultivation speed, and with the white dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest, my cultivation speed is pushed to the limit, Long Chen muttered, excitement filling him as he sensed the changes in his aura. In just 3 days, Long Chen had advanced to the 7th heaven stage of the eternal realm. This breakthrough caused his aura to grow explosively. In a cultivator, Qi was the most fundamental force, and when merged with blood, it became blood Qi. These two energies complemented each other. As someone's chi grew stronger, so did their physical body. The nirvanic charge pills, energy was nourishing the 8th star, with some leftover energy slowly raising his cultivation base. Although each individual pill only provided a limited amount of energy, Long Chen consumed them in large quantities, speeding up his cultivation dramatically. Despite his rapid rise in strength, thanks to the sacred energy of the 10,000 dragon nest, his aura remained stable. During this time, the Earth Cauldron and Huolinger had refined a mountain of pills for him. All he had to do was eat them. The 8th heaven stage, the 9th heaven stage, the 10th heaven stage, the 11th heaven stage. Long Chen had forcibly raised his realm all the way to the 12th heaven stage in a month. However, he eventually stopped. One reason was that he had run out of nirvanic charge pills, but more importantly, he sensed that his aura was starting to become superficial and harder to control. Despite the increase in power, there was no point if he couldn't fully master it. After his frantic pill consumption, Long Chen summoned the 8 stars behind him, and they blazed like suns. Countless tiny stars flew out of the starry sea in his dantian and circled around the 8 large stars. It seemed that the 8 stars drew them out and manifested them outside his body. Could it be that the 8-star battle armor will only be complete once all my stars gravitate toward the 8 large stars? Long Chen wondered, looking from the starry sea in his dantian to the tiny stars around his 8 stars. At first, the power of the 8 stars had been rising, but now they already settled down. Long Chen couldn't tell whether the stars' power was rising due to the energy he poured into them or because of the smaller stars. Well, it doesn't matter. I can only wait until all the stars in my starry sea are drawn out, he thought. Although many stars had been drawn out of his dantian, in terms of overall numbers, they were less than 1%. I'll probably already be a heaven saint by the time the 8-star battle armor is complete, Long Chen mused. Long Chen was at the peak of the eternal realm, on the verge of reaching the saint realm. Based on his calculations, he would have to wait until he had become a heaven saint before the 8 stars reached completion. Long Chen emerged from his seclusion, expecting to be the only one to reach the Great Circle. To his surprise, everyone had reached a similar realm. Wow, boss, you've reached the peak of the eternal realm. Guo Ran and the others looked at Long Chen oddly, surprised that his realm was the same as theirs. Normally, Long Chen's cultivation speed was outrageously slow, and they often had to wait for him to undergo tribulations together. Hearing Guo Ran's words, Long Chen almost passed out. He had been consuming nirvanic charge pills like crazy, to the point of nearly vomiting, yet he had only managed to keep pace with them. Hiding his frustration, Long Chen solemnly said, I didn't spend much time cultivating during this period. I've been focusing on comprehending the Nirvana scripture. I knew it. If boss had focused on cultivating, he would have long since advanced to the saint realm. Guo Ran exclaimed, we've been busy hunting and working on equipment. There's not much prey left in the area, so Sha Chen and I have been dedicating more time to that. Long Chen almost spat blood at the thought. To be hunting, crafting equipment, and still reaching the peak of the eternal realm. Guo Ran was showing off in a way that hurt Long Chen the most. Boss, our cultivation bases are starting to grow rapidly. It's a bit frightening. I'm worried that if the lifeforms of the endless desolation receive this kind of treatment all the time, what kind of level have they reached? Guo Ran said with concern. Long Chen nodded. Guo Ran had a point, there was danger lurking in their rapid progress. The laws inside the endless desolation were different from the outside world. Their cultivation speed was so fast that it was starting to feel unsettling. We even explored outside the endless desolation recently, Guo Ran added. But once we left, the aura and laws of the heavenly Tao's outside felt so restrictive. It was hard to breathe. I don't think we can go back. Long Chen remarked, the laws are completely different. Unless the world changes, we'll be suppressed if we leave. That's why Gold Rhino couldn't recover outside the endless desolation. But we shouldn't focus on that right now. Summon everyone. We're moving out. Hearing Long Chen's command, Guo Ran instantly grew excited and started issuing orders to gather the entire dragon race. As a result, all the disciples of the dragon domain were stunned when they saw their race leaders. Chapter 5254 Devil Creature C. The dragon race leaders had shed their human forms, transforming into immense dragons that filled the sky. Their immense blood chi and emperor might radiated outward, leaving everyone stunned. They had finally advanced to the two-vein emperor realm, allowing them to break free from the limitations of human form and return to their true dragon forms. The human emperor realm, named after the human race, symbolized the pride of humanity. However, for other races, it was a crippling roadblock. Many heavenly geniuses with grand aspirations had seen their dreams crushed by this barrier. For those with incredibly powerful physical bodies, being forced to remain in human form without being able to fully wield their might was a tormenting limitation. But now, with the dragon race leaders breaking through to the two-vein emperor realm, they had shattered that limitation. Their power surged, increasing by dozens, perhaps even 100 times. This realm was the greatest shackle for non-human races. But once surpassed, their suppressed power would erupt like a volcano. Everyone had been stunned by Gold Rhino's terrifying aura at first, but when these race leaders showed their true forms, Gold Rhino looked insignificant in comparison. Hundreds of giant dragons flew in the sky, emitting terrifying pressures. Let alone the dragon race's disciples, even Long Chen, who had personally done this, was extremely shocked. He was witnessing the full terrifying potential that the dragon race should have always possessed. The race leaders were ecstatic, as they had long given up hope of regaining their true forms in this lifetime. But Long Chen had restored that dream for them. Their gratitude was beyond words. If Long Chen asked them to die for him, they would gladly comply. Gold Rhino, we are heading toward the depths of the endless desolation. Thank you for accompanying us this far. If fate allows, we will meet again. Here, take this barrier-breaking pill. When you reach the threshold of the next realm, it will give you a 50% chance of advancing, said Long Chen, handing Gold Rhino the pill. Gold Rhino had been watching over the Dragonblood Legion all this time. But now that they were leaving, it had to say goodbye. As the endless desolation was enormous and filled with dangers, this farewell meant they would probably never meet again. Gold Rhino was sad about this parting. In truth, it also wanted to fight alongside Long Chen, but it knew that with its power, it could only accompany Long Chen for a short part of his journey. It had no choice but to say goodbye. As Gold Rhino departed, the 10,000 dragon nests began to move. Whether it was the Dragonblood warriors, the dragon race disciples, or even the race leaders, their blood was boiling with excitement. The race leaders, in particular, felt like they had returned to their youth, their hearts filled with the fiery spirit of their younger days. The Red Dragon race's 10,000 dragon nest took the lead, with dozens of others following, surrounding the White Dragon race's nest, which carried the Dragonblood Legion and the dragon race's heavenly geniuses. The dragon race elders knew that their future depended on the Dragonblood Legion and these young disciples. They would protect the youngsters at all costs. As the 10,000 dragon nests soared through the sky, under the guidance of the race leaders, they activated their runes, unleashing pressure unlike any before. These ancient 10,000 dragon nests had once been the race's most formidable weapons, but they had been dormant due to a lack of capable wielders. Now, with the race leaders having ascended to the two-vein emperor realm and returned to their original forms, they could fully awaken the power of these nests. As the 10,000 dragon nests advanced, they heard angry roars from below, but those roars quickly turned to silence as large figures retreated. Initially, the beasts had roared as a warning upon sensing the disturbance, but once they felt the overwhelming aura of the dragon race, they fled in fear. Even two-vein emperor demonic beasts ran for their lives. The dragon race's experts, especially the race leaders, were thrilled to see such a display of dominance. They were finally venting years of pent-up frustration. There are so many demonic beasts. We should have snuck up on them and killed a few. Bai Shaola exclaimed in regret, watching the fleeing beasts. Two-vein emperor demonic beasts are no longer any challenge to us. Their emperor pressure barely affects us now. We need to seek out stronger foes, said Little Nine, perched on Bai Shaola's shoulder. Ji Yu Yang nodded. After all the hunting we've done, we've gotten used to their emperor pressure. The dragon race's disciples have improved rapidly as well. They are now capable of joining forces to hunt two-vein emperors. They've overcome their primal fear, but they still lack combat experience and sharp battle instincts. They get flustered when something unexpected happens. Ji Yu Yang and the others were reporting to Long Chen, as he had tasked them to guide these heavenly geniuses in training. These disciples were originally very happy with Ji Yu Yang's praise, but they grew embarrassed at the end. Long Chen said, "Combat experience is something that must be gained gradually by walking the line between life and death. You can't rush it. The fact that you've conquered your fear in such a short time is already very impressive." "Really?" asked a female disciple of the dragon race timidly. Long Chen smiled. Of course. Encouraged by his words, the disciples felt a surge of confidence. They idolized the Dragonblood Legion, seeing every warrior as incredibly powerful. Even the Legion's healers could hold their own against two vain emperors. What amazed them most was the calm confidence each Dragonblood warrior exuded, no matter how dangerous the situation was. As for the Dragonblood warriors, Long Chen's praise was the highest honor they could receive. "Wait, hasn't it gotten unusually quiet?" Guo Ran remarked, noticing the sudden absence of fleeing demonic beasts. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoed ahead, and countless dark figures surged toward them. "It's devil creatures," the dragon race disciples cried out in shock. Long Chen narrowed his eyes, gazing at the approaching horde. "It seems that to enter the endless desolation, we must first pass through a sea of devil creatures. Brothers, it's time to get to work." Chapter 5255 Once more encountering the Earth Devil race. As the 10,000 dragon nests flew across the barren land, the earth beneath them suddenly exploded. Out of the ground emerged monstrous creatures with stone-like patterns on their skin and two horns protruding from their heads. These four-legged beasts, with goat-like heads and bone spikes extending from their elbows, glinted menacingly as they flooded out. In moments, the land was covered with these creatures as far as the eye could see. "Boss, something's up. Doesn't this seem like they've set up a trap for us? They even waited for us to enter deep into their territory before coming out," said Guo Ran, frowning. It wasn't just Guo Ran who noticed something amiss. The others felt it too. When they first arrived, these devil creatures were not moving, hiding their auras. But now, Long Chen and the others were completely surrounded. They had clearly been ambushed. The trap was meant to prevent them from escaping. Though the Dragonblood Legion had faced devil creatures before, none besides Long Chen had encountered them acting with such coordination. Suddenly, the air was filled with deafening roars as the devil creatures surged toward them like a vast net, enclosing them. "That roar belongs to a two-vein emperor. It must be giving orders," said Guo Ran. "It doesn't matter. These creatures are probably here to guard the endless desolation. Since we need to enter, we'll have to break through. Now's not the time for hesitation, it's time to show our strength. Let's see if the devil creatures here are any stronger than the ones from the outside world," Long Chen declared, charging forward. The Dragonblood Legion, along with the dragon race's heavenly geniuses, immediately followed suit. "Race leaders, hold the line. Everyone else, slaughter these devils. This is our last battle before entering the endless desolation. We need to do it right," Long Chen shouted. The moment Long Chen reached the wave of devil creatures, a 3-meter devil creature attacked him. Surprisingly, this one was an emperor-level creature. Long Chen hadn't expected such brainless creatures to reach the emperor realm. With a swift motion, Long Chen gathered astral energy in his hand and slammed his palm into the creature. It shattered like stone, with barely any blood spilling out. This was Long Chen's first time encountering a devil creature with such a body. Even though he easily killed it, the impact almost left his hand numb. The creature's body was as tough as rock. Meanwhile, the Dragonblood warriors clashed with the creatures as well. Ji Yu Yang stabbed an emperor devil creature with his spear, but the impact split the webbing between his forefinger and thumb, causing him to bleed. "What the hell are these things?" Ji Yu Yang cried out in shock. He had never seen such a bizarre devil creature before. "Our weapons are taking too much damage. They can't handle these things," a dragon disciple shouted after noticing his saber had become dull after killing only a few creatures. The Dragonblood warriors' weapons were still incomplete, so they used their fists instead. "These things aren't flesh and blood. We're at a serious disadvantage here," another disciple of the dragon race cried out. "Shut your mouth," Long Wuyong snapped at that disciple. "Who cares about that? Are you going to run just because you're at a disadvantage? Boss Ji Yu Yang already said that to become an expert, you must overcome terrible circumstances. The harder it feels, the closer we are to a breakthrough. Focus and fight. Don't even think about getting help from our race leaders." Were those brave words we spoke when we left the dragon domain just empty talk? Brothers, don't you want to become like the Dragonblood warriors? Yes, the dragon disciples roared in response, their voices shaking the heavens. After being with the Dragonblood warriors for a while, these disciples already viewed them as their idols. They had learned that the Dragonblood Legion had come from the mortal world, rising from hardship and slaughter to become powerful. Hence, the dragon disciples swore to follow in their footsteps. They definitely wouldn't continue living worthlessly. With Long Wuyong at the front, the dragon disciples charged. His leadership had earned him their trust, and they followed without hesitation. Dragonblood Legion, focus on the Emperor-level creatures. Leave the rest to the dragon disciples, Long Chen commanded. With that, he stamped on the air and shot forward like lightning, sensing a powerful presence ahead. Countless devil creatures swarmed Long Chen, but his fists danced, tearing open a bloody path for himself. After blasting through their blockade, Long Chen saw a group of lifeforms and smiled slightly. He recognized them, the Earth Devils. Though their appearance differed from those in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, their spiritual fluctuations were almost identical. When Long Chen barged through the sea of devil creatures, the Earth Devils instantly lined up to block his path. Thousands of them, all two vain emperors, stood ready. They were a varied group, some with azure faces and fangs, others with 3 eyes, and even some with 2 heads. Leading them was a massive 3-meter-tall figure with 2 wings and an iron-like build. Wielding a giant trident, the Earth Devil leader stared coldly at Long Chen. "Humans, your fate is sealed. Surrender, and your death will be less painful," the Earth Devil leader declared. Same old line. Let's see if the 2 vain emperors of the Endless Desolation are any stronger than the ones outside. Long Chen sneered, striding forward without fear. Chapter 5256 Overkill. Ignorant human, you are courting death. Seeing Long Chen look down on them, the Earth Devils, especially the group of 2 vain emperors, were visibly angry. The muscular, winged Earth Devil said, "This place is the graveyard of your human race. Countless fools like you have died here over the years, yet you still don't understand even with death at hand." Long Chen chuckled, "I was right. You're guarding this place to stop anyone from entering the Endless Desolation. But after today, you won't need to." "Why is that?" asked the Earth Devil leader, not comprehending Long Chen's meaning. "Because you're all going to die here today," Long Chen declared calmly as he continued to walk forward. "What arrogance! I can't take it any longer. Die!" One of the Earth Devils finally lost his patience and charged toward Long Chen, his iron claw-like palm striking with incredible speed. This Earth Devil had black skin, tree branch-like limbs, and a long tail. Devil chi erupted from him as his hand stretched out toward Long Chen, twisting the space around him. This pressure was even more intense than what Gold Rhino had produced. Long Chen's fighting spirit blazed. His cultivation base had advanced rapidly, and the 8-star battle armor had also evolved. Hence, he needed a worthy opponent to test this newfound strength. Without hesitation, an 8-colored divine ring appeared behind him, and stars lit up on his hand as he unleashed his own attack. Palm met claw, unleashing a wave of violent energy that shook the surroundings, yet neither Long Chen nor the Earth Devil moved a muscle. The two were perfectly evenly matched, and the sheer force of their clash caused heaven and earth to tremble. As expected, the chi is the foundation. Chi is what circulates my power and blood. When my root chi is strong enough, it can even ignite my starry sea. If it weren't for this attack, I wouldn't have even realized how important the root chi was. In his last exchange, Long Chen could sense the clump of root chi in his dantian, sending an unending stream of energy to his palm. The root chi was something that only appeared after Long Chen had taken his spirit root back from Long Aocean. Although his spirit root had seemed damaged, with each breakthrough, it had gradually recovered. This root chi was nourished by his improved power and finally started to show its might. The root chi functioned like a flame seed, igniting the violet chi in his starry sea and causing his astral energy to surge. Without even summoning his 8-star battle armor, Long Chen could now meet the strike of a 2-vein emperor head-on. The Earth Devil's expression twisted as he poured more energy into his attack, trying to overwhelm Long Chen. But Long Chen's hand felt as vast as the cosmos itself, responding with equal force to everything the Earth Devil threw at him. Meanwhile, Long Chen was in no rush to counterattack. He was borrowing the power of this Earth Devil to get a better understanding of his root chi. Amongst his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone, his spirit root was the most mysterious. Even though he had gone from the mortal world to the immortal world and read many texts, he still didn't have a complete understanding of what root chi was. It was like a clump of fire, but it also represented a person's talent. There were many kinds of spirit roots, and in the mortal world, there existed many tests that could appraise a person's talent through the spirit root. When Long Chen first got into the immortal world, the spirit root also seemed to be an important marker of how talented someone was. But after reaching the immortal king realm, people stopped caring about the spirit root, and many seemed to feel that it wasn't important. That was because they were unable to sense any meaning behind its existence. However, Long Chen found that his spirit root was gradually awakening, giving him a novel feeling. It made the circulation of his astral energy smooth, lightening the burden on his body and enhancing his output of power. This tiny clump of root chi was far more miraculous than he had anticipated. Finally, a resounding explosion echoed, and the Earth Devil let out a grunt as he was blasted back by Long Chen's palm. The surrounding Earth Devils were shocked. They had encountered countless human cultivators over the years and were familiar with their power levels. Yet, this human, who was only at the eternal level, had managed to force back a two-vein emperor with sheer strength. Long Chen's opponent was shocked and incensed. Seeing the contemptuous gaze of his comrades, he seethed with fury. With a roar, 2 devil runes appeared on his forehead, and his aura surged tenfold. Long Chen jumped when he saw this, but then, the Earth Cauldron's voice rang out in his mind. It's nothing to be surprised about. This is the mark of a true two-vein emperor. While a saint's heaven veins manifest outside the body, an emperor's emperor veins manifest inside. Once mastered, they surface on the skin. The laws outside the endless desolation limit most emperors from showing their veins, but in this land, they can reveal their true might. You're fighting the standard power of a two-vein emperor from the endless desolation. When Long Chen heard this, his blood boiled with excitement. He had finally found an opponent who could match the full extent of his power. Foolish human, today I'll completely crush you. Take out your weapon and show me your full power, roared that Earth Devil, his voice rumbling like thunder as his emperor might shook the world. Even Gold Rhino in peak form would pale in comparison to the sheer power radiating from the enraged Earth Devil. Long Chen sneered, "Idiot. If I take out my weapon, you won't stand a chance. Now stop talking and come at me." Furious that Long Chen still hadn't drawn a weapon or summoned his manifestation, the Earth Devil shot toward him, launching a punch filled with violent emperor power. Chapter 5257 Starry Sky Battle Robe. Long Chen took a deep breath. Previously, only his palm was covered in starlight, but suddenly, light flared all over his body. It was like he was now draped in a starry sky battle robe. With this new battle robe, Long Chen felt a surge of heat in his dantian, and his clump of root chi suddenly expanded. The violet chi in his starry sea boiled, and an immense amount of astral energy flowed through his veins. Even as the Earth Devil unleashed his full power attack, Long Chen remained calm. He raised his palm once more, his movements steady just like before. "You arrogant fool, die!" roared the Earth Devil, enraged by Long Chen's indifference. His fist smashed into Long Chen's palm. The impact caused an explosion of light as the two forces collided. Yet, Long Chen stood unmoved, his hair merely fluttering in the resulting breeze. He had blocked the full strength of a two-vein emperor with ease. The surrounding Earth Devils were all shocked, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Despite pouring everything into his attack, the Earth Devil failed to even scratch Long Chen. He was both shocked and furious, feeling a crushing sense of helplessness. The Earth Devil roared in frustration as the 2 devil runes on his forehead pulsed, pushing his power to its absolute limit. Long Chen didn't even notice the Earth Devil's furious appearance. His focus was entirely on the starry sky battle robe that had mysteriously manifested. This robe was unlike anything he had ever seen. His body was now wrapped in astral energy, but instead of the usual illusory aura, it felt like a real, tangible cloth, with substance and weight. The effect was startling, even to him. Sensing it carefully, Long Chen found that this starry sky battle robe was similar to the dragon Bloodbattle armor. His astral energy was pouring through every inch of his body, and he could freely control it. "Damn, boss, you look cool," exclaimed Guo Ran in awe. As Long Chen charged ahead, leaving the battle to the Dragonblood warriors, they swiftly began cutting down the human emperors. Though the army of devil creatures seemed endless, the human emperors were not that many. Despite their tough bodies, the Dragonblood warriors quickly identified their fatal weak point their butt. No one knew which pervert discovered it first, but things became much easier after they did. One warrior would distract the target, while another would exploit this vulnerability to deliver a lethal blow. With Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Yu Zifeng, Bai Shishi, and the others having cleaned up the human emperors, the rest of the devil creatures weren't able to threaten anyone, so the Dragonblood warriors rushed over. As they finished cleaning up, they saw Long Chen standing amidst the chaos, withstanding a two-vein emperor's full power attack as if it were nothing. His glowing starry sky battle robe made him look like a deity, effortlessly holding back the enraged Earth Devil. With the furious Earth Devil in his contorted face as a contrast, he appeared even more handsome. Bai Shishi felt her heart stir as she watched Long Chen. His appearance was as striking as the first time she had seen him, completely unrivaled in battle, exuding an irresistible charm. Who could resist his appearance? He seemed completely unrivaled in this state. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, power exuded the greatest charm. Man or woman, it didn't matter, no one could resist this kind of charm. Furthermore, Long Chen's starry sky battle robe was truly dashing. Seeing it, Guo Ran was particularly moved. He wanted to make a set of battle robes like this for himself. If the dragon blood battle armor represented a wild domineeringness, then this starry sky battle robe added a layer of grace and wonder on top of it. Even Yu Zifeng, who had never cared about these things, couldn't help being moved by the appearance of the starry sky battle robe. However, Long Chen wasn't thinking about appearances. His attention was on the clump of fire in his dantian. It was the size of a fist, giving off light fluctuations. These subtle waves, while barely noticeable, resonated with the stars, causing his starry sky battle robe to ripple like the tide. At that moment, Long Chen felt an indescribable connection to the world around him. The flow of the Grand Tao was within him, and everything felt both mystical and seamless. At this moment, Bai Shaola shouted, "Boss, watch out!" The Earth Devil had taken advantage of the distraction to reach out toward Long Chen's stomach. His sharp claws stabbed forward only to be met by the starry sky battle robe. In an instant, the Earth Devil's fingernails shattered, and his hand burst into blood. The robe remained unharmed, gently fluttering as if nothing had happened. Both friend and foe were left speechless. A two-vein emperor's attack had not only failed but had injured the attacker. Long Chen's defense was beyond belief. Long Chen noticed that when the Earth Devil's fingernails made contact with the cloth, the root chi in his dantian suddenly contracted. Then the elder's nails were shattered. What? A self-defense mechanism, Long Chen thought, genuinely surprised. In truth, Long Chen could have blocked or dodged the Earth Devil's attack, but he wanted to see what would happen. How would the starry sky battle robe react? However, he hadn't expected such an automatic defense. Furthermore, its defensive power was shockingly powerful. Everything's changed, Long Chen mused. Since advancing to the eternal realm, my spirit root has awakened. Even the starry sky battle robe has appeared. It's practically unrivaled. Long Chen was filled with excitement at the discovery. Dai, the Earth Devil, now consumed by rage, drew a bone blade infused with devil chi. He swung it toward Long Chen's neck with a savage roar. The blade screamed through the air, its edge sharp enough to tear through the void itself. But Long Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, ensuring that the blade would strike him directly on the neck. The Earth Devil was stunned by Long Chen's brazen actions. Guo Ran and the other Dragonblood warriors, too, cried out in alarm. What? Chapter 5258 Unmatched Battle Robe. The bone blade slammed into Long Chen's neck with a thunderous impact, and the resulting astral winds nearly sliced Guo Ran and the others' faces. However, they paid no attention to the danger. Their eyes were glued to Long Chen, who stood unmoving with the bone blade pressed against his neck. Blood slowly dripped down, but it wasn't Long Chen's, it belonged to the Earth Devil. Despite the blow to his neck, Long Chen hadn't flinched. Instead, it was the Earth Devil whose hand was bleeding from the impact. The sound of his blood dripping to the ground was very light, but everyone heard it clearly. That was because the battlefield had fallen into an eerie silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by what they had just witnessed. That's too monstrous. Guo Ran's jaw dropped, completely dumbfounded. Even Guo Ran, who was accustomed to Long Chen's overwhelming strength, couldn't believe what he was seeing. A two-vein emperor wielding an emperor divine weapon had unleashed a full-power attack, yet Long Chen had withstood it with his neck. The sheer absurdity of his defense left them speechless. The starry sky battle robe, muttered Long Chen. Long Chen found that the strength of the starry sky battle robe was tied to his spirit root. The moment he was in danger, it would automatically appear. While it looked like the attack had landed on Long Chen's neck, it had actually struck the collar of his starry sky battle robe. As the blade approached, he felt the flame of his spirit root flare within his dantian, spreading its energy throughout the starry sea in his body. The stars on the battle robe flashed in response, concentrating their power at the point of impact and blocking the attack. However, Long Chen could sense his spirit root slightly weakened after the effort. This meant that the robe's defensive power wasn't limitless, If multiple attacks of this caliber were aimed at different areas of Long Chen's body, the robe's defense would be spread thin and weaken, eventually crumbling. Yet, despite this limitation, Long Chen was overjoyed. His spirit root had only just awakened, and its potential was immense. For it to already provide such a powerful defense meant its future growth would be boundless. Suddenly, an even more shocking sight unfolded. The bone blade that had struck Long Chen's neck began to crack, and soon, it shattered, falling to the ground in pieces. The Earth Devil was now filled with terror. His body quivered, and in a panic, he turned to flee. However, he was too late. Long Chen summoned Evilmoon and bisected him in one clean stroke. A two-vein emperor's physical body was nothing in front of Evilmoon's sharpness, crumbling like a soft cabbage before its blade. "How dare you use me on this trash?" raged Evilmoon. Hearing this, Long Chen almost spat out blood. He angrily said, "Weren't you the one who said to take you out when fighting?" Evilmoon had insisted for Long Chen to summon it, so it could absorb the blood-soul energy of powerful enemies. However, now it seemed to be acting up. The truth was, Long Chen could have killed this Earth Devil without Evilmoon, but he had summoned it because of its request. "I said I wanted to be present, not that I needed to do the dirty work myself. Just carry me on your back. Are you trying to humiliate me by making me kill some small fries?" Evilmoon complained, sounding almost indignant. Long Chen was at a loss for words, nearly coughing up blood. Ever since their encounter with the Dragon Sovereign, Evilmoon seemed to have developed a competitive streak, always trying to prove its superiority, especially over the Earth Cauldron and even the Dragon Sovereign. Attack him together. At this moment, the Earth Devils finally recovered their wits. Seeing their comrades slain so easily, they realized that they were in deep shit. After summoning their Emperor Vein runes, they unleashed their full power as they flooded toward Long Chen. "Kill!" Long Chen roared, charging into battle with Evilmoon blazing in his hand. Guo Ran, Sha Chen, Bai Shishi, Yu Zifeng, Bai Shaola, and the others rushed forward as well, clashing with the Earth Devils. Each time Evilmoon flashed, the Emperor Divine weapons wielded by the Earth Devils broke into pieces. Its sharpness shocked even Long Chen. The leader of the Earth Devils refused to believe this and clashed against Long Chen with his trident. As a result, two of the prongs of this trident were directly sliced off by Evilmoon. With only one prong left, the trident looked extremely pitiful. "When did you get this strong?" asked Long Chen, fully shocked by Evilmoon's sharpness. "Tch, if I didn't get stronger, certain people would start looking down on me. This is only my first state. Once I recover to my peak, I'll cut off Lord Brahma's head so that you can use it as a chamberpot," declared Evilmoon proudly. Half of this statement was meant for Long Chen, but the other half was clearly a jab at the Earth Cauldron. Evilmoon's rivalry with the Earth Cauldron had been intensifying. Hearing Evilmoon talking like a resentful shrew, Long Chen suppressed a laugh. "When did this proud weapon become so petty? Boss, the Legion seems to be in some trouble. You should go help them," shouted Guo Ran. Without thinking about it, Long Chen directly charged over, only to realize midway that his bros were trying to get him away from their battlefield. They had seen how sharp Evilmoon was and wanted to fight the Earth Devils themselves. However, that was actually reasonable. With Evilmoon in hand, the two Vein Emperors were no match for Long Chen. He felt that it was better to let his comrades gain experience against such opponents. After that, Long Chen sheathed Evilmoon on his back and stepped aside, watching over the battlefield from a distance. With his watchful eye on them, Guo Ran and the others fought freely. They pushed themselves to the limit against the powerful Earth Devils. While the Earth Devils were formidable, with Yu Zifeng leading the charge, everything remained under control. 2 hours later, the final two Vein Emperor fell. With the Earth Devils defeated, the remaining devil creatures were swiftly wiped out, bringing the battle to an end. As they cleaned the battlefield, Long Chen noticed that the golden lotus in his primal chaos space had grown even brighter. Its divine light shone on him, filling him with a sense of warmth and clarity. It was like a guiding beacon in the dark, ensuring he would never lose his way. Just as Long Chen and his companions were about to rest, the ground rumbled ominously. Slowly, the earth split open, and a massive altar started to emerge. When Long Chen saw it, his heart skipped a beat. Chapter 5259 Heaven Devil Race. The earth trembled, and mountains crumbled as an imposing altar emerged from beneath the ground. It emanated a supreme emperor's might, shaking the entire world. Long Chen's heart shook when he saw this altar. Its aura was extremely similar to the one he had encountered in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain. However, this altar felt even more terrifying. The 4 skulls at its corners were particularly horrifying, their very presence seeming to tear at the soul of anyone who looked at them. "There's something even more terrifying hiding here," exclaimed Guo Ran, his voice filled with shock. At the altar's center sat a massive egg. Blood veins crisscrossed its surface, and they could see the blood within slowly pulsing as if something inside was greedily absorbing it. Only then did everyone realize the blood that had previously covered the land was now gone, completely absorbed by the altar. Perhaps that was why the altar had emerged from the earth. "It's another devil fetus. I already got rid of one in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain, and now there's another one here," said Long Chen, his tone grim. "It's a pity. It has fully matured. There's no more Grand Mist Primal Elixir in it anymore," sighed the Earth Cauldron. Last time, the Earth Cauldron, Evil Moon, and the Demon Moon Cauldron had greatly benefited from splitting the Grand Mist Primal Elixir, which had helped them grow immensely. Without it, Evil Moon wouldn't have even unlocked its first state. As the altar continued to rumble, the dragon race's disciples stared in shock. "Should we attack it before whatever monster inside breaks its seal?" asked Long Wuyong. Shaking his head, Long Chen replied, "It's already awake. Attacking it now won't stop it. The altar has absorbed all the blood of the devil creatures, so any attack on it would be an attack on their collective bloodline power. No one could withstand that." "Then, shouldn't we run before it comes out?" asked one disciple. As soon as he said this, the rest of the dragon experts glared at him, causing him to shut his mouth. Running isn't necessarily wrong. If you encounter an opponent you truly can't beat, running to save your life is just being smart, not cowardly. But there's a huge difference between that and running just because you're afraid. You must be clear on how to differentiate between these two, answered Long Chen. The dragon race's disciples nodded, absorbing Long Chen's words. Against an opponent that they couldn't possibly beat, running wasn't anything wrong. However, if they still had a chance to win but just gave up because of fear, they would lose their chance to become stronger. Just then, the altar began to crack. The 4 skulls trembled as the egg absorbed their energy. One by one, the skulls exploded, their essence fully consumed. The egg pulsed a few times and then went still. "Did it fail to hatch?" Guo Ran asked, bewildered. Just as Guo Ran said this, a sharp claw broke through the egg, and a large figure tore its way out. The sight of the creature left everyone startled. It was a humanoid figure covered in black scales, with long black hair and a powerful frame. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying devilish pressure swept over the battlefield like a physical force, causing the dragon disciples to instinctively retreat, their bodies responding to the overwhelming aura. This creature resembled a human, but its eyes were strange, with black whirlpools swirling in its pupils. It was as if those whirlpools could suck in anything in this world, even souls. "Human?" the creature asked in a confused voice as it gazed at Long Chen. Its eyes showed a trace of bewilderment, as if it wasn't sure where it was. "Child, you're finally awake. Do you not recognize me? Come, call me Daddy." Guo Ran suddenly shouted. He had a brazen thought upon seeing the life-form being so confused like a newborn hatchling. "Daddy," the creature looked at Guo Ran warily, searching its fragmented memories. "That's right, I'm your daddy. Come, Daddy will play with you." Guo Ran smiled kindly, beckoning to that life-form. Having just hatched, the life-form was in a muddled state. Guo Ran, in his ever-creative way, hoped to trick the creature into becoming his servant to gain a powerful ally. Then he would have a powerful fighter, and most importantly, they'd be able to learn more about it. Long Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at Guo Ran's antics. He knew this creature's spiritual fluctuations were far too advanced for such a trick to work. "Child, don't be scared. Come to Daddy. Let Daddy rub your head," said Guo Ran, extending his hand toward the creature. Suddenly, the creature's eyes flickered, and its face twisted into a savage snarl. "You damn human, how dare you blaspheme the Heaven Devil race?" The whirlpools in its eyes whirled violently, and the space around Guo Ran began to collapse, pulling him in. "Guo Ran!" Everyone shouted in alarm, but before Guo Ran could be sucked in, Bai Shala swiftly activated his 3 flower pupils, summoning a flower diagram that blocked the vortex. The two energies collided, sending Guo Ran flying. He hit the ground hard, pale and shaken. The creature's power was far beyond what any of them had anticipated. "That was close. If Shala hadn't acted quickly, I might have been a goner," muttered Guo Ran, wiping sweat from his brow. The creature roared, "You lowly humans dare mock the great heaven devil race. Prepare to die." Long Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. "A heaven devil, huh? I'd like to see where you get the nerve to speak so boldly." The creature turned its gaze to Long Chen, its pupils contracting slightly. Then a sinister smile spread across its face. "I didn't expect to find such a high-quality sacrifice as soon as I awoke. Your blood will ignite my heaven devil flame." In the next instant, the creature lunged forward, leaving behind countless afterimages as it shot straight for Long Chen. Chapter 5260 Primal Chaos Devil Body. When the heaven devil attacked, Yu Zifeng and the others were shocked. With one step, it seemed to break the limitations of space and time, and its fist reached Long Chen with inconceivable speed. What was even more terrifying was that there were no spatial fluctuations or even wind accompanying the attack. The creature's control over its strength had clearly reached an extraordinary level. In response, Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, as did the starry sky battle robe. Stars flowed on top of his hand as he raised it, ready to block. Although the heaven devil's speed was shocking, Long Chen was able to sense the trajectory of the attack and intercept it with precision. The moment Long Chen's palm met the heaven devil's fist, an explosive sound rang out. The silent fist suddenly erupted with boundless power, like a volcano erupting. The impact shook the ground and even suppressed the laws of heaven and earth. Fragments of space and time shattered and flew around, stunning everyone who witnessed it. No one had expected the heaven devil who had been sealed for countless years to have such immense power and shocking control. Everyone in the Dragonblood Legion was an expert, so they instantly saw that its control was far more troublesome than its brute power. After all, the Dragonblood warriors had often defeated stronger opponents by leveraging their own mastery of power. As for this heaven devil, it didn't just possess a terrifying emperor might but also near-perfect control over its power, which showed them that it was a true expert. Long Chen was pushed back by its immense power, and the void behind him continuously exploded. Everyone was shocked by that. After all, Long Chen had easily withstood the full power attack of the Earth Devils, but he was pushed back by the Heaven Devil's might, his feet dragging through the air as the ground beneath him exploded in a cascade of dust and rubble. Finally, Long Chen stabilized himself. A blazing fighting spirit appeared in Long Chen's eyes. He was excited to be fighting a true expert. The astral light of the starry sky battle robe glowed brighter, and the vast astral energy within him surged. Now, despite the Heaven Devil's continued pressure, Long Chen was immovable. "Did you say sacrifice? What do you mean by igniting your Heaven Devil flame?" asked Long Chen, blocking its fist with one hand. The Heaven Devil looked at Long Chen with surprise, but its eyes soon lit up with a fierce gleam. It smiled sinisterly. "I was a peerless genius of my race and was sealed in the Devil Fetus at the half-step human emperor realm. Using the altar's power, I seized the karmic luck of heaven and earth and condensed primal chaos devil chi. I should have managed to ignite the Heaven Devil flame, which allowed a primal chaos devil body to walk this world once more. But you interrupted my slumber, causing me to lose that chance. However, by devouring your powerful body, I'll get another chance." "Ha ha ha, this is the will of the heavens." The Heaven Devil laughed maniacally, revealing his grand ambitions. As a genius of the Heaven Devil race, he had been sealed inside the altar for countless years, waiting for the right moment to ignite the Heaven Devil flame and produce the primal chaos devil body. In the primal chaos era, this was a common constitution among the Heaven Devil race, but over time, it became exceedingly rare. The Heaven Devil race had a secret method to build the primal chaos devil body using the altar to absorb energy from heaven and earth. However, this required immense resources, countless years of accumulation, and a great deal of luck. If anything went wrong, all of their efforts could be in vain. The altar in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain had been taken by Long Chen, and now, Long Chen encountered a similar one. It seemed that both lifeforms inside these altars didn't have good luck. After hearing this explanation, Long Chen finally understood the purpose of these altars. It wasn't the Earth Devils who were the masterminds but the Heaven Devils. The Devil Fetus Long Chen had killed in the Heavenly Flame Devil domain was also from the Heaven Devil race. In other words, the Earth Devil race was nothing more than their fangs and tools, while the Heaven Devils were the true rulers. "Peerless heavenly genius, aren't you overestimating yourself?" mocked Long Chen, shaking his head. "Fool, if it weren't for my supreme talent, do you think I'd be worthy of an entire race pouring all their efforts into creating this altar for me?" sneered the Heaven Devil. "An entire race? So the Heaven Devil race is more than just one race, said Long Chen, grasping the important part of his words. But of course, the Heaven Devil race is composed of tens of thousands of races, and we have countless experts. Sooner or later, we will command the 9 heavens and 10 lands. When that time comes, you humans will once again be our slaves, just like in the past, the Heaven Devil replied coldly. Try to say that again. Long Chen's expression sank. The Heaven Devil sneered, does your race not keep any historical records? In the primal chaos era, many humans were nothing but slaves raised by the Heaven Devil race. It's a fact your race will never be able to erase. The human race will always be inferior to the Heaven Devil race. Looking down on Long Chen with contempt, the Heaven Devil exuded an air of supremacy, as if he were born to rule. His arrogance was boundless, and he pressed down harder on Long Chen, his fist carrying the weight of his disdain. Long Chen's arm began to shake as if he was losing strength, which only encouraged the Heaven Devil further. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed forward with all his might, certain he had broken Long Chen's defenses. The Heaven Devil grinned as he closed in on Long Chen, but his vision suddenly blurred. A hand covered in stars smacked him hard across his face. Chapter 5261 Heaven Devil Blood Ignition. Long Chen's palm slammed into the Heaven Devil's face, his hand glowing with starlight. Upon impact, a massive hole was forcibly ripped into the void itself. Long Chen had been accumulating power for this slap for quite some time. The Heaven Devil's face, full of arrogance and contempt, had enraged him. Clearly, this Heaven Devil had no idea about the terror of Long Chen's slap. No matter how strong an expert was, no one could avoid a strike once they were within Long Chen's range. The slap landed with a thunderous crash that startled Guo Ran and the others. The sheer force behind it was terrifying, their ears ringing from the impact. The Heaven Devil was blasted from the sky like a meteorite, smashing through the ground and shattering countless mountains. He disappeared far beyond the horizon, leaving behind a trail of devastation. No one knew just how far he had been sent. Flying. This slap embodied Long Chen's fury. With a gloomy expression, he looked into the distance. A group of foreign devil creatures dared to claim they'll enslave the human race. If your race enslaved humans in the past, then I, Long Chen, will stand atop the 9 heavens and crush your Heaven Devil race into oblivion. Rumbling rang out in the distance. Devil Chi exploded. The void twisted wildly as if the world was being crushed by this Devil Chi. Suddenly, the earth rumbled in the distance. Waves of violent Devil Chi erupted, twisting the void into chaos. The Heaven Devil came hurtling back, his face twisted with fury. Guo Ran and the others were shocked that the slap didn't leave a mark on the devil's face. Just how tough is his body? Exclaimed Bai Shaola. He's only a half-step human emperor, but his Devil Chi is even more terrifying than that of the 2 Vain Emperors. Added Ji Yu Yang. The Heaven Devil's power was far beyond what they had expected. Even at half-step emperor level, he was capable of crushing 2 Vain Emperors with ease. Heaven Devil Blood Ignition. Devil power devours the heavens. The Heaven Devil roared. Instantly, his manifestation erupted into existence, an endless sea of shadowy figures that blotted out the sky, filling the world with darkness. Within this dark world, Long Chen's starry sky battle robe appeared even brighter. The Heaven Devil shot toward him like a black star, burning with unimaginable power. Their fists collided, one engulfed in Devil Chi and the other cloaked in starlight. The resulting explosion split heaven and earth apart, as flames and lightning tore through the sky. Both Long Chen and the Heaven Devil were sent flying backward. Foolish human, what qualifications do you have to talk big? When your ancestors were enslaved by us, they groveled at our feet. Roared the Heaven Devil. Your mouth really is loathsome. I'll make sure to slap it to mush. Countered Long Chen. In a blur, Long Chen moved with incredible speed, taking 3 swift steps in different directions. On the 4th step, star clouds appeared beneath his feet, and he suddenly reappeared right in front of the Heaven Devil. This footwork, Guo Ran and the others were familiar with Long Chen's techniques, but these 3 steps of his were completely unfathomable, seemingly beyond logic. The Heaven Devil raised his hand to block, but he was just too slow. In the end, his hand didn't manage to block anything, and Long Chen slapped him in the face once more, sending him tumbling back. The Heaven Devil was incensed at being struck by the same attack, his hands like hooks tearing through the void. But Long Chen was quicker, spinning away and slapping him again, this time with the back of his hand. Inferior Huma. Long Chen turned and slapped him repeatedly with both hands, specifically targeting only his opponent's face. "Who said that you could curse my race?" exclaimed Long Chen, his hands looking like spinning wheels unleashing a storm of slaps on the Heaven Devil's face. Seeing this powerful expert, everyone thought they could witness a true clash between top experts. However, they ended up seeing Long Chen repeatedly slap his opponent. This was Long Chen's way of venting his anger. At this moment, Long Chen didn't care about anything else. This Heaven Devil wanted to humiliate him. He wanted to insult the human race. Then he'd teach this idiot what real humiliation was. In close-range combat, Long Chen had never feared anyone. While possessing immense power, the Heaven Devil couldn't use any of it effectively once Long Chen was so close to him. He clearly didn't specialize in close-range combat. "Who let you curse me? Who let you curse my race? Go ahead and keep cursing." Long Chen gave away one slap after another like they were free. However, the Heaven Devil was really terrifying. After so many slaps, Long Chen's hands started to get sore. Guo Ran and the others were left speechless as they watched Long Chen beat the Heaven Devil into submission with nothing but slaps. They then burst into laughter. Yu Zifeng shook his head, chuckling. This fool. Boss gave him a chance to fight honorably, but his arrogance got the better of him. Now, he'll be slapped to death. The Dragonblood warriors were well aware of how terrifying Long Chen's combat prowess was. After all, he had basically taught them all his combat style. Long Chen's combat techniques were polished by risking his life and spilling his blood. Every move was the result of thousands of refinements in actual combat. Hence, even if his opponent specialized in close-range combat, he wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. The moment Long Chen got close to the Heaven Devil, Long Chen could beat him until he died. Even if he had immense power, Long Chen wouldn't give him any chance to use it. As Long Chen unleashed a storm of slaps, the Heaven Devil couldn't retaliate no matter what he did. He suddenly roared and covered his head with both arms. Protecting his face, he smashed his head toward Long Chen. Heaven Devil blood ignition, devil buries all. With a deafening boom, the Heaven Devil's devil blood ignited, multiplying his strength manifold. A terrifying wave of qi exploded outward, forcing Long Chen back. Guo Ran and the others were shocked as the Heaven Devil's aura soared to new heights. Even the qi waves alone were enough to make their bodies ache. "This fellow's gone crazy," Guo Ran exclaimed. After being slapped repeatedly, the Heaven Devil ignited his own life force in exchange for a power boost. "You're only an ant. Die," the Heaven Devil roared, his hair whipping about in a frenzy as he pounced on Long Chen. But Long Chen's eyes glowed with fierce resolve. As the Heaven Devil charged at him, Long Chen let out a thunderous shout. 8-star battle armor. Chapter 5262 The battle armor after the awakened spirit root. The Heaven Devil charged at Long Chen, but before he could reach him, a roar exploded from Long Chen. A pillar of light then erupted from him, scattering the clouds and illuminating the sky. The stars in the sky seemed to brighten, and an endless sea of starlight appeared overhead. Even though Guo Ran and the others had seen this manifestation before, it never ceased to amaze them. Under the vast expanse of the starry sky, they all felt insignificant. Just as the Heaven Devil got close to Long Chen's overwhelming aura struck him, causing his body to tremble and his speed to slow down drastically. Long Chen's 8-color divine ring shimmered with power. The 8 stars within it blazed like suns, casting their radiance across the world. At that moment, Long Chen looked like the master of the starry sky. He stood supreme, as if all of heaven and earth were beneath him. As starlight blazed and astral winds raged, Long Chen coldly stared at the Heaven Devil trying to push his way through the tide. No matter how hard the Heaven Devil tried to press forward, he couldn't advance under the immense pressure. Long Chen simply looked at him, but the contempt and apathy in his gaze drove the Heaven Devil mad. "Boss's 8-star battle armor has gotten even stronger," shouted Guo Ran excitedly. Just with his aura, Long Chen made it hard for the Heaven Devil to even get close to him. The Heaven Devil had unleashed terrifying power by igniting his essence blood, but now Long Chen's 8-star battle armor completely suppressed him. Seeing this, the dragon experts felt their blood heating up. Not many people ever witnessed battles at this level, and they were lucky enough to be watching it unfold up close. The Heaven Devil let out a roar and charged once more, inching closer to Long Chen, though his progress was even slower than before. When the Heaven Devil was 300 meters away, his feet quivered, and he was sent tumbling back by Long Chen's aura. Along with the awakening of my spirit root, my 8-star battle armor has transformed, and my astral energy starts concentrating instead of spreading around randomly, Long Chen muttered. Within his dantian, the flickering flame pulsed weakly, as though a strong breeze could extinguish it. Despite its fragile appearance, its impact was profound. Long Chen had yet to uncover the full secrets hidden within, but it was clear this root chi was transforming his life. The Heaven Devil charged over again, and Long Chen jumped when he saw him. In truth, everyone else was also stunned by it. This time, a pair of black wings unfurled from the Heaven Devil's back, and a 10-meter tail sprouted behind him. The thin, black tail ended in a sharp bone spike, exuding a chilling blood chi. His body was now covered in bone spikes, and his aura was more terrifying than before. However, his manifestation had vanished. He actually extracted the power of his manifestations. Just how many trump cards does this fellow have? Ji Yu Yang exclaimed. The Heaven Devil had merged his manifestation with his body, causing his form to change even further. It seems even the Heaven Devil race can't escape the limitations of the human emperor realm. He wasn't a match for Boss in his original form, so he mutilated his body to break through and reach his peak, Yu Zifeng analyzed calmly, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Yu Zifeng's gaze grew sharper as he stared at the Heaven Devil. The latter was truly powerful, so powerful that it made others feel despair. But the stronger the opponent, the fiercer Yu Zifeng's fighting spirit grew. The Heaven Devil reached the 300-meter mark from Long Chen in an instant, but here, the pressure intensified. This was where the Heaven Devil had been knocked back previously. This time, his tail lashed out, splitting the void and dispersing the astral winds around Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Long Chen. Damn human, if it weren't for the vile limitations of the human form, you would have died 10,000 times. Snarled the Heaven Devil. After that, the Heaven Devil opened his mouth, and a blood-colored sword shot toward Long Chen. Long Chen raised his hand and caught the sword's tip, instantly feeling a surge of berserk power. To his surprise, it was a bone sword. Heaven Devil Spirit Bone, Long Chen muttered. The moment Long Chen held this bone sword, these 4 words appeared in his mind. He then thought of his own spirit bone. Could a spirit bone be refined into a weapon? Just then, the Heaven Devil's tail flew toward Long Chen's waist. With his limitations removed, his speed and power had reached terrifying heights. Stars flowed on Long Chen's other hand as he caught the tail, but unexpectedly, the power of the tail almost numbed his hand. The bone sword was actually a distraction, while the tail was the true killing blow. Die, shouted the Heaven Devil. With one hand holding the bone sword and the other the tail, Long Chen had no choice but to release both as the Heaven Devil launched a barrage of attacks. The Heaven Devil's claws, feet, tail, horns, bone spikes, fangs, and bone sword all came at Long Chen simultaneously. His attacks were as fast as lightning, unleashing hundreds of strikes in the blink of an eye. Long Chen roared and stood his ground. His fists moved in a blur, blocking the onslaught. Just like that, explosive sounds filled the air as their figures vanished amidst the flurry of strikes. Chi waves rippled through the sky, and Guo ran and the others could barely keep up with the battle's intensity. Long Chen's reaction speed was beyond what any normal human could achieve. As the onlookers watched the fight, they held their breath. The Heaven Devil had mentioned that he was trying to cultivate the primal Chaos Devil body using the altar's power, but their arrival had disrupted the process. In other words, it did not possess the primal Chaos Devil body. However, even without this powerful constitution, a half-step Devil Emperor actually possessed such power. Just how strong was this legendary primal Chaos Devil body? Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. Astral winds erupted, sending both Long Chen and the Heaven Devil flying backward. The two combatants stared at each other, and a formless killing intent concentrated within heaven and earth, causing the temperature to plummet. Chapter 5263 Not Qualified. Long Chen's divine ring spun behind him, and his 8 stars flickered. The starry sea above him made him seem like a battle god of the starry sky, one capable of gazing down on the 9 heavens. At this sight, the Heaven Devil ground his teeth, his wings and tail twitching. The sharp bone spike at the end of his tail was pointed at Long Chen and roving, as if searching for Long Chen's weakness. The two of them stood 3,000 meters apart, but icy killing intent burned in their eyes as they stared at each other. This is what you call a heavenly genius of the Heaven Devil race. Hey, weaker than I expected, mocked Long Chen. Foolish human, you aren't qualified to look down on my race. If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have awakened the primal chaos devil body and made you kneel before me. Roared the heaven devil. HMPH, if I became a half-step human emperor, you wouldn't even be qualified to kneel in front of me. The heaven devil race is just a bunch of arrogant fools whose strongest trait is their bragging, sneered Long Chen. You really piss me off. The heaven devil growled. His tail twitched, tearing the void apart with a single flick, and he shot at Long Chen like a black bolt of lightning. Long Chen swung his hand and struck the heaven devil squarely in the face again. The force sent the heaven devil tumbling back with an explosive sound. Are you a pig? You never learn your lesson. Against our boss, you have to maintain your distance, shouted Guo Ran. The heaven devil no longer had any advantage in terms of aura, so victory seemed to be within Long Chen's grasp. The heaven devil charged at Long Chen again, closing the gap. Had Long Chen not been deliberately forcing him to show his full strength, the cycle of beatings would have continued. Die! The heaven devil screamed. In his rage, black chi ignited around him, and black flames consumed the world. Countless runes lit up on his bone sword as he swung it down. Abandoning fist combat, the heaven devil had chosen to rely on his bone sword after failing to gain any advantage in their previous exchanges. Although he had believed his powerful body would give him the edge in close combat, Long Chen's divine face slapping had shattered his confidence. Left with no choice, he ignited his blood-soul energy and concentrated all his power into his bone sword. The heaven devil's bone sword clashed with Long Chen's punch, sending them both flying back once more. The heaven devil glared furiously at Long Chen, enraged that Long Chen still hadn't drawn the massive saber strapped to his back. By continuing to fight barehanded, Long Chen was openly insulting the heaven devil. In other words, Long Chen thought that the heaven devil wasn't worthy of dirtying his weapon. You damn ingrate! The heaven devil roared furiously. Its wings suddenly vanished, and a pair of wing-like runes appeared on his bone sword. Through some unknown method, the heaven devil transferred the power of his wings to his sword. His sword then sliced toward Long Chen with immense destructive power. Facing this full-power attack, Long Chen sneered, "Are you afraid? You're actually holding back some power for running. You." The heaven devil almost deflated on the spot. Long Chen's words struck the mark. He had ignited his heaven devil wings, but he had kept some power in reserve. Just as Long Chen said, the heaven devil no longer had any confidence. Deep down, he feared that Long Chen hadn't shown his full strength yet. Someone like you isn't qualified to make me draw my saber. Try surviving this one first. Star Ocean God Slaying Cross! Exclaimed Long Chen. A cross appeared on Long Chen's palm as he smashed it against the bone sword. The energy from his starry sky battle robe surged into his hand, dimming the robe ever so slightly. The bone sword shattered into fragments, some of which pierced the heaven devil's body, leaving him riddled with holes. He then vomited blood, and his aura plummeted. As the cross on Long Chen's palm slowly darkened, he coldly said, "You couldn't even block this attack. HMPH, you aren't qualified to fall to Dragonbone Evilmoon." Haha, well done, I like that. Evilmoon's voice echoed in Long Chen's mind, clearly pleased with Long Chen's arrogance. The heaven devil crashed into the ground, creating a massive hole. But all of a sudden, he flew into the air again, his body bloodied and one of his eyes shattered, leaving a gaping void in its place. He panted for breath as this attack had wounded him seriously. Though he had survived by holding back some power, he was in no condition to continue fighting. Damn human, just wait. The heaven devil race will soon conquer the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I swear I will kill all of you. The heaven devil spat, hatred dripping from every word. He couldn't believe being defeated by a life form he looked down upon, but he had no choice but to accept it. Long Chen smiled. Judging by your tone, it sounds like you're planning to flee. Dream on. Ha ha ha. The heaven devil laughed maniacally. You fools, if I want to leave, even 10,000 of you couldn't stop me. Blood mist suddenly shot out of its mouth, enveloping his body, causing it to fade. However, just as he started to disappear, he halted. His expression changed dramatically as he saw a violet eye in the sky, with 3 spinning flowers within it. This violet eye had completely sealed the space around him. Chapter 5264 Even More Terrifying Existences. Are you stupid? Asked Bai Shaola. Bai Shaola was forming hand seals, while the violet cupel 9-tail fox's true body hovered behind him. Their combined cupel arts swirled in the air. In truth, both Bai Shaola and the others Guo Ran, Sha Chen, and Yu Zifeng had been prepared to stop the Heaven Devil from escaping. Their thoughts mirrored Long Chen's. A valuable opponent like this couldn't simply be allowed to flee. The Heaven Devil had tried to use a transportation art of the Heaven Devil race to escape, a method that would have stumped ordinary people. However, with two masters of spatial arts by Shaola and the nine-tailed violet cupel fox present, he was in for a rude awakening. The Heaven Devil instantly panicked when his innate divine ability failed. His tail then smacked the air, and he fled. However, before he could flee far, a ray of sword chi shot past his face, slicing off his mouth and nose. Covered in cold sweat, he instinctively retreated. If he had been even a fraction faster, his entire head would have been cleaved off. The Heaven Devil wasn't the only one shaken. Guo Ran and the others were equally startled. "Zifeng, you don't need to do anything," shouted Guo Ran, charging at the Heaven Devil. Bai Shishi, Sha Chen, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, and Song Mingyuan quickly followed suit. None of them dared to let Yu Zifeng strike again. After all, the Heaven Devil was already severely wounded and wouldn't survive another of Zifeng's attacks. The Heaven Devil was a spent force. In mere moments, Sha Chen sealed him, and Guo Ran even brought out a custom set of chains to further bind him. "This fellow is absolutely terrifying," one of the dragon race disciples muttered, still shaken. Even though the Heaven Devil was now restrained, they couldn't shake the lingering fear. This creature was far too dangerous, and they wouldn't feel safe until he was dead. "He truly is terrifying," Long Chen agreed. "His cultivation base is only at the half-step Emperor realm, and he hasn't awakened his primal chaos devil body yet. If we hadn't disturbed him, that would be a problem. Hehe, even if it did, he still wouldn't be a match for boss," Guo Ran said confidently. Though the Heaven Devil was indeed fearsome, he had pushed his power to the limit by using self-destructive techniques, yet he still couldn't stand up to Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen hadn't even used Dragonbone Evilmoon in this fight, which was a clear sign that there was a considerable gap between them. Shaking his head, Long Chen explained, "You can't look at it that way. One or two primal chaos devil bodies aren't a huge deal by themselves. The real issue is that this is the second altar and devil fetus I've encountered. The Heaven Devil race seems to be using these methods to create an army of primal chaos devil bodies, so these altars might be scattered throughout the entire Sovereign Emperor Heaven." Guo Ran and the others' hearts shook. One of them asked, "You mean they're trying to raise an entire army with this constitution?" Long Chen nodded. "I can't be sure, but based on the situation, it seems likely. If that really were the case, it would be absolutely terrifying. The Heaven Devil they had just fought was a failed product, yet it already possessed such an immense power. If the Heaven Devil race could mass-produce the good products, who in the world could stand against them?" Everyone looked at the sealed Heaven Devil gravely, and the Dragon Domain's disciples were particularly shaken. They had grown more confident under the guidance of the Dragonblood Legion, but this battle had shattered that newfound confidence. The power of the Heaven Devil race was beyond their imagination. Even a half-completed product already made them feel despair. The visible threat isn't always the worst one. If their plan is just to create primal chaos devil bodies, it's not as bad as it seems, Yu Zifeng suddenly said. "What do you mean? I don't understand," Bai Shaola said. Long Chen nodded and said, "Zifeng's right. Whether it is a complete primal chaos devil body or not, it wouldn't be our worst nightmare." "Why am I getting even more confused?" asked Bai Shaola. Long Chen continued, "Zifeng's saying that the true peak constitutions are always unique and can't be mass-produced. The primal chaos devil body might have been a common constitution for the Heaven Devil race back in the primal chaos era, but now they're rare. That's why they're using these altars to recreate them. In other words, even if they successfully raise primal chaos devil bodies, they'll just be advanced fighters in the Heaven Devil army. The real commanders, the true experts, will be much stronger. Do you understand now?" Everyone's hearts sank further. The idea that such a terrifying existence was merely an advanced fighter meant that the true powerhouses of the Heaven Devil race were even more terrifying. "Well, knowing this now is better than being caught by surprise later," said Long Chen, smiling. The Dragonblood warriors couldn't help but smile with him, their blood heating up. The stronger the enemy, the more their fighting spirits surged. They lived for battle, and no matter the foe, they were ready to fight. "Let's go find a place to rest. Afterward, we'll properly study this fellow," Long Chen said, gesturing toward the sealed Heaven Devil. "Boss, don't just go soul-searching right away. Killing him now would be such a waste," interjected Guo Ran hastily. Long Chen chuckled, do you really think I'd do that? This guy is strong enough to make an excellent training partner for our brothers. Haha, leave it to me and Sha Chen. We'll make a few new tricks with him. He's going to be the perfect sparring partner. Guo Ran declared confidently. My black dragon race has a 10,000 dragon nest that's used as a prison, the black dragon race leader offered. Perfect, let's head there, Long Chen said. Everyone was reinvigorated. They were eager to learn more about the Heaven Devil race and perhaps discover some of its secrets and weaknesses. Chapter 5265 Sparring Partner. Within the black 10,000 dragon nest, Ji Yuyong was fighting the Heaven Devil. The Heaven Devil had 3 dark gold runic javelins stabbed into its back, which suppressed its power and brought its cultivation base down to the eternal realm. Thanks to this, his cultivation base was equivalent to Ji Yuyang's. Despite the suppression, Ji Yuyong was astonished by the Heaven Devil's strength. In just a few breaths, Ji Yuyong was covered in wounds. The attack speed of the Heaven Devil was shocking, catching everyone off guard. Fortunately, Ji Yuyong was extremely tough, or he would have been torn apart. Damn humans, you inferior ants will be destroyed sooner or later. The Heaven Devil spat, his mouth full of venom despite being reduced to Ji Yuyang's sparring partner in the 10,000 dragon nest. Previously, such insults would have enraged Long Chen, but now, he found them amusing. As long as the Heaven Devil was cursing, it was a good sign. They could just put him in his place. If he instead started pleading for mercy while weeping on his knees, they wouldn't be able to bully him anymore. They couldn't do that to someone who had surrendered. A claw from the Heaven Devil pierced Ji Yuyang's chest, but at the same time, Ji Yuyang's fist slammed into the Heaven Devil's face, causing him to faint. Ji Yuyang had won the fight, though he was left bloody and battered. At this sight, all the dragon race's elite disciples were completely stunned. After all, Ji Yuyang was one of the Dragonblood Legion's 4 captains, and he was second only to Long Chen in terms of power or toughness. But even he barely scraped by in a fight against a Heaven Devil who had been suppressed to the same realm. To be fair, Ji Yuyang was at a disadvantage. Although neither used weapons, the Heaven Devil's sharp claws, horns, and spiked tail were formidable tools of slaughter. Even though they weren't as strong as the bone sword that Long Chen had shattered, they were still more powerful than an average human emperor divine weapon. Ji Yuyang panted and walked out of the arena, leaving a trail of blood. The hole in his chest was particularly appalling. However, his eyes were gleaming with excitement. Clenching his fist, he said, that was satisfying. Fighting against a true expert like that has started awakening my dragon soul energy. Hearing this, all the Dragonblood warriors were filled with anticipation. Although they had merged with their dragon souls and gained some basic divine abilities, much of the true power of the dragon souls was still locked away. They needed to grow stronger to unlock more of these abilities, and a powerful opponent like the Heaven Devil was the perfect catalyst. The dragon souls weren't intentionally limiting the Dragonblood warriors. After all, they were the ones who had chosen to merge with them. However, they had to seal their own energy before they left the blood pool to preserve their souls. The problem was that they required an outside force to open this kind of seal. Hearing Ji Yuyang say that his dragon soul's energy was awakening thanks to the spar, all the Dragonblood warriors were excited. Long Chen walked over to the unconscious Heaven Devil and stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth. His body convulsed as his wounds began to heal rapidly, and within a short time, his aura returned to full strength. The disciples were amazed by the Heaven Devil's recovery. If such a monster had endless medicinal pills, it could become an unstoppable killing machine. Don't worry, Long Chen reassured them. This pill is overdrafting his life force. He can only endure a limited number of fights before dying. Plus, he will build tolerance to the pills, reducing their effectiveness. And because my pills are crafted for humans, they will eventually harm him if consumed in excess. So each captain will only get one chance to fight. Don't go overboard, or you'll ruin our sparring partner. After saying that, Long Chen kicked the Heaven Devil in the chest, jolting him awake. The Heaven Devil then roared and leapt up, attacking Long Chen with his claws. A golden shield suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, and the Heaven Devil's claws stabbed into it. At that moment, Bai Shishi stepped forward, her body radiating golden divine light as she swung her sword toward the Heaven Devil's claws. Both Bai Shishi and the Heaven Devil were blown back by the force of the clash. With Bai Shishi now in the fray, Long Chen stepped aside to observe. Bai Shishi's battle with the Heaven Devil was intense, her sword clashing against the creature's sharp nails and bone spikes. Despite the Heaven Devil still being in its peak state, when Bai Shixi's manifestation appeared, her powerful metal energy suppressed him. "Damn human, you're shameless. If you have the guts, free me from these seals," roared the Heaven Devil. With her manifestation rapidly awakening, Bai Shixi's energy was growing stronger by the day, and the Heaven Devil couldn't keep up. Suddenly, her manifestation vanished, causing her aura to weaken sharply. Everyone watching was startled, and the Heaven Devil, sensing an opportunity, unleashed a barrage of attacks. "Even without my manifestation, a fool like you has no chance of defeating me," Bai Xixi said coldly. In response, she summoned a golden shield in her left hand, which bore the image of the goddess from her manifestation. When the Heaven Devil's tail struck it, the shield remained undamaged, while the Heaven Devil staggered back. This shield, Long Chen was shocked. Bai Xixi had managed to imprint the totem of her heavenly fate disc onto the shield, showing her impressive control over her manifestation. Her rate of progress was monstrous. Bai Xixi followed up while her opponent couldn't retaliate. She unleashed 18 sword strikes in a row, causing 18 new wounds to appear on the Heaven Devil's body. Bai Xixi's strength and metal energy had reached a shocking level, stunning everyone. The Heaven Devil's terrifying body was unable to withstand her attacks. "Undo the seal. Let Xixi fight at full power," ordered Long Chen suddenly. Sha Chen nodded and formed a series of hand seals, causing the 3 dark gold javelins stabbing the Heaven Devil's back to lose their glow. With the seal undone, the Heaven Devil's aura erupted to a new level, and Berserk Devil Chi crashed over everyone. Chapter 5266 Breakthrough to the Saint Realm. "Ha ha ha, you asked for it," shouted the Heaven Devil. When the Heaven Devil was unsealed, the might of a half-step emperor erupted. He instantly went berserk and attacked Bai Xixi. Luckily, Bai Xixi was prepared and summoned her manifestation once more. Her golden shield increased in thickness and size until it formed an unbreakable wall. As the Heaven Devil collided with the shield, his claws raked against it, emitting ear-piercing sounds. Deep claw marks appeared on the shield. With its seal undone, the Heaven Devil unleashed his wild attacks without restraint. After blocking the Heaven Devil's assault, Bai Xixi counterattacked with her sword. As quick as lightning, her sword aimed for his neck. But just as she was about to strike, her instincts warned her, and she pivoted, swinging her sword behind her. When Bai Xixi blocked the Heaven Devil's frontal assault, his tail actually swept through the air, bypassing the shield and aiming for her back. Bai Xixi's sword met his tail with a loud crack, and the impact sent her tumbling back. Now freed from the seal, the Heaven Devil fought with the same terrifying ferocity he had shown against Long Chen. His attack speed was overwhelming, forcing everyone watching to tense up. Even Long Chen gripped Evilmoon, ready to intervene if necessary. Bai Xixi was so strong that a sealed Heaven Devil wasn't much of a challenge to her. If she wanted to push her limits and improve, she had to face the full brunt of the Heaven Devil's power. Bai Xixi's talent was truly amazing, but what she lacked was life and death combat experience. This Heaven Devil, with his unpredictable ferocity, was the perfect opponent for her to grow stronger. With her golden shield in her left hand and a golden sword in her right, Bai Xixi wrapped herself in golden armor and launched a counterattack. However, the Heaven Devil's relentless assault pushed her back at every turn. At first, the Heaven Devil's rapid and varied attacks kept Bai Xixi on the defensive, making everyone anxious. But slowly, she adapted to his high-tempo combat style and began to fight back. Upon seeing that, everyone relaxed slightly. Through their observation, they realized that surviving the onslaught of attacks from the Heaven Devil was the most difficult part. Once you got used to them though, the threat he posed diminished significantly. Bai Xixi's metal energy was suitable in offense and defense, so now that she had grasped this rhythm, the scales of victory slowly tilted her way. An hour later, Bai Xixi had fully turned the tide of the battle. The Heaven Devil's once shocking strength began to wane. Her attacks grew ferocious, and she unleashed various movement arts, catching the Heaven Devil off guard and forcing him into a defensive state. The Heaven Devil cursed furiously, "You despicable humans, if you have the guts, wait for me to fully recover and then fight me." In response, Bai Xixi attacked even more ferociously, and her sword finally struck the Heaven Devil, causing his aura to plummet. With the fight over, Long Chen stepped forward, knocking the Heaven Devil unconscious with a kick before feeding him a medicinal pill to restore his strength. The seal was reactivated, and now it was Guo Ran's turn to fight him. Sha Chen controlled the seal to ensure the Heaven Devil's strength matched each challenger's, allowing them to gain the most from their sparring sessions. This process continued day and night, with the Heaven Devil race's heavenly genius serving as everyone's sparring partner. After the captains had their fill, it was the squad leader's turn, followed by the ordinary Dragonblood warriors. After fighting non-stop, the Heaven Devil was growing weaker. However, his mouth remained tough, which was worth their admiration. Even after being beaten so many times, this fellow continued to hurl insults and curses at his tormentors. The Dragonblood warriors, in turn, punished him for his vulgarity, finding him still to be an excellent sparring partner even in his weakened state. Once the Dragonblood Legion had finished, the Dragon Race disciples took their turns. However, they quickly found that they couldn't match the Heaven Devil's combat experience. Long Wuyong was the first to step forward and was almost instantly killed by the Heaven Devil's first attack. The Dragonblood warriors had to interfere to save his life. Although the Dragon Race disciples had observed the Dragonblood warriors and memorized their tactics, they quickly realized that knowing and executing were two different things. Their movements were messy, and their counters were unusable in the heat of battle. Seeing that the Dragon disciples were unable to challenge the Heaven Devil one-on-one, they were grouped into teams of 10 to challenge him together. By now, the Heaven Devil's devil chi had thinned, his skin had lost its luster, and even his sharp bone spikes had dulled. He seemed like he had aged to the point of having one foot in the grave. Still, even in his weakened state, the Heaven Devil managed to fight every elite disciple of the Dragon Domain before his life force finally ran out. He had fought for a full month, day and night. His tenacity and life force were impressive, to say the least. After he died, his body no longer had any valuable energy left, so Long Chen discarded it in the depths of the mountains. Despite his death, the Heaven Devil had been a valuable training tool for everyone. Even Long Chen felt his aura stabilize after the battles. Everyone should go into seclusion and advance to the Saint Realm as quickly as possible, ordered Long Chen. Everyone nodded, preparing to focus on advancing. The leaders of the Dragon Domain stood guard as Long Chen entered his own seclusion chamber. In front of him lay a pile of Nirvanic charge pills. It's time to start. Long Chen grabbed a handful of Nirvanic charge pills and stuffed them into his mouth, ready to push toward his next breakthrough. Chapter 5267 Advancing to the Saint Realm. When Long Chen broke through the final shackle, his aura suddenly contracted deep into his dantian. Then, like a volcano erupting, an explosion of berserk chi waves surged from his body. The spirit root flame within his dantian trembled as his aura was released with such force, causing his entire body to ache. It felt as though millions of tiny blades were slicing through his meridians. Yet, as they were cut, the energy flowing through them healed them instantly. After that, his newly mended meridians emitted a fresh and unfamiliar kind of energy. As Long Chen's aura continuously erupted, violent currents swept through the training room, carving deep marks into the tough walls. Long Chen's room was the strongest cultivation room in the 10,000 dragon nests, and even a two-vein emperor's full-power attack wouldn't necessarily be able to leave a mark on it. Yet, Long Chen's aura alone gouged several foot-thick cuts into the walls. This is the Saint Realm, Long Chen muttered as he examined the changes in his aura, his expression filled with doubt. Aside from changes in his spirit root, aura, and meridians, there didn't seem to be much difference. Even the changes in his spirit root and meridians were too subtle to fully understand. Still, his aura had grown denser compared to when he was in the Eternal Realm. Looking at the damage his aura caused to the training room, Long Chen was startled. He hadn't realized his aura alone could unleash such destructive power. He threw a punch at the wall, but though it trembled slightly, no new mark appeared. Why do I feel like my strength hasn't increased much? Long Chen frowned, confused. The 6 realms of eternity don't directly increase your power but rather change your aura. Your spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone are now undergoing true awakenings. Qi is merely the first step toward becoming a true expert, explained the Earth Cauldron. Qi, do you mean the qi I cultivated in the qi condensation realm? Long Chen asked, puzzled. That qi was merely your first connection to heaven and earth. At that stage, you use the qi of heaven and earth to push your body beyond mortal limits and extend your lifespan. But now, this is different. This qi encompasses the 10,000 Taos, the entire cosmos and universe. It is the lifeblood of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the flow of karmic luck. And hidden within it is an unspeakable secret. Do you know why the qi in your dantian is called the root qi? No, I don't, admitted Long Chen. He had always accepted that this energy was called the root qi, but he had never come across an explanation. Do you think that this spirit root is only rooted in your dantian? The earth cauldron questioned cryptically. Is the spirit root supposed to be rooted within 9 heavens and 10 lands? Long Chen's heart raced as he speculated. The earth cauldron offered no direct answer and said, think about it yourself. The earth cauldron fell silent after that, leaving Long Chen in deep thought. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had been immersed in divine abilities, medicinal pills, divine weapons, and heavenly laws. Yet, he had never truly contemplated the most primitive existence that had set him on this path, the qi. Closing his eyes, Long Chen sensed the state of his body carefully. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of calm, as if his soul had been liberated. His body relaxed, and he recalled his early days in the Phoenix Cry Empire when he had just started cultivating. What he sensed now was a vast expanse of qi, turbid and dense, unlike the clear qi he had gathered during qi condensation. At that time, pure qi had cleansed his body and mind, expelling impurities. But now, this qi seemed thick and chaotic, as though it was filled with a mass of primal chaos containing all things. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook with realization. A sea grows deep because it accepts streams from multiple sources no matter how tiny. A mountain becomes great by accepting everything that can build it. If I want to grow stronger, I must integrate and harness every available force. His thoughts then turned to his heart devil, the terrifying presence he had always suppressed. I almost forgot about that terrifying fellow. I have to get stronger quickly. That fellow is the real danger. Long Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had only just advanced to the Saint Realm, and his aura was still unstable. He needed to test his newfound power in battle to fully control it. Exiting his training room, he found the Dragonblood warriors already waiting for him, their auras now brimming with strength after reaching the Saint Realm. Let's move out, Long Chen commanded without hesitation. The Dragonblood Legion had all advanced, and the dragon race's heavenly geniuses had also mostly completed their breakthroughs. With 2 vain emperors guarding them, everyone brimmed with confidence. After everyone got on, 10,000 dragon nests whistled through the air. After 3 days, they encountered another horde of devil creatures. This time, the Dragonblood warriors didn't wait for orders, they immediately sought out the strongest enemies. As for the dragon domain's heavenly geniuses, after the battle against the Heaven Devil, they had gained a certain level of resistance against the devil pressure. Even though they weren't a match for the devil emperors, they could at least hold their ground. The Dragonblood warriors charged forward like bandits, attacking the powerful experts. As a result, the 2 vain devil emperors barely had time to react before they were torn apart. The dragon race's heavenly geniuses were also fearless. Long Wuyong, Bai Yingxie, and the other peak experts could now kill human emperor devil creatures in a one-on-one battle. They didn't even break a sweat. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the devil creatures were completely annihilated. As the battle ended, Guo Ran and Sha Chen started scanning the area. Found it, they shouted in unison. As they activated their formation discs, a mountain collapsed, revealing a massive altar hidden beneath. Chapter 5268 Another Dirty Mouth. Last time, the Heaven Devil had broken free of its seal on its own, so now, Long Chen and the others dug up the altar before it could break free. As the egg on the altar was still in a deep slumber, Sha Chen used a formation to awaken it. When the egg cracked open, they were greeted by another Heaven Devil. This one was covered in scales and had a pair of wings sprouting from its back. It stood 3 meters tall and humanoid in shape, but its head was as bald as Ji Yu Yang's. You all see the resemblance, right? Clearly, this guy is destined for me. He's mine, Ji Yu Yang yelled as he charged forward, swinging his spear down on the Heaven Devil. Still dazed from being forcibly awakened, the Heaven Devil couldn't even block Ji Yu Yang's strike. The spear crashed down on its bald head, causing startled cries to ring out. No, Guo Ran and the others cried out. These Heaven Devils were not common. If Ji Yu Yang killed it in one blow, they would weep. Ji Yu Yang's spear smashed right on its barren head. However, to everyone's surprise, Ji Yu Yang's spear flew out of his grasp, and he grunted in pain. This sight made everyone jump, including Long Chen. Was this Heaven Devil much more terrifying than the last? The awakened Heaven Devil was dazed by Ji Yu Yang's attack, its scalp split open and bled. In an instant, it entered a berserk state. Damn humans, all of you deserve to die. It roared, and devil chi exploded out of it, filling the air with the aura of a half-step emperor. With a furious roar, the heaven devil launched a punch at Ji Yuyong, twisting space with its immense power. Ji Yuyong felt a powerful suction force draw him toward the heaven devil. However, without his spear, he couldn't block this terrifying attack. Just as the heaven devil's attack was about to land, a hand pushed him aside. Long Chen appeared before Ji Yuyong, clad in his starry sky battle robe. The bald heaven devil's fist struck Long Chen's chest, causing Long Chen's starry sky battle robe to quiver slightly. The stars on it flashed, absorbing the impact. Long Chen didn't even twitch, but the heaven devil stumbled back several steps, each one collapsing the void beneath its feet. Furious, the heaven devil shouted, "Impossible! The foul human race can't possess such power. Fuck, another foul-mouthed fellow." Long Chen gritted his teeth angrily and launched his own punch. The heaven devil raised its arms to block, but Long Chen spun through the air, appearing in front of its face in an instant. With an explosive sound, Long Chen's palm solidly struck its face, and a deep handprint appeared on it. Though the handprint seemed small in comparison to its size, the real damage wasn't physical but spiritual. In an instant, the heaven devil went mad with rage. The two started to exchange a frenzied clash of fists. While this heaven devil's blood chi was much stronger than the last one, Long Chen had already advanced to the Saint Realm. His chi seemed limitless, surging within him like a wellspring of energy. "What are you waiting for? Attack together while it's at its strongest," Long Chen shouted to Ji Yuyong and the others. Ji Yuyong, Bai Shishi, Sha Chen, Guo Ran, and the other captains eagerly charged in. Their boss wasn't planning to hog the fight, he was sharing the experience. Overjoyed, they dove into battle. The pressure on the heaven devil mounted as the Dragonblood warriors and their allies swarmed. It cursed them angrily, "You despicable humans, nothing more than slaves. If you aren't cowards, fight me one-on-one." Its outburst left it vulnerable, and Long Chen took advantage, landing another slap that sent it reeling back. Ji Yuyong and the others seized that moment, launching a barrage of attacks that forced the heaven devil to retreat even further. In any case, its body was so resilient that it was difficult to deal substantial damage to it. Unfortunately for it, this aspect only excited the Dragonblood warriors. This fellow was an even better sparring partner than the last heaven devil. They had just advanced to the Saint Realm, and it just so happened that they needed a powerful opponent to get accustomed to their new power. To let them have the best tempering experience, Long Chen only summoned the Starry Sky battle robe and not the 8-star battle armor. When any of his comrades were in danger, he would step in, using the Starry Sky battle robe to absorb the impact. After advancing to the Saint Realm, Long Chen found that his spirit root had grown stronger. His root chi flowed more smoothly, stabilizing his astral energy. The defensive power of his Starry Sky battle robe had also increased significantly. Even after blocking dozens of attacks, the Starry Sky battle robe showed no sign of weakening, and Long Chen felt no drain on his spirit root. In other words, his newly upgraded Starry Sky battle robe had yet to reach its limit. As they all attacked the heaven devil, Long Chen was only in charge of maintaining the tempo of the battle. Understanding his intentions, they didn't launch any killing blows. Even if they did try out some powerful attacks, they wouldn't aim for the heaven devil's vital spots. In any case, they were in no rush to beat it. They would use its berserk power to temper themselves, letting them get used to their new power. They had to cherish this rare opportunity. Badly suppressed under their attacks, the heaven devil roared furiously, wanting to find some opening to take advantage of. But with Long Chen present, there was no way it could turn the tides. Suddenly, it roared, and blood-colored veins appeared on its scales. When a golden horn sprouted on its barren head, its aura suddenly multiplied by several times. After that, a wave of devil chi exploded out of the heaven devil, striking everyone. "Die, you foul human!" the heaven devil bellowed, locking onto Long Chen. "You're first," Long Chen countered. As the heaven devil charged over, 8 stars lit up within Long Chen's divine ring. Before it could land its blow, Long Chen's hand lashed out, slapping its face and sending it spinning through the air. Chapter 5269 Terrifying Expert. "Do you think you can beat me if you go all out in this state?" sneered Long Chen. He had long since been waiting for this. After all, the previous heaven devil had undergone a similar transformation. The two heaven devils were only half-step human emperors, meaning they had to stay in their human form until they broke past the human emperor realm. For them to transform prematurely would gravely affect their future, which was why this heaven devil had not transformed all this time. It had only resorted to it as a last option. However, even in its monstrous state, Long Chen's 8-star battle armor was crushing it. The moment Long Chen summoned the 8-star battle armor, the heaven devil's aura was suppressed even further. It was as though the stars in the sky were pressing down on it, making it hard for the creature to breathe. With one powerful slap, Long Chen shattered the heaven devil's cheekbones. The force of this attack surprised even Long Chen himself. After all, this heaven devil was incredibly tough, and it was hard to wound it even with divine swords and sabers. While Long Chen had slapped it multiple times, he hadn't truly injured it. However, after summoning the 8-star battle armor, Long Chen directly blasted half of the heaven devil's face, causing a rain of blood to fall. Long Chen hadn't expected his power to increase so dramatically after he got to the Saint Realm. Long Chen glanced within his dantian. The small clump of flames there didn't look like much, but he felt that the boost in his power came from it. Seeing the heaven devil off balance from the slap, Ji Yuyong and the others immediately attacked. This time, they didn't hold back. Yu Zifeng's sword sliced onto its horn, but golden light exploded upon impact, shattering his sword chi. Yu Zifeng was shocked. He hadn't held back with his strike, fully intending to slice off the horn. Yet, it was so tough that his sword chi was crushed. The heaven devil roared, its horn blazing with light as it pointed directly at Yu Zifeng. The next moment, the space around Yu Zifeng collapsed, locking him in place. "Boss!" Yu Zifeng shouted. Long Chen immediately sensed something was wrong and moved in front of Yu Zifeng. With Dragonbone Evilmoon in hand, Long Chen used it as a shield. An explosive sound rang out. Evilmoon shuddered, and Long Chen grunted in pain as the immense force struck him. The pit of his stomach ached, and he almost spat out blood as he was sent flying. Everyone was shocked. No one had seen any attack from the heaven devil, as if the attack was invisible. As Long Chen and Yu Zifeng flew back, Yu Zifeng shouted, "Everyone, be careful. Its horn is strange and can summon invisible power." "What invisible power?" "This is my blood devil race's high void incorporeal slash. Even if you know about it, it's useless. All of you will die today," sneered the heaven devil. The heaven devil's horn continued to shine brightly as devil chi poured into it. Just as it was about to unleash another attack, Evilmoon slashed through the air. The heaven devil screamed in pain as its horn was severed. Sha Chen immediately grabbed the 3-foot-long horn. "Complete divine ability runes. Maybe I can replicate its divine ability. Don't waste its blood, help me gather it." Fresh blood gushed from where the horn had been severed, and at Sha Chen's words, everyone quickly took out bottles to collect the precious blood. "You damn brutes, how dare you!" The heaven devil roared in fury and lunged toward Sha Chen to reclaim its horn. But before it could reach Sha Chen, Long Chen sent it flying back with another slap. Having lost its horn, it had significantly weakened, proving just how crucial the horn was. The battle continued with everyone attacking the heaven devil. Without its horn, it was suppressed once again. Long Chen simply watched, letting his comrades handle the battle. 2 hours later, its aura plummeted even further. Sensing the time was right, Long Chen knocked it out with a powerful palm to the back of its head. They planned to imprison it in the 10,000 dragon nest, where they could use it as a sparring partner for future training. However, this heaven devil was even more foul-mouthed than the previous one, cursing endlessly no matter who fought it. However, now that it was in their hands, its fate was set. After the captain-class experts had a turn with it, it was passed to the Dragonblood warriors. Long Chen didn't wait around, however. He ordered everyone to continue their journey. A few days later, they encountered another army of devil creatures. The same pattern played out. They slaughtered the creatures and searched for the altar. This time, however, they were disappointed. The altar they found only contained a corpse. Maybe something had happened to the altar and killed the genius inside. Continuing onward, they were attacked by another wave of stronger devil creatures. Despite this, they weren't a match for Long Chen and his team, who swiftly dealt with them. Upon finding the altar, they released the creature within. This heaven devil was as strong as the bald one and possessed a terrifying divine ability. But after Long Chen dealt with it, it was also imprisoned. The Dragonblood Legion continued to sweep through all opposition. Though they could sense the devil creatures before encountering them and had the option to avoid them, they chose to battle. After all, how could they let such precious commodities off? They uncovered 7 strongholds of the devil race and dug out 7 altars. Out of the 7, 2 had gone bad, but they still managed to extract heaven devil geniuses from the others. Each one was stronger than the last. However, now that the captains had reached the Saint Realm, they could fight these devils one-on-one. Thanks to the pressure of these experts, everyone's rate of improvement shot through the roof. The Dragonblood warriors were growing stronger day by day, and even the Dragon Domain's disciples started to show some potential. The leaders of the dragon race watched their children grow with pride and admiration, deeply grateful to Long Chen. On this day, as the 10,000 dragon nests continued through the endless desolation, Long Chen suddenly felt his heart tremble. His body turned ice cold as if a wild beast had locked onto him. The next moment, a figure appeared before the 10,000 dragon nests. Vestige of the 9 stars, come out and face your death. A cold snort echoed, shaking the entire world. Everyone inside the 10,000 dragon nests trembled and spat out blood simultaneously. Chapter 5278 Great Divine Commanders, Silver Hair Void Crusher. A voice like the roar of a god instantly penetrated the defenses of the 10,000 dragon nests, causing all their runes to lose their glow. Everyone inside felt as if a hammer had struck their stomachs, and they all spat out blood. Long Chen himself was left dazed, stars spinning in his vision. Shocked, he hastily flew out to confront the source of the voice. Long Chen saw a middle-aged man in white robes, with silver hair and silver eyes, standing in the air. The pressure emanating from this man was overwhelming, freezing the space around Long Chen. Even raising a finger became a struggle. Yu Zifeng and the others appeared as well, staring in shock at this silver-haired man. The indomitable Dragonblood warriors felt a trace of fear for the first time in a long while. This person was too powerful, so great that it made them despair. The Dragonblood warriors had experienced countless bloody battles and seen countless experts, but they had never seen such a terrifying existence before. Defeating him seemed utterly impossible. My senses actually failed me, thought Long Chen, shocked. How did such a terrifying expert descend without triggering his sense of danger? When Long Chen saw the mirror in the silver-haired man's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank. Long Chen exclaimed, "The star-peering heavenly mirror. Oh, you recognize it? You must not be an ordinary 9-star heir," the man said with a cold smile. His silver eyes appraised Long Chen, and Long Chen felt as if his very soul were being scrutinized. It was as if the starry sea in his dantian was laid bare, and all his power and secrets were exposed to this man's gaze. A chill ran down Long Chen's spine. You possess violet blood, Julie blood, and even dragon blood. However, your astral energy is impure. What a strange 9-star heir, remarked the silver-haired man, looking at Long Chen with a trace of astonishment. His gaze then swept over the others. When he spotted Yu Zifeng, he exclaimed, "I didn't expect to encounter a powerful sword cultivator here." Yu Zifeng instinctively drew his sword, his aura erupting. However, he hadn't done it consciously. The pressure from the silver-haired man forced him to act purely on instinct. This silver-haired man's aura made him feel incredibly uneasy. Only by drawing his sword could he feel the slightest bit safe. The Dragon Domain's experts stared in terror at this man. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. His strength exceeded their wildest imaginations. 9-star heirs are supposed to be solitary existences, but you actually have companions by your side. How interesting. The silver-haired man stared at Long Chen. I received word that a 9-star heir had appeared, so I used the star-peering heavenly mirror to come and see. I didn't expect to find such an oddity. You're the weakest 9-star heir I've ever seen. Such a weak 9-star heir. These words cut through Long Chen like a blade. Long Chen's killing intent instantly flared not because of the insult, but because he could tell that this man had slaughtered many 9-star heirs. The thought of their deaths sent a surge of rage through him. Clenching his fists, Long Chen gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who are you?" The silver-haired man sneered at Long Chen's fury, as though a god looking down on ants. "You're not worthy of knowing my name. But since you're about to die, I'll tell you so you can answer when other 9-star heirs ask you in the underworld. I am the Silver Hair Void Crusher. I was once one of Lord Brahma's divine generals, but 3,000 years ago, I was promoted to one of the 8 great divine commanders." The 8 great divine commanders? Long Chen's heart trembled, and he coldly spat, "That's bullshit. I've seen the 8 great divine commanders, and they weren't nothing compared to you." The Silver Hair Void Crusher laughed. The divine commanders you've seen are mere candidates, chosen after passing certain trials. They are nothing. I was chosen 870,000 years ago from among 36,000 fellow candidates to carry out missions as a Brahma divine general. 500,000 years later, due to my outstanding talent and accomplishments, I was promoted to the 9th divine commander. Then, 3,000 years later, the 8th divine commander died when his old wounds relapsed, and I officially became one of the 8 great divine commanders. I, the Silver Hair Void Crusher, am the only one to be promoted after their creation. This man had waited 870,000 years for this position to open, so clearly, it was something incredibly precious. Knowing that Long Chen and the others were about to die, he still spent time telling them so much information, with so much pride in his voice. He was eager to boast about his accomplishments, enjoying the shock and awe of his audience. However, other than Long Chen, no one knew what the 8 great divine commanders were, and it was also his first time hearing that they were chosen from so many people. Is it something to be proud of? If the 8th commander hadn't died, you would never have been promoted, Long Chen scoffed. What do you know? The 8 great divine commanders were the first heroes to follow divine venerate Brahma. They survived the primal chaos war and accomplished countless deeds. They are legends who could shake the heavens and earth. Silver Hair Void Crusher sneered, clearly worshipping the commanders. Shaking the heavens and earth. If they were so amazing, how did one die from old wounds? Long Chen mocked, laughing as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. You fool, do you even know who inflicted those wounds? The Silver Hair Void Crusher's tone turned dark. It was your 9-star lineage's chief, the 9-star master. Long Chen's heart shook. The 8 great divine commanders were existences from the same era as the 9-star master. That was unbelievable. The 9-star master was the strongest warrior of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but he eventually fell to our forces. Now do you understand the significance of the 8 great divine commanders? The 9-star master was the strongest warrior of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but he eventually fell to our forces. Now do you understand the significance of the 8 great divine commanders? Sneered the Silver Hair Void Crusher. Don't flatter yourselves. I bet the 8 great divine commanders weren't even qualified to fight the 9-star master head-on. Let me guess, you all just stood on the sidelines and got caught in the shockwaves, Long Chen taunted. To Long Chen's surprise, the Silver Hair Void Crusher's eyes instantly flared with killing intent after he said this. Chapter 5271 Secret of the Divine Commander. Ha ha ha, don't tell me that I actually guessed right. Ha ha ha, Long Chen taunted. When Long Chen sensed the Silver Hair Void Crusher's killing intent, his mood improved. The Silver Hair Void Crusher's expression was extremely ugly now. Rage burned in his eyes as he said darkly, laugh all you want. Laugh until you see your 9-star master in hell. No, your 9-star master has long since vanished. After you die, you won't be able to see him, but you'll reunite with the seniors of your 9-star lineage, and you can all cry in hell together. Long Chen remained indifferent to the Silver Hair Void Crusher's taunting and sneered. In the Primal Chaos War, Lord Brahma was crushed so badly that only a trace of his discarnate soul remained. The 8 great divine commanders were also pushed to the brink of death. One even died suddenly years later. Seems like the entire Brahma line is nothing more than a facade. Even after all these years, you still haven't fully recovered. Looks like it's only a matter of time before your Brahma line completely shatters. Shut your mouth. Lord Brahma has rebuilt his body, and his soul is long healed. His body and soul are merging as we speak, and any day now, he will return. Once he descends upon the 9 heavens again, it will be the day when all the 10,000 races bow to him. Your 9-star line's trash will never see the light of day again. Spat the Silver Hair Void Crusher. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The 8 great divine commanders couldn't recover even after so many years, and one of them suddenly died. You think Lord Brahma is any better off? Long Chen laughed, intentionally provoking him. Long Chen could tell the Silver Hair Void Crusher's power was terrifying, but his intelligence wasn't high. Recently promoted to the rank of the 8 great divine commanders, this idiot was overconfident and eager to prove himself. The more Long Chen provoked the Silver Hair Void Crusher, the more the latter argued, unwilling to resort to violence just yet. To him, attacking would be like admitting defeat in this verbal battle. What do you understand? Only 4 of the 8 great divine commanders were badly wounded back then. The others recovered long ago, including Lord Brahma's soul. His new body is simply too powerful, so merging with it takes time. An ant like you could never comprehend Lord Brahma's power. When he returns, he will erase the remnants of the 9-star line. There will be no place for you in the 9 heavens or 10 lands. The silver hair void crusher sneered. Long Chen's heart shook. He was learning more and more secrets from the silver hair void crusher, each more shocking than the last. They were so shocking that for a moment, Long Chen didn't know how to provoke his opponent further. At this moment, the silver hair void crusher sensed Long Chen's intention, and his expression darkened even more. He hadn't expected that he, an expert who had lived countless years, would actually fall for someone else's provocations. Fool, knowing these things is useless. Do you really think you'll live to tell anyone? Sneered the silver hair void crusher. With a wave of his hand, the silver hair void crusher summoned an enormous barrier that surrounded all of the 10,000 dragon nests. He created a barrier just like that, exclaimed Sha Chen, shocked. It was the first time he had seen someone summon a barrier with just a wave. The barrier's aura was vast and connected to the silver hair void crushers. It was as if the barrier was an extension of him, locking them all inside. The barrier's oppressive aura filled everyone with dread. They instinctively pulled away from the edges, feeling as though touching it would turn them to dust. They were like birds trapped in a cage. In any case, the 10,000 dragon nests, barriers had already crumbled, so they felt like nothing could protect them. Facing such a terrifying expert, they couldn't help but feel despair. The dragon domain's disciples had been tempered by countless battles, so they could stand their ground. However, the other dragon race experts who lacked battlefield experience were paralyzed by fear, some even fainted. Seeing their reactions, the silver hair void crusher smiled smugly. Since becoming one of the 8 great divine commanders, I haven't done much other than merging with my throne. Those fools from the Pill Valley couldn't even send proper reports. They insulted me, a 9-vein human emperor, by asking me to deal with a newly ascended saint. I'll give you all a chance, kill yourselves, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Are you so certain? If I were a human emperor, would you even dare show your face here? Long Chen sneered. Just like that, the silver hair void crusher's hair started to rise, his killing intent erupting. Long Chen's words had hit a nerve. Over the years, as one of Lord Brahma's trusted subordinates, the silver hair void crusher had hunted down countless 9-star heirs. The strongest was only a half-step human emperor, yet even then, he had nearly died. If not for the help of his comrades, there would no longer be a silver hair void crusher in this world. This failure gnawed at the silver hair void crusher for a lifetime. The 9-star heirs were reputed to be unmatched within the same realm, a claim he stubbornly refused to accept. He had always yearned to confront a 9-star heir on equal terms but never found the opportunity. Even then, the half-step human emperor 9-star heir had pushed him to the brink of death, and this defeat infuriated him. It even crushed his Tao heart, the core of his belief and cultivation. Fortunately for him, Lord Brahma acknowledged his potential and did not want him to waste away. When the position of the 8th divine commander opened, he was promoted. Each of the 8 great divine commanders possessed their own divine throne, a condensation of faith energy. As long as they merged with their throne, they could break through their limits and advance into Divine Emperor realm. However, merging with this throne was not so easy. Even after so long, the silver hair void crusher had only achieved an 80% merger with his throne, unable to unlock its full power. Now, with Long Chen's words reopening the old scars, the deep-seated humiliation and pain from his past surfaced again. That bitter, most painful memory, which he had buried away, was now fully exposed. You bastard, you'll pay for your arrogance. Now you won't even get a chance to kill yourself. I'll show you what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. The silver hair void crusher growled through clenched teeth. Boss, go. We'll buy you time to escape. Remember to avenge us, transmitted Yu Zifeng, taking a deep breath. He knew they stood no chance against this terrifying foe, but if they sacrificed themselves, they might create an opening for Long Chen to escape. Ha ha ha, avenge you. Keep dreaming. All of you will die today, laughed the silver hair void crusher. He had heard Yu Zifeng's transmission and seemed to have complete control over the barrier. Nothing could be hidden from him. All of us will die today. I don't think so, remarked Long Chen as he faced the silver hair void crusher, a burning fighting spirit igniting within him. Just like that, he charged directly at the silver hair void crusher. Chapter 5272 Strongest World Extermination Flame Lotus. 8-star battle armor. Long Chen roared. As Long Chen summoned his divine ring, the starry sky battle robe also appeared, and 8 stars illuminated this space, blazing within the sky. Against the silver hair void crusher, Long Chen didn't dare to hold back at all. His wild aura instantly unfurled. This manifestation, the silver hair void crusher raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why is it different from other 9-star heirs? It's flashy, but its aura is too weak. Shut your mouth, Long Chen growled, pretending to be angry. Long Chen launched his fist toward the silver hair void crusher's face, and the silver hair void crusher simply looked at Long Chen disdainfully. To everyone's shock, the silver hair void crusher didn't even flinch. He let Long Chen's punch, which was filled with enough power to shake the heavens, land squarely on his forehead. A divine mark flared on the silver hair void crusher's forehead, sending Long Chen flying back. Long Chen's punch only managed to blow back his silver hair without making him budge an inch. Yu Zifeng and the others were all shocked. Although they knew that the difference between them was huge, this was ridiculous. Just how powerful was Long Chen's fist? The silver hair void crusher didn't even feel the need to block it. Long Chen was sent flying, struggling to regain control over his body. Each attempt tore holes into the void beneath him. When he finally regained it, his expression darkened. Not bad, you're better than those mindless fools who fought me before. You knew to expel my power from your body, or you'd be dead right now, the silver hair void crusher sneered, clapping mockingly. In truth, the silver hair void crusher was no ordinary figure. As a peak heavenly genius, he had earned Lord Brahma's favor and chosen to forego advancing to the Divine Emperor realm to seize the opportunity of becoming one of the 8 great divine commanders. After all, merging with the divine throne required timing preferably at the peak of the 9-vein human emperor realm, as the divine emperor tribulation would cleanse both the body and throne of impurities. Back then, the silver hair void crusher was extremely confident in himself. He sincerely believed that he would become one of the 8 great divine commanders. Fortunately, this opportunity really did come for him. He was in high spirits ever since. And now he wanted to show Long Chen just how vast the gulf between them was. When Long Chen's fist had connected, the silver hair void crusher had used the divine mark to transfer a sliver of his power into Long Chen's body. Though it was only a minuscule portion of his energy, it was enough to kill anyone below a 4-vein human emperor instantly. Even a 9-star heir like Long Chen should have been unable to withstand it. However, Long Chen sensed this energy the moment it entered his body. Feeling like he would explode, he instinctively expelled it out his feet as he shot back. Seeing the holes in the void left behind by Long Chen, everyone was scared shitless. The silver hair void crusher's power was beyond their understanding. I don't believe it, Long Chen bellowed as flames erupted from his body, and chanting filled the air. The Nirvana scripture. The silver hair void crusher was baffled. As one of the 8 great divine commanders, how could he not recognize the Nirvana scripture? However, he had not expected a 9-star heir to actually possess flame energy and even be able to use the Nirvana scripture. A 9-star heir with 3 kinds of bloodline, flame control, and Nirvana scripture. No wonder you're so weak. It's my first time seeing such an outlandish 9-star heir. Shut your mouth. Long Chen roared and charged at the silver hair void crusher once more. You've got a lot of flashy moves, but you really are the weakest 9-star heir I've encountered. Do you refuse to accept reality? Sneered the silver hair void crusher. Just like that, he tilted his head slightly, letting Long Chen's fist slam into his shoulder. However, Long Chen was blasted back once again. Blood spewed from Long Chen's mouth, and the Dragonblood warriors clenched their fists in frustration. They understood that they might die today, but they were ready to charge into hell together. Try and take this one. Long Chen roared, spinning around midair. His gaze swept over Yu Zifeng and the others before focusing on his opponent. Long Chen summoned a flame lotus and slammed it at the silver hair void crusher. The flame energy of the world rapidly condensed into the lotus, but the silver hair void crusher sneered in disdain. 9-star heirs are all reckless fools, but you've taken it a step further. Using flame energy and the Nirvana scripture against one of Lord Brahma's top generals. You must be a peak-level idiot. I'll make sure you learn the meaning of defeat. The silver hair void crusher stood still, allowing Long Chen's lotus to come close. However, as the flame lotus neared his chest, the chanting in the air changed. It turned from holy to bloodthirsty and wrathful, like a god of fury or a devil on the prowl. The entire world shuddered because of this voice. Even the silver hair void crusher's hair rose at this chanting. At this moment, the lotus in Long Chen's hand bloomed, revealing a miniature maiden within its petals. This maiden was precisely Huo Linger. She sat within the heart of the lotus, with her hands pressed together, her expression solemn and divine. When Huo Linger appeared, the Fusong trees and moon trees in the primal chaos space instantly dimmed. Their power was almost fully extracted by her. The silver hair void crusher's expression changed. He had underestimated Long Chen, dismissing Long Chen as a hodgepodge of different energies. He didn't even view Long Chen as a 9-star heir anymore. That was especially true when Long Chen used flame energy against him along with the Nirvana scripture. It was absolutely laughable. However, Long Chen had actually schemed against him, using his disdain to create against him. Working with Huo Linger, Long Chen unleashed all his power before the silver hair void crusher could react. Long Chen roared, pouring his power into the flame lotus. Huo Linger, the Fusong trees, and the moon trees combined their energies with the surrounding world's flame energy, amplifying it to terrifying levels. Long Chen's palm, along with the lotus, slammed into the silver hair void crusher's chest. Chapter 5273 Brothers United. An explosion shook the world, shattering the silver hair void crusher's protective divine light. Immediately, the 9 Emperor Vein divine runes appeared on his chest. It was the automatic defense of a 9-vein human emperor. The flame lotus erupted on contact with those 9 Emperor Vein divine runes, unleashing the energy locked within it fully. As Huo Linger used her body to detonate all this energy, the flame lotus exploded like a star. This violent power did not differentiate between friend and foe, causing Long Chen to shoot backward. He felt like all his bones had shattered. Meanwhile, the silver hair void crusher's 9 Emperor Vein divine runes exploded, and the flame lotus blasted a hole through his chest. Blood spurted from his mouth as shock overwhelmed him. He hadn't anticipated such terrifying strength from Long Chen. This attack had caught him completely off guard. Pretending to be a brash and impulsive youth, Long Chen had cleverly baited the silver hair void crusher, using the first few volumes of the Nirvana scripture to trick him. Within the primal chaos space, Huo Linger silently chanted the latter verses of the scripture, and when the final verses were added, the power of 2 worlds merged. This intricate fusion concealed the attack until it was too late for the silver hair void crusher to react. Long Chen's attack was truly vicious. A fist-sized hole burned through the silver hair void crusher's chest, flames eating away at his insides. "Now!" shouted Long Chen. The void shuddered, and a golden goddess Bai Shixi's manifestation appeared. Her expression was solemn as she swung her golden sword down. Distracted by Long Chen's devastating attack, the silver hair void crusher didn't see it coming. He didn't even notice the look Long Chen had shot his companions. They were ready, and Bai Shixi was the first to launch her attack. Her golden sword cut deep into the silver hair void crusher's right arm, exposing bone but failing to sever it completely. Bai Shixi was stunned. Her full power strike hadn't cut through despite the silver hair void crusher's weakened state. "You damn ants, die!" he roared furiously, slamming his palm toward Bai Shixi. Instantly, she felt the space around her freeze, her body unable to move. At that moment, a shout rang out, and the silver hair void crusher's instincts flared. He turned just in time to see Guo Ran wielding a pair of sabers, with the Dragonblood warriors behind him, blazing with light. As their bloodlines connected as one, a giant cross of energy slashed toward their foe. The silver hair void crusher hastily blocked. With an explosive sound, he hacked up blood and tumbled back. Seeing this, the Dragon Domain's experts were all shocked. Such a terrifying expert hacked up blood because of Guo Ran's attack. It seemed that the power of his attack was greater than Long Chen's. However, Guo Ran's armor and sabers disintegrated soon after. His old gear had been destroyed in battle, and this incomplete set couldn't withstand the combined power of the Dragonblood warriors. Regret-filled Guo Ran. Had his equipment been complete, they could have dealt a heavier blow. Although sent flying, the silver hair void crusher wasn't seriously injured. He was pretty much fine as most of the attack's power had been wasted due to the armor's instability. Ji Yu Yang silently appeared behind the silver hair void crusher, striking with his spear. His timing was perfect, and the spear stabbed 3 inches into the silver hair void crusher's back before it was stopped. "Die!" roared the silver hair void crusher. He grabbed the spear and was about to kill Ji Yu Yang when 2 enormous figures appeared. The 2 giants thrust black spears toward him. While the 2 giants looked awkward, they were actually as quick as lightning. Furthermore, the black spears in their hands emitted terrifying black chi. They were purgatory fiend spears. What? The silver hair void crusher exclaimed, his paths cut off. Having completed his mission, Ji Yu Yang quickly retreated. His sneak attack had been just to set this attack up. Within the entire Dragonblood Legion, the only ones capable of using the Purgatory Fiend's spears were these two giants, and they would only be able to do it once. After that, their power would be expended. Lifting the impossibly heavy Purgatory Fiend's spears made their movements clumsy. Normally, they wouldn't be able to hit anyone like this. However, after undergoing the tempering of blood and fire, the Dragonblood Legion could cooperate flawlessly. With just a look from Long Chen, they could carry out such a meticulous plan. The two Purgatory Fiend spears slammed onto the silver hair void crusher, causing an explosive sound to ring out. The two giants stumbled back, their bodies cracking. However, before they collapsed, Li Qi and Song Mingyuan had gathered their Purgatory Fiend spears. After being struck, the silver hair void crusher spat out blood. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Purgatory Fiend spears didn't manage to crush any part of his body. Just then, Long Chen attacked with a lightning blade. However, just as the lightning blade was about to reach his head, the silver hair void crusher grabbed it with his hand. His expression was dark as he spat, "You little ants, do you really think you can beat me? Maybe not before, but now we have a chance." Long Chen replied coldly, smiling at the silver hair void crusher's twisted face. At that moment, Yu Zifeng's voice rang out, and sword chi slashed down, striking the silver hair void crusher's arm. Chapter 5274 Waning Moon Heaven Shaking Slash. A sword sliced through the void. It cut through 10,000 daos, space-time, and all the laws of heaven and earth, accurately severing the silver hair void crusher's arm. There was already a deep cut there from Bai Shishi's attack. Even with her full power, she had only been able to cut through his flesh but not his bone. However, her metal energy had left behind a destructive force that prevented even a nine-vein emperor from healing the wound instantly. Blood splattered through the air as the silver hair void crusher's hand, which was gripping Long Chen's lightning blade, was severed from his body. Courting death, the silver hair void crusher roared. Realizing the implications of losing his hand, he stretched out his left hand like a claw, attempting to retrieve the severed limb. But all of a sudden, the void twisted, revealing a three-flower diagram that was spinning and distorting the surrounding space. That severed hand was then devoured by it. In the distance, Bai Shaola was forming a series of hand seals, stealing the silver hair void crusher's hand through space and giving it to Sha Chen. In an instant, talismans flew out of Sha Chen's hands, sealing it before quickly stowing it away. The loss of an arm incensed the silver hair void crusher. He realized that Yu Zifeng's sword wound carried a terrifying sword intent, one so potent that even with his immense cultivation, he couldn't regenerate a new hand. You can no longer form hand seals, and half of your cultivation base is sealed. Now, we can't say who will win, declared Long Chen. His words reignited the fighting spirit of his allies, and the Dragon Domain's experts looked at him with newfound determination. Though they had initially faltered upon facing the silver hair void crusher, Long Chen and his comrades remained composed. They worked together, managing to sever the silver hair void crusher's hand and weaken him. Despite the vast power difference, Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion never lost hope. Instead of despairing, they immediately analyzed and deduced their opponent's weaknesses. The silver hair void crusher snarled, "You ants, you've managed to piss me off. Even if I've lost a hand and can't form seals, a god is a god. How can you ants compete with me? Your struggles are futile. Today, I'll show you the true might of the last of the 8 great divine commanders, me, the silver hair void crusher." A silver sword appeared in his hand, its presence causing everyone's souls to tremble. The aura it emitted was even more fearsome than the silver hair void crusher himself. The void quivered as visible ripples radiated from the sword like the beats of a heart, with each pulse bringing the sensation of death closer. It was as if everyone's soul was already under the sword's command. Guo Ran and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying weapon. This sword was even more formidable than its wielder. The Divine Commander blades were personally forged by Divine Venerate Daynite, and their spirits were awakened by Divine Venerate Brahma. Bound to the Divine Thrones, they are unique divine weapons of the 8 great divine commanders and are passed down from the primal chaos era. They've drunk the blood of countless experts and devoured countless souls. Dying by its edge is an honor for you, the silver hair void crusher boasted zealously. This was a symbol of his status, a representation of supreme glory. With a mere flick of the Divine Commander blade, a black 10,000 dragon nest was split in two and shattered, reduced to fragments. The leader of the black dragon race was shocked and furious. The 10,000 dragon nest was the black dragon race's strongest symbol of power, yet it was effortlessly destroyed. Most enraging of all, many experts of the black dragon race were slain by this sword strike. After all, they were too weak to come out and needed the nest's protection. Despite their rage, the dragon race's experts didn't act recklessly. They knew they would all die today. Even with the silver hair void crusher missing a hand, they stood no chance of surviving. You don't understand what my position means. You lack the proper reverence. Today, all of you will die in despair, declared the silver hair void crusher coldly. He then pointed the divine commander blade at Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng stood ready, his sword clenched tightly. However, Long Chen suddenly shot forward, charging at the silver hair void crusher. You're after me, come at me if you have the guts. Long Chen shouted. No, sneered the silver hair void crusher. I'll kill them all one by one in front of you and let you experience true despair. As the 9 Emperor Vein runes formed a shield around the silver hair void crusher, the terrifying aura of a 9-vein human emperor erupted, suffocating everyone. Although he couldn't form hand seals, he could use his soul to control his chi and unleash divine abilities. Focusing on Yu Zifeng, the silver hair void crusher said, "It's been a while since I encountered such a frightening sword cultivator. I definitely won't let you grow up." The silver hair void crusher's silver sword pulsed with runes, and the space around Yu Zifeng twisted. At this moment, Yu Zifeng felt trapped, as if caught in a whirlpool of sludge. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape this terrifying lock. As a sword cultivator, Yu Zifeng had to be the one locking onto others. However, he was completely locked down by this terrifying divine weapon. He felt like an invisible hand was pulling at this soul. If it weren't for his firm will, his soul would have instantly crumbled. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of the silver hair void crusher, with Evilmoon in his hand. When the silver hair void crusher saw the unfurling black chi from Evilmoon, his hair stood on end, and a terrifying sensation of death welled up within him. Abandoning his attack on Yu Zifeng, the silver hair void crusher twisted his sword to strike at Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't even look at his sword. Pouring the full force of his power including the energy of his stars, violet blood, dragon blood, and 7-color supreme blood into Evilmoon, Long Chen forced Evilmoon's aura to surge to new heights. After that, it shouted a name at Long Chen. With his eyebrows furrowed, Long Chen swung Evilmoon with all his power, unleashing all his killing intent in one shout. Waning Moon Heaven Shaking Slash. Chapter 5275 Divine Throne. Saber chi exploded from Evilmoon, tearing through the void with a sound like the roar of 10,000 beasts and the wail of 10,000 dows. It slashed toward the silver hair void crusher's head like a devil wanting to reap souls. This was Long Chen's trump card, and he was gambling his life on this attack. Upon seeing that Long Chen didn't even attempt to block his sword, the silver hair void crusher sneered. As a veteran of countless battles, he knew his attack speed surpassed Long Chen's. Although Long Chen's saber was terrifying, his sword would slash Long Chen first, obliterating him before his saber could strike. "Die, you foolish brat," spat out the silver hair void crusher. "No," Bai Shishi cried out, charging toward Long Chen regardless of the danger. Everyone else also roared and charged at the silver hair void crusher in desperation. Just as the silver hair void crusher had predicted, his sword reached Long Chen first, and there was no way Long Chen could dodge it. However, just as it was about to slice through Long Chen's waist, a small bronze cauldron appeared. The cauldron was no larger than a fist and its appearance was plain until divine power exploded from it. In an instant, the silver hair void crusher's pupils shrank in shock. He recognized the origin of this cauldron. However, it was too late. His silver sword had struck the bronze cauldron, and with a loud crack, his hand was torn open, and his sword flew out of his grasp. "No!" The silver hair void crusher gasped in horror. At this moment, Evilmoon descended, and the silver hair void crusher twisted his body in a desperate attempt to evade the fatal strike. While Evilmoon's edge narrowly missed his head, it bit deep into his right shoulder. Countless runes erupted from his body, forming his core runes his last line of defense. But one by one, they shattered under Evilmoon's force. It cleaved through his body from his right shoulder down to his left waist, splitting him in two. His severed body then fell to the ground. Roaring, Long Chen summoned a violet lightning sphere in his left hand. Lei Linger's figure materialized within the sphere, and it contained her full, unrestrained power. With a final burst of strength, Long Chen hurled the lightning sphere at the fallen halves of the silver hair void crusher. The sphere expanded rapidly, growing into a blazing star of destruction. This was the final bit of Long Chen's power. The previous waning moon heaven shaking slash had drained him completely. In truth, Evilmoon had wanted to use Lei Linger's power as well, but Long Chen felt that mixing too many energies could have unpredictable results. Hence, he didn't allow it. After all, Lei Linger had only ever merged her Thunder Force with Huo Linger's flame energy. Long Chen also didn't dare to merge her Thunder Force with his bloodline or astral energy. It was too dangerous, so he had to set aside Lei Linger's Thunder Force. With the silver hair void crusher in his weakest possible state, Lei Linger became the last push. At the same time, Yu Zifeng's sword flashed, Bai Shishi's metal energy roared, and Sha Chen's talismans rained down in a torrent. Everyone was unleashing their full power, knowing that if they didn't finish the silver hair void crusher now, they would all die. The Dragonblood Legion and the Dragon Race experts combined their divine abilities, filling the air with beams of destructive light aimed at the silver hair void crusher. Countless explosions rang out. The loudest one came from Long Chen's Thunder Force, which quickly outshone all other attacks, overwhelming the battlefield with blinding light. Seeing that, everyone felt that the silver hair void crusher had been blown to bits. However, their attacks continued for a couple of minutes more until a large hole was blasted into the void. "He's definitely dead," Ji Yu Yang shouted. The combined might of their assault was terrifying. In his weakened state, the silver hair void crusher had no chance. But suddenly, from within the black hole created by the attack, a golden ripple spread out. A divine aura surged from the depths of the void. What? Everyone froze in shock. Long Chen instinctively raised the earth cauldron to block the golden ripple. The ripple smashed into the earth cauldron, and Long Chen spat out blood as he was blasted backward. The ripple continued, sweeping Ji Yu Yang and the others away like ants caught in a tsunami. They had no way to resist its power. Thankfully, the earth cauldron had absorbed the brunt of the attack, sparing them from certain death. But the impact had shattered the 10,000 dragon nests. Cracks spread across them before they finally exploded from the force. How can this be? Ji Yu Yang's voice trembled in disbelief. The silver hair void crusher still wasn't dead after all the attacks. Moreover, his aura was even more terrifying than before. Could he really possess an undying body? As they struggled to comprehend what was happening, a golden throne materialized in the void. It radiated multicolored light, so bright it hurt their eyes. Primal chaos energy swirled around it. Despair filled their hearts as they watched the silver hair void crusher's severed body on the ground. Primal chaos energy from the throne surged into him, and before their eyes, his two halves fused back together, his wounds healing in an instant. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, silver hair cascading down his back. His face was twisted in a cruel sneer. "You pathetic fools, did you really think you could kill one of the 8 great divine commanders?" Chapter 5276 Unwilling. Long Chen stared at the silver hair void crusher standing beneath the golden throne, and his heart sank. The gap in power between him and the silver hair void crusher was as vast as an endless sea. The silver hair void crusher's arrival had already set everything in stone, and they didn't have the slightest chance to win. After all, the silver hair void crusher's weakest point was far stronger than their strongest points. Even though Long Chen had grasped an opening and created a chance, the gap was just too wide. It was impossible for them to win. "I didn't expect the earth cauldron of the heaven earth cauldron to be in your hands." "Hee, my luck really is good," the silver hair void crusher sneered. He instantly recognized the earth cauldron, and if it weren't for that moment of distraction, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to injure him. Now, any anger he felt was replaced by greed. The heaven earth cauldron was one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, coveted by countless experts. "You should run. We're not a match for him. Me and Evilmoon have yet to recover, so we can't help much," transmitted the earth cauldron. "How hateful. This is absolutely hateful. This fellow is so strong, but is actually bullying a little saint. It's abominable." Evilmoon cursed repeatedly, unable to accept that its strongest attack was actually unable to kill this fellow. The earth cauldron sighed. "Long Chen, I have a secret art that can help you escape, but it would only work for one person. The throne has already locked onto me. I cannot bring everyone else away with you." Recognizing the earth cauldron, the silver hair void crusher had summoned the divine throne of the 8 great divine commanders to deal with it. Although he had yet to fully merge with it, just a trace of its power was enough to crush them. Long Chen, I cannot pass down my power to you. I have just awakened. You have no other choice. Transmitted the primal chaos dragon sovereign. The earth cauldron and the dragon sovereign were both advising Long Chen to run, while Evilmoon continued to curse, I really am unwilling. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and in a commanding voice, shouted, Dragonblood Legion, hear my orders. Retreat. In an instant, the expression of every Dragonblood warrior changed, and Guo ran and the others protested, no. Having followed Long Chen for so many years, they understood his character far too well. Long Chen was going to sacrifice his life to create a chance for them to run. But how could they be willing to flee by sacrificing their boss? These are my orders. I will hold him off, and I still have a chance to escape. That's better than everyone dying here. If I don't make it, keep cultivating and avenge me by killing Lord Brahma. Said Long Chen. No, if we die together. In life, we dominate the 9 heavens and 10 lands, in death, we dominate the yellow springs in hell. Roared Ji Yu Yong. Ignoring their protests, Long Chen asked the Earth Cauldron, Senior, you've recognized me as your master, correct? The Earth Cauldron was silent for a moment before responding, yes. Then you know what I want, said Long Chen firmly. The Earth Cauldron hesitated before its body started to glow, sending runes out to envelop the Dragonblood Legion and the dragon race's experts. No, Bai Shishi cried out, pushing past these runes. The Dragonblood warriors also roared and tried to escape, but the void quivered, and in an instant, they vanished, transported away by the Earth Cauldron. Seeing this, the silver hair Void Crusher clapped lightly. While amazed by Long Chen, he mocked, other 9-star heirs are cold-blooded, solitary figures, but you're a true marvel. You sacrificed the last of the Earth Cauldron's power to send them away. Do you realize that you've given up your only chance of escape? Well, not that you ever had one. The silver hair Void Crusher just watched as they were transported away, having no intention of stopping them. His targets were Long Chen, the Earth Cauldron, and the sinister black saber in Long Chen's hand. Having sent everyone away under the pressure of the Divine Throne, the Earth Cauldron had exhausted a great deal of its core energy. With this, it had essentially fallen into the silver hair Void Crusher's pocket. The silver hair Void Crusher had killed many 9-star heirs. While they were unquestionably powerful, they were always solitary figures. Long Chen was the only oddball, and he seemed completely different from other 9-star heirs. Holding Evilmoon, Long Chen glared at the silver hair Void Crusher. The Earth Cauldron floated behind him, its remaining energy flowing into him, reigniting his will to fight. A deathbed struggle is pointless. Obediently hand over your treasures, and I might let you die painlessly, said the silver hair Void Crusher, clasping his hands behind him and looking down on Long Chen. Even though injured, the silver hair Void Crusher was still a 9-vein human emperor and one of the 8 great divine commanders. Even a normal 9-vein human emperor stood no chance against him, let alone a saint like Long Chen. Evilmoon quivered in Long Chen's hand. With the Earth Cauldron's energy flowing into him, Evilmoon also gained strength. You're not qualified to say that to me. Not even Lord Brahma is, Long Chen declared as he shot toward the silver hair Void Crusher. Thanks to the Earth Cauldron's guidance, he had begun cultivating Earth energy, allowing the Cauldron's power to merge smoothly with his own. The silver hair Void Crusher smiled sinisterly as the Divine Commander blade reappeared in his hand. I've lost patience. Long Chen raised Evilmoon high, knowing this was his final chance. If this attack failed, only death awaited him. Chapter 5277 White-robed Long Chen vs. Silver hair Void Crusher. Waning moon shakes heaven and earth. Long Chen shouted as Evilmoon blazed with power once more, but as it did, the Earth Cauldron rapidly lost its glow. Using the same move twice is useless, sneered the silver hair Void Crusher. Is that so? Not necessarily. Purgatory eyes. Long Chen shut his right eye, and his left eye turned pitch black. A whirlpool appeared in his left pupil, locking onto the silver hair Void Crusher. The silver hair Void Crusher was shocked to find his arm, which had just raised his Divine Commander blade, completely immobilized by the vortex. He couldn't move it. Evilmoon slashed down onto the silver hair Void Crusher's head, and with a sickening explosion, his head shattered. The force from the impact sent Long Chen, Evilmoon, and the Earth Cauldron crashing to the ground. Long Chen's left eye was bleeding, and he couldn't open it anymore. With his right eye, he saw the headless body of the silver hair void crusher walking toward him, sword still in hand. How could this happen? I resent this, I really resent this. Long Chen's thoughts roared in frustration, but his body no longer obeyed him. His vision darkened, and the world slowly faded from view. His last sight was the silver hair void crusher's body looming over him. I'm sorry, my brothers. I'm sorry, all of you. After that, Long Chen's consciousness faded into darkness. The silver hair void crusher stood over Long Chen. Although he had lost his head, with his divine throne present, his aura hadn't weakened much. You bastard, I'll make you suffer for this, cursed the silver hair void crusher. His voice was filled with venom, emanating from his chest. After being repeatedly injured by Long Chen, he was on the verge of going crazy. In his eyes, Long Chen was simply an ant, but this ant had pushed him to such a wretched state, even destroying his head, the most important part of his body. Although he wouldn't die because of it, it was a severe wound. While recovering, he would have to postpone his merger with his divine throne. The silver hair void crusher was furious. His status as one of the 8 great divine commanders was at risk. If word of this battle got out, he could lose his rank, something he had worked tirelessly for. Long Chen lay on the ground, unable to muster the slightest bit of energy out of his body. He had pushed his purgatory eyes to their absolute limit to bind the silver hair void crusher's arm, and now blood was pouring from his left eye. But it wasn't his violet blood, dragon blood, or supreme blood, all of that had been consumed by Evilmoon. Instead, it was ordinary blood. This sight only fueled the silver hair void crusher's rage further. To him, the mere presence of such common blood spilling from Long Chen was a humiliation, a mockery of his own suffering. The earth cauldron lay to Long Chen's left, and Evilmoon was stabbed into the ground on his right. Both divine weapons had spent every last ounce of their power, yet they had been unable to protect him. Now, they stood just as helpless as Long Chen, as the silver hair void crusher steadily approached. How embarrassing. You've really embarrassed me. A snort echoed through the air, shaking the heavens and startling the silver hair void crusher. Who's there? The silver hair void crusher shouted. He couldn't sense anyone, but the voice chilled him to his core. I haven't even finished preparing to take over this body, and you're already at your limit. How pathetic. The voice was like a devil's whisper, a haunting murmur from the abyss. This voice alone was enough to make a person feel lost in hell. Who are you? Show yourself. The silver hair void crusher roared, his voice coming from his chest. A powerful aura swept through the land as he searched for the owner of this devilish voice. But the voice ignored him. You couldn't handle this level of trash. What right do you have to carry the name Long Chen? The silver hair void crusher suddenly quivered. The voice wasn't coming from anywhere, it was coming from Long Chen himself, who was lying prone on the ground. The silver hair void crusher jumped. He had confirmed that there wasn't the slightest trace of energy left in Long Chen's body. At this point, he was barely stronger than a dead person. Suddenly, Long Chen's body quivered. White spots appeared on his black robes, spreading rapidly until his entire outfit turned pristine white. This white contained no impurity, but it didn't exude the feeling of holiness. Instead, it pushed to such a limit that it became quite frightening. The white-robed Long Chen slowly rose, and his black hair turned white as well. His aura transformed into something entirely different, cold and terrifying. Who are you? The silver hair void crusher demanded, shocked at the transformation. Long Chen's white robes and hair radiated a terrifyingly pure shade of white. His aura had turned ice cold, so cold that it felt as though it could freeze the soul itself. At that moment, it was as if the devil king of hell had taken over his body. Long Chen's black eyes, like endless voids, stared into the silver hair void crusher's soul, pulling at him with a bottomless darkness. Who am I? Why ask such a foolish question? The white-robed Long Chen replied coldly. I am the true Long Chen. The one you defeated. That was just a coward temporarily borrowing my name. Bullshit. You aren't Long Chen. You refuse to answer, is that it? Then just wait for me to refine your soul, shouted the silver hair void crusher as he swung down the divine commander blade onto the white-robed Long Chen. Without hesitation, the white-robed Long Chen raised his hand, and Evilmoon flew into his grasp. An eerie smile appeared on his face. Such a powerful weapon. Wasted on the likes of you. As the divine commander blade descended, the white-robed Long Chen raised Evilmoon to block it. The world seemed to explode from the impact, the ground beneath their feet disintegrated, and the sky trembled. Ripples of destructive force radiated in every direction, tearing through the void itself. The silver hair void crusher had felt an overwhelming fear from the moment he laid eyes on the white-robed Long Chen. Desperate, he unleashed the full power of his divine throne in a frenzied attack. Yet, the white-robed Long Chen effortlessly blocked it. How can this be? The silver hair void crusher roared in disbelief. Though headless, his senses remained intact, and he could feel the terrifying might of this new Long Chen. It far exceeded his expectations. What is impossible about it? I'm not the trash you faced earlier. I am the true Long Chen, the white-robed Long Chen said, his voice dripping with disdain. Black divine runes flickered to life on the white-robed Long Chen's left hand, radiating the aura of purgatory. He calmly placed his palm on the back of Evilmoon's blade. The silver hair void crusher's body trembled as he was violently blasted away by the sheer force. Evilmoon rested casually on the white-robed Long Chen's shoulder as he stared coldly at the battered silver hair void crusher. Come, use everything you've got. I'll make you fully convinced of your defeat. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.